This is Woo. I smoke. Boom, 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 we can get back. I ain't with the talk or the chit chat. If I bust up on the island, we wildin' out. If I'm back at the top, we can get back. Call Jack, this is Tom Brady. Niggas getting no brag cause they lazy. Tell listen, if that nigga talk is crazy. Now it's fuck you pay me, or bullets start blazing. Since I was young, we invested in guns. Now we looking at the stars in the brick. While I'm getting head by your thing. She like Poppy, I love how you think. She like Poppy came nut. I'm like, baby, just
I ain't gon' do the nigga shit cause I'm too good for future, huh? I ain't gon' fuck the nigga bitch cause I know she a eater, huh? Last time I wiped the bitch, she told the world I beat her, huh? But when they like low that my nigga, I couldn't believe it, huh? Hello, shorty, on my road, I'm never know you're walking, yo. Hit him in the bed, I know period on. I'm when I had that poker, huh? Still looking on my wasn't with a nigga, no Yoda. Now me and a young nigga who on me. Hey, we back like a nigga. See you hit like a Geico. With insurance on you, still nigga, you a Geico. I ain't never wanna step in. Nigga, you a typo. Been this thing with this bitch, get a picture like I was a needle. Kid, so I'm gonna feed her. Her nigga got balls, so I. You don't bring it.
Reach my time, nigga, spank him. I ain't your regular gang member. Everybody know I'm sanctioned. If I step on the island, we wildin' out. I ain't gon' stop till the guys is out. Free psych black, free niggas out. My niggas raising the fight. We can get back. I ain't with the talk. Niggas getting no brag cause they lazy. Tell listen, if that nigga talk is crazy. Now it's you penny. Or bullets start blazing. We invested in guns. Now we looking at the stars in the bridge.
The rights lawyer. Let's see here. All right. Well, anyways, make sure my mic's going good here. All right. Well, welcome to the Steelman, y'all. And today I'm just going to be showing the civil rights lawyer's new video because I believe he actually fallen into the same trend that I've been noticing in these audit communities, which is where they are misrepresenting the facts and not telling people the truth. So here I am to clarify some things that I think were misrepresented by the civil rights lawyer, who I'm a big fan of, but I still think that this needs to be addressed. So let's see here. I'm going to pull up his newest video right now and share it with you guys so you can see it on the screen. One sec here. One moment here. Trying to figure out where this audio is coming from. There we go. I apologize for that. All right. Let's see here. Let me share the video of the civil rights lawyer. It just came out today. It's called Lazy Cop. Let's see here. Lazy cops make a YouTube video about wrongfully arresting a janitor. And I'll go ahead and start this off here and show you where he's making the mistake and he's misinforming people.
This was reported as unauthorized use. Let's go detain him.
We will have to go to handcuffs. We have to.
These police officers mistakenly believe that this car is stolen, but it's not. They found it parked in front of this building. The 60-something-year-old janitor for that building, he knows who's driving that vehicle. He asked them what they're doing, but then he decides he doesn't want to talk to them anymore. He wants to get back to work. Can those cops forcibly detain, handcuff and then even tase that janitor, even though the man committed no crime, but just because he has information that the cops want.
Answer the keys real quick. Are those your keys?
These my mother keys.
All right, sir.
You talking about? These my mother keys.
Turn around. Put your hands behind your back now.
So these cops released their own YouTube video claiming that this was completely justified because they had, quote, reasonable suspicion to do this to that man. But I know a few things and I've researched this issue to death. I'll show you why they're wrong. And in fact, they filmed themselves committing a civil rights violation.
And I'm just going to step in here and tell you, I'm going to disagree with that. And I'm going to explain why I think he was wrong and why they, according to the current legal system we're under, they did not commit a civil rights violation.
So police officers in Asheville, North Carolina, get this false report from the local Subaru dealership, basically alleging that one of their cars has been stolen. Apparently that turned out not to be true. More on that later. The officers are directed to the car's location via a GPS tracker. One of the officers pulls his gun on the car and holds the car at gunpoint, essentially. Fortunately, nobody is inside the car.
Charlie 3 APD, vehicle's clear.
As the officers are standing around with nothing better to do, talking about the car,
I couldn't tell if anybody was in there, so I just went up and cleared it. I didn't see anybody moving in there. This is a nice car too. Huh?
the 63-year-old janitor for this building that they're standing in front of walks up to them and engages with them.
What's going on?
How you doing?
Whose car?
My lady's car. Can we come talk to her real quick?
Well, she's work up in Thrive.
In Thrive?
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and point out two things that the cops conveniently ignore in their YouTube video. One of the first things you could notice about this guy, if you looked at him, is that he's wearing his janitorial uniform for this giant building in the background that he's walking from. Janitors usually have keys as well. Secondly, he provides them information that the lady who's driving the car is at Thrive. Now, Asheville's not a huge place. Just a quick Google search reveals that Thrive is a commercial co-working space in Asheville, North Carolina, which just happens to be, from what I can tell, located in the Grove Arcade, which is the building that this guy is the janitor for. Now, just that information right there would have solved their investigation, but they decided to go a different route.
Okay, so who's well, we got to figure out because this was reported as unauthorized use.
Report unauthorized use.
Mm-hmm.
But then he quickly disengages after they.
All right, so I'm just going to go ahead and pause that because it sounds like it's happened, but buffering issues or something. So I'll just explain real quick here what happens is, and why I think the civil rights. I don't know if the civil rights lawyer intentionally did this or not, but I think he's making a mistake here. He says that, okay, so the police get a call that this vehicle was stolen. They get a call by the dealership or whatever, or the rental company saying their vehicle was stolen. The vehicle was found parked in this parking lot right here. This man comes and approaches them and says he knows about this vehicle. He knows who owns the vehicle, and he's holding keys in his hand. And then they start asking him a question, and he decides he doesn't want to talk to them. So he just immediately turns and starts walking back into the building. And they detain him. And the civil rights lawyer is saying that they did not have reasonable articulable suspicion to have a detention. And that's, we all know, anyone who knows Terry knows that that's just flat out wrong. And this would have been a perfect time for the civil rights lawyer to bring up the problem with Terry today. He could have mentioned, yeah, the fact that you can just be totally innocent, walk up and try to help the police, and now you're being detained, and possibly tased or whatever, handcuffed and all of those things like this man was. because of Terry. That's the problem with Terry. But instead, the civil rights lawyer says, no, they didn't have any reasonable suspicion to detain him, and it was a civil rights violation. No, and I knew it wasn't right away, because they don't really need anything. They need reasonable articulable suspicion, which it can be mean any reasonable person would consider that to be suspicious, then they can detain you. So you see these auditors who are filming banks, and this is another big problem with the auditing community and what they're teaching in false information. They're saying, oh, I can film a bank, I can film anything I see, that's not reasonable suspicion, you don't have the right to detain me, that's my First Amendment, all that stuff. Maybe it's your First Amendment and all that stuff, but because of Terry, they do have the legal authority to detain you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Knock on wood, but what I'm saying is there is no recourse. It's not a civil rights violation. If you're filming a bank on the side of the road, the police can very easily come up and legally, or with the authority of law, detain you and say, we have reasonable articulable suspicion that you might be about to commit a crime. And until we dispel that, we can sort of keep you detained. Okay, and so for what crime, they say, and you can go ahead and ChatGPT. I've noticed a lot of people say, oh, it's very liberal or whatever. No, it's very unbiased for most of the time, especially when it comes to law. So what crime is, well, if you can articulate to a jury, this man was filming a bank. I believe there was some sort of suspicion in the fact that he may have been thinking about robbing the bank. There you go. That's all you need. Anyone who's read Terry can tell you the same thing. The whole case of Terry is based off the guy was literally just standing in front of the store looking inside of a jewelry store. And the cops detained him and said, well, we thought you were going to rob the jewelry store. You can, the level of RAS is so, the bar to reach RAS is so low. It's literally on the floor. All you have to do is step over it. All you have to do is, it's suspicion of any crime that you can think of. You know what I mean? So if you see someone, like I said, taking pictures of a bank is an easy one. And they always act like a bank, you can take pictures of a bank and there's nothing you can do. And they act like the cops are dumb. So he says the whole case was about the gun, James, but you got to realize the whole case wasn't about the gun, because the gun was only admissible. The gun was only admissible because the Terry stop was valid. So no, if there was no Terry stop, there would have been no gun. The cops had the legal authority to detain them, and because they thought that they were suspicious of a crime. And then they had the legal authority to pat them down and search them for weapons, because they claimed that they had reasonable reason to believe that they were armed and dangerous. So, the pat down, it has sort of been commingled in with the detention, but they come from the same case, but they're not, they're not unalienable from each other, right? You can be detained legally without having without giving them the authority to pat you down. They can only pat you down if they believe that you're armed and dangerous, but they can detain you if they believe that you're suspected of any crime. And if you have a mic or whatever, I'm sure you have a phone, obviously, or some sort of device, get up here. And if you'd like to discuss this, I would love to have anyone challenge me on any of this, because I'm very confident in this. And the civil rights lawyer is giving people bad advice, because now he's telling these people, hey, you can go out and do all these things like film a bank or like approach the police, and anything that you do pretty much can amount, not anything you do, but the bar of, okay, so you say, try listening to the audio of Terry versus Hall. Okay, I actually, yeah, I think I have listened to that audio as well. So you're gonna, I wish I could, is there any chance I can get you to come up on the panel and you can discuss this? Because then it would be more, I feel like that would be more fair for a well-rounded discussion. on this topic. So I'm putting the the link in the chat here if anyone wants to come up and discuss the Terry stop or anything like that, constitutional cases. So because you got to realize that they said, well, Terry was walking back and forth, the friends were met up a couple times, but like you're saying, that you wouldn't think that would amount to the level of Raz. This guy approached with keys in his hand, knew about this stolen vehicle. There's all these little articulable facts that the police can point to say we got a call on a stolen vehicle. The man approached knowing about the stolen vehicle. The man had keys in his hand that could have been used for the vehicle. The man then attempted to flee, appeared to be attempting to flee. After, when you take the totality of the circumstances, any reasonable person, any reasonable officer would then have reason to believe that that person may be involved in a crime, right? And it's that simple. And the police did do an investigation. They came back and basically said the same thing that I did, which you're going to say that's not surprising. The police investigated themselves, but in this case, they're I mean, I would see, he's missing the totality of the circumstances. And if I could play the video, he would show you different case laws where, in this case, they said that fleeing doesn't amount to Raz. Yeah, fleeing alone doesn't amount to Raz, but fleeing with, or he also brings up a case, being near the site of a crime, being near a site of a crime doesn't amount to Raz. Right, that in itself doesn't amount to Raz. But being near the site of a crime, telling the police that you have knowledge of the specific stolen item and then attempting to flee, taking all three of those multiple factors and then combining them, you can't just take out one case law and say, well, this case said that this isn't a factor and this case said this isn't a factor. Therefore, when you take the totality of all of those factors, but we'll see if we can get this thing to.
He asked them what they're doing, but then these police officers mistakenly believe that this car is stolen, but it's not. They found it parked in front of this building. The 60-something-year-old janitor for that building, he knows who's driving that vehicle. He asked them what they're doing, but then he decides he doesn't want to talk to them anymore. He wants to get back to work. Can those cops forcibly detain, handcuff, and then even tase that janitor, even though the man committed no crime, but just because he has information that the cops want?
Answer the keys real quick. Are those your keys?
These my motherfucking keys.
All right, sir.
What
Yeah.
you talking about? These my motherfucking keys.
Turn around. Put your hands behind your back now.
So these cops released their own YouTube video claiming that this was completely justified because they had, quote, reasonable suspicion to do this to that man. But I know a few things and I've researched this issue to death. I'll show you why they're wrong. And in fact, they filmed themselves committing a civil rights violation.
As a creative consultant, client relationships are key to actually growing my.
So police officers in Asheville, North Carolina, get this false report from the local Subaru dealership, basically alleging that one of their cars has been stolen. Apparently that turned out not to be true. More on that later. The officers are directed to the car's location via a car and holds the car at gunpoint, essentially. Fortunately, nobody is inside the car.
Charlie 3 APD, vehicle's clear.
As the officers are standing around with nothing better to do, talking about the car,
I couldn't tell if anybody was in there, so I just went up and cleared it. I didn't see anybody moving in there. This is a nice car too.
The 63-year-old janitor for this building that they're standing in front of walks up to them and engages with them.
What's going on?
How you doing? Whose car?
My lady's car.
Can we come talk to her real quick?
Well, she's work up in Thrive.
In Thrive?
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and point out two things that the cops conveniently ignore in their YouTube video. One of the first things you could notice about this guy, if you looked at him, is that he's wearing his janitorial uniform for this giant building in the background that he's walking from. Janitors usually have keys as well. Secondly, he provides them information that the lady who's driving the car is at Thrive. Now, Asheville's not a huge place. Just a quick Google search reveals that Thrive is a commercial co-working space in Asheville, North Carolina, which just happens to be, from what I can tell, located in the Grove Arcade, which is the building that this guy is the janitor for. Now, just that information right there would have solved their investigation, but they decided to go a different route.
Okay, so who's well, we got to figure out, because this was reported as unauthorized use.
We reported unauthorized use.
Mm-hmm.
But then he quickly disengages after they start acting like cops are known to act, and he starts to go back to work.
Is that the keys? Let's go detain him.
Oh, man.
Now, they have no reason to believe that this man committed any crime at all, which he did not. Yet they immediately threaten to handcuff him, and then they use violence on him, pull out a taser, and threaten to use it on him.
You ain't gonna have me laying against the thing. Let me go get the lady who shit that is. You ain't gonna have me laying against shit.
We will have to go to handcuffs. We have to.
Let's see the keys real quick. Are those your keys?
My mother.
All right, sir.
Yeah. Talking about
Put your
my
hands
mother.
back. Put your hands back.
Get your hands
Turn
back.
around.
Stop. Stop.
Put your hands behind your back now.
Put your hands behind your back.
Body walla.
Let me go.
Put it. You're gonna get tased.
Let me go for a minute. Hold on.
Put your hands behind your back now. Do it now.
Let's see the other hand.
Other hand. Let
Now.
your other hand go.
Man, if I don't sue y'all, want I ain't gonna on this truth. Good.
Yeah, you're fine.
Good.
Yeah.
How about
Where's that key
this
at?
off my arm? Man, I'm gonna ask you nice. How about this off my arm?
Get matched today with the tax expert who's just
Here's how it ended, according to the most recent media report. Following the investigation, it was determined that Searles was not involved in the vehicle's theft or possession. In fact, it wasn't a theft at all. He was released without any charges and transported downtown at his request. While at the scene, the woman in possession of the vehicle told officers the allegedly stolen vehicle was a rental and that her car was at the dealership being repaired. She said she didn't know anyone inside the Grove Arcade and did not know why Searles would have approached officers about the car. In accordance with Asheville Police Department's standard procedures, the department conducted an administrative review of the incident. The review concluded that the officers acted within agency policy based on reasonable suspicion to detain Searles, his possession to it, and his lack of cooperation during the investigation. He identified himself as an employee of the Grove Arcade. Was he required to? Did they ask? No. And that's basically the argument that they put in their video. So just to sum things up, no crime actually occurred. Now, everybody loves this guy, apparently. A bystander filmed what was happening. The community was outraged. Then a judge ordered that the body cam footage be released. Now, in their video, the cops claimed that they did nothing wrong because they had reasonable suspicion to detain this gentleman for various reasons. Is that true? They said the officers asked Mr. Searles to stop based on reasonable suspicion to question him further as part of their investigation. That reasonable suspicion was based in part on the fact that Mr. Searles approached the reported stolen vehicle with keys in his hands and that he claimed to know the owner and then walked away from the officers. All right, that is their case for reasonable suspicion. Asheville is in North Carolina. North Carolina is in the Fourth Circuit. There is actually a recent published case out of the Fourth Circuit that dealt with reasonable suspicion. That case is similar to this one. The police were told or believed that a
I just wanted to note here real quick that he's going to go over these different case laws for the individualized facts, but he does not go over case law for the totality of these facts merged into one case, which is how Raz is established, and that's where he gets this all wrong.
crime had occurred and they located a nearby individual, they had no information that was particular to that individual that he was involved in any criminal activity, but they knew a crime had occurred and he was nearby. So at the very least, he was a witness, right? And if they want to investigate and they want to detain and question that witness, they should be able to do that, right? According to the cops, according to the Asheville Police Department. Fourth Circuit said absolutely no way. The reasonable suspicion standard, which is a Fourth Amendment constitutional standard, it has to do with suspicion of criminal conduct, not just the cops want to talk to you because investigation. As the court wrote,
See, he's misrepresenting that. The police didn't want to talk to him because of investigation, right? They wanted to talk to him because of the totality of all the circumstances. There was a stolen car. The man approached. He said he knew about the stolen car. He had the keys. He tried to flee. That all together is what we call the totality of circumstances, not one in particular fact, but a multitude of facts when combined can create something greater than the individual facts by themselves.
in the opinion, reasonable suspicion to initiate a Terry stop, which is what this is, requires a particularized and objective basis for suspecting that the particular person stopped of criminal activity, not a witness, criminal activity. The court also made clear that government attempts to spin largely mundane acts into a web of deception don't cut it. Ultimately, the court held that
Okay, and then his little saying there that the government wanting to spin seemingly mundane, things into, amount to Raz isn't going to cut it, he says. Well, obviously, look at the Terry case. The guy was literally looking in the jewelry store, and that amounted to Raz. So, or at least reasonable suspicion, so that was pretty mundane.
the police officers lacked an objective basis to suspect that Milla specifically engaged in any crime and therefore lacked the requisite particularized basis for the stop. If the officers had no objective basis to suspect that Mr. Searles had engaged in any crime, then they had no right to detain him. They had no reasonable suspicion. The court went on to say that we have explained that nearby exigent circumstances, such as a recent stabbing, or we could use a false report of a car missing from a dealership, do not justify a warrantless seizure of a person unless the seizure is narrowly targeted based on specific information of a known crime in a controlled geographic area. The court pointed out that the U.S. Supreme Court in Illinois versus Wardlow
All right. Now, didn't that case meet all of those things? It was a particularly known crime within a small geographic area. They knew the vehicle had been stolen. And the man was right next to the vehicle. He keeps acting like they just randomly picked this person out and tried to detain them for questioning, which is not what happened at all. If you go back and look at the civil rights lawyer video, you'll see that for some reason he's completely misrepresenting the entire thing. It's almost so badly that it seems intentional. So, I mean, I'm a big fan of the civil rights lawyer. I've never seen him botch something so bad. And that's why I had to bring this up, because I'm like, maybe he doesn't realize what Terry is, And I'm not a big, oh, it's all about Terry or anything, even though it may or may not be, you know. But I'm just saying that if the civil rights lawyer would properly present the facts of this case and the facts of Terry and the facts of how the law work, like using the totality of circumstances, then this easily amounts to reasonable suspicion under the current rules of a Terry stop. And when I say Terry stop, I use that loosely. I mean detention, and I'm not referring to a pat down in that sense.
Held that stating an individual's mere presence within the vicinity of criminal activity is not enough to support a reasonable, particularized suspicion that the person is committing a crime. But what about the fact that Mr. Searles refused to answer any questions? He refused to comply with police. He initially engaged with them and then he chose to walk away. He was therefore evasive, and that was suspicious. The officers should have been able to detain him and question.
Okay, so now you're probably going to bring up a case that says, well, being evasive isn't enough for a Terry stop, right? Right. So he just listed, literally, he keeps listing all of these in particular facts, these articulable facts, which each one of them by itself isn't enough for reasonable suspicion. But when, like he's showing you, but even though he's not intending to, when you have 3, 4, 5 of these articulable facts, now that becomes the totality of the circumstances. So fleeing isn't enough on its own, but fleeing in the presence of a known crime could. Now you have 2 articulable facts. For example, so maybe being in the presence of a crime isn't enough for Raz. Fleeing isn't enough for Raz, but now you put them both together. Something as small as fleeing a crime scene could be amount to Raz, right? So I don't know why he's glossing over that so easily.
Him further, right? Let's look at the holding from this Fourth Circuit case, which is controlling binding case law in Asheville, North Carolina.
We pretty much take it all: fridges and dishwashers and dressers, drawers, couches, mattresses.
But Milla's actions were not evasive. At most, they were a decision to ignore the police and go about his business. And refusal to engage with police is not by itself a valid basis for reasonable suspicion.
See, and it's almost like he's doing it intentionally, because he even says it right there, is not by itself, right? So someone could walk by down in the street and ignore them. That's not by itself reasonable suspicion. But when you add that to the totality of the circumstances, which he is refusing to discuss.
While headlong, unprovoked flight is inherently suspicious, refusal to cooperate or acknowledge the police is not. An individual has a right to ignore police and go about his business when an officer approaches without reasonable suspicion or probable cause. Refusal to cooperate without more does not furnish the minimal level of objective justification needed.
All right, refusal to cooperate without more. And see, it's the whole without more part. The without more part was they had a stolen vehicle there, and anyways, I'll let it play. But you see what I'm saying? For some reason, he's downplaying, a Raz, what amounts to Raz.
Needed for a detention or seizure. The fact is that Mr. Searles had every right as a free American citizen to walk away from those cops, to refuse to answer any questions that they asked. They could not force him to be a witness. They could not force him to answer their questions.
Okay. So now that's a red herring right there. He just threw out a red herring. I don't know why he's doing this. He said they could not force him to answer their questions. That's different than being detained. They still could have detained him and done an investigation if he had properly invoked his Fifth Amendment after they detained him. Okay, then they can keep him detained for a reasonable amount of time while they do a further investigation. Nobody said that he was being forced to answer questions. So you see how he just threw that red herring out there like that?
They had no information indicating that Mr. Searles had committed any crime at all, period. They merely wanted him to answer their questions, which he had already done, by the way. Perhaps if they had been more respectful to him, he may have helped them. But they immediately wanted to detain him, to inconvenience him, to harass him. So while the Asheville police can claim that they had reasonable suspicion because they wanted to talk to him because he had keys in his hand and he said that he knew the woman who had the car, they had no information indicating that Mr. Searles had committed any crime. Just because he may have information that they want, that cannot be reasonable suspicion, according to the binding case law in the Fourth Circuit. So let's review. While the reasonable suspicion standard is not a difficult one for law enforcement to meet, they have to at least allege that the individual they are seizing is involved in some criminal activity.
Yeah, well, they had a stolen car sitting in front of them, or at least a car that was reported stolen sitting in front of them. So that's, and the man, you know what I'm saying? That was the crime that was going on. That's what they were investigating. That's what the man knew about. So for some reason, it's like I don't know if he just ran out of content to try to, because he's totally downplaying this whole thing, misrepresenting it. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's so many good videos he could have brought up and done right, but he took this one and tried to make a big deal about it when it wasn't a big deal. The man, they had Raz, they properly stopped him, and if he's giving this information out, so many people are going to follow this information and get in trouble for it, because he's saying that you can do all of these things and then you can stand up to the police and say, I have, that doesn't amount to reasonable suspicion. Well, yeah, it does. This guy is never going to win a civil rights lawsuit. If I was the lawyer for not this guy, but the guy that's suing, right? If I was the lawyer for the state and they brought a case against me with this, I would never settle. Not in a heartbeat. You know what I'm saying? This is a slam dunk for the prosecution.
And here is their claimed basis for reasonable suspicion. Number one, familiarity with the vehicle and its owner or driver. Is that illegal? Is that a crime? No. Even if the car was stolen or being used without authorization, would it be a crime to arrest somebody who was familiar with that person? No. Secondly, the fact that he had keys in his hand also was not indicative of a crime. In fact, he told them that those were his keys, and they were in fact his keys. The officers had no indication other than their own incorrect hunch that those may have been related to that car whatsoever. And lastly, the fact that he walked away and refused to cooperate. According
All right. Well, I just want to point out that one of the reasons that I'm so bothered by it is because he had such a good opportunity here to teach two good lessons that are so important, and instead he took this opportunity to like screw people over, because he could have said, hey, for one, look at the problem with Terry today, right? And I'm not here to preach Terry. This video just happens to be it, right? So he could have said, look at the problem with Terry, the stops today. They don't need much to detain you. And that's just how it is. And he's trying to say, no, they need all this, and that, and the other thing. Well, they got it like from this stop, And he could have said, this is why you don't engage with police at all. This is why you don't ever talk to police, because the man approached the police to try to explain what was going on, and that's how he got engaged with it in the first place. So we could have taken those two things and said, hey, look at the problem here today. It's this Terry stop with this low bar for reasonable suspicion and detention. And you shouldn't engage with police, because even if you're trying to help, this is what can happen. Right? He could have taken the time to make those two great points and use this video to do it. And instead, he went on to tell people that they have the right to do all of these things together, and think that might not amount to enough for police to detain somebody. And it clearly does. And so that's why I'm critiquing this video,
to binding federal case law, he has every right to do that. That explicitly cannot form the basis for reasonable suspicion. While sometimes it's possible to take completely legal behaviors, such as having keys or being familiar with something away or running away, and to form some reasonable suspicion that the individual committed a crime. Here, they can't do that. In fact, the court has warned that government attempts to spin largely mundane acts into a web of deception are unconstitutional. And here, they didn't even put that much effort into it. But let me know in a comment what you think. Do you believe that these cops acted reasonably, just in your opinion? And if you like going through these sorts of cases and also learning the law at the same time, then please subscribe both here and at the blog at thecivilrightslawyer.com. You can also follow me on Twitter at John Bryan ESQ, also the Civil Rights Lawyer there. Remember, our rights don't end where your fear begins. Freedom is scary. Deal with it.
All right. So everyone knows who he is. So go over there and hit him up. Obviously, he's good dude. He aired my false arrest. Y'all seen my false arrest over there? Or what? Everyone's seen my false arrest already. You guys want to see it? Oops. As long as we're here, let's go ahead and check out Brian's best video. We all know which one that is. Let's see. There it is. You guys know about this one.
What you doing, guys? Come down off the top of the van. Come down so I can talk to you. I can't hear you. Come down so I can hear you.
Are you suspecting a crime has been committed?
Yes. Come down here so I can talk to you.
Let me know what crime that is.
Come down here. You too, ma'am. Do you have your ID on you, sir?
What crime do you suspect has been committed?
Do you have your ID? I will gladly talk to you. Do you have your ID on you?
If you let me know what crime has been committed, I'll be happy to show you my ID.
Okay, that's not how this works. Ma'am, come out of the van. Don't go inside the van.
What crime do you suspect has been
Okay, tell you what. Have a seat. Have a seat. We're not going to do this. Have a seat.
You can arrest me if you like.
I don't want to arrest you,
Well, if
okay?
there's been a crime,
We don't need to make it
why are you
difficult.
harassing us?
Have a seat so I can watch you safely.
Unless there's been a crime that you're suspecting.
Have a seat.
Can I take your supervisor?
I am the supervisor. Have a seat.
Listen, you have no reason to be ordering me around if there's no crime that's been committed.
Have a seat so I can talk to everybody safely.
Unless you can tell me what crime you're suspecting, I don't have to listen to what damn thing you're telling me.
All right. Keep your hands out of your pocket. Have a seat. Have a seat.
What are you arresting me for?
You're not under arrest, but if you don't want to,
arrest?
if you don't want to listen,
Not under arrest. If I can't go freely, it's called being under arrest.
have a seat. Coco, 1 to 10. Stand at the van. When a police officer asks you for identification,
I don't know if you're a real cop. Let me see your ID. You could be.
seriously.
No, seriously. I haven't seen any of your information. I haven't committed any crime. This isn't freaking Nazi Germany. I don't need to show you no damn papers unless you're suspecting a crime.
I make a good point there. So police don't need to show you any ID, and it's pretty crazy. Apparently, from the studying I've done in the statutes and stuff, police aren't really obligated to show you any ID. Literally, like the car is enough, the costume is enough. They don't even have to show you a badge. They don't have to show you a driver's license or any sort of photo ID or any sort of authentic document whatsoever, which to me is, not
47 step that.
not good.
Don't move.
Bro, I'm under arrest.
Don't move. Ladies, do you have your ID? How old are you? Okay, how old are you? Okay, hang on.
So spoiler alert, apparently, did you hear those girls? They said they were 30 and 32. And somebody called in and said they thought I was with underage girls. And, because I guess these girls were kind of short. They were in their 30s, Immediately, everything has been dispelled. I think it was an anonymous caller. And for all transparency, they also said they thought we were doing some sort of substances or something, which, we weren't. And you'll find out in the end. I mean, they did a search and everything, but it was just some anonymous, Karen called in because they were butthurt and, Yo, what's the matter? You, if you get a chance, you know, come on up, you know, have a meeting of the minds.
We need a small business loan. Fast.
Off my video, 1.3 million views, something like 15K or something like that if you Google it, you know, pretty wild.
Yes, this is ridiculous. All you have to do is provide ID. That's all you have to do.
Your ID. I just get a damn ID from you. I don't know who the hell you are. I don't know if you're a real cop. Let me see your delegation of authority order. So that you have authority to be arresting me.
Have a seat on my car.
Can you take an order from me for no reason, even though I haven't committed a crime? That's called Nazi.
You know, I might have seen a mushroom or two in the field earlier that day.
I have no idea why she was.
I need, he won't ID himself either, so work on hand ID himself. Okay. Anytime a police officer stops to check out with somebody, for whatever reason we get called here, we gladly explain it to people, but first things first, which is our safety and yours, we need to identify who we're talking to. So is there any reason why he wouldn't tell me who he is? In your 30, you said? Where's your ID at us? For last time, can I have your name, please, now? Because if you don't give us your name, you're
Story
going
of
to
my
go to
life, bro.
This is your last chance. If you don't identify yourself, you're going to the county jail, sir. Listen to me. If you don't identify yourself, you will go to the county jail for resisting. Do you understand that? Yes.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to show my ID. And I want you to realize that this is criminal what she's doing to me. The only reason I'm complying is under duress. Under threat.
Okay, nobody is threatening you other than telling you Florida statute. You have to identify yourself to the police officer.
That's why I asked you how long you've been here from where? From Colorado. A little bit different in Colorado.
So speaking of this, you know, I will tell you, there's this case. Oh, what is it? It's in my book. You know, I actually wrote the book, The Origins of Religion. Oops, there you go. In it, I discuss a few different things about mushrooms, and I get into some case law in Florida. You can legally possess, you know, right? This isn't legal advice, but from what I've read for my entertainment purposes, you can legally possess mushrooms. I forget what case it is, but you can just look it up. It's really easy. In Florida, if they're freshly picked mushrooms, you can legally possess them in Florida. So there you go. There's that.
For Florida statute.
What's the Florida statute saying?
Put him in the back of your car for right now. Does he have a warrant or something? Is that why he doesn't want to tell anybody? Does he have a bad driver's license, on probation, anything that he doesn't want to identify himself to us?
Delta Sierra 31.
Go ahead, man.
Reference to the 28 out of Nebraska, coming back, no record found so far.
Yeah, it was something like that because they couldn't prove that you had the intent to or shoot. All right. Well, I'll pull up the case file in a second. Right, I'll pull up this case up.
This is my boss. This is Sergeant Moon. Okay. I explained to him that he doesn't seem to understand that he can't be here in a bathing suit, and I explained to him that you have every right to lawful.
Oh my gosh, don't you love it how that guy all of a sudden just pulls that out of nowhere? He's like, wait, I don't know why we're here. I'm trying to tell him he can't be here in a bathing suit. Are you hearing this? There's that's not even, that's like unicorns all of a sudden. Like, there's no reason I couldn't be there in a bathing suit, like, whatsoever. He's just like trying to think of a reason. That's hilarious, dude. I never caught that.
Detain him and conduct an investigation in an attempt to, one, dispel your fears or figure out exactly what you're doing, and resisting in any way is arrestable offense. So this is my boss. Okay? You don't want to believe me? You're more than welcome to believe her.
I got a local number here if you need it.
Colorado works a little bit differently, obviously. Okay?
7874. I advise them that it is parked the roadway, and I will tell them if they don't want to come.
Here's the thing: when you go to a different state, you have to abide by those state laws. You don't have an option. You have to abide by state laws.
I'm not going to argue. I'm not trying to argue with you, but I'm pretty sure this is not a state issue. This is a federal issue. I'm not obliged to give out ID unless I'm suspect of a crime.
Well,
Oh my gosh, can you is just take a can you take a second to just appreciate let's see here. I can get this all figured out here. 1 sec. I got my camera all stopped working. I don't know what happened. Something got disconnected, but can you take a second to appreciate just how newbie I was? Oh my gosh. I'm not sure if that was federal or I'm pretty sure it's a state, a federal issue, you know? And they don't even know either. We're all just a bunch of noobs. This was like 7 years ago, you'll know. But just think of how bad that was. That was hilarious. I'm not sure what happened. Everything got disconnected. Let me see here. Try that again.
what's going on, guys? Who are you?
Are you suspecting a crime has been committed?
Yes, come down here so I can talk to you.
Let me know what crime that is.
Come down here. You too, ma'am. Do you have your ID on you, sir?
What crime do you suspect has been committed?
Do you have your ID? I will gladly talk to you. Do you have your ID on you?
If you let me know what crime has been committed, I'll be happy to show you my ID.
Okay, that's not how this works. Ma'am, come out of the van. Don't go inside the van.
What crime do you suspect has been committed?
Okay.
So for transparency purposes and educational purposes, she was right there. Can you guys believe this? This is another sort of what I think of as a loophole or like a problem that needs to be fixed. It's a flaw within this legal system. She says that's not how this works. And had she actually had RAS, she would have been right. No, she didn't have RAS. But she didn't need to tell me what it was if she had it. So she could have had reasonable suspicion I was involved in the crime. Maybe somebody had called with, a credible, maybe 2 witnesses said, describe me to a T and all this stuff, right? She could have had reasonable suspicion that I didn't know about of some particular crime. And she wouldn't have had to tell me it. She wouldn't have had to tell me anything. And so that's important to know. Now, Wasamata, you just believes RAS doesn't exist at all. But if you, I'm talking about, I'm stepping, this isn't like my philosophy. I try not to, I'm down to get into philosophy, but when I talk about law, I'm talking about like the actual judicial system, and how it actually operates, just how it operates, like case law and stuff. Like I know there's not, like, case law doesn't mean that it's right. Like case law is overturned a lot. Case law can be wrong. We can get into, I'm not saying I agree with case law. I'm just talking about how the world actually works, right? So in the real world, no, I mean, not, I'm just saying in the real world, she doesn't need to tell me what the RAS is. They can detain you without telling you what RAS is. And now, though, some states are passing laws like when the police stop you, they have to tell you what they're stopping you for. So that's sort of becoming a new thing, but that's like in a traffic stop, and this is like, different than a traffic stop anyway.
Tell you what, have a seat. Have a seat. We're not going to do this. Have a seat.
You can arrest me if you'd like.
I don't want to arrest you,
Well,
okay?
if there's been a crime,
We don't need to make it
why are
difficult.
you harassing us?
Have a seat so I can watch you safely.
Unless there's been a crime that you're suspecting.
Have a seat.
I think you're supervising.
I am the supervisor. Have a seat.
Listen, You have no reason to be ordering me around if there's no crime that's been committed.
Have a seat so I can talk to everybody safely.
Unless you can tell me what crime you're suspecting, I don't have to listen to a damn thing you're telling me.
All right. Keep your hands out of your pocket. Have a seat. Have a seat.
What are you arresting me for?
You're not under arrest, but if you don't want to listen,
If I can't go freely, it's called being under arrest.
have a seat. Coco, 1 to 10. Stand at the van. When a police officer asks you for identification,
I don't know if you're a real cop. Let me see your ID. You could be.
seriously.
No, seriously. I haven't seen any of your information. I haven't committed any crime. This isn't freaking Nazi Germany. I don't need to show you no damn papers unless you're suspecting a crime.
47 step up. Don't move.
Girl, I'm under arrest.
Don't move. Ladies, do you have your ID? How old are you? Okay, how old are you? Okay.
All right, awesome. Out of you. Hopefully this is coming. Let me know, guys, if something's not coming in clear or anything. So hopefully the connection is going all right. Can you guys hear me okay? I just want to make sure everything is right. Okay. So awesome. Out of you, I wanted to address this. He said, so, I'm doing it the wrong way, right? Type thing. Not like I'm doing it the wrong way. I get what you're saying. There's like the constitutional way, and okay. So where let me read your comment so I can be more clear with everyone. He says, I know you're talking about the wrong ass way to that we do things now. I know, but you actually can stand on your real rights, and they respect that more and are intimidated more by that. Think about it. Okay, so, and then you went on to say some more. If case law was truly the law and not genuine law, then Chile would have lost his appeal to, okay, exactly where I'm going with this, to officer safety concerns, but Terry versus Ohio is not the law. 1A is the law. Okay, now I'm going to give that, that was what, quote, unquote. So, okay, no. So I just want to make clear that I don't believe that Chile's case pointed out that Terry versus Ohio is not the law. I would say that was a misrepresentation of what his case was saying. Okay. Sorry, my camera's all giving me issues right now. I'm trying to get it to work for everybody so I can talk to you more directly. Okay. Sorry, guys. I know I'm not super entertaining, but this was a good point that I wanted to bring up here. So when I got stopped one time, the police wanted to search my vehicle. So I got into a small fender bender one time because I had like this girl that I had been seeing or like talking to for a long time, and I went and picked her up, and I was all like nervous, and like it was late at night, and like I was in a new city I hadn't been in, and there was this weird street that was like this one-way type deal going. I could explain the details of that street, but I ended up bumping into like this big truck, and the police came, and there wasn't really any reasonable suspicion of a crime or anything like that. Like during like a little fender bender like that, they were just going to ticket me and leave. But then they wanted to wait for the dog to come, and I, was thinking like, what's the matter? I was thinking, well, according to the Constitution, and according to what's logical, and according to Rodriguez, right? But Rodriguez wasn't out at the time. Okay, so this was before Rodriguez. I was like, well, considering, you don't have any reasonable suspicion of a crime. That's why you're waiting for the dog to come. Can't I just leave right now? Because that was the real constitutional thing, which we later, of course, found out through Rodriguez. But before Rodriguez, I brought that up to the police, and they said no. And they handcuffed me. And they said, now that you've, kind of made that attempt or that known that you want to flee, we're going to handcuff you, and put you in the back of the car and all that stuff. So I'm sitting in the back of the car while they're waiting for the dog. The dog comes, they tear apart my whole car, because they always fake hit with their dogs, and they trash my car to bits. And then they say, okay, have a good day. And they send me on my way. And so where I'm going with this is, what could I have done about it? I could have brought a civil rights lawsuit against them. Of course, they would have had qualified immunity because there was no case law on that at that time. So without them even charging me with the crime, it probably would have been impossible to make case law. And anyways, yeah, I could have tried to bring a lawsuit against them, and it would have cost, like you said, and say I did have something and they took me to jail, then you would have to appeal it up to the Supreme Court, like Rodriguez did, right? And how much, Heller says it took him $1 million every time he took a case to the Supreme Court. And so Heller said he took, and Chile's appeal was $30,000 to like the lowest probably appellate court, right? And like, so all I'm saying is you can stand on your rights, but you have to literally dedicate like this. It's not as easy, what I'm saying now, right? Like, he had to serve 90 days in jail and spend $30,000 to prove that he had that right. So unless you're prepared to at least spend $30,000 and 90 days in jail, it's pretty hard to stand on that right. And then if you're like someone like Heller who wants to really stand on their right, it might cost you up to $1 million to stand on that right. So what I'm saying is, it sounds good that we have these rights, but when it comes down to reality, how is that actually applying in the world, So I would hope that it's so nice when, that's why I wanted people to come on and kind of lay out their views, and we can steel man their arguments, which is we'll build them up as strong as we can, and we'll see if they're weak or if they're strong. So I challenge anyone to go to the link that I dropped, come on the panel, and build up your philosophy and see if it withstands scrutiny.
Okay, hang on.
File free in the app by 218 when you switch to Turbo.
Yes, this is ridiculous. All you have to do is provide ID. That's all you have to do.
I just get an ID for you. I don't know who the hell you are. I don't know
Don't
if
you
you're
love?
right.
Don't you love that?
Who's your-
Don't you love that? All you have to do is lick the boot. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. Just lick the boot.
authority order, so that you have authority to be arresting me.
Have a seat on my car.
Can you take an order from me for no reason, even though I haven't committed a crime? That's called Nazi.
And it's gotta say, I don't even think, I don't even think that, we were told the truth about that whole Germany situation, so.
I have no idea why she was all she was doing is sitting there.
He won't ID himself either, so work on hand ID himself. Okay. Anytime a police officer stops to check out with somebody, for whatever reason we get called here, we gladly explain it to people, but first things first, which is our safety and yours, we need to identify who we're talking to. So is there any reason why he wouldn't tell me who he is? In your 30, you said? Where's your ID at us? Sir,
Yo,
Can I have your name,
man,
please?
welcome up. What's the matter? You glad to see you, man. Mic check
Howdy.
1, 2. Let's see. Hey, dude, good to hear you.
Yeah, good to see you again. So one of the things about what you were just saying about the other situation that you were in where they called the dog in and everything, you weren't filming that, correct? Because it was quite a while ago.
That's right.
So nowadays the game has changed. Now you can film, now that you can film more readily, assuming that you were filming, you can actually, this is how you can stand on your rights. So basically, and I'll show you, I'll actually direct you to some videos that of what I'm talking about. But they're not even supposed to be. You have the right to be secure in your person. It doesn't matter what any lower state laws, traffic laws, none of it. There's a guy, he gets pulled over, and the first thing he says to them is, "Oh, you got a warrant for me? Okay. Who's the victim?" And they're like, "No, sir, we're stopping on a traffic stop." He's like, "You're interrupting my fucking business without a warrant?" And then he will place them under citizen's arrest. Now, granted, they're cops they're supervisors that come and whatnot. They won't take the people into custody, but it's all on record when you have it on video. And you go in before a magistrate and you swear out a criminal complaint because it's disorderly conduct to interrupt your business like that, and forcibly interrupt your business like that, and it's aggravated because they're armed.
Oh, okay, but I'm referring to a case like Rodriguez, for example. Before Rodriguez was established, do you know how many people have been in jail because they had to wait for a drug dog to search their vehicle when
Well,
we all know.
without video footage, yeah, you had little to no chance.
Well, what I mean is prior to Rodriguez, even with video footage, the courts had still ruled. They were ruling that was just constitutional, right? That's why Rodriguez had to take it all the way up to the higher courts, or I think that
Well,
was.
you're right. It's not easy. And in many cases, you're going to have a big battle because basically you're going to come across these judges who refuse to honor Article 6 of the Constitution, which again, the Supremacy Clause says not only that the Constitution, the Bill of the Rights, and the Declaration of Independence by virtue of reference are the three documents that make the supreme law of the land, but it also says that judges at all levels need to defer to that when they come across laws where that conflict with any of those documents.
Wait, now.
And so when these judges refuse to do that, you have to then hold them accountable. It's a big, nasty process, but you can do it, and you document each rights violation along the way, each dereliction of duty, each collusion, conspiracy. What's that?
Sorry, I got to back you up and just ask you real quick. Where did you read that those three documents are some sort of?
That's the Supremacy Clause says that the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and by reference to the Declaration of Independence are the supreme law of the land.
Well, hold on a second. No. I'm going to get you on this one. I don't mean to attack you like that, but I want you to show me, or I'll help you. I'm not trying to attack you, but this one I'm going to have to fact check you on this, right?
Okay.
So, where does the Supremacy Clause say anything about the Declaration of Independence?
It doesn't mention the Declaration. I said by reference.
Oh, okay.
That I wasn't clear enough about that. I was saying just by non-stated reference in the Constitution, the Declaration, in the past, it's been seen as those three documents is what the supreme law of the land is. So so basically part of the law would refer to your right to the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness, and part of the law would also include everybody being created equal. So those were applied in the law in the past before we got into all this, Marbury versus Madison case law meth bullshit.
I want to question you on 2 points that you made there about first of all, was the law really applied equally to all people, or was it not? I don't mean, maybe you know more about the history than I do, but
no, at different times when we've had different presidents and different political climates going on. What's that?
I'm directly referring to slavery during the times of the foundation of our country.
Okay, well, but they didn't. They used some slippery thing where they didn't consider them a whole person. So, I mean, yes. So what I'm saying is still exactly the same. Granted, at different times when we've had different things going on in this country, there have been people getting screwed and not getting equal rights. Of course.
So if judges say, if you don't make $1 million a year or more, then you're not a whole person, then I guess, is that okay with you? Is that how it works?
No, because judges are not allowed to create policy or law.
So who said they weren't a whole person at that time? The legislators? Okay, so say the legislators.
I can't remember for sure, but it doesn't matter.
No, you're right.
I'm admitting that at all different times, basically throughout this country, or most of them, that there's been unconstitutional things going on where people are not getting their human rights recognized. But I'm saying, as a general rule, at least for what they considered at the time back then to be citizens, whether even if it was at a particular time, it was just white landowners.
Okay. Fair enough. We'll just go with citizens. That makes sense. Like you can have like what Elon would call illegal immigrants who don't have who say may not. I mean, I would say they might not have the right to vote or whatever. I don't know. He'll say they can vote and all this stuff. I don't know about all. I don't know how it all works. I assume you have to. In my world, I assume everyone has to have an ID to vote, and if you don't have a, if you're not a citizen, you can't get it. In my world, right? You're a citizen, you have
Exactly.
to
And
vote.
because today there isn't any of that, picking by race or whatever to deny people's rights, then we can count on that kind of being a stable platform. And so what I'm referring to in the past, like you just acknowledged, is that I'm talking about whoever were the citizens at that time. They were
Okay.
getting equal,
So then I'll go with you on that. My next point real quick, question was this idea of unalienable rights that's written into the Constitution, and one of them in particular being the right to life, while they also, and from my understanding, were instituting the death penalty or capital punishment. How
No,
can
there's
you?
no right to life in the Bill of Rights.
No, the Declaration of Independence, I said.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So because the only unalienable rights we have are listed in the Declaration of Independence, right? The Constitution doesn't list unalienable rights that per se or directly. I mean,
Yeah, the
explicitly.
Bill of Rights does.
The Bill of Rights doesn't explicitly say unalienable rights, whereas the Declaration of Independence explicitly states unalienable rights, and it only lists the three, right? The right to life, liberty, and then the third one, which we can debate with whether that's property or happiness or whatever. But we know that the life and liberty are unalienable rights, right, within the Declaration of Independence. The
Okay.
only undisputed unalienable rights that we have explicitly stated are life and liberty, and yet they had capital punishment. So how is that congruent?
Well, I fully acknowledge that we've been doing all kinds of shit wrong. But I mean, right to life doesn't necessarily mean you have the right, because somebody has the right to kill you if you're criminally assaulting them. So it's not necessarily, doesn't really translate to say that the death penalty would necessarily be a violation of your right to life. If you've been convicted of a crime, just like if someone's defending themselves, well, we have these punishment methods, and I don't believe that the state should ever be involved in state sanctioned murder. I think it doesn't work.
I
It's a bad.
agree.
But I'm just saying these are the type of things that people have come up with to justify these things, and I acknowledge fully that we've done all kinds of things wrong at different times, different things at different times.
Yeah. So Kinetic, I don't know if he's able to get on, but so this is kind of a point that he says we don't have the rights to life, we have the rights to defend ourselves. And okay, so first, I just wanted to acknowledge that you and I feel like we've hashed out those details, and I think we're in agreement so far on everything up to this point, right? And I appreciate that. And then I think it goes into this point though, where he's making that I've recently come to, which Brian kind of brought to my attention from Here's the Deal, which is that perhaps there is no such thing as a right, because
I find that a foolish. I know what you're talking about, where he says you don't have these rights, but you have the right to not be.
Nobody has the right.
Right, exactly. Nobody has rights, so they don't have the right to impose on you, or cause you harm or whatever. That's completely that's an irrelevant. Why would those people not have the right to do that if you don't have those rights? That makes no sense. I've listened to him say that, and I've completely in his comment sections I completely tore that up. That's nonsense. Usually Brian is very wise, and I very seldomly heard him say something stupid, but that's one of them.
Yeah. I mean, I thought, I haven't fully hashed that out, but yeah. So, so when I look at, so what the courts do, is they look at the founding fathers. I mean, what the law was, what the founding fathers were doing, like right after they wrote the Constitution, right after they established the Constitution, to kind of get a feel for what they actually meant by what they wrote,
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, yeah. So not everything is all congruent, like as far as like having capital punishment with the unalienable, because you can't say it's unalienable if it's alienable. So I call them alienable rights. That's where I was going to go with this. Is, and like you said, yeah. So not everything is all congruent, like as far as like having capital punishment with the unalienable, because you can't say it's unalienable if it's alienable. So I call them alienable rights. That's where I was going to go with this. Is, and like you said, yeah. So not everything is all congruent, like as far as like having capital punishment with the unalienable, because you can't say it's unalienable if it's alienable. So I call them alienable rights. That's where I was going to go with this. Is is if they can take it away. Well, you're saying they can't take it away; they can infringe upon it. I think is where you're going to go, and that's what I used to say. Right.
That's right. They can't ever take it away. They can only violate, infringe on them.
Okay, so then I get into this, like, then I get, okay, let's get into the nuances of the second. I'm using, I mean, like, again, I'm sure neither one of us, this is for entertainment, and obviously neither one of us advocate for any violence.
Oh no, we're not lawyers here, but and also you don't have to worry so much about hurting our feelings. Like KKR and I, we're tougher.
Well, no, I was gonna say we don't advocate for violence because, dude, you wouldn't believe this guy that I talked to yesterday. He came on and Brandon warned me about him when he got on, but I was trying to give him his spot, and I think he ended up being a troll because he ended up starting to talk about how, stuff that could, when it comes to like the Second Amendment and like revolution and all this stuff that wasn't, that would like get me like,
yeah.
Like, so, anyways, but where I was going with it was I was like, see, because how can you have an unrestricted because I've always been for the Second Amendment and stuff like that, but then the more I study the nuances of law and society and really, over time, I don't think the military should have. Well, see, I'm not even going to get into my opinion because I don't even have an opinion anymore, right? Because there's so many nuances. Because it's like how you can't have you can't entrust somebody with say that nuclear bombs do exist. I don't even know if they do. Let's just say in a hypothetical world where a nuclear bomb or an atomic bomb exists, is that supposed to be on the free market for anybody? And I'm not saying it should or shouldn't be. I'm saying what do you think?
I don't know the answer to that. But really quick, isn't it funny to watch those old footages of the nuclear weapons going off? It's like, how did the camera survive? It's right there with this building that's being turned into atoms.
Okay, so yeah, so we're in agreement on the fact that doesn't exist, but that's why I meant like okay, so you're saying, and I guess what you're saying is there's not a weapon that's dangerous enough.
No, I don't know if there is it for sure or not, but I'm just saying, isn't that funny? Because you had mentioned that it might not exist, and I was like, hey, isn't that funny?
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, have you done some research into it? I mean, I definitely have, and I'm definitely not a believer necessarily at all in anything that I hear from
anyone. I mean, fuck, God knows. I don't know if France even fucking exists.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, anything I hear from the guy upstairs, I'm not you know what I mean, from Big Brother. That's my first.
And certainly not when it comes to anything in the past. They could have recorded anything. We have no way of knowing.
Yeah, no, Salt. Hey, Salt, good to see you. She's bringing up that guy from yesterday's chat. That was such a cool chat. If that guy would have, sorry, I just wanted to mention that. If that guy it was such a cool chat, dude, because I was hitting him out of the park all the time. He was like, he kept bringing up all this stuff. I think that he was trying to troll, but he seemed really good at it. So I was taking him seriously, and he was like trying to bring up all this stuff, like how he says the N-word and all this stuff, And I was like, go for it, man. It's if they can say it, we can say it. And he's like, well, I think that. The Bible says we should have slaves and all this stuff, trying to I guess, rile something up. And I was like, I don't know, like thinking about it. And then he's like, well, no, slavery is really bad and all this stuff. And we should kill her, Nat Turner.
Right.
And he's just like going off on trying to like, and then finally he gets explicit. And then I wasn't falling for, I was actually taking him seriously and like having a good debate with him about all of it. And then finally he's like, he says some stuff that I wouldn't repeat, just to try to troll. But anyways, yeah. So Salt knows about that guy, Brandon. I never heard of him, but apparently a lot of people know who he is. But
what would you remember the username?
It was like, oh my gosh, somebody will have to put it in the chat. It was like, and yeah, I'm sure you'll probably recognize it too, apparently, if you see it. But
what about is John James still in the chat? If John James is still in the chat, can you come back? I was wondering which one of us it is that you think has a lack of knowledge of what rights are.
Oh, he was definitely talking about me. Don't take that in any other way.
I'm not mad at him either way.
No. I'm just saying. No. He was definitely talking about me because, see, the more I learn about how the court systems work, and I used to think like, not like I used to think like all of you, so to speak, right? But I used to be the first person to say you have, your rights can't be, they can only be infringed. Right. And that's fine and all, and that's a great philosophy, and I can still philosophize about all of those things. But I have this other side of me. There's like, now I have this philosophy side of me, and then I have this reality side of me.
Yeah, well, I understand the reality side fully, and I understand that if you're going to try to do anything like what I'm talking about, that you're going to be most likely in for a horrifically long. But I do think that you can win because, and I'm going to have to get back to you on brush up on a couple things, but basically there are these safeguards built into the Constitution for. There's a book called Treason. And I'm gonna have to rebrush up on exactly what the way that you go about all this, but there are safeguards built into the Constitution, and they're mostly built in there for individuals to use. And so I actually believe at this point that the easiest way that we could make change would be to just have a lot of people. If you just imagine if we spread this idea and enough that there's a whole bunch of people out there who are going in every time the cops do something criminal to
Whether
them,
the
which is
Constitution
almost
be one
everything
thing
the
or
cops.
another, this much is certain. It's either.
I apologize. I'm just learning this. I was
That's
queuing
all
up.
right. I thought you were talking. That's Brian, isn't it? Yeah. So I think that if every time that the cops, or not every time, but if you had enough people out there who were standing on their rights, refusing to stand under this non-written into the law bullshit that's not part of the supreme law of the land, Terry versus Ohio and other case law, I think it would be pretty quick. It wouldn't be long before we could kind of wrench things back into place because, again, the law is the law. And when you're following this procedure that I'm talking about, where you're using these built-in safeguards, basically you are
Okay, hold on.
counting on the fact that you're going to eventually reach a judge or a jury who is going to say, hey, this is the law that he's.
All right, I'm gonna play the reason that came on because I queued it up. This was a short that I made recently that's not on my channel, but let me play it for you. And I want you to tell me it's related to exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
Powerless to stop.
Wait, let's see if I can get it to work right. This is like I said, I'm kind of new to this whole thing of getting everything to play right at the same right time. All right, here we go. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. See, that's how I meant to have it, like sitting here ready to queue. All right. I apologize. Let's see here. Thank you guys for your patience.
Which, by the way, whether the Constitution be one thing or another, this much is certain. It's either authorized such a tyrannical government as we have, or it's been powerless to stop it. In either case, it's unfit to exist. So don't pin me and put me in a pigeonhole box of being a constitutionalist. The constitutionalist cannot protect you when the FBI decides to break down your door at 2 o'clock in the morning because you might have drug paraphernalia. It's not going to protect you. It's not going to protect you from the thousands of federal laws that we have against the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment says shall not be infringed. Well, the government's not paying any heed to that. It's not going to protect your rights from getting trampled when they do every single day, even though we have a U.S. code that prescribes death to the person who, under the color of law, tramples those rights or conspires against those rights. Death penalty, fine, imprisonment, or death. Don't expect them to do right. But I do expect you to do right.
Yeah,
Okay, so my reaction is this is basically exactly what I'm saying as far as I fully acknowledge. I'm not dumb. I see everything that's going on, and he's right in all of that. And of course, at any time that you were doing anything to stand up for your rights or whatever, the ATF or the FBI can make up some bogus reason to make a bogus warrant and kick in your door and with plans to just end you, or the police can or whatever. There's nothing. Of course, that's always going to be the case. And I'm saying, I just think if we can just get the knowledge if we can just remind people, I brought up to Chili the other day. I was kind of going back and forth with him in the chat, and I had said something like, and I had mentioned that, hey, police are not allowed to determine probable cause. Not ever. Not even if they see two people shooting at each other, because they don't know who is the possible victim and who is the aggressor, the person trying to rob the store or the family or whatever, and the other ones is defending themselves. And that's why we see so many cases where the police show up to crimes that are occurring or have just occurred or whatever, and they end up brutalizing and arresting and charging the victims.
Well, you know about the guy who was trying to help the police, in Colorado. During a shootout.
The one when the cop shop the guy was shooting at the cop shop and he ended the shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah, Johnny Wheatcroft.
Yeah, I mean, and it just reminds me of that story because of what you're saying. It's like not only was it two people in a shootout, but this was actually a guy trying to help them. And
Right.
what were the repercussions? Probably
Yeah,
nothing.
that's the reason why the founders were so when actually all men created equal was mostly aimed at denying redcoats, sheriffs, kingsmen, somebody claiming sovereignty over others, anybody who wants to claim special rights to commit crimes with impunity. Nobody has nobody in this country, whether government worker or private citizen, has the right to commit crimes against others with impunity. That's what it, uh, all men are created equal means. It's under the law. See what I'm saying? So they didn't
Yeah.
want to ever have these enforcers. So the only actions that police take that are ever lawful are when they are instructed to do so by a warrant. They are not ever allowed to determine PC. The only people that can determine PC are magistrates at the very least with their legal education, and then it's got to be based on a victim's statement and backed by their sworn. Yeah. That's the only way that PC can be, according to the Constitution, that's the only way that PC can be determined.
Isn't it if they like witness, or
Nope.
a witness?
Not police. Not if you're talking about police.
So
They can't even patrolling is a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Running plates, violation of the Fourth Amendment. The government is not supposed to be scrutinizing us, period,
I agree.
without a warrant.
I agree. No, like I'm with you on that. I can. Here's where we can, have a middle ground at least. If not, we already have a middle ground, but here's where we can ground ourselves is that the scanning plates, right? They require you to have the plates displayed, and at the same time, they can run it not for a particular reason, but for no reason at all. And I've triple checked that. I'm like, you can't be telling me they can run it for no reason. They got to have, one articulable fact of reasonable suspicion, right? No, they can run a plate. They can just walk on the street and run every plate, right? They can drive by, obviously, as they do.
Well, that's what the oathbreaker courts have determined in recent times in cases, yes. And but again, even today, the Library of Congress outlines the power of the judiciary as to make determinations of the application of law in individual cases. It even says that today in the Library of Congress. And there's no blanket when they make a holding or a ruling on something. There's no blanket that's supposed to then go. We don't have common law in this country for a reason, because we have enumerated rights. When you allow
I agree.
Right. So when you allow common law bullshit to come in, that's the excuse that they've been using for all the tyranny. Pretty much all the police and injustice system tyranny, it all is justified by case law.
Well, hold on now. So case law is used, like you said, on an individual basis. But what I'm saying is, see how this is what we're bringing back what the civil rights lawyer did and misrepresented, right? He misrepresented how to use case law because he said, well, look at case law is supposed to apply as a blanket statement. This case says this, and because this particular fact applied, it applies to all cases like that. And I was on there trying to explain that's not how applying case law works, right?
Oh, I've argued with him too.
But I'm not saying that it's not doesn't have any use. Kind of like you're saying it doesn't have. You're not really. You're halfway saying it doesn't have any use, but you're also halfway saying that it does, which is what I'm trying to say.
Well, no, I'm not, because the only use that it can have is when it doesn't have anything to do with undermining our rights, or violating anything in the Constitution, Declaration of Independence, or Bill of Rights.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. I think there's a different kind of case law. I think that you're kind of discussing, which is what I've noticed. It's not a discussion between people of citizens, right? It's a discussion between the federal and the state government, like the case law on Mims or Terry or something like that. It's a case law between the federal government and the state governments that say, look, the federal government is not going to find it a violation of the federal contract between the states that if you were to impose a law like this on your own citizens. That's all that case law is saying.
So one more time, repeat that.
So it's just saying, look, the federal government is saying, yeah, the states can apply that law to their citizens, and we as the federal government are not going to find that violates the contract that we have with the states.
Are you talking about the 10th Amendment?
No, I'm just saying, like, so if the citizen brought it up to the federal government, Terry versus Ohio, and says, hey, look, the state is doing an unreasonable search and seizure on me. It violates my rights under the federal government that the federal government has granted me under the Bill of Rights, right? Because the federal Constitution and the
Okay.
states, yeah. So it's the federal Constitution where we get all of our Bill of Rights, and then the states have theirs, right? And obviously their subsidiaries and everything, of course. So, the citizen is bringing it up to the Fed, saying, "Hey, look, I think the state is violating the contract that they made with you that said that they weren't going to violate this right of me." Because the state is just making the contract. Who's the federal government, right? Who's right? Because the federal government is a contract between the states and between the people.
So you're saying that the federal government is coming back and saying, hey, we gave the states the right to do that?
They're coming back and saying that we don't have the authority to restrict the state's right to do that. The federal government didn't give the state that right. The state already had that right enumerated, like you said. Okay, yeah, within the 10th Amendment, they already had the right. The federal government
No, they
doesn't have
don't
the
have that
authority.
right. They don't have that right within the 10th Amendment. Not at all. It's very clear in the 10th Amendment that they do not have the rights to make any laws, policies, or engage in any behaviors that violate the rights laid out in the Bill of Rights or anything in the Constitution.
So
Go
if
ahead.
the court, well, if the court comes back and says we didn't find that violates any rights within the Constitution.
Well, these courts can violate their oaths at any time. That's going to happen.
Okay, now I'm with you on that. Okay, so, and we can agree that there's cases like Plessy versus Ferguson or whatever it is that established like outlawing, and I don't have opinion on any of this, but they were outlawing, like interracial marriage, and then they made another case to overrid that made it legal, right? So like they override old case precedent. Isn't historically they can obviously literally change their mind completely on a ruling.
Yeah.
That's not
The Supreme Court has reversed itself over 300 times.
Yeah, so you're making the great point that any one of these cases could be, totally wrongly ruled.
Yeah.
And I don't. Okay, so I don't disagree with any of that, right? Everyone, any logical person, we can all follow that line of logic. So, but okay, but so now what? It's not a perfect system. Okay, we all agree on that, but how do we make it more perfect?
Well, the way that we make it more perfect is to hold judges accountable. So, because they know when they make unconstitutional rulings, the Constitution was written in clear, plain language for a reason, so that even a common man without a legal education can understand it, let alone somebody who's a judge. So we all know there's no RAS in the Constitution. We know, we can understand what the true probable cause standard is and where probable cause can come from just by reading the Fourth Amendment. But, basically you have to be able to hold judges accountable if they don't follow the Constitution. I don't know exactly how that would work, but I believe that if they had done that, if the founders had set that up, we would be in a much better place today.
So, but then how do you hold, who's to decide?
Well, that's why I just said I don't know how you would.
Oh, you said, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, okay. So I
You'd
think
almost need a fourth. You'd almost need a fourth branch or something.
All right. So now we're getting into. Thank you. This is finally where we're finally getting right where the whole world has been trying to get to. Really, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, is an actual solution and like you said, thinking of these new ideas that I've never even heard of. That's a great idea. I mean, it might be a great idea. It might not be. I don't know. That could be a great idea. It sounds very like an interesting,
Right. I've never heard anyone say that, but I mean, I was just coming off the top of my head,
Yeah. So we're at okay. Yeah. So I'm in agreement with you on all that. So now we're at that point. So I've gone to the point where I'm like, okay, I've accepted the legal system the way it is. It is the way it is because we haven't figured out a way to make it better. And that's what I
Okay, but
believe.
that's where I think that's where the mistake is lying. Because when people just say, I accept the legal system for the way it is, and I'm just going to accept it when judges overreach their powers and say this, what if they rule tomorrow on some case where they completely destroy the First Amendment? Are we just going to say, oh, hey, well, some judge said it. Well, now we got to work to overturn
We
it.
do it,
That's
yes.
insanity.
We do it all the time. I mean, look at the Second Amendment. It's been demolished. The fact that you even had to have Heller, and then it's supposed to be some big ruling, and it was a big win over a pistol. I mean, I can't even begin to
Well,
laugh.
again, there's always going to be judges who violate their oath, especially when you've got a particular political thing going on at the time, whether that be an anti-gun movement or fear of blacks with guns or whatever it is.
So
So again, if we could hold these judges accountable somehow, when they're knowingly, and legislators too, they're not. It's incredibly hard to create a new law in this country, or it's supposed to be, because you're not supposed to. But making a new law that doesn't violate anyone's rights is pretty difficult. I mean, really, 95%, I don't know what the percentage is, but it seems to me
Well,
like 95% are unconstitutional.
okay, so I kind of agree with you on a lot of that too.
Sorry, I'm practically running towards the store here.
Yeah, oh no, that's cool.
Think all you got to do to carve out freedom in America is grab a camera and create a transparency scenario and make public officials accountable without you working on your own heart. That is what will be the utter ruin of the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment community. A general dissolution of principles and morals will more surely overthrow the liberties of America than all the force of the common enemy. While the people are virtuous, they cannot be subdued. But once they lose their virtue, they'll be giving their liberties over to the first external or internal invader. You have given yourself away to an internal invader when you have pacified your conscience and justified yourself in not fulfilling your word. Period.
That wasn't to you or anything, but
No.
That just happened to be the other flip I had.
And to what he was saying earlier, I actually don't necessarily agree that it's the Constitution that's failed to prevent all of this tyranny. I think it's that we failed the Constitution by, with our fear of black people allowing Terry versus Ohio and gun laws, or going back from there. I'm sure there was something behind all of the different forms of tyranny that were allowed to arise. So that's our failure. That's not the document failure. What could any document ever do?
Oh, yeah, oh man. Okay, so dude, that's why I kind of have, dude, right, that's why I have kind of given up on like some of the aspects of the fight, you know what I mean? Because you're making such a good point.
Yeah, I understand.
I know, dude, right? And that's why yeah.
But I
It's
think
sad.
we're lost then.
Yeah, dude. No, that's why I believe that, dude, and I believe that that's the whole. It's like a biblical thing, that like God, it's like in God's hands at this point. You know what I mean? That like,
If we can't wrench it back to fully in compliance again, as soon as we start to give them an inch, they're going to take miles and miles every time. We need to. It's like people need to have finally figured this out by now. That you've got to stick to it to the letter.
well, but the thing is, man, with changing times, it becomes this crazy thing, like the Second Amendment we mentioned, or or even with the First Amendment with the cameras, the Second Amendment with this growing ability of larger, arms, all of these things that aren't so easy to account for.
It doesn't matter. You can't let it matter. Just a box of 99 threads.
But yeah, so while he's checking out, I'm gonna get this going here.
Right back. Nope, lower.
Oops, one sec.
Okay. Okay.
County jail, sir.
All right, you're good.
If you don't identify yourself, you will go to the county jail for resisting. Do you understand that? Yes.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do? My ID. And I want you to realize that this is criminal what she's doing to me. The only reason I'm complying is under duress. It's under threat.
Okay. Nobody is threatening you other than telling you.
Thanks.
What's the court statute say?
Can you move back your car for right now?
This was like happened like this happened like 7 years ago now. Damn.
It's happened to me recently.
He doesn't want to tell anybody?
Oh yeah.
Does he have a bad driver's license, on probation?
Multiple times.
He doesn't want to identify himself.
You got. Well, dude, what do you mean? You got yourself a good suit if this happens.
Well, I
You should
didn't.
have sued, man.
I should say within the last like 3 years or so, and I didn't really know at the time.
This is my boss, Sergeant.
I knew that what they were doing was wrong, but I didn't.
I love that. Sorry. That just made me laugh.
No, go ahead. I'm listening to the video.
I was just reading what Salt wrote on the screen there, if you can see it.
Oh, I gotta look.
Oh yeah, that's why I was laughing.
Right. Totally.
That's funny, no. But once you know, it's all in fun, you know. It's all in God's hands or whatever, you know.
That's all you can do. What I can't control, let me let go of it.
Yeah. So this guy, dude, I gotta pull up the video, man, and I'll show you another video that I thought was really good. This guy did on Brick Jones.
Here's the thing: when you go to a different state, you have to abide by those state laws.
Because Brick and I have our little beef. My beef with him is that he blocked me, you know, for like some dumb reason, you know, like not. What's that?
I just said, did he? He did.
I felt like it wasn't a good enough reason to block me. You know, he like censored me. Oh yeah, him and BZ both. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, him and BZ both. So and I'm not down with that kind of like. That kind of like overly censored stuff, you know.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody knows, but I haven't returned to BZ Watchdog lives ever, and I won't.
Oh yeah, same here, right? So I wanted to hear the story of what happened with you and BZ, though. Actually,
No, there's nothing. There's no story.
Yeah, there's no. Like this, we can't.
Yeah. There's no story.
But
there's no story. There's nothing that's worth. It's just kind of a
Yeah. So there was this guy.
I just don't feel like going back.
Funny, Oh yeah, exactly. No, I mean I got kicked out of the damn channel myself. Anyway, so I was like. I would. And you know, he all brought me up. He's like, oh, you know, he's all comparing you to me. Also, he's like, oh no, I let Lawyer Dog talk shit in my channel all the time, so you can talk shit too, or whatever. I was like, fuck you, I wasn't even saying anything. You didn't even know I was in there. It's like, but anyway, he's cool. He's cool. I mean, I hate the guy, but he hates
I'm not
me,
beefing with him.
At least he hasn't kicked me out of his room. So for that reason.
Yeah, I'm not beefing with him.
I know. You're cool with him. I know that and everything, and I'm
just not going to that hit show no more.
Yeah. No, I made a funny. Did I? Oh man! All right. Let me show you pull up my video really quick if I can find it. This funny video that I made.
John James, why don't you come on?
Because he all called me an idiot. Because he was all saying he wasn't like the trespassing isn't.
Have you understood any of this yet?
Yeah, I would love to have anyone who wants to speak their mind we're welcome.
not
We're not
Colorado.
afraid
It's
of
not
any
by, go by
opinions.
in Colorado.
So if anyone has anything they want to
Dog, you're an idiot.
say,
And I just want to prove a point real quick. Just because they say you're
this
trespassing
is a clip.
is not enough to articulate that you've committed a crime. Trespassing is not a crime unless it actually you are committing
Sorry.
trespassing.
I don't know what you're talking about. Everything you've said has been gibberish. It sounds like a bunch of unsubstantiated claims, and I mean, I don't agree with any of it. I mean, do you ever stop and listen to the bullshit that comes out of your mouth? Gibberish, man. Like fuck.
Why don't you be specific?
What the fuck are you even saying? Anyways, BZ Watchdog, man. You ever heard of the
Oh,
No,
that was part of the
sorry,
clip
that was
too?
putting that on stage. That was a clip I made.
I thought that was John James coming on. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, that was part of the clip. Okay.
Dude, oh, John
Well,
James.
BZ was conflating
Yeah, no,
a
John James is
trespass
welcome to
warning with a trespass.
Oh, he gets all kinds of stuff wrong in his legal analysis and stuff, right? So, and I might too, but I'm not going to kick you out of the room if I don't think I do. I actually think you get it right, and if I don't, I want to hear it. Right? I'm not going to kick you out of the
Right.
room if you say I got it wrong. Come up, come up and explain it. I don't have time to like read every little comment. I'm sorry, because I'm trying to stay on point. But like, come up and make your point, and you will have the floor, and we can make your Steelman argument the best we can, and then we will see if it withstands scrutiny. That's the whole point of my new show here. That's why I call
Right,
it
John, come on up.
That's it.
Show us what idiots we are, John.
Oh, and then I wanted to show you. I wanted to show you this mushroom thing I was talking about. So I'm just gonna put it on the screen real quick. In Florida, because of the court ruling, Fisk v. State, even though according to you, right? But anyways, according to the legal system, 1978 Fisk v. State means that possessing mushrooms in the state is legal. Oh wait, this is like the ruling holds that you might not know which natural product contains. So if you possess legal mushrooms in the state and you tell them that you didn't know that they were psilocybin, then it's not a criminal offense.
Yeah, I wonder if anyone's ever got away with that.
Well, Fisk did, right? So Fisk did. We know that one.
Oh, this
got
is
away with
a holding, or this was a ruling.
Yeah, Fisk v.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I missed that part. Okay, I gotcha. I thought it was just a statute.
Yeah, but so that's only in, I guess in
That guy
Florida.
must have been rich or connected or something to get that whole ruling.
Dude, so I was in the field one time, and I was in Florida in a cow field looking at nature, if you know what I mean. And
Right.
all of a sudden, like these cops come up, they pull their guns on us, dude. And he's all, drop that something like cow pie or something. And he's all, I saw you flipping over cow pies. I wasn't flipping over cow pies, I was just looking on top of, like, I wasn't touching them, or, you just walk around and look for them, right?
Right.
He's all saying he saw me flipping over cow pies. Just a total cop lie, And, and he all has his gun on me because he saw me flipping over cow pies, and I'm all out there in my shorts with like no shoes on, no shirt. He's got his gun on me. I'm like, man, this fucking guy's gonna shoot my ass. And then I was like, are you fucking kidding me or whatever? And he's like, yeah, I'm kidding you. And I was like, okay, so I'm gonna put my hands down. And I was like, he's like, and go home now or whatever, or like leave. And he's like, yeah. I was like, all right. And then he's like, and then I start doing it. He's like, no, I didn't. I was being sarcastic, motherfucker. I was like, I'm like, okay, well, don't be fucking sarcastic with that shit when you got your fucking gun on me. Then stupid.
Right.
Anyway,
I wish that I knew any. I mean, man, I wish I would have had any clue when I was much younger to start studying this stuff. And when I started getting pulled over at gunpoint at 16 was the first time that happened to me. And I've had it. I'm not sure, but I know it's at least 3 or 4 other times in my life. And if there was no gun found, it was right at the end of the teacher's parking lot at Grant High School.
Oh, yeah. So I know, and I wish I would have, exactly. I had a case too. Here, one sec. Yeah, tell us
And
that story.
even though there was no gun, my parents, of course, being bootlickers, had decided that I still had done something wrong and sided with the police and, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, I mean, I just wish that I would have known back then, because that was a totally lawsuit worthy. You can't
Dude.
stop kids at a felony stop at gunpoint over some neighbor saying they might have seen somebody adjust something in their waistband.
Okay, so we got like some of the same stories. So when I was like, I think I was like 17, I might have been like 16, but I was like 16, 17, and the cops, they stopped me too. And at the gunpoint thing, they tell you, put your hand on the, roll down your window, put your keys out your window, drop your keys, put your hand on the roof, like open your door, put your hands on your head, walk out, don't look at us, walk backwards, get on your knees, all that shit, right? And I'm like 17, and I have no idea why,
Yeah.
And I didn't even know they were pointing guns at the back of, and then until my mom told me later that they were pointing guns at the back of my head when they cuffed me and shit. She wasn't there, but she said that's what they told her, or like that wasn't, I don't know how she knew that, but somehow she found that out. And they said, that they saw me rob a gas station, that they had video footage of it, and they were telling me the whole way to the police station, we saw you do it, we got the video footage, we saw the footage, we saw your car, we saw you, and all this, which I had nothing to do with this. So I was like laughing in the back, I was just like laughing because I was like, you guys are so. I was like, you actually saw that. You saw it with your own eyes, huh? And it was me, and I was like laughing. I was just like, you guys are so full of shit,
Yeah. Imagine how many billions of times they've done that. I mean, they've done that to me too, where we've got a witness with your license plate. No, you don't, because I wasn't there. That's impossible,
Yeah, and they were even going to pursue charges, and I was so young at the time, and I literally knew nothing at the time. My mom was going to help me to just take a plea. She went up to the judge and told them, that I was innocent, but that we didn't know what to do, and so we'll accept the plea, And the judge looked at it and was like, "There's I've never heard of this in my life," but the judge just said, "No, I'm just going to dismiss this case because this person is obviously innocent,"
Oh yeah, they can do that.
Yeah, and the judge did that for me, luckily, or otherwise I would be on like probably I don't know, that's probably some felony charge. I probably would have. Who knows what the
And
hell would I have for something I
you
never even
got
did. I was
real
just a
lucky.
kid.
You got really lucky. I mean, if that judge would have had
Now
stock
that I
in the
think about it,
local juvenile detention center, you would have ended up going to,
for real, man, I never even really thought about just how lucky I actually got until we just started talking about it. That was
I think you got like a 1 in 100.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and then I looked back though, and I was like, and then I was mad too. I came back and I was like, I can't believe they arrested me. I hate the police and all that stuff. This is like the first, I mean, I was always into like gangster rap and stuff, but this was like the first time I had been like arrested, and my mom was all mad at me, complaining to me after they had just pointed a gun at my head and arrested me for nothing. And then she was acting like I was a bad kid all of a sudden. And I was like, dude, I didn't even freaking do nothing. And now all of a sudden I'm the troublemaker. Some bullshit, bootlicker,
Yeah. So
Yeah.
when I got arrested there at the end of the teacher's parking lot, now granted, this was at the beginning, this was have been like 1993, and so we were still getting away at that point with wearing our bandanas like hanging out of our back pockets at school and stuff. We were wannabes for sure, but you wouldn't want to mess with us too bad. But anyways, we got stopped at the end of the teacher's parking lot at gun lot there. Now they did find weapons in the car because there were 3 people. One of them had a brass knuckle with blades on it. One of them had a knife, and the other one was actually mine, but it wasn't. Actually, they charged me with all kinds of stuff. They charged me with both sides of my club steering wheel lock. They charged me with the thing that was hanging from my rear view. They called it a bolo, even though it wasn't heavy enough to hurt anybody. I had 2 bags of fishing gear in the back, like with these little wooden bats made out of fat kindling on them, and they were covered in fish scales and shit because we were at this lake where you catch these chubs that are invasive. You're supposed to kill them and blah blah blah. Anyways, and there were fillet knives and all this other stuff in those bags. So they charged me with like 14 weapons. But there was no gun there, and that was what the call was. Supposed call was that a neighbor had said that they saw somebody adjust a gun in their waistband.
Oh yeah.
And now, when they were first had us on our knees out there on the street, they were talking about you'll never attend any public schools again and blah blah blah. After they pulled these minor weapons out of my car, and they asked, "What kind of students are you?" And I said something like along the lines of, "I'm a straight A student, motherfucker," just off the top of my head because it was true. And they're like, "Oh yeah, right, you smart ass punk, blah blah blah." And so they're telling me I'll never attend Portland Public Schools again. This is actually my second major incident. Going back in time, some friends of mine drove over this kid who was already being scouted by the major league. It's too long of a story to be telling, but anyways, this is my second major incident. So, but when we get into the school, they find out that I am a straight A student, and they're already in danger of losing their funding or getting their funding cut, so they can't afford to lose straight A students. So instead of never attending Portland Public Schools again, I was given a 3-day suspension, which was put on the weekend. So 2 of the days were eaten up by the weekend, and then I was made to go around and get all my work on that Friday from my classes, and I just had to stand up in front of the class and just answer questions about what had happened and reiterate that there were no guns. And I mean, it was just a joke. And then later, they asked me if I wanted to do a trial or if I wanted to go to take this deal that they offered, which was horrible. It was like 3 years of community service every weekend and all this bull. And I wanted to take I wanted to go to trial, and my parents overrode me and made me take this horrible deal. But when the lady called to set up the community service, it was like Wednesday before the first Saturday that it was supposed to start. It turned out to be my mom's best friend from her high school. And my mom was like, "Oh, he's a good kid, blah, blah, blah. He just has some rough friends that he's loyal to. He'll never, ditch them. And they're just kind of rough kids from the neighborhood here and blah, blah, blah." And so the lady was like, "You know what? I'm just going to check off that he's done all this."
Oh yeah.
And I didn't have to do any of it. My dad was irate with my mom for that, though. Fucking prick. She was my friend.
Oh no, that's cool. That's funny, man. Yeah, man. I'm trying to pull up this video that this guy made that I thought was pretty interesting. I can find it in my history here. Let's see here. And Sly Shy's in the panel, dude.
Oh yeah, hey Sly Shy.
I'm sorry, not mean to say the panel, but she's in the room.
Oh,
And,
okay. I liked what she was
I hope
saying to BZ the other day. She's kind of along the same lines as I am, where people need to start rejecting all of this gibberish. Terry versus Ohio, Raz. You don't talk that stuff to the cops because all that does is let them know that you are not a real American and that you don't stand on your rights and you don't belong here, and they get angry and confused and they get violent.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I remember I heard her talk.
Sly Shy don't put up with that stuff for a minute.
Yeah. Isn't that true, Sly? Come on up here and tell us how it is if you want. Is this the guy? This guy makes a pretty cool video if I can find him. All right, let me see here. Sorry about that. Well, while I'm waiting, I will show you. All right, I'll show you this one. This one's funny. This is a video of this is Brick,
Oh yeah. I don't know if I can comment on this one.
No, it's a short one. It'll just take a second. It's just kind of a why you shouldn't go outside your house and talk to police when they don't have a warrant and they're not inside with the door kicked in.
Yeah.
Or yeah.
No crime. You two need to leave. Go get a. I've committed no crime. You two need to leave. I've committed no crime. You two need to leave. Go get a warrant. Go get a warrant. You're under arrest, man. Hey, okay. On your back. Get on your belly. Get on your belly. Problem. Get on your belly now. Okay. On your belly. Okay. Just don't hurt me. I got a broken thumb. I got a broken thumb. Okay. I got a broken thumb. Okay. Just don't hurt me. I got a broken thumb.
Just a video. So
that's what I just described right there.
Well, that was all fun and games and funny and whatnot, and it was.
That's exactly what I just described, though. Do you see? He's going out there talking about, I committed no crime. That's not what it, that's, you have no warrant. You have no right to be here. I have the right to be secure. That's what you say to him. You don't say, you don't have res, you don't have reasonable, because then they just go, well, I feel it's reasonable to go hands on now.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. You just stick with the Constitution. I see what you're saying. Don't throw in case law. Stick with at least the origins of the case law, like whatever, right? Like,
Exactly.
you know,
As stupid as they are,
but
at some level, they know that what they do is a scam and that it's a rigged system.
yeah,
And
no, I see what you're saying. So
that's
like,
their scam. So even if you're knowledgeable and you try to use it against them, that just makes them even more mad.
yeah,
That's their
yeah,
scam, not your scam.
yeah, yeah. Oh, but okay. So, but so like in a case where you're gonna invoke Rodriguez, the case of Rodriguez,
I'm never going to invoke case law.
right? So you're just gonna invoke the Fourth Amendment if they wanna have you wait for a dog to come search your car or smell you around your car and detain you for that reason.
Okay, I guess I shouldn't say never. Never say never. I could imagine doing something like that in that case. It would depend on I would feel the cops out first.
Okay. See, that's what I was thinking. That would be a good place to invoke some case law.
It would be. You're right. When
All right,
when these things are in the rare position of being on your side, you can maybe use them. Although then know that when you've done that, you've let them know that you stand under the fiction, and that the other parts of their fiction apply as well. The reasonable in the mind of the pig on scene.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna show you finish this guy's video because I think it's pretty slick. Let's see here.
I've committed no crime. You two need to leave.
Oh, real quick, I just want to say that this wasn't now that it was like a second about, this is no longer just like a bashing brick spree like that ended a second ago. When he first got arrested, that was funny for a second, and what you learn from that is don't go outside and talk to police under any circumstances, realistically, unless it's a circumstance you're supposed to, like a medical emergency and or exigent type stuff. And but this next one coming up, even though it's still about brick, I think there's more to learn from this. I learned a lot from this. What this guy says, he uses it in a religious way, and you'll hear what he says. I think it's interesting.
All right.
I've committed no crime. You two need to leave. Go get a warrant. Okay. Don't hurt me. I gotta break it down. I gotta break it down. Okay. Don't hurt me. I gotta break it down. Don't hurt me. I gotta break it down. Okay. Just don't hurt me. I gotta break it down. I gotta break it down. I gotta break it down. Okay. Don't hurt me. I gotta break it down. Okay. Just don't hurt me. I gotta break it down. I gotta break it down. Okay.
What's he saying?
I gotta break it down. I gotta break it down. Okay. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Okay. Just I gotta break it down. I gotta break it down.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry for repeating so much. What the hell?
I gotta break it down.
What is he saying?
Okay. Just don't hurt me.
Oh.
Okay. Just don't hurt me.
I apologize. I thought he narrated this. No.
I gotta break.
I don't know if he narrates it. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I thought he narrated it. I think he writes it in here.
I gotta break it down.
I gotta break it down. Oh, nothing. He's saying like he's got a broken thumb or something. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But this guy does a good breakdown of this footage, and I'll just break it down for you real quick. Yeah, I can't. I'm not going to waste your time trying to find the right video, but he shows that Brick has this thing where he says, I serve my God alone. Have you seen him say that? Well, he's got
Maybe.
this thing that he says, yeah, and he has this thing where he's preaching that he serves God alone. And I've given him a hard time about that because I'm like, well, why do you have a driver's license? If you serve God alone, but whatever, we can get into that. I mean, I'm never, and I don't know. He might say he doesn't have a driver's license because he doesn't drive or something, but you get the point. Anyway, so the guy says, well, look at this. How he goes and turns himself into this police station. I think. Have you seen this footage? It's so funny.
I have, yeah.
This police station. I don't know what he's turning himself in for. Man, I do feel really bad for the guy. Like, anyone going through this would like that looks like it sucks for sure. But he gets really scared here at the end, you know, and anyone would, I'm sure most people would. And he's like, fuck this, like, right here. He's like, I'm not going in there, you know, like I want to go back or whatever it is that you would be experiencing at that point, I'm sure, you know. And the guy's like, does this look like David going into the lion's den? You know, does this look like a man who serves only his God alone or whatever, you know, who you know, and who walks in faith, you know. And it's easy to say and watch. God's gonna now put me in this position to, you know, to humble me and give me understanding. But I wanted to be more like that guy. I was like, yeah, I'm like this. We're all like this, right? We're all like this. We even all talk tough, but when it comes down to it, we all get scared, right? And we all need to walk more like David did into the lion's den, you know? Like kind of like what you're saying, I suppose, in a way too, is we all need to just know that, you know, there's a higher force that's got us or whatever it is, and that no matter where that takes, you know, that takes us for what's right, that we should walk with, you know, without fear. I guess it's sort of the story of David and the lions den, something that I recently was introduced to by this video, you know. So I thought that was interesting.
It's tough. I get nervous every time that I end up confronted by these people, and everything that I plan kind of goes out the window, you know, or angry.
Yeah, no, I bet that's a lot easier said than done, no doubt, you know.
I was thinking that a very valuable thing for people who want to be activists or cop watchers especially would be like a school where they have ex-cops or actors who are very, very familiar with all of the police verbal tricks and lies and intimidation tricks and whatnot, and that you just actually role play it.
Oh man, well, see, it took me, you know, I'm sure I got to show you. I mean, I kind of got it down to where the best way to handle police to where it's just nice and easy and all within the law. Let me see if I can find my.
Okay, I got to go in and use an ATM real quick, so I'm going to be off the panel for just a few minutes, but I'll be back.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Right on. Let's see here. I wanted to show you guys the 1465 method that I had developed. You guys have heard about that, invoking your rights. But in the meantime, while I wait, we'll just put on a little something to listen to here while I get into the studio and try to find all the videos I wanted to show you. I apologize, it's not all ready to go here. One of the questions I had posed to people in my discussion post was, does the Bill of Rights apply to minors? I had a heated discussion of some people saying that it does not, and I was trying to say that it does. And if you think about the nuances of that and the Second Amendment, you can sort of see how it's can be a controversial question to ask, do minors have the Second Amendment? With that said, I'm just going to present to you this little clip I made of John Felix at the City Council recently.
Never in history have the people trying to silence other people ever have been the good guys. Ever. Never in history. You can all go fuck yourselves. Hey, John. Never in history have the people trying to silence other people ever have been the good guys. Ever. Never in history. You can all go fuck yourselves.
Yeah, so that was kind of my response video to when BZ and Brick blocked me for whatever, try to silence my voice. Let's see here. So I'm going to put the link in the chat. I hope that if anyone has any disputes or opinions that they would like to add, then they would come on up and go ahead and speak their minds, and they will not be banned for anything other than a violation of the YouTube terms. I think that seems fair.
You went on the Dan Kelly show and said you believe in free speech, but here you are going to vote against free speech. You're a hypocrite, lying government parasite. Period, point blank. Yeah. Shame on you. Shame on you. This is my time, sir. I'm going to continue, yes, as soon as you put your little hammer down. Calm down, fella. Recess. Oh, recess.
You're all what a fucking joke! It's not your time.
Oh my God. I don't know why you're taking my time. For what reason? Because you can't handle free speech?
Yeah. It's too much. It's too much for you guys.
Go cry in the corner.
Man,
don't worry.
a lot of y'all are looking like a bunch of dumbasses, huh?
You went on the Dan Kelly show and said you believe in free speech, but here you are going to vote against free speech. You're a hypocrite, lying government parasite. Period, point blank. Yeah. Shame on you. Shame on you. This is my time, sir.
Yo, what's the matter, you?
Okay. I'm walking home. Where was this meeting at?
So this was, I believe, Clearwater, Florida. Just about last week. This was a very recent one. The armed fisherman was there.
Okay.
I guess Cammed Up Caveman was there, and some other names that John mentions. You could tell he did it for, you know, he threw in the theatrics. He did it for the theatrics, a little bit of it, but whatever.
I'm subscribed to him and I support him and everything, but I got kind of bored with. I stopped going to the link to the videos. I don't know. I don't get as entertained by people going to the. I think it's important, but I just did not. It's like the same kind of city council meeting over and over.
You know, yeah, I hadn't listened. I just like him when he talks because he's for free speech a lot. He doesn't ban people for saying what they want. You know, he's not a nitpicker. Like I see so many of those channels that just start banning people because they come in and they don't agree with everything they say. And I don't think that John's like that. Yeah. And so
No, I got nothing bad to say about him.
Yeah. Yeah. So I like that about him. How he's just is very, you know, real and an advocate for free speech, which I think is great.
I guess I hadn't noticed that so much, but I believe you. Good.
Yeah. Nice. Well, let's see here. I was gonna give these people their little intermission here, real quick, and play this song while I load up some tracks and stuff for us. Let's see here.
All right.
Tomorrow
it's our anniversary. Anniversary. Victoria will be no secret at the end of the day. It's our anniversary. Anniversary. A small cup of tea that you can have me. It's our anniversary. Yeah. All I really want to say, my darling, today is a special day we call our own. So take me in your arms and hold me, and tell me you love me, and I'll be there for you. Do you know what today is? Do you know what today is? It's our anniversary. It's our special day. Do you know what today is? It's our anniversary. You and me. Today is a special day, not just any day, because you can have everything you want your way. Tell your super.
That was a horrifically bad song. Thank you.
All right, thanks. I just needed to thanks. I put us back in stage here. I just needed to put some batteries in my mouse and stuff, and I was gonna try and get as much as I could done, but I was wondering if you had a point that you were leaving off on by chance.
If I had
Yeah, sorry. Well, I didn't know if I didn't mean to cut you off at anywhere there at the end. If you were finishing
oh
up.
no, you didn't. You didn't.
Yeah.
You didn't cut me off.
Yeah, cool. Let's see here. I'll keep this going here.
The requirements are to keep me safe and keep you safe. Safety comes first. Once I know who I'm dealing with, then I tell you, hey, this is why I get called out here. We're not going to just randomly do this. We are going to explain everything, explain the entire situation, but once everybody's safe. Safety will always come first, period. No exceptions. So when I have somebody who refuses to identify himself, that causes a heightened awareness for an officer. When I have somebody who gets in my face and wants to call me a Nazi, tell me to take me to jail, all those things
Oh, you know what? What I find really interesting about this?
For exaggeration.
Well, you know what's really interesting about this? I don't know if you guys know about this, but see, we all think we have a lot more so-called rights than we do according to the justice system. If people walk around and be like I was doing, like I thought I could just call her a Nazi in her face, and no one ever brought this up to me, but I through enough research, I realized that's actually a violation of Chaplinsky. You know, I mean, according to Chaplinsky, that's basically what he got arrested for and convicted, and his charges upheld for in the Supreme Court was that he called a cop a fascist to their face, and he was arrested for it, and the conviction was upheld. It's still green, gives you the green light in Westlaw. It's still good case law, and there it is. That's all. You know, you can't call a cop a Nazi. That's case law. That's good case law.
You can't call a cop a Nazi?
That's right. Watch. I'll show. I'll pull up the case for you. It's the case of Chaplinsky, and it's still.
I know that. I do, actually, I do know about that, and that's why people. Excuse me, I just took a bite of these coconuts. That's why people say it's better to say, "I think you're acting like a Nazi," or "I feel like you're a Nazi."
Oh. Well, you're probably. I mean, you might even be right. Yeah. I mean, you might even be right about that. Which is, isn't that wild? Right? You can't call it. I mean, Look at this. I googled it for everyone here. It's the case of Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire. And let's see here. We'll put it up on your screen so everyone can see it nice and clearly. There we go. In Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire was a 1942 Supreme Court case that upheld a state law restricting offensive speech in public. The case established the fighting words doctrine, which allows the government to restrict certain types of speech. And what was Chaplinsky's crime? Okay, here it is. The case facts. Hey, can you? You probably can't see that. Hold on a sec. Sorry, you know, I take care of my 2 children.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, so I will run this video real quick. And
I can read it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, can you read them the facts of the case real quick?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Walter Chaplinsky, a Jehovah's Witness, was distributing literature in Rochester, New Hampshire. Chaplinsky called the town marshal a goddamn racketeer and a damn fascist. Chaplinsky was arrested and convicted under a state law that prohibited offensive speech. The Supreme Court upheld Chaplinsky's conviction. Excuse me, I got a mouthful of food. Hold on. Okay, that's better. Finding that the law was unconstitutional. Wait a minute, I thought you said that they upheld it. The court ruled that Chaplinsky's words were fighting words, and that's where it cuts off. Okay, so I can't read past that. Isn't there anybody else out there who wants to come up on the panel though? Just coincidentally, now that okay, I read as far as I was able to on there.
Thanks, man. Yeah, anyone else, please come on up if you'd like to. I'm posting the link again. And so you got that right. All he did was he called the marshal, you know, a damn racketeer and a damn fascist.
You know, back then that was pretty harsh sounding though compared to today, and we also don't have the Nazis in as immediate of a state of kind of revulsion as they did back then.
Now, ChatGPT will agree with you that you could likely get this overturned, but that it has not been overturned. So you could take your case all the way to the state appellate courts and even to the Supreme Court and still lose your case if you go up to a cop and call him a damn fascist and you get arrested. That's good, valid, green light, Westlaw case law right there. Now, if that isn't news to anyone else out there, then you know your law as good as I do, because to me, I was like, everyone's walking around like, we got all these rights. I can walk up to a cop and say whatever I want, blah, 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 blah. I could be the best prosecutor. Like, you know what I mean? I could be such a good prosecutor. I could prosecute most of these people for 90% of these audits where they say they're in the right. You know what I mean?
That's interesting because for me, as much as I did not know in the, 3, 4, 5 years ago, I knew this as a kid about this fighting word stuff.
Well, I knew fighting words was a thing, but do you know the level of fighting words was so low? The bar to reach fighting words is so low that calling a police officer a damn fascist, which to me doesn't even seem like an insult, that literally seems to me like a stated fact, is considered.
Well, that's what I said about the context. Back then, that was a much greater insult.
Yeah, but so today you should talk about, if you want to do a First Amendment audit, right? Not you, but if anyone wants to do a First Amendment audit, go up to cops and just call them a damn fascist and say, look, I literally just there's your case law, Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire. You're a damn fascist. Arrest me for fighting words, and let's just see it happen. Because
what good would that do you? Then you're basically nobody's going to ever give you a settlement based on that or anything like that.
Oh yeah, that's right. Don't do that, people. That's very bad advice. That's a crime, right? That's my point. It's a crime to go call a cop a damn fascist, and that's really what I'm trying to tell people is that that's bad advice. Do not call a cop a damn fascist.
Okay, I gotcha.
Right, and when you think about it, that's actually what I'm saying in a roundabout way, and I shouldn't have to be saying that because the fact that I can tell you it's a crime to call a cop a damn fascist, and I'm stating that as a fact, and nobody can tell me that I'm wrong. And if they can, please come up and prove it, because I'm just proving to you right now it's illegal to call a cop a damn fascist. You could be charged and convicted up to the Supreme Court for a crime. Now, if we're not under a police state under that measure, I don't know what is, right?
but we can say things that we consider to be much worse insults today and than that and get away with it because of free
That's because
speech.
these cops are idiots. That's why I said I could be such a good prosecutor and I could be such a good cop, dude. Because I know this, you know what I'm saying. When you know law so well, I could, you know what I'm saying. If these cops are idiots, they'll sit there and let people call them a damn fascist all day because they think it's not illegal, which it is, and then they'll let them fucking drive away with no license plate because they think that's legal, which it's not. You know what I mean?
Okay, but when you say it's illegal, where is that law written down?
Which law?
The law that it's illegal to call a cop a damn fascist.
Okay, so that would be written into it would be under a broader context of what they called something under a context of like disturbing the peace, or what was he convicted under?
What? No.
He was convicted under a state law that prohibited offensive speech. So there's going to be like okay, so you have a valid question, and like we could get into like having this conversation with like Chat GPT type thing, you know, where the like we could ask all
Well,
these
the
questions.
answer is it's not written into the law. I mean, that's all there.
So it's going to be like under a broader law, like under like a disturbing charge or harassment charge, like under
There might be some place where some legislators have slipped in wordage related to that into some local law. Although, again, those are supposed to be null and void. You know, I know what the reality is. I'm just going with what we're supposed to be doing.
Okay, I'm gonna see that those fighting words typically fall under disorderly, you know.
Right. Although with cops, they're not supposed to be able to be disorderly. I mean, you're supposed to have a citizen complaint that's not a government employee.
Okay, so here we ask, you know, does fighting words typically fall under disorderly conduct? Yes, fighting words can often fall under the category of disorderly conduct. Fighting words, you know, are defined by what I would consider to be Chaplinsky, you know.
Right, but what I asked was, where is it written into the law that you can't call a cop a damn fascist?
Okay, so right, and that's why you're saying this is where what you're saying is case law only applies to a particular case. So
exactly, and the other judges, when they go by that, they're breaking the law too.
Well, they're going by the totality of the circumstances, right? So some people will say, well, because he called the cop a damn fascist, but they're going to take the totality of the circumstances into it. For example, if you were to walk up to a cop and say, I'm stress testing my First Amendment, I'm only doing this to see if I can make case law, you're a damn fascist, that wouldn't probably amount to the same articulable facts as the original case, and therefore wouldn't be as applicable to that scenario, you know? But with that said, what we're saying is, yeah, so you can sort of apply pieces of it and say, look, well, in this case we did this, and you try to paint a picture for what you think the courts have historically done, right, in similar situations to the judge, if they're, you know, and and so with that said, yeah, you could, and so had he not called him a damn fascist, had he called him a damn pig, you could make the same argument. A cop could literally, if I was a cop and a prosecutor and a judge, I could convict somebody on all three stages of disorderly conduct under the legal system if they called me a pig in public or at any time, really, or into my face, according to this case. Right, and I don't know if you're still with us, Wasimata. You still there? I feel like okay.
I should be here. Oh, my
Okay.
phone, okay, I got you. Yeah, I'm still there.
Yeah, so you see what I'm saying? I could, if I was a cop, I could arrest somebody and say, "Hey, he called me a pig to my face." And to me, a pig and a fascist are pretty synonymous. And because Chaplinsky ruled that he can't call a cop a fascist, then I figure I have reasonable grounds to arrest him for calling me a pig. And if anything, I have qualified immunity. And they would say, "Yeah, I would any reasonable."
Because they take an oath to uphold the Constitution.
But they're going to say, like, just like everyone does, is we uphold the Constitution, but part of the Constitution delegates certain authorities to different branches of government, like the judicial system, which was allowed to interpret, you know,
In individual cases.
yeah, and by using individual cases, don't they though, like, for example, use the case that created police, immunity? Don't, that came out of jurisprudence, right? So like, even though that came out of a case law, now it's somehow used in all cases, right? Or
Well,
can be.
right.
Can be
I
in
mean,
both.
it's all, if there's no rules to it all, that's the thing. Just like you pointed out earlier, there is case precedent to support either side in almost any criminal case today. And in fact, in most instances where you would be testing, say, or you would be considering something from Terry versus Ohio, there's far more case law way on the side of the Fourth Amendment than there is on the side of Terry versus Ohio. And it's getting closer and closer to even, and eventually it'll overtake it. But you know what I'm saying?
Well, you can't.
Or in fact, it may have overtaken it by now. But the point is, for a long time there was a lot more.
Well, you can't really overtake Terry. It can never be, to me, even though I never thought mushrooms would be legal, and they are now getting there. But and same with medical stuff. But like, I don't see how Terry could ever be over. Because you're saying that they're going to have a warrant. Are you suggesting that if we overturn Terry, that police would have to have a warrant to detain so-called?
Before 1968, they did. They had to have a warrant. They could come up and try to get you into a voluntary interaction, but that's it.
So you might be onto something, because I don't know the history
And
of
that's
that.
the way it's supposed to be.
So hold on, like, you're onto something with this thing, because I didn't know that there was a history that recent of this. So hold on a second, because this is something I got to try to catch up with.
Right. That's
Because,
something I should stress to people more often. Things were not always this way, especially going way back towards the founding. They knew better than to ever allow judges to have power of that sort.
Yeah.
A
I
law
did
needs
know.
to be
Okay, hold on a
legislated.
second. So I did know that it was that way, like you're saying. I didn't mean to interrupt, because that would be a stupid thing to say. Of course, before Terry, there was no warrantless searches. I get what you're saying there, but in practice, there were they not in practice? I gotta look this up.
I mean, in practice, they were still violating the Constitution, because by patrolling, you're violating the Constitution. Unless you have a warrant that says you are to patrol in this area looking for this specific thing or this specific person, then you're not even supposed to be patrolling. So yes, they were violating the Constitution in many ways. However, before 1968, they were not, or at the time at 1968, they were not allowed to, even by their own policy, to come up.
Oh, we accidentally lost him there. So, I'm not sure if I accidentally pressed something, or if he did, or whatever happened. But the link's in the description, so hopefully we'll see him come on back on here in just a second. And I'll pin that up here. I'm gonna finish what he was saying there. I apologize for that. Sorry about that. What's the matter? I'm not sure what happened there. Come on back up if you get a chance, and we'll put you right back on. So I'm looking this up. It says before, I said, were police stopping people without a warrant before Terry versus Ohio? All right, sorry about that, man. We got you back on. Yo, what's the matter, you? You there, man? Hey, man, you're live. We're with you, man. You're with us, man. You there?
Am I with you?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, sorry.
Cool.
I was running the blender.
Oh no, that's cool. So it says, I'm just checking out ChatGPT, and it says before Terry versus Ohio, police were stopping individuals and conducting limited searches without a warrant, but the legality of such was less clearly defined. Kind of like Rodriguez, when the police were still stopping me and doing a dog search, they were doing it to hundreds of people. You could even
Let me put it this way. If you were wealthy at the time and you could afford a good lawyer and the cops came up and bothered you without a warrant like that, you were getting off.
Yeah, but that's kind of like, I hear you, but that's kind of like with Chili, right? He was actually rich enough. Oh, all right, man. I'm glad to see Brick Jones in here because I give him a hard time, but honestly, I don't hate the dude. You know, he's got a good heart. You know, and I hope he comes on the panel and speaks.
Yeah,
his mind.
yeah. That'd be great.
Yeah. So good to see you, man. I give you a hard time, and honestly, at times since you censored me, you've been comedy gold in my life. Period. Oh my god, dude. There's some panels who literally have been just go on and roast him. I'm like, I didn't know he was that famous, dude. He gets around on the panels, man. That shit's hilarious, dude. So I hope he comes on though. And
The squeaky wheel gets the grease, dude.
dude, if I could rename this shit, dude, this guy's class, man. And honestly, I you know, I might give him some shit. I might get in a fight with him over some dumb shit like interrupting or fucking babbling on about some nonsense. But come on here and let's hear it.
He ain't coming on. Where are you at, Brick? Come on.
I guess I forgot. All right, I'm sending him a fresh one. Here we go. Everyone who's, we need generally specific. We need flow state. We need the raging tomato. If you're out there now, restream this shit. All right.
You have rights. Cops have duties. Get out here. I'm gonna mute my mic for a second while I finish blending this.
All right. Let's see. I'm gonna see. I wish I could rename this stream. I'm not sure how I'm doing it. If I'm doing it right, I gotta update it. But everyone, we got Brick Jones in the house. He's about to come on and tell us a bunch of educational, informational stuff. And he's got some new audits. And the dude's a legend at this point, so you can't hate. Oh, I think Chili's gonna air some of his stuff. And while we wait for that, I'm going to play you my most popular short where I lay out the Bill of Rights in 1 minute.
The first 10 amendments of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, does not grant rights. It is intended to explicitly protect those rights of individuals from government actors. First Amendment, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, right to assemble, right to petition the government. Second Amendment, protects the right to keep and bear arms. Third Amendment, protects against the quartering of soldiers in private homes without the owner's consent during peacetime. Fourth Amendment, protects against unreasonable searches and seizures. Fifth Amendment, protection against double jeopardy, protection against self-incrimination, right to due process, right to a grand jury, and protection against taking private property without just compensation. Sixth Amendment, right to a speedy trial, right to a public trial, right to an impartial jury, right to be informed of criminal charges, right to confront witnesses, right to compulsory process for obtaining witnesses, and right to assistance of counsel. Seventh Amendment, jury trial in civil cases. Eighth Amendment, protection against excessive bail, excessive fines, enumerated in the Constitution. And the 10th Amendment, rights reserved to the states or the people. And do you know which ones are self-executing or which ones require invocation? The first 10 amendments of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, does not grant rights.
All right. Yeah. So there's another right that just recently came out. It's called an implicit right, and that came out in the Ramos case. I don't know if any of you are familiar with this. I'm going to pull up the.
I don't think I am.
All right, let's pull this up here. I'll share the screen. It's Ramos v. Louisiana, and let's see when this was. It was fairly recent. It was like 2009. Yeah, 2020. Well, 420. So you always remember this, guys. Decided April 20th, 2020. All right. And in this case, Ramos said he was in a criminal case, and they tried to give him like something like a non-unanimous criminal conviction. Many states were doing that, like an overwhelming majority conviction. Yeah, and Ramos said that historic. Yeah, so while the Sixth Amendment doesn't specifically say you have the right to a unanimous jury in a criminal case, it says you have the right to something like a jury in a criminal case or whatever. I mean, I'm not trying to misword it, but Ramos said that the jury had to be unanimous, and if you look at it historically speaking, that the juries had been unanimous, and that we were actually doing it unconstitutionally by not giving unanimous juries. And you'd think that every criminal case that I've ever been convicted off of like a non-unanimous jury would have been, pardoned or whatever. But they're all upheld still. We just violated all of those people's rights. They weren't actually getting their Sixth Amendment rights the entire time. I guess they all have civil rights lawsuits, at least at best, at worst. Well, they know that their charges, their judgment should be vacated. But regardless of that, so you find out that the Sixth Amendment implicitly states that we have a right to a unanimous jury in a criminal proceeding, just by judging by the context of when it was written. And so there could be other rights within the Constitution that we don't know that we have, just like the right to a unanimous jury was there all along and no one even knew it.
Look, there's the right to grow, harvest, gather, manufacture, engage in commerce in whatever the heck foods, herbs, intellectual or spiritual enhancement aids, medicines that you damn well please. That is one of the most ancient human rights that there is. And it should be covered by the 9th Amendment, and all of these should. So yeah, there's no doubt a ton of rights that we have that are not being recognized, that just because they weren't.
So, when you're talking about the right to herbs and all that stuff, so what I found out is, do you know how they regulate? They use the Constitution. So I was like, how does the federal government ban, say, medical plants? And they use the Constitution and the Commerce Clause. And it turns out, when you really get into it, dude, if you want to get into something really interesting, you find out that the Commerce Clause gives the federal government the power to regulate almost literally, anything. They say that growing wheat for your own personal consumption was the same way that they banned wheat. Growing wheat it isn't any more legal than growing medicinal plants. Literally growing wheat for your own personal consumption is illegal. They can literally ban you from growing tomatoes in your own garden under the Commerce Clause. If you look at how they used the Commerce Clause to ban wheat, and that's what they used to ban marijuana, and that's what they used to ban.
People use that as an excuse to do these things doesn't mean that you don't have a 9th Amendment right to grow whatever the hell wheat or tomatoes that you want.
Okay, Salt Saker says, how does a plant get banned? That baffles me. It baffles me too, and I brought this up in my classes so many times because I figured out the answer to this, that I laughed at my professor so many times and said the entire government is a joke. When you figure out how they figured out how to ban plants, it's under the Commerce Clause. What they said was, if it could possibly affect interstate commerce, and they went so far as to say, and this is how they did it with medical marijuana, they said even if it could affect the black market, where if you grew your own personal wheat or marijuana, these are two different ones, but I'm just mixing them, but they came to the same conclusion. If you grew your own personal medical marijuana, they said to this guy, it could affect the black market. Exactly. It could affect the black market of interstate commerce through medical of the marijuana trade. And therefore we can ban that.
That's such an obviously untrue. That's obviously not possible.
Well, and they can say this. They can say, look, you can't grow a tomato because if you grow a tomato, that means you're not going to buy a tomato at the store. That tomato from the store might come from California, and that's interstate commerce. And so you are actually affecting the market, the interstate market, and therefore we can regulate it. And we can
then you can say nobody can have a garden because then they're affecting the interstate.
Exactly. And now I literally got Chat, and I can show you guys right here. Do you want me to? I'll pull it up. I'll have ChatGPT admit to you that the government can say that nobody can have a garden, and it'll be reluctant. It'll say, well, they wouldn't likely do it, but technically under the Interstate Commerce Clause, they can do all that.
I don't see how they could call. I mean, I guess they can if they have judges that are willing to make completely unreasonable determinations, but that's not a reasonable determination. And it's a violation. It's a violation of your First Amendment right. And your First Amendment right to freedom of religion encompasses so much. That includes if I want to do whatever the hell drugs my religion says that I do, you can't tell me that my religion doesn't say that I need to drive down the street drinking a fifth and smoking a bong of meth. You can't tell me that. The freedom of religion really should encompass virtually anything, any liberty that you could even imagine, as long as it doesn't directly step on somebody else's liberty.
Okay, but they have said that that is not how it works, right? They said only a well-established religious doctrine is respected under the First Amendment. That's what the courts have
Where
distinctly
does it
ruled.
say that in the First Amendment?
Now, I'm not saying that it does say that, but the courts have ruled. But because then anyone could say, "Well, it's my religion to kill everyone," and then they could just not
No,
regulate that.
no, they can't, because that infringes on somebody else's right.
So then, okay, well, hold on a second, because the courts have also ruled that if it's a religious practice to have animal sacrifices, that those are permissible under those conditions, under those specific strict conditions. There's Supreme Court case rulings where these religions were allowed to proceed with their animal sacrifices, continue to do them because they had a historical tradition of doing that within that religion or whatever, like Haitian voodooism or whatever it was. I don't know exactly. I can pull up the case for you, but
Well, it's just like they have to provide peyote to certain Native American groups in prison.
As it's starting to become more accepted, right? So, like even with the sacred mushrooms, for example, like that's a ritual that's been going on in Mexico at Catholic churches ritualistically, and it's clearly a spiritual substance, but I can't technically, what I'm saying. Now in Colorado, they're starting to make churches where you can do it for religious purposes. But even
Right.
then, but that's just a state thing, right? So, and then, or for example, Rastafarianism, they smoke marijuana as part of their religion. I mean, I studied the different religions, as
Yeah, they
part of
do.
my, yeah, as part of their religion. They don't eat meat. They smoke marijuana, and I can't just smoke marijuana and say, well, I'm Rastafarian and get away with it. I'm not saying that, but you're saying we should be able to, and I'm
Yeah.
agreeing with you on that point. I'm agreeing with you on that point. But what about? See, I don't think that. Okay, what about the animal sacrifices one? Do you agree that they should be able to sacrifice animals because it's part of their religion?
I guess so. If you're gonna claim that the animals have no rights.
Well, who? Oh, but who's going to claim the animals? Or who? Oh, hold on. I mean, that's if you're going to claim animals have no rights, but we don't say that. In fact, we do give animals rights within our society. If somebody mistreats their animals, they can be put in jail for that.
If that's the case, then just like a religion can't permit you to go out and shoot people in the head, then no, you shouldn't be able to sacrifice animals.
Where the heck is Brick, man? I thought this guy was going to come up. Anyway, sorry. I was just like, oh, I forgot he disappeared on us. So wait, so you saying the animals they shouldn't have the right to practice their religion? Is that what you just said?
What I'm saying is just like your religion can't say I have the right or the duty to go out and shoot somebody in the head every hour. If you're going to ascribe rights to the animals, then no, a religious practice should not be able to infringe on their rights.
So I want to check that again. So wait. If animals have the rights, it shouldn't be able to. So they only have where does the First Amendment say you have the right to practice your freedom of religion as long as it doesn't infringe upon somebody else's right?
Nothing can. Well, it's made clear throughout.
Okay. That makes sense to me now. You're saying that's sort of an inherent, yeah.
Yeah, that you can't step on somebody else's right. That just goes across the board.
All right. I retract that statement. That was a pretty bad question. I'll give you that.
That's what I'm looking for.
All right. All right. So I'm just trying to digest this real quick because I'm feeling like you're putting a restriction. They're actually giving them more rights right now. Like you're actually wanting the government to put more restrictions on people's rights at this point, is what you're saying. Actually, what you're arguing for right now, right?
I'm not necessarily arguing for the government to do that. I'm just saying if you're going to ask what the legal the legality of it would be no, it's not legal if it infringes on on anything's rights that has rights.
Hey, Wasa, can you post the link by chance? Do you have the ability to post the link to this? It's probably harder on your phone, huh?
Post the link to what?
To our StreamYard into the chat, because I think Brick has me so far blocked that he can't even see the link that I've been trying to post to him.
Okay. Let me see here. I'd have to be a mod, I think.
I think if you're like in StreamYard.
Okay, let me try.
Then the link comes through, is my understanding.
Okay, so I'm sharing the StreamYard link. Is that right?
Yeah. If you get a chance, if you're able to, yeah, that'd be cool.
I think I can. Yeah.
Nice,
Here we go. Let's try it. Posting now.
And you like put it inside. Yeah.
Yeah, it's there. I don't know if it's highlighted.
Oh, yeah, I can't see it either. Let's see here. Oh well.
Or it looks like it's there to me. Maybe it's not showing it to you. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't see it on the. Can you post it in StreamYard?
Let's see. Well, I mean, I'm posting it in the chat basically through StreamYard. Where is it that you're suggesting I post it?
Okay, yeah, you are. I wonder why it didn't come through on my end either. Yeah, that's weird. I must be blocking.
It must be blocking a link because I'm not a mod.
All right, I'm gonna post the link in the description.
There you go.
All right, let's see here. Thanks. So, well, do you believe that animals? Okay, yeah. Do you believe that? Okay, well, before we get into animals having rights, then real quick, I'll give you an even simpler one. And I'm posting the link right now. Well, shoot, I can't even save changes to this video because it's like of the way it was set up. I don't know. You hopefully get it all figured out. I'm gonna pin the comment with the link if anyone wants to see it. Type it in. Okay. So, do you think that the Bill of Rights applies to children? Yeah. I'm gonna go with me on that one real quick.
I'd have to think about questions like this harder before I answer them with any confidence.
Okay, I didn't mean to throw it at you like that, but all right, because I thought that was because I'm like, well, where does the Constitution say that only people above, 18 have the right to a Second Amendment, for example? And in fact, I think
right.
Yeah,
and certainly there's been historical times where a 13-year-old group could very well be in dire need of having a firearm if there are wild animals or bandits around or whatever,
Yeah, exactly. And so that's where I'm going with that too, is exactly. So, which you're probably in agreement with, but then I tried to present this to people, right? And most people, even it was like an audit community, I get attacked by so many people in the audit community because they disagree with my nuances of the law, and then they get mad at me and start throwing tomatoes at me,
I've seen it.
What's that?
I've watched it.
Oh, thank you. Exactly. And so and a lot of them say that the youth, that if you're under 18, that it doesn't apply to they wouldn't admit
that.
Well, they wouldn't admit that what they're saying is that if you're under 18, the Bill of Rights doesn't apply to you. But what they would admit is they say, well, kids can't have guns, and I'm not saying kids should have guns, knock on wood, right? I didn't mean to throw super buzzwords, but what I meant was that was their argument, right?
I think kids should be able to have guns, frankly. What if the government comes to start attacking us right now? They're going to be handing their guns, and if they're trying to defend their homestead or whatever, they're going to be handing their kids guns.
Okay, no, hold on, because I just want to make sure that because I don't want to again get in trouble for saying anything stupid.
Okay, yeah. That's like a hypothetical novel situation.
Yeah, the guy, yeah.
But we can switch it up. Let's say there's zombies that are coming to attack the homestead.
Well, yeah, and I just we'll just use the word. I'll just use the word minors in that sense. I'll refer to, because what I like to think about is someone who's 17 years old and 364 days. Everyone acts like his rights are not equal to someone who's 17 years old and 365 days. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know why you're drawing this weird arbitrary line anywhere, though, because why is it any more legit at 17 than at 16 or 15?
Right, but as soon as I start talking, then You can go down. Yeah, you can go down the line very low. Exactly. And I don't want to. When you start getting into like super low numbers, though, then it starts getting into like this fringe, like terms of service stuff that I don't want to like.
I got you. I see. I see. Okay. I got you now.
Yeah.
Okay. My bad. My bad.
Oh no, that's cool. Yeah, exactly. So this person is practically an adult already, right? I mean, who's the person this? Why does some? It's the 1 day, 1 hour difference. You can literally take it down to the minute, one to the second. They're saying this person is 1 second younger than 18. They
Right.
are not. Yeah. And I'm saying that's arbitrary. And I had this whole group of auditors or whatever for people who believe in the Constitution telling me I'm an idiot because if they're not 18, then they're fucking idiots, you know? And I'm sitting here saying, well, there's a lot of people who are over 18 who are stupider than a lot of people who are under 18. Even if you can pick one example of that, then you're having one person whose rights are being violated. Shouldn't we address that, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I agree
And
with you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm under the understanding that there's actually the class of people who are being discriminated against, who's nobody's representing. Just like it was first, it was first. You could say it was race that was discriminated against. That wasn't being represented. All right, I see Brick. We're gonna get you on here. I'll close my thought with this. Is first we had race that was being discriminated against. Then we had women that were still being discriminated against, and now we still have people under 18 who are being discriminated against. They're being taxed on their wages and don't have the ability to vote. That's taxation without representation. That is worse than the taxation that we complain about as adults. And with that, here's Brick Jonesy is in the room.
Nice.
Go ahead and mic check and see if we can hear you all right.
Yeah, how's that?
All right, cool. Coming in good, man.
Good.
All right, give it to us, Brick.
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I unhid you from the channel, and I had to enter it manually up in the search bar, so I don't know what it is.
Oh, cool.
It's possible that I might have you like blocked in the chat as well. So I don't know
It
why.
might be my link. Yeah, it might be on my end too. I didn't see Wassamata's use link, so it could just be like links or something.
Gotcha.
Or something.
Yeah. No worries. We'll figure it out. So how you doing, man? I mean, I ain't obviously chatted with you in a minute, so.
Oh yeah, actually, you were a big inspiration for this channel being started. I wanted people to be able to voice their opinions without the fear of, and you weren't like, I'm not saying, it wasn't just you, but it was just like a bunch of stuff happened. I felt that I got that, I was like, felt like, BZ blocked me, and I got blocked on Chili's channel for a second, which he called me and explained to me that we're cool and everything, but I just felt like I wanted a place where people could come speak and
well, I mean,
and not take shots
now
by the
you
way,
do-
which I'm going to.
Yeah.
Eline, where Eline would sit there and snipe me, and it's like, don't snipe me, tell me come up and then let me explain what I'm trying to say.
Well, his channel isn't really designed for that kind of thing. I mean, he's doing a different thing. But well, because now you are doing something with your channel, and that's great. I'm really happy you are. I believe everybody should. Everybody should do as much as they can to try to get that information out there. I know some people really ain't made for it. But I really love the realm of ideas. But you having a channel, that there's definitely first and foremost, when you come onto a platform, this platform, particularly YouTube, there's terms of service, right?
Well, I learned that the hard way yesterday. First, I was like, anyone's going to come on here, and then this troll came on and pushed every button he could until he finally violated terms of service, and I had to cut him off.
Yeah. And see, that is the worst, right? And so it's not like if I'm gonna block you or anybody, it's not that I don't want you to be able to say it. It's I would actually, I kind of want you to be able to say anything you want to say, right? And I want you to reveal, if it's something that I don't agree with, reveal who you are. If you're a downright dirty, rotten scoundrel, I want you to be that dirty, rotten scoundrel that you are. I want you to be honest with me.
Well, no, or what I'm saying is, if you happen to have a misunderstanding of something and somebody tries to point that out, you have to be willing to okay. I'm gonna put. I mean, I'm queuing up this. Let me queue up this clip that I made of a short, because It was you probably helped inspire it, you know.
Very good.
Um, let's see here. It's this one that I just.
Every time I have a new theological discussion, I have all these advanced answers for many of these questions, and then a basic question will just completely throw me off, and I'm like, "What the fuck, dude?" What was an example recently? There was one. It was a stupid question by Brian on whatever. I don't even remember what it was, but it ended up opening this massive can of worms, and I was arguing with, I don't know, 3,000 or 4,000 people were in the chat at the time, and we were just endlessly arguing about this. It was, me versus, I don't know, like 2,000 people live. And it was such a dumb question. I remember when he said it, I was like, what a stupid question. And then 30 minutes later, I was retracting it and going, I really thought that was a stupid question. It turns out I'm a fucking idiot and got this, got this all wrong, right? And so I'm constantly having to kind of go back to my own presuppositions and get them right. You know what I mean? Because if you debate people professionally all the time, my job is to represent the worldview the best that I can and to win on that worldview, and I do that very, very, very well. But the reason I do is because every single time I'm proven to be wrong or have a bad argument, even if I win the argument, I'll still go back over it and be like, okay, man, well, here's how I could have lost that. And so now I need to really look at some of my presuppositions here that were totally incorrect. You know what I mean? They were just not correct. And so, sometimes a basic question like that will really fuck me up.
It's almost over.
But and it makes you realize, like, as much as you think you know, right? You don't fucking know shit. Right? You don't know shit.
And it's nothing against you. It's like right for everyone. I grew up my whole life like asking what my professor could build up some whole theory on like evolution or like on some fucking bullshit that they're saying, and I could ask him one question that would just make the whole cards of Jenga fall, right? And that's kind of my specialty, right? Is I won't make an assertion. I won't make a claim. I'll ask a simple question, for example, and that one question can be powerful enough to make a kingdom fall, and if it's built on the wrong foundation, and it's all about making sure that everything is built on the right foundation,
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. Foundation is definitely, if not the most important, got to be one of the most important things. It's the beginning, right? So for me, when I that's a great clip. I'm glad you put that together. And I know who Andrew is. I don't really like talking with Andrew. I actually talked to him one time, and he did his,
dude, if I could find that clip, I would be fucking. I would definitely be.
I might tell you one day,
dude.
You might find it. It's not that long ago.
Apparently, he's
Andrew
like
Wilson.
I didn't know.
Okay, because I caught that live earlier just by a weird coincidence.
No way, dude. Yeah, dude. I recently kind of came across this stuff. Yeah. When I've been looking for more open debate channels, I came across this stuff, and the
thing about it for me is frustration, right? So the frustration comes from not understanding, right? And so we as human beings, we try to understand things. We understand it, right? So we stand under it. In other words, we look up to it and say, okay, now that I am either going to agree with or that I'm not going to agree with, and that is how we understand. The problem comes about when we begin to claim that we know, and I do mean anything, right? We say know your rights, right? And then somebody will come along and say, yeah, but rights are privileges. And now our whole world is upside down. There are things that we can know in a moment, but then that doesn't mean that we knew them before, and it also doesn't mean that we will know them in the future. See, every moment changes,
and that is literally, you're right. That is literally what we mean, huh? Now, we mean when we say know your rights, when we're teaching, as you so to speak, when we, as in like when say Chile teaches someone their rights, he's teaching them, like you said, their what is
Their
it you said?
momentary
Privileges.
rights, their
Their
privileges, right? Because they're
because
momentary rights.
because if you're going right, if you're going by case law and stuff like that, it's he's saying know your rights at the time. And I get it, and that makes sense. Everything he's saying is right. I agree with. That's how I kind of got into what my line of thinking is too. Is your rights are really, well, like you're saying, know the rights that you have that you can actually like enforce at the level of power that you have to enforce those rights.
Right.
That's really what. Yeah.
That's exactly right. Because here's the thing, you know, the 10th Amendment draws attention to that very concept, which is the power of the people versus the power of the state, right? And so when you look at the difference of what power the state has versus the power that the people have, the only reason that they have that difference of power is because of the knowledge that they have at the time. And so that right, which is also power, is literally correlating to each other. So,
I'm sorry. Can you clarify that actually?
So power is basically how you back your rights. It's literally your rights. Your power is your right. Right is might, and that is
Okay. I was going to say, is it might is right? Is that what you're saying?
Might is right. Right. The victors write the history. Right.
History, yeah.
Yeah. And so these concepts that we already know, because, you know, we've seen it played out in the history books. I mean, we weren't literally there, but we understand it, you know, if we've come to that learned knowledge. In fact, the word knowledge, right, when you break it down, it's no ledge. So the ledger is the writing, right? And so you know because it's been written. And that's the only way that you gain this knowledge, right? The reason I'm going into this is because I've heard it said so many times, the words, I think. Now, if you've been around the Panelverse at all, you'll probably, not Jack, but the actual Panelverse. I love Jack, by the way. Awesome channel.
Well, no, all of those people, even Andrew, they all concede to the I think idea when they say that they believe religion is true.
Right.
So,
yeah.
So, okay,
yeah,
so
exactly.
I think
Exactly.
But
And
Brick,
it's a
and I
belief.
just said, I think, but Brick, it seems to me that you're actually conflating a few different things.
But what I meant is it's okay to say I think, because every argument always ends in, you can't take an argument and not have ended I think. You always present your evidence to the jury and they decide. You tell the jury what you think, but you cannot force a fact down their throat.
I have a better word. I believe. It literally means the same thing. The only difference is I am admitting that the knowledge is not there. It's just a belief.
I think the words I think does the same thing.
The problem with I think, in my opinion, is it presents theory, right? And with theory comes the books like about evolution and other types of theory, and then it's presented as knowledge, not even just to us, but to the youth. I grew up, right? Of course, much like many of the folks around us, in the 90s. Like, so I'm an 80s baby. I grew up in the 90s. I was educated in the 90s, and the big thing during that time was teaching the youth evolution. Now, it's a belief. Evolution is absolutely 100% a belief, and anybody who says that it's knowledge really is just being disingenuous to what it really is, because it's called the evolutionary theory, right? It's thinkery is what I actually call it, but it's a belief, and I'm willing to accept someone's viewpoint, right? So viewpoint knowledge, thought, theory, thinkery, knowledge, and then belief, knowledge, those things are not base knowledge, right? So I am just a man. That is base knowledge. But it's only base knowledge for me because right now what you're looking at is the image. I could be AI for all you know, or anything else. I could just be a fictitious not.
All right, I knew
You
it.
could
We
be
were
the
on
same.
to you the whole time, bro. What's the matter you? It's a fake one. I was telling you, bro.
I almost said that too. I almost said, I think you are a bot.
But you see, it's just an image, and so now the image is real. So you could say that the base knowledge is that you are looking at a character on the internet through StreamYard on YouTube.
Now you're just tripping me out because I can kind of see how that's actually true, huh?
Yeah, those are truisms, all truisms, in fact, you could call it. But whenever we're talking about belief, right? You do believe that I am a man, right? I'm just another man on the internet, like on the other side of
Okay, yeah, it's
whatever.
belief, but like you said,
Now
I
that you've
have faith.
transitioned, yeah.
We have evidence, though, like as you mentioned in the Hebrews, 11:1 or whatever, with faith
Yes.
having evidence.
Oh, I like that. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Faith is the assured expectation of things hoped for, the evident demonstration of man, I forget how to say
I'm gonna
it.
pull it up. I'll share it here because you
Yeah.
have to have evidence. So that's a great point, though. Because this guy's all, if I had a unicorn if I said I had a unicorn, would you believe it? And I was like, well, if I had evidence, but without evidence, I'm not just gonna believe it, right? Like, and because
Well, and you say unicorn, you could be like a little toy unicorn, right? And you could literally have a unicorn.
well, and I mean, I'll go so far as to say, if my good buddy, who I has a reliable source, if the evidence of the Bible, if two reliable witnesses swore to me that they saw something, swore to me they saw a unicorn,
right?
Then I would be more inclined to actually believe that maybe they did see something,
Right, but you wouldn't know.
Oh,
You'd have
right,
to believe.
right. So you wouldn't have gnosis at that point.
Right. Yeah. Gnosis. Exactly. And so when we talk about these momentary points in time where we have gnosis, knowledge, know our rights, so to speak. Yeah, there we go. Defines faith as the assurance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. Right. So yes, you haven't seen it. You've got evidence for it. And thus now you have faith that it exists, but you also hope that it exists because you don't want to be wrong. And so, yeah, man, those things that we believe are real, we certainly would hope that they are real. And if we, come across something where we realize, oh, wait, that's not real, we might change our viewpoint. And actually, that brings me to another point. What is real, right? So what is real? What we know, right? So what is base? Those things, like mens rea, right? Like actual knowing.
Well, hold on, I just wanted to check myself here real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So that is an interesting trend. I just had to interrupt because I wanted to make sure we didn't get too far from this is a particular translation. Is that what I'm catching on to? That some people will say that doesn't necessarily. Could somebody make the argument that doesn't necessarily? Which, I mean, I'm not saying that they need to, but I think somebody could make the argument that it doesn't translate to evidence. It translates to something else.
Substance. Sometimes people say substance.
Is that a pretty well accepted translation?
Or no, wait, no. This one says evidence too. So no, evidence is a good translation. And I will accept any quote unquote translation because it's not a version, right? It's a translation. Translation is fine.
Okay, yeah, I see some different ones like assurance. So assurance. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Well, okay, so I'm seeing assurance of things of, conviction of things of, certainty.
Yeah, and you know what a surety is, right?
One calls for proof. So one goes so far as to call for a proof.
Yeah. Yeah, and in all these words, right, in English, are alluding to
I've always kind of said there is no such thing as.
Yeah, it's not. There's no such thing as foolproof without seeing.
Yeah,
it
and
yourself,
and I'll put
experiencing
this
it
on.
yourself. It just becomes hearsay.
Exactly. All proof is really just some pieces of evidence. Yeah, the
Yeah,
totality of
little
the
pieces.
evidence, right? It becomes proof in somebody's mind.
Like
Yeah.
DNA testing, right? So they'll use DNA testing to see who was there, but the truth is, or even fingerprint testing, right? The truth is that there are doppelgangers. There are real doppelgangers in the universe, or I mean, in the on the Earth. You know, so there are
Yeah, but you'd be
literally
more likely to like win the lottery twice before you would end up with two people with this same DNA.
Oh, what's the matter? Have you seen how many people win the lottery multiple times? Literally, if you win the
That's
lottery
what I'm
once,
saying. It
you're
could
more
happen.
likely.
That's why I'm acknowledging it could
It's
happen,
so weird.
especially with X billion number of people in the world, 9 billion or whatever.
Yeah, there are
Yeah, no, there's
actually
like
documented cases of guys who've been to jail too, like for real, for that sort of thing, you know. But
Although they're
it
doppelgangers,
is
they're
rare.
not exactly identical because as we get better technology, we can distinguish even among.
There is literally one case that I was watching a video on. It was actually just a video. I mean, believe it, it happened on the internet, right? I heard it on the internet. But no, I'm assuming it was real, where there was literally a guy like up north somewhere who was found, and it was like his doppelganger was the guy who went to jail, but it was too late to even charge him. So there are rare occasions, but you know, that's the thing, right? So when we say we know, right, it's only momentary. I mean, even the mind is temporary, right? Like our body, our heart, it will die. The mind will be gone.
Well, the mind and the body are different. Well, who knows? We don't know what happens to the mind at that point.
This is true, right? Right. So I have a belief. I have probably a different belief than pretty much anybody on the planet, just like anybody else. And this is actually an interesting point too. No two people on the planet will believe the exact same thing. It's just not really possible.
Okay, so this is why I get into. That's exactly why I get into my legal philosophy of that. We shouldn't be like so diehard about all of our beliefs and rights, because not everyone has the same beliefs, and you have this many people, which means you're going to have literally somebody who's going to disagree with everything you believe in, and and you're going to disagree with everything they believe in, and it's like, what are you going to force your beliefs on everybody who doesn't believe everything you believe? You can't do that, right? So we come to this social contract where we say, look, none of us agree on anything, so let's all agree on something.
Right. We say, okay, there's some definite subjectivity. I mean, all the way up until the point of, if there's 7 billion people on the planet, there's going to be 7 billion different types of beliefs. But surely there must be some objectivity. And if there is, can we agree that we can, abide by them?
So we've decided that our objectivity is going to be at least some sort of due process and some sort of standard where we all have some way of participating in saying in a say, and possibly changing things if we need to, like checks and balances. So like we created this system to do what you're saying, right? Is what I mean.
Yeah, I would. Well, I certainly would hope so. I mean, really, ultimately, like the golden rule, that's like a good start. Do no harm. That sort of thing. You don't want harm done to you, so you don't do harm to others. Let's start with that. And you wouldn't take from someone else because you don't want to be stolen from. The kind of things that actually Brian, Here's the Deal, talks about it, right? He harps on that. I love it.
I guess, yeah, in an overly generalized way. I mean, what is taxation? They're stealing from people. So theft isn't always a crime.
No, I wouldn't call that theft. That is the social agreement that we are agreeing to tax each other, right? So those taxes that I agree to pay, I agree to it. But if
when did I agree to that?
Well,
when did that? I think it is theft because you're forcing it on a lot of people who never agreed to it.
Well, you don't have to agree to it. You do have options.
What are the? Well, I would like to. I mean, and I'm not trying to like attack you, but now
So,
let's get into this debate. What are the options?
so let's assume that we're living in a house, right? We are living in a house together, okay? And we say we're gonna split the rent, the electric, the water. We'll buy our own food, yada yada, right? And Wassa comes to us one day and says, "Hey, you guys, look, the rent's 1,800. You guys are charging me 600, and each of you are paying 600. We're all paying our fair share, is what we said in the beginning. However, I feel like I'm paying too much, and thus it is theft."
Well, you guys put me in the basement.
You chose to be in the basement.
Wait, sorry. Wait, so you got the analogy, Wassa? What was he? Can you?
I don't. I guess I don't really get where the analogy is going exactly, but I do understand everything that you're laying out so far.
Yeah, and I mean,
sorry.
so we're born into it. So technically, the agreement is that we're gonna stay. Now, if we want to stay, then we have to continue with the agreement. But then the option is that you can go get your own place. You see, you
Yeah,
have
but
an
you can
option.
say that all you want, but I mean, nobody controls where they're born.
Yeah, no, we're not controlled where we're born and where we're raised up. And
So,
that sort
but
of
wait a
thing.
second. That's some sort of. That seems like a logical fallacy of some sort to me. I'm not going to pretend like I know the name of every fallacy. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like
18.
but think about what you're saying. You're saying
18 is the
well,
legal age.
but
You have a choice at that point.
Where I'm going with this is you're saying you can justify literally anything by saying if you don't like it, then leave. Because as long as we were doing it here before.
Yeah, and that's the way all nations have worked throughout the history of time.
And you adopt that philosophy as an accurate philosophy to
I
have?
find that abhorrent.
Well, the reason is because every ship has a captain, every house has a daddy.
But
right?
did our forefathers adopt that philosophy? Did the founders of this nation? So you think that they adopted that philosophy
Absolutely.
when they?
I think that's
overthrew the
anathema to
British?
what they.
Well, it's in the Declaration of Independence. It was the very first document ever scribed.
Wait, how isn't that the exact opposite of the Declaration of
It's the
Independence?
opposite, yeah.
No, it's called natural law.
But the Declaration of Independence says we are not, just because our forefathers were slaves, we are not going to be.
That's right. That's right. They are choosing to band together and do things a certain way. Right. First Continental Congress. Right.
And you're saying because people do it this way, we should continue to do it this way.
I mean, you have a choice. I'm going along with it. There are some things that I want changed, and the system provides a way for that, but I don't want to destroy it. I kind of like the way it's set up.
So I can't stay here and be left alone.
I'm sorry.
So I can't stay here and be left alone. It's my options to leave or conform.
Or do the civic duty. Yeah, that's part of. I mean, you don't have to do the civic duty. You can do whatever you want.
Okay, yeah, as long as you're paying your taxes. I'm taking it to this far extent, and we can get into. I'll just take it to this single story, even where if I work my whole life to buy a little house on a little acre, and I set it all up to be solar panel, and no neighbors have any complaints, and I'm the best man in the world, and no one has a problem with me, and I own everything that I've bought flat out, that every year I still have to pay the government property tax, and I can never quit my job. I always have to have income till the day I die because I have to pay property tax every single year on something that I own. How can you justify that?
I'm not. There's a system.
And the founders also made it clear that we are to resist when we find these things to be tyrannical.
So there's a civil process, and then there is a other process, which is you have rights.
No, can you justify? I mean, and please, let's build up the Steelman argument for how you could justify making an old man pay property taxes to the rest of his life, He has to continue to spin the wheels of making money, no matter how high inflation gets. He has to pay them, some thousands of dollars every year, or they're going to come take his property away and kick him onto the curb and let him be homeless. That makes no sense.
It's the price of doing business in this country.
Oh, horse shit.
You do realize that you personally, as a person, are a corporation.
Okay, I don't know first. I am not 100% clear on all of that. I've studied some of it in recent time.
Don't let him don't let him red herring you with that bullshit right now, dude.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I don't care about that, because the fact of the matter is that my rights are supposed to be based on my ability to own property, and I don't own my property if I have to pay rent.
You have some basic rights with the Bill of Rights, which is for we the people. But then there's also the rights of property, the rights that corporations have.
Oh, you have the right to all the property you want, as long as we can tax you on it every year, or even quarterly.
That's a different thing. That's called inalienable rights, right? And that is written in
which
later.
All rights clearly are, according to the government.
No, so the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution talk about unalienable rights, right? So those are
Show me one that's enforced unalienably by the government. One, the right to life.
No.
Not even the right to life is an unalienable right. According to the government.
Unalienable rights are rights that cannot be taken from you.
Now
you have to give them away.
Okay. Wasamata and I discussed earlier the only explicitly stated unalienable rights in in any legal document. The Declaration of Independence is not even a legal document, but let's just say that it was. It's the most authoritative thing closest to.
Oh, it's the Declaration. See, because you when you start any type of organization, you must start with a declaration first.
Okay, so the only unalienable rights listed are the right to life, the right to life, liberty, and then we can debate on whether it's property or pursuit of happiness. We all know it was supposed to be property. But let's just say we know that the right to life and liberty are unalienable rights. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, then how is it that through due process you can have capital punishment, which alienates you from your right to life?
Because you infringed upon someone else's.
Okay, so then that right is alienable.
You broke the social contract.
Then you don't have that unalienable right. It's alienable through due process.
You gave those rights up.
Basically, you destroy that right in yourself by violating another's.
Thank you guys now I've got you right in my trap, right? And because I used to believe that an unalienable right meant that even you didn't have the right to give that right away. You couldn't separate yourself from that right. Even if you tried, you could try to sign it away. It's unalienable. But the fact is, you guys admit that those rights are not unalienable. They are alienable. You can just sign them away.
No, I don't believe that you could sign them away.
Okay, but didn't you guys just go back and repeat what you guys just said? Oh, you signed away that right.
He said that. I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You mean when you violate another's rights? I said you destroy that right when you violate, because when someone defends themselves against your attack.
Yeah.
But that's okay. But that's an immediate. You're using an immediate force, right? But now once that immediate force is gone, or that immediate threat is gone, then they don't say, we're not going to rehabilitate, we're not going to use prison sentence, we're going to alienate you from that right. And let's just say that they even got the punishment wrong. Let's just say, as we know, innocent people have gotten that punishment. They never gave away that right. But what happened is due process stripped them of that right.
Yeah, well, we're
okay. I agree with that. Yeah,
we're in a system of man. Okay, right. And so men are not perfect, right? And so what that means is that we are playing what? God. And that is what nations have done since the beginning of time. This is what nation states have done, kingdoms have done.
One of the big principles of our legal system is supposed to be that it's better for 1,000 or 10,000 guilty men to go free than one innocent man to be wrongfully convicted.
This is why I would be a terrible judge in the system that we have now because I would be letting a lot of people go.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too. But I wouldn't consider that a terrible judge, but I think the
Right.
system would.
Me too. Me too. Yeah. So yeah, you have to understand that we have wicked men in control at the moment, and because of that, we have not done our civic duty.
Right.
We the people.
That's what I said to Lawyer Dog earlier, is that the Constitution didn't fail us, we failed it.
Yes.
No piece of paper can ever get up and do something for you. You can either adhere to it and make it work or not. And we have not. We've let them take those inches that we were warned about, and now they've taken miles.
Yes, the wicked men. Those Roman centurions who roam around, now they have big firearms.
Sonny, you okay? Oh, sorry. Sorry, guys. I was still in the sorry about that.
You're good.
I had it muted.
You're good.
But yeah, I mean, the system is set up for us to be able to do what we need to do. The problem is that a lot of the people that came before us, not our forefathers, but the people who came before us, there's a lot of wicked men in that past who implemented some wickedness in the judicial system, the executive branch, and the legislative branch. And then there's also an education system that has literally duped our parents.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
That's not the founding fathers, but I'm talking about going on forward. But at the same time, we've made a lot of headway. And I'll tell you something. If you know anything about the fugitive laws, you'll know that we actually have made a lot of headway, because that is actually, in my opinion, the origin of the Terry stop policies. Right? So that's the way they used to treat the fugitives. The only thing is now they codified it through policy, and then the Supreme Court came along in 68 and said it's also going to be backed by the court. Right?
Well, we're going to let you do that to everybody, even the non-fugitives.
Yeah, and all the little courts are like, okay, we'll do it too then. Yeah,
and
so
this is something that I say a lot. You know, it's still a violation of a judge's oath for them to try to build upon another judge's clear oath violation. They're not supposed to do that. The Constitution and the Bill of Rights is written in clear language on purpose. They're supposed to make their own determination, and it's supposed to be based on their interpretation of the clear language of the word of the law, not on other judges' rulings.
I agree. Yeah. They're not supposed to be doing the quote unquote precedent, which is the Marbury versus Madison.
Right. When the court used powers that it doesn't have to give itself powers that it is forbidden from having.
Yeah. And I know Wesson knows that I've said it so many times. It's becoming a broken record. I would take it all the way back to the 10th Amendment before the clauses.
Well,
but that's
hold on a second. So you guys say you
one
have
thing at a
trouble.
time, though.
Yeah, exactly. That was a lot there. So I just wanted to.
Yeah, you lost me there at the end.
Well, I was actually because I was stuck on the Marbury Madison thing myself, which was you know, I haven't dug into that case as much as, of course, even amateur should at this point. I know that's like a very basic one that everyone should know, and I do know the basics of it. But for myself, I always like to read the cases and really weed out exactly what they're saying and not just what other people tell me they were saying. You know.
Yeah.
And but I will say that, like, don't you think that the court? I mean, don't like a lot of people have complaints about it and stuff like that, right? But what? As you're saying, even if you took them on a case-by-case basis, then what harm would it do to have the Supreme Court be there to, and if they weren't there, who would be there to adjudicate these federal cases? I mean, you need a federal Supreme Court to do the cases, and that's all.
Excellent question. Excellent.
Well, that
question.
gets back to where we landed earlier. Than that, you kind of need a way to keep these judges accountable and make sure that they're somehow keep them accountable to holding to the Constitution. And the Supreme Court's supposed to would ostensibly be the highest one that you would take your case to, when the lower ones were refusing to hold to it.
Yeah. Originally, I believe that the founders believed that if they could appoint through the Senate confirmation and the nomination, which is by the president, I do believe, right? If that system, if they could do it through that, then they could control how these judges, who was going into that seat, right? It would be these honorable men that they appointed, right? The problem is that those same men who were nominating and confirming are also corrupted, right?
Right.
And
They
so
had their own motives. Exactly.
picking and choosing. But at the same time, there's something that could be done about that. And Chili's got a good idea, which I've actually heard before many, many times. Term limits.
Term limit. Yeah.
10 years.
I would be totally for that. I don't think that's as much of a solution as.
See, there's always issues with government and politics, I feel like, because like I was noticing that like one of the reasons that we don't have any so in Mein Kampf or whatever, right, and now it's like, who knows, they'll probably just ban me for that, but anyway, he talks
just
about
say little mustache man.
You said mime cometh, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, what's sad is, and that goes to show the level of that goes to show the level of propaganda, brainwashing, censorship within our country. I just want people to realize that, because I mean, what turned me on to that was like this. There was this Rastafarian guy, and he was banging his drums, and he was just saying this thing, like, I can't even say it probably right. He was just like, the dun-dun-dun was a lie, the dun-dun-dun was a lie, and he just was repeating that, and I was like, I never heard that before, and I was like, what is he talking about, So I did a little research on that, and then
it was definitely propagandized, no matter what.
Yeah, and then you realize, well, you look at everything that we've been told, all the other stuff we've been told, literally, we know that it was all lies, all the false flags, all the different false
right,
flags.
Pearl Harbor, all of yeah.
And then everyone just takes this one and swallows it nil, sink.
Oh God, I just said the same thing. I just said the same thing to my mom earlier. I'm like, how many times are we going to see that it's always a false flag?
Exactly. I'm like, this was another fucking Saddam, WMD, and bunch of nonsense thing,
That's what makes this so god dang important. Now we got these little cell phones with the camera. Don't ever take that camera anywhere unless you're filming. I'm saying, man, I've caught.
That's what I said that to Lord Dog earlier too. It's a game changer with the cameras.
Yeah, and so you catch.
But that's where I was going with it. Okay, the term limit. So in his thing, he was talking about how, well, he tries to expose a lot of things, and if you haven't read, that, I suggest everyone reads the multiple perspectives of, before they make judgment on people. I'm like, we're in a country where we're supposed to value the jury. We're supposed to value innocent before guilty, and then we just go ahead and throw this man under the bus without even letting anyone consider what he has to say. And then if you even do try to say anything he has to say, I mean, they try to like ban his whole word. It's like not even giving. I mean, you don't even give the man the right to free speech in his own trial. He can't even speak on his own behalf. Like, there's something shady going on there, right? And anyways, if you look into what he's saying, he was saying one of the problems and one of the ways we're set up is not only is everything, all the elections, whatnot, controlled by the media, which is controlled by such and such, which is controlled by, and which was he was exposing the ultimate Illuminati, actually, which is, I think he actually literally mentions the Illuminati working with the Freemasons in order to create a one world order and all of these things. And but he was saying they do that through the media and through elections, and he says you can't hold anybody accountable. He's like, the problem with your world of democracy and your short terms on people in government is what they do is they literally put people in government who just make shit really fucking bad, and then they leave their position so no one can hold them accountable. They put another guy in who just keeps fucking it up. Then they take him out and no one can hold him accountable. They put another guy in and he just keeps fucking it up. And we keep taking everyone out who can be held accountable, and no one's ever held accountable because no one's ever in the seat by the time the shit gets exposed. You know, he's like,
Well, it's not that they couldn't be held accountable. They don't want to hold them accountable. It's just like when W left office and I had some, what turned out to be misplaced hope in Obama. And he had mentioned a few times possibly prosecuting George W. or holding him accountable, or the Cheney for the lies leading into the Iraq War. But as soon as he won the election, he flip flopped and immediately said, "Oh yeah, we're not going to do anything like that," And it's just like, well, of course not, because then you're setting a precedent for when you do, a bunch of wrong stuff. But we certainly could hold the previous, even if they were out of office by that time, and that would change things if we began to do that.
Yeah, and see, that is the thing is right. So yes, they're playing their game, and the thing about that is that if we were in those quote unquote positions of power, it would be us playing that game, right? Because we would just simply be those types of people. Excuse me. The beauty of, and this is just my opinion on this thing, I'm not gonna say this is a fact, but the beauty of being a little guy is that I can put my opinion out there into the ethos, and I feel like it might not affect as many people, but the people that it does affect, it will make real change for them in their lives. Whereas that garbage spewing of propaganda that you hear these folks on the top talk about, it's really not making that necessary change in people's lives so that they can find peace. And so really ultimately that is the thing, right? So peace. Peace is not through security. Peace is through liberty, right? Yes. Perfect. Red pill versus blue pill. Good.
I'm gonna play this video I made. I made this video several years ago, like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
For those who hide behind the false image of the Son of Man shall stand before God. It has begun. The beginning of the end. Yeah. Voice of racism, preaching the gospel is devilish. A fake church called the Prophet Muhammad a terrorist. Forgetting God is not religion, but a spiritual bond. And Jesus is the most quoted prophet in the Quran. They bombed innocent people trying to murder Saddam when you gave them those chemical weapons to go to war with Iran. This is the information that they hold back from Peter Jennings. Because Condoleezza Rice is just a new age Sally Hemings. I break it down with critical language and spiritual anguish. The Judas I hang with, the guilt of betraying Christ, who murdered him, stole his religion, and painted him white. Translated in psychologically tainted philosophy, conservative political right-wing ideology, glued together sloppily the blasphemy of a nation. Got my back to the wall because I'm facing assassination. Guantanamo Bay, federal incarceration. How could this be the land of the free, home of the brave, indigenous Holocaust, and the home of the slaves? Corporate America dancing offbeat to the rhythm. You really think this country never sponsored terrorism? Human rights violations, we continue the saga. El Salvador and the Contras in Nicaragua. And on top of that, you still want to take me to prison just because I won't trade humanity for patriotism. It's like MK Ultra controlling your brain, suggestive thinking, causing your perspective to change. They want to rearrange the whole point of view of the ghetto. The fourth branch of the government want us to settle. A bandana full of glittering generality, fighting for freedom and fighting terror. But what's reality? Read about the history of the place that we live in and stop letting letting corporate news tell lies to your children. Flow like the blood of Abraham through the Jews and the Arabs, broken apart like a woman's heart, abused in the marriage, the brink of holy war, bottled up like a miscarriage. Embedded correspondents don't tell the source of the tension, and they refuse to even mention European intervention or the massacres in Jenin. The innocent screams, U.S. manufactured missiles and M16s, weapon contracts and corrupted American dreams, media censorship blocking out the video screens, a continent of oil kingdoms bought for a bargain. Democracy is just a word when the people are starving. The average citizen made to be blind to the reason. A desert full of genocide where the bodies are freezing, and the world doesn't believe that you're fighting for freedom, cause you fucked the Middle East and gave birth to a demon. It's open season with the CIA bugging my crib, trapped in the ghetto region like a Palestinian kid, where nobody gives a fuck whether you die or you live. I'm trying to give the truth, and I know the price is my life, but when I'm gone they'll sing a song about immortal technique, who beheaded the president and the princes and sheiks. You don't give a fuck about us. I can see through your facade like a fallen angel standing in the presence of God. Bitch nigga scared of the truth when it looks at you hard. It's like MK Ultra controlling your brain, suggestive thinking causing your perspective to change. They want to rearrange the whole point of view in the ghetto. The fourth branch of the government want us to settle. A bandana full of glittering generality, fighting for freedom and fighting terror. But what's reality? Martial law is coming soon to the hood to kill yo while you hanging your flag out your project window. Yeah. The fourth branch of the government, aka the media, seems to now have a retirement plan for ex-military officials, as if their opinion was at all unbiased. A machine shouldn't speak for men, so shut the fuck up, you mindless drone. And you know it's serious when these same media outfits are spending millions of dollars on a PR campaign to try to convince you they're fair and balanced, when they're some of the most ignorant and racist people giving that type of mentality a safe haven. We act like we share in the spoils of war that they do. We die in wars. We don't get the contracts to make money off them afterwards. We don't get weapons contracts, nigga. We don't get cheap labor for our companies, nigga. We are cheap labor, nigga. Turn off the news and read, nigga. Read. Read.
Yeah, I like it.
And we're back with Brick. Nice. Oh, that old thing, you know, just something I whipped together. No, Mortal Technique's awesome, dude. I met him, and you know, he's a big tough guy, and I almost cried because he was so awesome. Because if you listen to his albums, they're like all revolutionary. I don't know if you've heard his albums, but they're actually called Revolutionary Volume 1 and Revolutionary Volume 2, and everything he raps about is political. And Sony offered to sign him. And I went in one of his concerts. I guess I saw him a couple times, but I met him personally once. But in one of his concerts, he said that Sony offered to sign him if he removed this one song, which maybe I'll show here in a little bit. And he refused to do it. He refused to do it, and when kept it real, you know. And yeah, so I almost, man, when I met him, I was like, oh man, I almost shed a tear. And then he just like looked at me like, you better not fucking cry right here in this, right in front of everybody. So I was like, all right, well, I better fucking just be like, I better go, dude, you know.
Yeah, man. No, that's good, man. That's that. I mean, yeah, he's spitting about a lot of real shit right there. You know, the reality, in my opinion, is it's my belief, whatever. The reality for me is that, yeah, we're not fighting a battle here on the earth. It's a different kind of battle. It's a spiritual battle, and it is what it is, you know. And unfortunately, there's some wicked men at the top. There's some wicked men at the bottom. There's some wicked men in the middle. We're just kind of making our way through, and the only reason I'll be brutal with you here for a minute is the only reason that I'm involved at all is because I have people I care about. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be involved. I'm not into this, fighting for rights shit. I'm only in it because I care about certain people. And I know that if I don't do something and if other people ain't doing something and we ain't educating each other, those people I care about also might not have a decent future. And that's it. And I don't know what's going to happen after I leave. I don't know what kind of effects what I do will have. But I do know that if I am here and I don't do something, then I will feel liable as long as I'm here. What's up?
And
I don't have a. I accidentally let my phone die there. Sorry about that.
Sorry. Oh, no, welcome back, man.
I don't have a dog in the fight, but for some reason I still feel compelled, and I probably don't have a lot of time left on this earth either. I don't know, because I'm already like 15 years past my supposed expiration date, statistically speaking. So I don't even know. Sometimes I worry, go to bed worrying if I'm gonna wake up, and other times I'm just thinking, man, I'm all right. I'm probably gonna live another 20 years. I just don't know. But whatever the case, I don't have a dog in the fight. No kids, no one, no nieces even, or anything that I care about or anything like that. So, but I still feel compelled. I don't like bullies. I don't like injustice.
Yep, that's exactly it, man. You ever mess around with the AI music there, Steelman?
Oh, wait. Oh, I was gonna say I don't. Yeah, he does. He just put up one of like one that was making fun of you the other day. No, just kidding.
No, I mean you. Lawyer.
Oh, I thought Wassa has that channel. I know. I think it's Wassa.
I know Wassa does. I know Wassa actually plays around with the AI. He came over and checked out a few of my songs. I do it too.
Yeah. But no, you said, but see, I noticed you said, okay, but remember, like the word bully, for example, can be an ambiguous term, because Jesus wasn't a bully, but you could say he was a bully, right? Because he literally used the whip to whip the money changers out of the church, and some people would say he was a bully. I wouldn't necessarily classify him as that, but that's what I'm saying, is that a cop could come up with some razz, and a group of people in half the world or more could come up with the argument that maybe he was a bully.
Well, I think when I say bully, I think most people that have ever heard me talk about these things knows who I'm talking, what kind of people I'm talking about.
Well, the reason I mention that is because when I come across as, assertive toward people, I can often get pushed into the label of being a bully when I'm actually trying to be more of something else that, like you're saying, there's like this ground that's kind of like maybe we don't have the vocabulary for, but
no, you stand in your square. You stand in your square. This is what you believe, and you're not going to back off of it. And I get that. Now that can be construed as bullying, but at the same time, a real ass dude eventually comes back around. That's my opinion. Yeah.
Oh, guys, get it. We just
Chevy.
figured out who the secret of Chevy is. OTVO is Chevy. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know if that's what he's saying, but that'd be funny if that was what he was saying.
No. OTVO Mermaiden. So OTVO Mermaiden is a channel, right? And so it was actually called Chili Mermaiden, right? And he changed it right after Chili got out. So he changed it to OTVO Mermaiden because he was starting to get, a little bit of traction. I'm subbed up. It's Chevy's music. And that's what he does, man. He makes that music over there on that channel. So if you don't know that, yeah, bro, you got to check that out, because I do believe he's got some songs that are you that are Lawyer Dog.
I'm pretty sure he's got at least one or two. Yeah.
Yeah. It's Team DLZ, baby. Yeah, Chevy, man.
Now you guys are just trying to flatter me to get over there.
I'm dead ass serious. I got.
Hey, go there right now. I'll show you. I'll tell you what songs to play.
Yeah, go over there. Yeah.
Play "Don't Reach Around."
Yeah, the one he just made.
No, I actually wrote that one. That was the first one that I wrote the lyrics to, and that Chevy made a song out of. But that was months ago. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. He's made songs about everybody, bro. I'm surprised you didn't know that. Wow.
No, I actually went through his. You know, I mean, I've kind of just I have, you know,
He's got
skimmed through there a
everybody in
bit.
there, man. Yeah.
He also just takes comments of mine and sometimes other people's and just turns them into songs, which is really funny.
Yeah.
Because he does a great job.
Yeah, man.
And you're
I
just
do
not
like
even expecting it. You leave a comment there, and then all of a sudden it's a song.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it. It's that good Chevy AI OTVO Mermaiden, man.
Even the ones that I actually made, I made because I had left lyrics for him, and I thought that he had just passed on making those songs, but it turns out I just didn't get notified of those. So I made the songs myself, and then later I go back and he's got the same. He's made a song with lyrics, a different song with lyrics out of the same lyrics. That's really the only reason I even made those.
Oh. All right. You want me to pull it up? Let me see here. Is that in there on your page, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's OTVO Mermaiden.
Myrmidon.
Oh, that one.
Myrmidon, yeah. The Myrmidon is a Greek mythological character, by the way. I don't know if you
Well,
ever
the Myrmidons were the fighting force of Achilles from the Iliad.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, when I seen Myrmidon, and I was like, what does that even mean? You know, so way back then I looked that up. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool.
And is that the guy with the chili pepper?
Yeah, that's it, man.
All right.
That's Chevy. That's Chevy, bro.
So does anyone? I mean, I guess it's not a place, but I always wondered what Chevy's mysterious story is. You know, I mean.
Oh yeah, I have some ideas of who he is. I have an idea.
Is it that Jack? Is it that no? Because he goes around, man. You know, he does. Maybe he wasn't. I was gonna say it was that one guy. You know, in Chili's first couple of videos. That's all.
I'm saying I don't know, man.
But dude, that guy goes around. I mean, he gets around. It's not like he just stays on Chili's channel and
true.
like.
Well, he's very supportive of the team, right? So, because Chili went to jail, we started all chatting and all.
I mean, when I saw him drop 100 on BZ, I was like, oh, don't just.
That was so cool.
Just feeding. Now I was like,
now
you're feeding the trolls.
Well,
anyway, we
BZ needs it.
Yeah, he's cool. Yeah, he's cool. Yeah.
Do you see a song there called Blue Pusu or let's see, where my curly tailed hero, where you be at, or something like that, or don't reach around. Are you on the Myrmidon page?
Okay, let me bring that up here. Now, do I search something on here, you say?
Just go to videos and like my curly tailed hero. That's a good one because I wrote that reach around song and then I just left a comment after that and I was so blown away then because I went to try to write another song and the comment that I left was like, shit, I thought songwriting was really easy because that one came out of me the other day so fast and now I realize it's really hard. And he made the dope ass song out of that comment. It's just crazy.
It's not this short 50-second one, is it?
It's called My Curly Tailed Hero. My Curly Tailed Hero. Where the fuck you be at, or something like that. It's not going to be really recent here. It's going to be down the list a ways.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's probably pretty far down because
if you don't reach around, it's going to be shortly after that.
I searched for reach. Unfortunately, I mean this isn't my favorite title name, but all right. Very classy title name you got there, Wassa.
But the song, the reason I'm proud of the song is because it's also a double entendre.
Right.
Oh, dude. You guys want to talk about double entendres? You guys wouldn't even believe. Oh my gosh, you guys would laugh your ass off if I showed you. I actually opened up for Bone Thugs and Harmony back in my day.
Oh, that's okay. So
I got a couple rap albums I made.
I see the one. Yeah. Where is my bloody? What's the matter? You comment.
Okay, not that one.
Is it before or after?
It's earlier.
Okay. Because I know I'm looking for ones that might be you. So
when you see "Don't Reach Around," it's like a couple. It's like a song or two after that, I think. Or
what's the matter? Stomper, Stomp, and Swing.
Nope.
Before that, okay.
Before that, before that.
Couldn't I just search "Don't" in the keywords or something and find it? Like, why doesn't that work?
Because I'm not sure of the title, but we'll see it here in a second. I think it's My Curly-Tailed Hero. I think he called it.
All right, here. Can one of you guys? Because I'm actually way too like.
Okay, I'll find it. Okay. I'll find it.
I wish I could, but I like right now.
You got a lot of songs in here,
Yeah, yeah. A lot of them are just comments that I wrote. I mean, maybe 5 or 6 of them are actually lyrics that I wrote.
Yeah, no, and I got my.
But brow, how, knee, hat. What's the matter, you?
All right, one second.
Run around blue poo. I see. Let's see.
While that is coming up, I wanted to finish off this immortal technique while I put my son back to bed here.
Yeah. Well, go on. Yeah.
Yeah. Conspiracy theory, that's why conservative racists are all running shit, and your phone is tapped by the federal government. So I'm jamming frequencies in your brain when you speak to me. Technique, a rip a rapper to pieces indecently, pack weapons illegally, cause I'm never hesitant. Sniper scoping up commission, controlling the president. Father, forgive them, for they don't know right from wrong. The truth is set you free, written down in a song. And the song has the cause of death written in code. The word of God brought to light that'll save your soul. Save your soul, motherfucker. Save your soul. Yeah. I hacked the Pentagon for self-incriminating evidence of Republican-manufactured white powder pestilence, Marine Corps flak vest with the guns and ammo, spitting bars like a demon stuck inside a piano, turn a Sambo into a soldier with just one line. So here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. They gave Al-Qaeda $6 billion in 1989 to 1992, and now the last chapters of Revelations are coming true. And I know a lot of people find it hard to swallow this, cause subliminal bigotry makes you hate my politics, but you act like America wouldn't destroy 2 buildings in a country that was sponsoring bombs dropped on our children. I was watching the towers, and though I wasn't the closest, I saw them crumble to the earth like they were full of explosives, and they thought nobody noticed the news report that they did about the bombs planted on the George Washington Bridge. 4 non-Arabs arrested during the emergency, and then it disappeared from the news permanently. They dubbed the tape of Osama, and they said it was proof. Jealous of our freedom, I can't believe you bought that excuse. Rocking a motherfucking flag don't make you a hero. Word to ground zero. The devil crept into heaven. God overslept on the 7th. The new world order was born on September 11th. Father, forgive them, for they don't know right from wrong. The truth is set you free, written down in a song, and the song has the cause of death written in code. The word of God brought to light that'll save your soul. Save your soul, motherfucker. Save your soul. And just so conservatives don't take it to heart, I don't think Bush did it, cause he isn't that smart. He's just a stupid puppet taking orders on his cell phone from the same people that sabotaged Senator Wellstone. The military industry got it popping and locking, looking for a way to justify the Wolfowitz doctrine. And as a matter of fact, Rumsfeld, now that I think back, without 9/11, you couldn't have a war in Iraq or a defense budget of world conquest proportions, kill freedom of speech and revoke the right to abortion, tax cut extortion, a blessing to the wealthy and wicked, but you still have to answer to the Armageddon you scripted. And Dick Cheney, you
fucking leech. Tell them your plans about building your pipelines through Afghanistan and how Israeli troops train the Taliban in Pakistan. You might have some house niggas fooled, but I understand colonialism is sponsored by corporations. That's why Halliburton gets paid to rebuild nations. Tell me the truth. I don't scare into paralysis. I know the CIA saw Bin Laden on dialysis in 98 when he was top 10 for the FBI. Government ties is really why the government lies. Read it yourself instead of asking the government why, because then the cause of death, the cause the propaganda to die.
So I think he was talking about something about 9/11 being, I don't know, some sort of conspiracy. I don't know. I don't read into all that. You know what I mean? No,
You
I'm
want to
just
see
kidding.
something cool? I don't know if you were able to bring that that music video up or not, but you want to see me making my comment tonight at the public meeting?
Yep. Well, yeah, definitely. Can you go ahead and bring that up, and I would be happy to put it on.
Yeah, I mean, I plan on trying to make some type of video out of it, whether it's a short or something. I don't know, but whatever, something. But
yeah,
me and Let's actually. Yeah, I'll bring that up. I'll put it into the
nice.
thing for you. Let's see, where's it at? Oh yeah, live streams.
Sorry if that music was loud. Was it overly loud? I couldn't tell. I have a hard time telling how much volume is everywhere.
No, it's
sounds.
good.
I mean, it sounds good to me. Yeah, but I don't know for sure. Not that I have
So
a hard time with it. I hear fine, but
I put that in the back chat. The first one was the one of the songs that he that Wessa had mentioned, not the actual one he wanted to play. I couldn't find that one, but I found the other one he had mentioned. But the second link in the back is the meeting.
So I'm trying to figure out how to. I don't see. I see the three of us in the back, but I don't see anything else presented there. Is there something?
Oh, you don't?
Another...
Oh no, the private chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep.
Let's see here. Oops. Let's see.
Yeah, I figured that'd be easier than me trying to present screen. Let you do the.
Where's the private?
You do the hard work.
Is that what that? I see.
Oh, I see it.
Yep.
Now this is like a 2-hour city council meeting, right? And then there's like a part here where you come in.
Right. So go on to the public comment. You'll see if you drag it. I think it's at like 1 hour 19, something like that, where you'll see a bunch of different people. And me and Let's are both going to speak at the very beginning.
Oh my gosh, she's got his. Oh
He's
my
a
gosh.
giant,
Right,
man. Look at that dude. He's so stinking tall.
Did Chili? Now I was all thinking of Brian when I said this. I was like, but the Chili's player, he said, he said the other day that he was gonna.
So yeah, he did. He actually covered the mall thing, right? And so he gave his view on it. And,
that was today then.
Yeah, he covered it. Yep.
No way. So I want to go back and watch that sometime too.
Yeah.
All right. So here's I think
channel.
Let's get up.
Madam President, councilors. The last time I was here, I was with only 2 minutes. It's kind of hard. It looks like that the city of Albuquerque's got a lot more than human feces to worry about on their streets. You have a big problem with accountability. I'm worried about your taxpayers. They're apt to get hit with a big civil rights lawsuit. You folks don't have the proper DEI people. You don't have a civil rights person. If you do, then I find it very odd that when I walk in there to get some assistance from them, because I found myself trespassed from the police department for simply trying to set up an appointment with the chief of police that's been ongoing for the last 2 months. There's not even a public bathroom in the police station, and I have to sit there to wait. There are some real big issues here. Here's a prime issue that I'll give you. You have the security staff that go around this building informing different people at different departments that someone like myself that's trying to hold the government accountable, holding a camera, are somehow now professional agitators. I don't look at myself as a professional agitator. I look at somebody that's going to keep somebody accountable. When somebody gives me their word, well, I'm going to hold it to it. And I'm going to give you my word that you haven't heard the last of me.
I like that. The last line made me laugh.
Rick Jonesy, followed by Rudolph.
I mean, because it was good. The way you put
Yeah,
it.
he's great.
Before you start, Mr. Jonesy, if you're
He's
next
great.
to speak, if you can start working your way to the front,
Who is
that
this?
would be great.
With the DLZ shirt?
Please proceed.
Oh, who is that guy?
Madam President, councilors, I address you this way because I respect these chambers, not because I respect any of you.
Oh my gosh.
I want to make that very clear. There's some real problems. Yeah. This document says rules regarding public comment and chamber decorum. You know, there are two rules that you have in life, decorum or engagement. Now, if you want to go to engagement and prevent me from exercising my right to speak or express myself, you say that I can't snap my fingers. You know, you looked at me as if I did something. You better have the right guy. I have respect for these chambers, but you don't have respect for my rights. In fact, I would bear down to say that you don't even know your own rights. Your police don't know that. Your police don't even know our rights. They don't know their own rights. They don't sign an oath to this Constitution. The Constitution of the United States. That's what I've been told. The Constitution of the United States. They do not sign an oath. It says in the law, it should be subscribed. Why do your officers not subscribe to the Constitution of this United States? Do they subscribe even at least to the state of New Mexico? I highly doubt it. They don't care. They don't know our rights. They don't know your rights. They don't know their own rights. And that's why they're so quick to violate our rights. They'll be quick to violate your rights too. And it sounds to me, like I said, you're going to be quick to violate my rights. If I say something that you don't like, what if I just fart? You don't like that? What's the problem with saying words? Are you scared of words? I don't get it. You're terrified of words. That's a problem. Get over yourselves. You know, free speech that is protected is not protected speech so that you get to hear what you want. It's so that you hear what you don't want to hear. So, you know, when it comes to that oath, I would really strongly suggest that you find a way to make sure your officers subscribe.
Mr.
Subscribe,
Jonesy, for the
guys.
record, I was not looking at
Subscribe, like, comment, share, and
Like,
subscribe.
that was-
comment.
Rudolph Serrano.
I mean, that was a very apt point, though.
Madam President Basan,
Well,
members
you
of
know.
this council,
And we were the
I mean-
first two to speak. The rest are, you know, the other folks in Albuquerque. This guy
Okay,
actually
so-
speaks every meeting.
So what? So
Are any of
You
them
know-
backing you guys up, or are they talking about other things?
They're noticing us now. But
What do they-
some of them are talking about the same things. Yep.
what are the issues again? Like Wesley that you noticed that he brought up?
Well, I just the fact that he's found that supposedly the officers there are not swearing an oath.
Well, that's what. Oh, so I mean, is that even a?
Yeah. So every state
they have to.
No, every state is going to have that law somewhere, right? And the way it's worded in New Mexico is that every officer shall swear and subscribe an oath. Subscribe means sign underneath, subscribe. And so what we've been told time and time again, not only by officers, by the clerk himself, as well as received it in documentation, is that they're saying that they do not sign, right? and it's funny too, because certain individuals didn't understand what that word subscribe meant, and I don't even want to mention the Muppet's name, but he came out running all over the internets trying to tell people. He even made his own video that there's nowhere in this law that says that they have to sign it. Well, that's actually what the word subscribe means in the law. So, yeah, and it does say that. And they keep telling us that they don't. That we've heard.
They're just breaking the law right off the bat.
Yeah, they are.
They're supposed to be peacekeepers, lawyer dog. That's really the bottom line of it. They're not supposed to be law enforcers.
Right.
Yeah, but what I mean is, I feel like you get these people who don't agree with the law, or just don't, you know, like you're saying, they just look at it a different way. Like, oh, we have these unalienable rights, and that's the end of it. And they take these extremes, and then they get paid for clicks, views, and content, whatever you want to call it, like that's extreme, and then they are ultimately incentivized to go in there and continue to perpetuate this point of view that says, I'm right no matter what. I'm a dictator. I can come in and override your whole democracy because I have a narrow-minded perspective on what I believe the Constitution says, how it should be interpreted.
But we're not supposed to. This is not supposed to be a democracy, and it is supposed to be absolute.
I'm talking about like a democratic republic, where and even if you want to get into that, then what? So then it is a democracy because it's a democratic republic, right? And in that sense, the masses of people, just like you know what his name says, you know, whose name shall not be spoken says, you know, that
yeah.
that you just vote yourself into a person who was handed to you by the media in the first place, and then what do? They strip everyone of their rights, so you think dictatorship is better than democracy anyway? You know what I'm saying? Because what makes a republic that's voted in by a bunch of idiots better than a law that's created by the same idiots?
Well, it depends on the law.
You're supposed to be making voting yes at a level where you're voting for representatives who are ostensibly going to be more knowledgeable and professional and take an oath
and
to
that's
follow.
that's why we vote in, you know, the guys who are stars
Right,
on
we're not doing it. Yeah, we're not doing it. We're putting
WWE.
crooks in there. Yeah,
It ultimately falls on us. Yes.
That's why we
yes.
voted.
Yeah. This is exactly why I was there speaking, to inform the people that these things are not happening. And of course, the rule is that I have to address Madam President and the counselors. And so I say, fine, out of respect for these chambers, I'll do it, but not out of respect for any of you. And then I will address.
What do you mean you have to address? What does that mean? You have to.
It's the rule. And it's, you know, and I don't want to disrespect, right? So out of what the people want, the people love to be told what to do because they're a bunch of Muppets, right? So I'm coming in.
I don't necessarily agree with that
party
anymore.
broken.
I used to kind of agree with that, but hold on a second. I want to object to that, you know, as being an agreed to fact, because I think that there are so many nuances of law, so many different opinions, and so many specialties in the world that people just decide to delegate different specialties to different people, and that includes law.
Okay, so should words be delegated?
I mean, in a way. I mean, what do you mean by that? I mean, in a way, like what do you mean by that?
So if our First Amendment right is that we have the right to say what we want to say, right? And then they say, well,
no, I object to that. Our First Amendment right is not our right to say what we want to say. And in fact, you totally bastardized the First Amendment by saying that completely.
Then what is speech?
Well, first of all, the First Amendment has 5 different clauses that encompass several different rights, other than just the freedom of. Let's pull up the First Amendment, guys. Who wants to recite it to me right now? And others, I'm pulling it up.
It's wrapped.
No. Hold on a second.
religion.
I believe that raps is a very bad way of understanding the First Amendment. If you have to understand the First Amendment by saying raps, then you have to study the First
It's
Amendment
good
more.
enough.
Well,
It's
didn't you
No,
good
just
enough.
ask what the
no,
five
it's a
elements
very
are?
no. I'm not saying what are the five. No, I'm saying because then
No.
then it gets misinterpreted. Then it gets misinterpreted. You can't just know what some acronym that somebody told you and expect to understand what your rights are. Not only do you have to know all the different clauses of the First Amendment, but you literally, if you really want to know what your rights are, then you have to go in and do the case law studies on each. Which I
Well, the problem with that is
No,
that
no,
if
no, no,
no,
But I'm
no.
not. But we're going to skip the case law studies part for now, and I'm going to say
Yeah.
you still have to know. Like I know people who don't even know the Second Amendment who want to argue for it or against it, and until
well,
you
that
read it.
doesn't make no
But
because that
what I'm
that
saying is you can't
really
really summarize.
look if
This
if
I,
in
you
this.
need
I
to
know
be
what rap.
if you
No,
need
I
to
know
be
what
but I'm
those
saying,
mean.
but he said free speech, right? Wait, we said free. Okay, yeah. You see, he said free speech, right? And it says right here protects freedom of speech. Let me see if it protects freedom of speech, or if that's somebody summarized, just summarize that. I want to see if even the word speech.
go back up
Because I was going. This is why I brought it up. Wasa.
So
I'm willing to. I was willing to. Be, I'm
down
still
down a little
questioning.
bit,
All
just
right,
a little
but
bit.
before I do, I wanted to preface it with this. This is why I'm willing to even bet that the First Amendment doesn't even use the word speech in it at all.
It does.
If I can, all right.
It
That's
does, but
that's why I'm saying I want to even check. Let's go check the First Amendment and see if it even
right,
uses.
that first link. See Congress got
Let's do it.
.gov.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Prohibiting the freedom of oh yeah. Or abridging the freedom of speech. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. Okay. I got you.
Abridging, right? So
Abridging the freedom of
Congress
speech.
shall make no law. Right? No law means no law.
Okay, so I should have known that, and you're right. I mean, I should know my First Amendment way better because I did a whole like series on it, but I didn't know if it exactly like the wording, if it said free speech or if it was just implied. But now,
Gotcha.
now we recall.
So
Okay, you're right.
so
I
when
did know that, but I just totally forgot. Okay.
and you notice how it doesn't say the right; it says the freedom. It's a freedom.
Hold on,
right?
Congress. Hold on, Congress shall make no law respecting or establishing a religion or prohibiting the free exercise of or abridging the freedom. Okay, not the right of speech. Oh, you don't have the right to speech according to the Bill of Rights. You have the freedom of speech.
It is a
About
right.
that,
It's
maybe.
a
Okay,
freedom.
so
of
abridging
speech.
the
I don't see
freedom
the
of
difference
speech.
there.
Okay, well,
So
we'll stick
your
with you on that.
right,
There's
your
no difference.
right is the freedom
Okay,
of
okay.
speech.
Okay,
It's
we'll go with
even
that.
more.
Continue on with that. Or of the press, which you argued the press is not video camera. You made that argument very clear in your debate.
I said the press is.
You said the press was like a printed stamp.
So press, right? The word press.
And that there wasn't video cameras and that it had to be pressed in ink. You made this whole big argument that it had to be pressed in ink for it to be pressed because the word press literally means you press it on the paper.
He wouldn't do well. What with your pen as well? You mean?
Yeah, so the press, right? Yes, I did mention that back in the day, the founders had no idea that we would actually be able to press a record with just simple still images that are turned into what we call video. However, it is still press.
According to who? The Supreme Court?
No, it is literally press. You are
I see what
pressing
he's
an
saying.
image. I don't care what the Supreme Court says, bro. You are pressing images together into a video.
Just like a video is still a photograph because it's just a series of photographs.
Yeah.
No.
Pressing images.
No, I'm not saying that video is not press. No,
I am.
Brick Jones in his debate against that guy literally made the argument that press. This is where I learned this all. That press was not video. That press was you had to literally press it on the paper. That it comes from a stamp.
Back then.
And I was laughing at you so hard. I was saying a stamp is not press. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Stamps are also press. Yeah. So anything that gets pressed is press.
See, okay, so there you go. See, now do you hear what I'm saying, Wasa? Did you see how crazy this sounds?
Yeah.
But anything, it says it right there, or of the press, right? So how are they gonna? You want to press? You're putting your thumbprint on something. You're signing. They're gonna stop you. No, they can't. This is prohibiting that. This is your right to press. It could be a various amounts of different ways to press.
So you're saying now you've changed your opinion in that you do include video in the press because.
I never changed my mind. People don't listen to me, and I understand.
Oh, okay. So Lawyer Dog's misrepresenting what you said.
Yeah, he did. I mean, no offense, but you
please
weren't.
correct me that if I did,
Yeah.
of course, that I would want you to.
Yeah, I never made that argument. See, the problem with the debate that we had on BZ's channel is it wasn't a debate. It was actually a media inquiry. That's actually what it was actually called, unfortunately, because what BZ did was he went and I asked him not to do this. He wanted to scrounge up a bunch of different limited public forum arguments. And I said, look,
Steelman, or like you built up the other side,
and
right?
now I'm fighting from the ground, right? I'm fighting against limited public forum. And what I asked him, I said, now, afterward, I said, hey, now that you've done this, did we ever actually talk about 1A absolute? Because all we talked about was limited public forum. We never found out what 1A absolute actually looks like. Never asked me what my view of 1A absolute was. I tried to get a few points in there of what it might look like, but he never actually brought an example. He only brought 5 examples of what limited public forum was, and Dubwubs was basically handed the argument on a silver platter.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. BZ made every argument for him. He only had to defend them, while I had to attack those limited public forum arguments and tell why 1A absolute was better. They call that a media inquiry. That's not a debate. And I asked him to not do it that way. I gave him a format. And then at the last moment, he's like, I'm going to do it this way. And I'm like, well, I don't really want to back out of it because I said I'd do it. And against my better judgment, see, sometimes it's, you just do things because it's the right thing to do. At the same time, BZ wasn't a troll and neither was Dubwubs. So I wasn't like backing out of things like FAPA did because it was a troll. I agree with what FAPA did.
I don't agree with what FAPA did.
Yeah, I know. We'll all be split on that. I don't like what Brian did. I don't like that he went after someone in our community. But you know what? The man put his opinion out there, and he asked a bunch of us, and he actually asked us, and we gave our views of it. And it's a tough argument to have, man. It is.
If we don't go after people in our community to keep when they're portraying our community in a negative light, I think that's a mistake.
I agree. Now that part I do agree with. You have to put your views out there. Otherwise, like I said before, I want people to be as honest as possible.
Right. Otherwise, we're just like the Democrats and Republicans who just can't see their own wrongs on their own side,
Yep, that's right.
We have in the United States, the Freedom of Speech Clause. We'll dive into what it really means, how the Supreme Court has shaped it, and the important distinctions between the different types of speech like obscenity and vulgarity. Let's get started. The Freedom of Speech Clause is part of the First Amendment to the United States Constitution, which states, Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. This means the government can't stop from expressing your opinions, whether through words, writing, symbols, or even actions like protest. But of course, it's not always that simple. Over the years, the Supreme Court has heard cases that helped us understand how they limit and protect this freedom. Let's look at some of the important ones. One of the key cases is Brandenburg versus Ohio, 1969. This case set the current standard for when speech can be limited, introducing the, quote, imminent lawless action test. The court ruled that speech is protected unless it is intended to incite immediate illegal activity and is likely to do so. This case is crucial because it's still the law today, replacing earlier standards like the clear and present danger test from the Schneck v. United States case. Now let's talk about something that's often confusing to people, the difference between obscenity and vulgarity. While these terms might sound similar, they're treated very differently under the law. Obscenity refers to material that is sexually explicit or lewd in a way that violates community standards. The Supreme Court established a test for this in Miller v. California, 1973, known as the Miller test. For something to be considered obscene, it must meet these 3 criteria. 1. Appeal to prudent interests according to contemporary community standards. Well, let's break that down real quick. In simple terms, prurient interests refer to an unhealthy or excessive interest in sexual matters. The courts use what's called contemporary community standards to judge whether the content crosses that line. And this means what might be considered obscene in one community might not in another, depending on the local values or norms. The second section of the Miller test: depict sexual conduct in a patently offensive way as defined by state law. And the third section is that it lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. So if language or material meets all three of these actions, it is considered obscene and is not protected by the First Amendment. For example, explicit pornography material that meets this test or explicit sexual language can be banned and regulated in public areas. On the other hand, vulgarity refers to speech that is crude, profane, or offensive, and typically curse words will fall under that category. So to summarize that, vulgarity can typically contain rude or offensive language or curse words and is also protected speech, while obscenity, on the other hand, is typically falls under the category of possibly being unprotected speech because it contains explicit sexual language. Another landmark case from 1969 is Tinker v. Des Moines Independent Community School District. This case is crucial because it established the principle that students do not shed their constitutional rights to freedom of speech or expression at the schoolhouse gate. Here's what happened. During the Vietnam War, a group of students in Des Moines, Iowa, decided to wear black armbands to school to protest the war. The school district quickly adopted a policy banning the wearing of the armbands, and when the students wore them anyway, they were suspended. The students, led by Mary Beth Tinker, sued the school district, claiming that their First Amendment right was violated. The case eventually made its way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of the students, stating that their symbolic protest was protected speech under the First Amendment. The court emphasized that students have the right to express their opinions, even on controversial topics, as long as that action does not materially and substantially interfere with the operations of the school. The court ruled that schools are the marketplace of ideas, which is an essential place for the freedom of speech to be upheld. Tinker v. Des Moines remains a cornerstone for student free speech rights. It has been cited in numerous cases since then whenever student speech is at issue. Now let's talk about fighting words. Can you be arrested for using offensive language towards someone, including a police officer? To get to the bottom of this, we need to explore the concept of, quote, fighting words and how it applies both in the past and today. So let's dive in. First off, what are fighting words? This term comes from the 1942 Supreme Court case Chaplinsky v. New Hampshire. The case involved Walter Chaplinsky. Believe it or not, he was arrested for calling police a damned fascist and a damned racketeer during a heated exchange. The Supreme Court actually upheld the conviction, saying that those specific words were likely to provoke a violent response and therefore fell under the category of, quote, violent words. Yes, you heard me right. The court upheld Chaplinsky's conviction for calling police a damned fascist and a damned racketeer, and stated that those fell under the category of, quote, fighting words. Now, while Chaplinsky involved speech directed at damned fascists, police officers, it's important to understand that these fighting words doctrine applies to language directed at anyone, not just the Thin Blue Line gang. Now, while we've covered the fighting words doctrine from Chaplinsky v. New Hampshire, 1942, it's surprising and frankly concerning that this case remains valid case law today. Chaplinsky allows the government to restrict speech based on what it calls provoking immediate violence, and that includes calling police fascists. The boundaries of what constitutes, quote, fighting words are unclear and have led to inconsistent application. It's a doctrine that needs to be reconsidered and overturned. All right, moving on from fighting words, let's discuss another category of the free speech clause that's not protected by the First Amendment, and that is threats. While fighting words are statements intended to provoke someone else to immediate violence, threats involve the speaker expressing an intent to cause harm, whether that harm is physical, emotional, or otherwise. The key difference is that fighting words aim to incite someone else to act violently, while threats are about creating fear by declaring an intent to cause harm. When discussing threats under the First Amendment, we're specifically referring to, quote, true threats, quote. A true threat is a statement where the speaker communicates an intent to commit an act of unlawful harm against a specific person or group. The key factor is whether a reasonable person would interpret the statement as genuine intent to cause harm, regardless of whether the speaker actually intends to follow through. Now let's be clear. In Virginia v. Black, the Supreme Court ruled that cross-burning, when done with the intent to intimidate, can be considered a true threat, and therefore is not protected by the First Amendment. This means that if someone burns a cross with the purpose of threatening or intimidating others, it can be prohibited by law. However, the court also ruled that cross-burning is not automatically a criminal act. It can be protected as free speech if it is not intended to intimidate or threaten. For instance, if a cross is burned in a symbolic protest without the intent to threaten anyone, it would likely be protected under the First Amendment. So the legality of burning a cross depends on the context and intent behind the act. Another relevant case here is Ellenis v. United States 2015, which involved threats made on social media. The Supreme Court held that to convict someone under federal threat statutes, it must be proven that the speaker intended to make a threat or knew their statements would be perceived as threatening. This ruling emphasized the importance of speaker's intent in determining what constitutes a true threat. The courts have defined what qualifies as a true threat, ensuring that while some speech may be restricted to protect others, it is done with careful consideration of free speech principles. Now that we've covered true threats with the legal implications of cross-burning with the intention to intimidate, it's important to explore how the First Amendment protects other forms of expression, particularly symbolic speech. So while cross-burning with the intent to intimidate falls outside the protections of free speech, when it's not intended to intimidate, it can be considered a form of symbolic speech that is protected under the First Amendment. Similarly, one of the most debated forms of symbolic speech is flag burning. The Supreme Court has recognized flag burning as a form of political protest that is protected under the First Amendment. This was clearly established in the landmark case Texas v. Johnson, 1989, where the court ruled that burning the American flag in protest is a form of symbolic speech that the government cannot prohibit, even if the act is offensive to many. Following this, in the United States v. Ekman, 1990, the court struck down the Flag Protection Act, reaffirming that flag burning is indeed protected symbolic speech. These cases highlight the careful distinctions the court makes between different forms of symbolic expression and the intent behind those acts. Moving on from symbolic speech, let's briefly discuss defamation, a legal area focused on protecting individuals from false statements that harm their reputation. Defamation is divided into two categories: libel, which refers to defamatory statements made in a fixed medium like writing or broadcast, and slander, which refers to spoken defamatory statements that are typically more temporary. For a statement to be considered defamatory, it must be a false statement of fact, communicated to someone other than the person it concerns, and cause reputational harm. Defamation law applies to false statements of fact, not opinion. Private individuals have the lowest burden of proof in defamation cases. They only need to prove that the defamatory statement was made negligently, meaning that the speaker failed to exercise reasonable care in verifying the truth of the statement. Public figures, such as politicians and celebrities, have a higher burden of proof. They must prove actual malice. Proving actual malice is challenging and often involves showing the defendant's state of mind. Here's how it's typically proven. They must prove this criteria: knowledge of falsity. The plaintiff must show that the defendant knew the statement was false, but stated it anyways. Or reckless disregard for the truth. This means the defendant had serious doubts about the truth of the statement, but chose to make it anyway. It was the landmark case of New York Times Company versus Sullivan, 1964, which established the actual malice standard. In this case, Sullivan, a public official in Alabama, sued the New York Times for defamation over the advertisement that criticized police actions during the Civil Rights Movement. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of New York Times, determining that public figures must prove actual malice to win a defamation lawsuit. Next, we look at Gertz v. Robert Welch, Incorporated, 1974. In this case, Elmer Gertz, a private lawyer, was falsely accused of being part of a communist conspiracy. The Supreme Court ruled that private individuals do not need to prove actual malice to win a defamation case. Instead, they only need to show that the statement was made negligently. This case created the clear distinction between public figures who must prove actual malice and private individuals who are afforded more protection under the defamation law. Hustler Magazine versus Falwell, 1988 is another critical case. Hustler magazine published a parody ad that suggested, in a manner of satire, that a Reverend Jerry Falwell had an inappropriate relationship. Falwell sued for defamation and emotional distress. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of the magazine, emphasizing that parody is not a statement of fact, but rather protected speech under the First Amendment. The court found that no reasonable person would believe the ad was true, and therefore it could not be considered defamatory. This case reinforced the protection of free speech, particularly in satire and parody. Finally, we have Milkovich v. Lorraine Journal Company, 1990. This case involved a wrestling coach who sued a newspaper after a column implied he lied under oath. The Supreme Court held that statements implying factual assertions can be defamatory, even if framed as opinions. However, pure opinions, those that do not imply undisclosed facts, are protected by the First Amendment. It's important to know that there are time, place, and manner restrictions on free speech. The restrictions are content neutral and ensure that speech does not interfere with public order or disrupt essential services. For example, free speech can be restricted in places like courtrooms to maintain decorum and other government buildings to allow official business to proceed without interruption. In summary, we've covered perhaps not all, but many aspects of free speech, some of which are protected and some of which are not. Those that are typically not protected include incitement, speech that is intended to and likely to provoke immediate illegal activity; fighting words, speech that directly incites immediate violence or public disturbance through personal insults or provocations; true threats, statements that express a serious intent to commit unlawful violence against a particular individual or group; obscenity, speech or material that depicts sexual conduct in a patently offensive way; defamation, false statements of fact that harm someone's reputation. Those aspects are typically not protected under the First Amendment. However, aspects that are protected by the First Amendment include vulgarity, offensive language, including curse words; freedom of speech in schools. Students have the right to free speech in schools, which is the marketplace of ideas; symbolic speech, nonverbal expression, such as burning of the flag; and satire or parody, jokes or comedy in which no reasonable person would believe that they are facts, are some forms of protected speech. Understanding these distinctions is key to knowing your protections and restrictions on free speech. Thanks for watching. If you found this breakdown helpful, be sure to like, share, and subscribe for more insights into your constitutionally protected rights.
Very good presentation. I like it. I like the presentation, man. A lot of excellent knowledge there. Yeah, there's some cases, obviously, that I'm definitely going to recognize. Some other things that I recognize. A little bit of information that is kind of a reminder for me. My question for you is, do you agree with all of that? You're muted.
Oh, thanks, man. So right now I'm kind of like taking what I consider to be like Chili's stance in a way, where it's like, it's not about whether I agree or not anymore. It's about just so everyone knows this is what you got to do unless you're ready to appeal it and make new case law. Because as of now, this is how the real world is operating, you know?
Yeah. And I understand that. So my question for you is, do you agree with all of that?
Well, you know, so and so I don't know if you caught it earlier, but what I was mentioning with him was that I feel like, maybe
Actually, I already know that you don't like New Hampshire versus Chaplinsky because it's in the presentation. But go ahead.
Well, oh, yeah, right. Yeah, there you go. But so there you go. So I don't necessarily agree with everything, but you know, I do sort of agree with the social contract in a way. But then again, I mean, you could say that like during the times of like, I don't know, some sort of great, you know, injustice that was done by the government legally. So to just agree because is never always the right blanket answer, you know.
Yeah. There's always a gray area. Always.
Yeah.
And if you don't consider the other options,
sorry. And I
you'd be foolish.
I had no idea. I had wasn't mad at you. Probably muted my on accident. Sorry. I just wanted that.
That's all right.
Yeah, he knows how to unmute. Surely.
I don't
By
know if
now.
that's my fault. All right, cool.
So yeah, the fighting words doctrine, New Hampshire versus Chaplinsky. That's a very well known case. Typically, the one that a lot of not well versed lawyers and some street and jailhouse lawyers will cite because it's well known. New Hampshire versus Chaplinsky. But there are the later cases. Now, you know how precedent works. It's the later case that is always the defining case, right?
Yeah, but right
No.
now, and what do you mean by that? No.
They don't always go with the later case.
Oh well, okay. So technically, like, well, if unless they explicitly override, yeah. So in these websites that these attorneys and whatnot, judges and stuff go by is like, Westlaw, either that or the other one, like Lexis, Nexus, whatever. But they give you the like red light, green light, or orange light on the cases.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you can look up the case law, and it'll give you one of those colors. And if it's a green light, that means it's totally good case law that you could still present it as if it's undisputed, And then there's like the yellow light, which is like it's still valid case law, but like maybe there's parts of it that have been challenged successfully or something like that, or like maybe it's not so good, but it's still valid. And then there's the red light, which means this is no longer valid case law. Cases like when they had racial discrimination during marriage time for marriage and stuff has been like overruled explicitly as invalid case law. Those are no longer laws that are on the books type thing.
Right. The cases
But wait, case law
themselves.
is not on the books.
Well, they see it. That I'm saying, according to the judges, they see it like I'm explaining it as it is on the books if it's a green light
The
or a
opinions
yellow
are
light,
no longer valid.
and it's
That's the
been
better way to say it.
explicitly overstated by the courts.
I just want to talk. I just want to speak carefully because that's one of the main points that I make often. I mean, it's not none of the case law is
But
written into the
law is
law.
not law.
But it is on the books of jurisprudence, which is
Right. They
technically
use jurisprudence. Right. Yeah. So the Bradenberg case, right? So what year is that from?
Oh, I missed the details.
I'll
Which
look it
one
up
was
real
that?
quick, no problem. That's the inciting.
Oh, yeah. So, and what's weird is they actually give you the green light on that Chaplinsky, and you can even ask AI, be like, "Is Chaplinsky still valid? Is it
All right.
disputed?" And AI will tell you.
The reason I bring it up is it's from 1969. Okay. Now,
okay.
there is a later case.
Oh, yeah. No, they can rewind these. Like even Terry didn't establish reasonable articulable suspicion.
Right.
Terry,
right.
yeah, exactly. Terry established reasonable suspicion.
Officer safety.
Well, and the criteria for reasonable suspicion, and then later the articulable part was added in there with more
Right,
case law.
reasonable suspicion. Then it went to articulable, and then it's actually been expounded upon even further with like the other cases.
But
Smith,
even though Terry went from reasonable suspicion to reasonable articulable suspicion, Terry is still totally valid case law.
So this is the one I want you to look into, and it's the opinion is actually not that long, so it's kind of pretty cool to look this up if you could. Bachelor versus Maryland. Now I've talked to BZ about this, but he never wants to talk about this case. And this is the later case. It's from 1970. And it actually mentions the fighting words doctrine. This one is a little different. It's actually talking about placards. So Bachelor is Bachellar v. Maryland. Okay. And particularly where it mentions the part about New Hampshire versus Chaplinsky is if you go down to, it mentions Stromberg versus California, which is an earlier case. it mentions all these interesting earlier cases, right? Let's see. It is at, where is this? There it is. Where it starts with the paragraph that says clearly the wording of the placards was not.
Oh yeah, I'm here
that
right now.
line.
You see it?
Yes. So
Let's see what he's.
it says,
Okay.
go ahead. You want to
Oh
read
no,
it?
please.
Okay. It says clearly the wording of the placards was not within the small class of fighting words that under Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire are
Okay,
likely. Go
so
ahead.
what he's saying is you can't invoke Chaplinsky right now. Whoops, where'd that go?
Right.
So he wasn't saying Chaplinsky is invalid. He's saying you can't invoke Chaplinsky because what you said didn't fall under the
Right.
category of
What's
Chaplinsky.
right. So this is a case in the favor of against. This is against New Hampshire. This is a place where you can apply that says New Hampshire versus Chaplinsky doesn't apply here. This is good for us.
No, but that's why. So that's what we're saying is fighting words. For example, like if they have to be in your face, like you have to be in their face. Like if they're far away, and like you can say a reasonable person, for example, would have enough time to like not fight you. You can like make that argument like probably under this ruling, right?
The reason I bring it up is because it's for us. Building off of precedented case law is how the court works, right? So if you're going to build off of case law, this would be the case law you want to build off of. You don't want to build off of
No,
case
but
law
see,
that does not rule in your favor.
well, no, but see, this is why. Okay, this is where my whole straw man. I mean, my whole Steelman
Mhm.
thing comes in. Is we want to build up their side as much as we can, so that we know their side as good or better than they do.
No, we don't want their side to be built up at all. In fact, we want their side to be way like my opinion of that is so there's two walls, okay? There's natural law. Okay? Just bear with me for a minute, okay? Natural law, which includes things like the golden rule, things like defend yourself, right? Things like defense, not offend, but defense. Things like there's always a captain of the ship, right? The things that exist in what we would call nature, right? That's a wall. You can't get past that, right? And so man's law is the other side. That goes into social contract, even to the point of constitution, declaration, code of law, ordinance, statutes, all of these things that man is creating, case
But
law.
let's agree here in that. See, I learned that all of statute arises out of common law. All statute has its roots in common law. It's basically common law.
That's that man's law, right?
Nuanced out. But no,
Right.
it's not really man's law. It's new. Yeah, it is. You're right, but it's in theory, it's all supposed to be nuanced common law. You know.
Well, if we're going to agree to a social document that is common law, right? Whatever law, that's man's law. Then you've got, I'm going to say God's law, okay? Let's just go right down to it. I'm going to skip past natural law because, natural law in the universe, right? We can call it
You
natural
can't
law.
say God. Yeah, you have to come up with another because if you say God's law, then we're coming back to Jewish law. It sounds like.
Right. And we don't want to offend the people who don't want to believe, right? So we say
No,
natural.
not that we don't want to offend the people that don't want to believe. It's that not everybody believes that your law that's written,
Right.
or the Jewish law, is God's law. And
Right. So there's what is, right? We'll call it natural law, God's law, whatever. There's what is what you cannot change. And then there is what we say is.
I want to introduce some people real quick. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I noticed we had two people that I just wanted to add in here. And I know it didn't mean to overwhelm them both at the same time.
Cool.
But I wanted to get everyone to be able to say what they wanted when they wanted. And maybe I kicked somebody out on accident. If I did kick you out on accident,
You better
I think I
bring me
got it.
the hell back.
I
Oh,
think I
cool.
got everyone. Okay. I think I got
And that
everyone.
was Sly Shy, correct?
I want to get free. See, there's free. Hi, Slash Shy. First of all, sorry, I'm doing a horrible job at introducing everybody. But hi, Slash Shy. Great to see you. Oh, that's person. Yeah, great to see you, Slash Shy. I'm glad to talk to you. And we have free speech in here. I think they're up in the corner. They're hard to see. I think that's what's going on. So, anyways, welcome to the panel, guys.
Yeah, I only see 4.
Go to
Yeah, where's the other
sleep. What are you guys still doing the hell up? I done took a nap and woke up and y'all still yapping.
That's funny.
It's only 11:51.
We're just boys with our toys.
I don't go to
It's it's
sleep until 7.
oh it's 4:50. It's 4:53, 4:54 in Philadelphia.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you're on the
No,
East Coast. Yeah. It's only 1 o'clock here now.
It's 2:50 in Philadelphia.
No,
having-
oh wait, oh shit.
No, it's late. I'm not gonna lie. It's
It
late.
is late.
No, he's right. He's right. Guess what I was looking at? I was looking at y'all time. It says 4. It says 4. Y'all been on the thing for 4 hours and 54
Oh yeah.
minutes.
Yeah, definitely.
See, y'all done caught me. Y'all done caught me with sleep in my eyes.
That's funny.
We're just
But I was
waxing
listening.
philosophical.
I was listening to y'all talk about. I mean, well, Jonesy, listen. I mean, I understand what you're saying about everything is written by man, right? But we have, and what's the word, y'all? Inalienable rights. God,
Unalienable rights.
right?
So
God
it's
given common
you.
sense law, right?
Yeah,
That's what we
very
do,
alienable rights.
right? Common.
According to them, you can just sign your rights away at any time. How is that unalienable?
No, no, you
Are they
no.
privileges or are they
Wait,
rights?
Well, you
listen
tell.
to
Are
me.
they unalienable or are they alienable?
You're good.
Are y'all gonna let me talk, or y'all going? Cause y'all been yapping by
Sorry,
yourselves for 4
sorry.
hours. Are
I
y'all gonna let
apologize.
me talk,
I'm gonna mute
or I'm
myself.
gonna go to sleep? I'm gonna go back to sleep. All right. So God-given rights are common sense laws, things that you know better not to do. Like you know not to beat your wife, you know not to kick your dog, you know not to abuse your children, you know not to rob people, you know not to hurt people. You know what I mean? Those are common sense things. So man's law is what they want you to do. You have to follow orders. That's man's law, right? We don't want to live like that. We don't want to have to follow orders. We don't want to have to follow rules. The social norm is follow rules, right? But we don't want to live like that because then we're followers of what other people want us to do. What about thinking for ourselves and doing what we need to do for ourselves? Okay, I was done.
Oh no, sorry. Okay, yeah. So no, but what about like the little times where maybe not everyone agrees on every little nuance of that idea? You know what I'm saying? Like in every particular situation, then you
What
have
about it?
some. That's when you have the courts come in and try and decide who is right and who is wrong.
You don't need nobody to decide who's right and who's wrong when you think for yourself. Yeah, you don't. You don't need nobody else to
Let's say
figure
you
that
have
shit
two
out for
people.
you.
Let's say you have two people who are thinking for themselves and they don't agree on something, and one person, then and then that's when you have a dispute, and then that's when courts are supposed to come in and be an independent.
No, 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 no. This is a good topic for me. Okay, if you and somebody, if okay, you got two free thinkers, and y'all disagree. Y'all supposed to be men enough to talk it out and maybe come to some kind of, you might not agree, but come to some kind of understanding mutual understanding between each other where y'all can still remain men and support each other, right? You don't have to like always agree. I don't always agree with all of y'all, right? But I'm not gonna like, just turn my back on you. You know what I mean? I'm supposed to be able to speak my mind and get an understanding with you instead of saying, "Oh, fuck you, I don't want to be bothered with you." Da, 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 da. That's not right. That's not how we grow. We grow by helping each other, right? And we grow by understanding each other. And if we always want to throw up our hands and say, "Fuck it, Jonesy," if we always want to throw up our hands and say, "Fuck it, I don't want to deal with this," then we won't come to an understanding with each other.
So,
So,
can I the bottom line of what you're kind of saying, I'm rewinding just a little bit. Are you saying that basically each man needs to do what they feel is right in spite of what they're told, rather than do what they're told in spite of what is right? Is that what you're saying? You make that
Kind of, sort
determination
of.
on your own.
Exactly. Yes, you should know by your God spirit. You should know right from wrong automatically. Nobody should have to teach you right from wrong, right? Nobody should have to lead your mind and say, "Hey, well, that's
Okay, but
wrong."
what I'm getting at is that not everybody. Like you have people who don't. Okay, we can get into the extreme situations, like with people who actually have like brain disorders and like actually do like really, bad things
You
I think.
think too damn much
Well, that's what I'm
sometimes.
saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Even if you don't take it to that extreme, you can just take it to the simple extreme where somebody has a simple disagreement on something stupid, right? That we would consider stupid, but they don't consider it stupid. It becomes a big deal to each of them. Somebody has to come in and say, "Look, you can't sit there and have, I don't know,
well, I
I can't,
want to give a
you know."
actual example, because that's really, I believe, the best way to really get down to it. You
Yeah.
come up with a physical example, like something that's not like thought or theory. I know we
Okay.
were talking about that earlier, right? So shared spaces, right? What we call public spaces, right? There's a path, and we cross, and when we're crossing, we as men decide, all right, there's a crossing here, and there's either I'm going to stop and allow the one guy to go, or I'm just going to plow right through. Now, there's an agreement that we could actually make here. We could put up a stop sign. We could put up a stop light. We could actually enforce those things, right? Because now that it's a public space, a shared space, it's not even just me and one other guy. It's actually me and 1,000 million other guys coming through
All right,
this
yeah. I mean,
public
ladies,
space.
watch out because he's talking about driving. He's setting y'all up for
No,
the.
I'm not talking about driving. I'm not talking about driving. You could be walking, right, along a path, and you could be coming, and you come along a bunch of different guys, and
So
at
you're saying
some
we shouldn't
point,
have stop signs? You're saying we shouldn't have stop signs at a
at
four-way?
some point, I need some type of social contract, because if there's
Okay.
not, there will be.
So you're saying we should have stop signs at some
That's
four-way?
bullshit. I call bullshit. I call capping. I
I
call
call bullshit on
bullshit
that too.
gaslighting. Yes, because if you don't know how to cross a fucking street without a light, and you run into people, you see people going every kind of way,
If
and
there's
you don't know
zero
how to maneuver.
consequences, if
You
everyone
don't
and
know how to maneuver. No, there are no
now,
consequences.
I know
You
how to
don't know how to
maneuver.
maneuver. Right. Well,
I
then
know how
that's
to
all
maneuver.
you.
now,
Then that's all you have to worry about. You
However,
can't worry about
I don't
nobody else, Jonesy.
trust nobody to
Then you
not run out in front of me. Okay. And so because of that, because I don't trust other people, because I've seen too many accidents, and actually I've seen too many absolute horrors, that I'm going to say, I'm not just going to let this slide, and I'm not going to let it continue to slide because too many people are getting hurt, right? It is a degree of security.
But you're
where I
thinking like
must
a cop.
actually sit,
You're
where I
thinking
must
like a cop. You're
Yeah, we
thinking like
don't
a cop.
trade liberty for security. That's a thought crime. That's a hypothetical future crime that you think is going to come out of it.
Exactly, like a hunch, like let me foreseeing shit happen before it
Yeah.
happened.
All
And then
social
punching
contract
people for it.
theory is sacrifice of liberty.
And that's why. Well,
yes.
Yeah, that's why
So
when it
then
comes
we
down to
have
things like
no social contract theory, right? No social contracts at all. No signing of documents at all. Yeah.
it doesn't have to be that extreme on
I'm not
either end, though.
driving through that. Sorry. I
It
don't
doesn't
want
have
to
to be
live
that extreme on either end. What you say is, hey, you have these traffic signals or these suggestions based on science or whatever that makes us most safe. Now, if somebody is in the middle of the night and they come up to a red light and there's no traffic around, though, they should be able to go through that.
Exactly. I'm sorry to cut you off. I apologize because I'm a stickler. Like y'all get on me about that. But you're right about that. I just saw a video and my boy was saying those people that ride those e-bikes need to be careful and they need to follow the traffic stoplights and all of that shit. And that's not true.
It's the same thing with DUIs too.
Is trust me, bro. I'm not gonna trust you. I'm sorry. I'm just not.
So you're by not trusting me, means you're gonna tyrannically try to control me.
Yes.
No, not tyrannically. We're going to come to a social agreement because it's a publicly shared space. On your land, you can do what you want, but in a publicly shared space,
we got to be regulated.
Have an agreement.
That's bullshit.
Why?
Because you should know how to fucking maneuver. You see all those people.
Just fine. I just don't trust you.
Then that's your issue, though. That's something.
It's not my issue. It's everybody's issue. Here's the thing, Sly. Do you trust me? Hold on, Sly Shy. No, this is an absolutely perfect question here. Sly Shy, do you trust me wholly?
No.
So then we have to have an agreement.
No, we don't.
DUI is a perfect example of this. When you have these DUI laws that punish people in the name of safety when they haven't created, if somebody gets behind the wheel, it should be the case that if they get behind the wheel and they have substances that cause them to get into an accident, throw the fucking book at them. But in the meantime, just because somebody gets behind the wheel with substances, before the DUI laws, there were countless people who drove, functioning alcoholics and other people who drove to and from to work for their whole lives and never caused an accident. Would they have been better off to drag them through the system?
Have you ever had a DWI or DUI?
Yes, I have had, and I can tell you that it's the reason why they did it is because they couldn't bust me for growing MJ. And so they used the DUI thing because it's such a tyrannical, fucked up.
Have you ever had a legit DWI?
No.
Okay. Well, I've had two.
So
someone who has had two will tell you that I 100% agree with the DWI DUI laws.
And I don't.
Well, no, hold on a second.
Here's a guy
Jonesy,
who, because I was stopped that night and that other night 2 times, I didn't kill anybody because I.
But how do you know you would have killed somebody?
Exactly. How would you know? Because you got behind the wheel drunk and was stupid.
That's the point.
Did you get behind the wheel?
And that's a realization. That's a realization.
Answer my question.
Can I
answer my question?
Listen,
Wait.
Amanda,
I'll
if
bring
it
it up.
wasn't for me getting stopped that night, I'd probably be dead.
Jonesy, did you get behind the wheel?
Can we hear
The
a
reason
question?
I agree with it is because of the education that I received from it.
Did you get behind the wheel drunk, Jonesy?
I would have never had the education that I have now.
Did you get behind the wheel?
I'm gonna mute him.
Why not? You couldn't. Why not? The next day you couldn't look back at it and say, "Hey, what I did could have cost me my life," and realize it on your own.
Come on, dude.
Hello.
You've never been there. I have.
Answer the question, Jonesy. Did you get?
I would have been dead.
Hello.
I'm going up. Wait.
I would have been dead.
Did you?
Wait,
Jonesy, did you get behind the wheel drunk and knowingly get behind the wheel drunk?
No.
Hello?
Hold on a second. I have him muted. just to make sure we're all getting clarity here, and you're not setting him up for like some you committed a crime thing. I just want to make sure that's not happening either, which
Oh
it's
no,
not.
no, no.
So you're leaving
I
no
want to
point.
listen, I want to point out to him, he made that decision to get behind the wheel and drive drunk, right? Responsible people don't do that.
Okay, now
Right.
now I'm gonna go on. I'm gonna put myself on here for 1 second before then we can all respond and put us back on here. I wanted to say that you have marijuana laws and people smoke and drink, and I mean people smoke and drive. Some people think you shouldn't be able to smoke and drive, and a lot of people, including myself, think that you should be able to smoke and drive. So who are the people to say, well, you can smoke and drive, but you can't drink and drive? And now I'll put us back. Oh, yeah, I want to put us back, and maybe we can calmly let each other speak and address that type of thing.
Yeah, because MJ is a performance enhancer when you're a regular user.
I agree. Oh, sorry.
I apologize for muting you, Brick. I just wanted to make sure that there was some structure to us being able to hear each other and get
Your
back
show.
on.
It's
I
your
know I hate it when
show.
I hate it when people mute, I hate it when people mute me too. But I've seen some shows where people start talking over each other so much that it
You
gets.
understand that my house shit, right?
All right, you're out of here. No, just kidding.
Because you want order in your house, and it's a private venue.
Well, it's court decorum.
I still want him to answer the question though.
Okay, so yes, she's ready to hear your answer, and he's saying, yeah, well, he's gotten in the car and driven, say hypothetically, and you're saying he wasn't allowed to do that. Like, what about people who smoke, and people say, well, you only got in an accident because you were smoking, and he can say, no, I
No, no,
wasn't.
no. That's not that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if you know you're intoxicated, right? Not I had a couple of glasses of wine, I had a couple of beers, I smoked some weed. If you know you're intoxicated and can't stand up, how the fuck do you think you can get behind a wheel of a car and drive without hurting yourself and another person? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying we be responsible people know when to do things, right? So if we don't have traffic lights and I see a bunch of cars coming, I'm not going to run out in the fucking middle of the street, right? I'm going to wait until the cars slow down and then I'm going to cross when it's possible or when it's able. People, you see those places that you showed, Jonesy, they are able to do it. They don't need somebody to regulate. They regulate themselves. They get by on their own.
That's right. Social ostracization is far better. You don't end up with all the tyranny and all the economic revenue generation of a government that you need in order to enforce these rules.
Exactly.
Brick, don't be mad. Don't be mad.
Hey, beautiful.
Yeah, this is my son.
What happened here?
Oh yeah, he's really pretty, but and it's not like
Oh
some new
snap!
age
Oh
thing.
snap! I apologize. Hey,
It's
handsome.
just the long hair, yeah.
Oh.
Hey, handsome.
That's funny. Say hello. Say hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
You got a neat dad, huh?
The best.
Funny.
He's the best.
I'm sure it's probably a good life for the kids there at Loyal Dogs.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. I don't know if you guys ever heard about my home birth. I kind of talked to John Felix about it for a second on his show. It was so crazy.
No. Where's the mom?
Oh, so
Did you hire these women or what?
Yeah, I pulled a
Y'all are nuts.
yeah, I pulled an Elon Musk. I sent, and my kid's
Well,
name
you
is.
said you were a single dad, but that you had these at-home births. So where is the female?
Oh yeah, so she was so when I met her, she's like this really beautiful. I mean, in my opinion, she's still like the most beautiful girl I ever met. well, not girl, she's a woman, but you know, she's like my age or whatever, but I call her that because you know. And I don't know. She when I met her, she was really cool, but she apparently had like a history from when she was younger of kind of like being an addict or something, which she didn't show. She didn't have any like. It was only like a short period of time when she was like a teenager or something. I don't know when it was exactly, but she didn't look like a junkie or nothing. You know, she looked like a good, hot, nice, beautiful woman. You know, and we got along great and like all that stuff. But then we like moved after we had these two babies. We like moved to this really crappy part of Florida. And basically the people around there were like all a bunch of junkies, and then she
Here's
just
some
kind of
Fetty.
like, yeah, what's that?
They gave her Fetty or something.
Oh yeah, whatever it is. She just went off the deep end, and I had to move, and
Okay.
you know, that's how that all kind of
So
happened. You know,
you had to be responsible.
yeah, exactly. You know, so you know, and I'm still in touch with her parents and stuff like that. She's like in jail now right now actually. You know, on some dumb stuff like possessions and thefts and all that dumb stuff that they all get locked up for, you know. And but that's in a totally different state anyways. That's like across the country now, so you know.
Well, long as you're a good daddy and you doing what you're supposed to be doing,
Yeah.
that's all that matters.
And you're
Yeah,
gonna
man.
home educate, I assume.
Yeah, it works out. I mean, I got my bachelor's. You know, most high school equivalent teachers only have to get to like their bachelor's degree anyway. You know, so
Why? Oh, I'm sorry.
and then you know I'm not gonna and then I know, you know, well I know well beyond high school criteria really well anyway, so I'm fine for being able to teach them. You know,
Right.
Jonesy, I'm for homeschooling too, Jonesy. I really believe that you should homeschool your child before, I mean, you know, until for a certain age, right? And once you make that decision to let them be a part of that system, then you know that's okay. But I really believe that you should teach your child before they go into the public school system.
You're right. Otherwise, you're sending your kid off to the enemy to be raised by socialists. You don't know what's being shoveled into them. You don't know who's alone with them. It's a complete
Exactly.
abdication of responsibility.
I wish it was done for me.
Jonesy thinks I'm a tyrant. I think for I didn't mean see it's don't you hate that? That's how I felt too when people. I'm sorry, I apologize. When somebody sent me backstage the other day because I was on these panels and they send you backstage if you're like people can pay to like kick you back for like 10 minutes. You know those types of panels.
Oh, that's slow state. That's slow state and General Pacific and all of them guys. I know how they play. Listen,
No, GS doesn't do that.
Huh?
GS doesn't do that.
Oh well, flow state does. Slow state does.
Yeah, that guy's funny. I like him because I told him I'm like he acts
Dude's
like
a
he's
Fed.
kind of dumb.
Dude's a
What's that?
Fed. You do realize that he's a Fed.
Oh yes.
Who's slow state?
You're just making this
Wait,
stuff
wait,
up.
wait.
No,
Hold up,
more
Jonesy.
drama.
Wait,
No, he's
Jonesy.
not, dude.
Jonesy,
Although
are you
He's a
saying?
Fed.
Are you
Although-
saying? Wait.
He's a plant.
I will say any constitutionalist.
Wait. Are you saying slow state is a Fed?
He's a plant. Yeah. if everything is
This is the
subjective,
funny. Yo, this
Hey,
is
look,
the funniest.
he says it. Everything is subjective to him, and if everything is subjective, then nothing is subjective.
Listen, I've been knowing
It has
flow
to be
state.
something objective.
I've been knowing flow state for a couple of years now. I don't follow them anymore, but he's just a character, man. That's just how he is. He's gonna go against. Yes, he's slow. He go against everything that's. If you say it's blue, he's gonna say it's purple.
Yeah,
dude, I'm down
he's
with
a
him.
plant.
He paid to put me back on stage, so I'm down with flow state. You know.
He got that from. Listen, he got that from Antoine. It used to be a black, all black thing that used to be on YouTube, the
Yeah,
Fight
he's still
Club.
doing stuff. Antoine.
Oh, Antoine. Okay, you follow Antoine.
Yeah, I know who
But
that is.
anyway, I used to hang out with them with the Fight Club on the weekends, and that used to go from Friday to Sunday, from Friday 12 a.m. till Sunday 12 a.m. And used to be in the chat all weekend, and they would pay to put people out, pay to kick people backstage. They would pay $50, $100, $150 for
And
a
they're not even
whole
talking about
weekend.
nothing.
It's that
No,
panel. It's that panel
Yup.
stuff. It's all that panel stuff, man. And the panel is just, it can get wild, right?
Yes, yes. Trust me, yes.
Well, and we got and I was listening to him, and I'm like, we have a lot more stuff to talk about, interesting things. I feel like than a lot of these panels do that are making all that money. You know, I'm like, if anything, we can at least educate and talk about interesting things.
He's not interested. I'll tell you what he's interested in. He's interested in getting a clip of you, whatever
dude,
that clip could possibly be.
So I was on the
You
Rage
talking
on
about Flow
Tomato.
State, right?
Yeah.
You talking about yeah. That's what they do. That's exactly what they do.
He's adding to the arsenal. Like the Jack Talcott clip isn't even that bad. It's not bad. He's like on the panel going, "Praise God, man."
Wait.
Earth, the sun, the stars. And that's the
Stop.
Jack Talcott.
Hey, Brick, let me see the hands. Brick, come on, do the hands, Brick.
Praise
Do the hands.
God, man. You know?
Hey, Brick, before I forget, Brick, earlier you were talking about what we could know and not know. And I would just quickly, if you get a chance, pick up Wittgenstein's, it's pronounced Wittgenstein's, but it's spelled with a W. And philosophical investigations. I think that you might rethink some of these old Cartesian notions of, not being able to know anything. And that's actually not exactly true. And I think that if you read and understand that book, or at least almost everyone intelligent that I saw read and understand that book completely changed their opinion about that. And they started with the opinion that you have.
Solipsism.
Brick, I used to be on Paul and Slave's panel.
Okay.
I used to be, I used to hang out with them. I used to be on Jack's panels too, but Jack doesn't like me because I don't cupcake with him. I don't co-sign his bullshit. I let him have it. So he doesn't like me. He blocks me and he kicks me out all the time. But I don't go there no more. I don't hang out with them no more.
Yeah, I mean, see, that's why I try so hard. Sometimes I do not do it correctly, but sometimes it's just because of whatever reason, and I try not to hang out at one place too long. And that is because of that very reason. After a while, you start talking to somebody, you get vibing, and then all of a sudden you hit a roadblock.
Yeah.
And you're like, you can't get past it. You can't get past it. You can't get, and then eventually it just tears you apart. Yeah.
Tell the truth. Yup. You were so right about that. Yeah. You get stuck, you get complacent. And I've seen these guys, some of these guys are so stuck and so complacent where, they don't have no way out. And that's sad.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's also beneficial too, because if you branch out, that widens your perspective. I mean, it just you get all these different views, and you're asking questions about that view and about that view, and so on and so forth. It gets you well versed in the different views. And it's funny too, because I have my beliefs, you have your beliefs, Lawyer Dog, Steelman does, Wassa, everybody. There are that many views on the planet, as many people as there are. So if we can agree that there are that many views, then what's up, Speakeasy, bro?
Hey, Speakeasy, welcome to.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, welcome, man. How are you doing tonight?
Not too bad, not too bad.
All right, awesome. What inspired you to come on, and what were you thinking about or heard? What were we talking about when you decided to
Yeah, I was
Or-
just listening. I just caught a little bit of the homeschool conversation, and someone had said, "Yeah, otherwise you're sending them off to be taught by socialists." So I would ask, like, should socialists also homeschool their children, or
No, because they love it that their kids are being conditioned that way.
so
Exactly.
where should they go to school?
Wait, in the public schools.
But then aren't they also
That's
just
what.
going off the socialists? Kind of defeats your purpose of not being taught by socialists.
No, but they want their kids to be taught by socialists, just like they want to teach all the other kids their socialism.
Okay.
Right. They want to guide. They want to teach your children. Not. They don't want you to teach your children. Because if you teach your children, you might teach your children the right way.
Yeah,
You know?
like I am not against homeschool. I'm actually, I would say it's beneficial to school your children for people that are able to do so. But there's also people that I don't think should homeschool their children whatsoever, right? Like, Scientology kids aren't doing too well. You know what I'm trying to say?
Well,
Like,
who's going
all
to
those
decide
kids
that?
that are in
Who's going to
Scientology
decide that?
being,
How are you going to enforce it?
sorry?
I said, who's going to decide it, and how are you going to enforce it?
Like decide. Well, I'm saying like to get rid of public schools would be a mistake.
Well, I didn't say get rid of public
No,
schools. I
yeah,
would
we're not
advocate.
saying get rid of them. We're not
Okay.
saying get rid of them. We're saying
Okay,
that.
I must have heard one of you
I
wrong.
said if you're a responsible parent, that you would homeschool your children and teach them to think for themselves, at least, and like I said, at least to a certain age, to where you're not just sending them off to be brainwashed by these socialists who are clearly the public school system is based off the old Prussian system, and it's designed to quash genius and to make workers who don't question and people who believe in this, that what the government says is the rule and God's word, and anything that's doesn't come from the official source is a lie. And that's
Yeah,
just
no, I don't totally disagree with the things you're saying here. It's definitely, there's a problem with our schooling system, and like private schooling or even Catholic schools do better than public schooling systems, right? I do agree with you here. I just think there just needs to be some type of change of a big change on what we're even teaching children in school to begin with.
Yeah,
There's a
I
lot
agree.
of shit they learn in school that really is useless, especially at the younger ages.
And they don't learn their rights, and they don't learn how to balance a checkbook. I mean, it's just
Right.
outrageous.
Yeah, like by grade 9, that's something they should all be learning, right? Like taxes, all of these types.
Listen to what you
We don't teach them.
listen to what you guys are saying. They should be learning. They should be learning. How about they should be teaching? They should be teaching.
Wouldn't
Not
it be
the child. The child don't know what they should be learning, right? So we have to leave the
Well, yeah, that's why we're
responsibility of teaching into the adults. Why aren't they teaching these things to your children?
No, that's
yeah,
what
that's
we're
what we're
saying.
saying. It's just the same thing in reverse. That's the exact
Yeah,
same.
it's
Yeah, but
just
see, we can't put it on the child though. We can't even. The child
not.
shouldn't even be in the picture. We
We're
should
not
say,
putting it
why
on the
aren't
child.
the
We're
teachers?
saying the curriculum
we're
should
putting
be
it on the
different.
current
That's what-
system.
Yeah, we're
Right.
saying the curriculum should be different, and that by extension they should be learning something different. Yeah, it's not
Listen to what
saying they're at
listen
fault.
to what listen to what I'm saying though. You have to say the words so the teachers can hear it. You have to say the words so the teachers can hear it. Why aren't you guys teaching our children these things? Why aren't
Well, actually,
you
I disagree. You
know
should
what I
tell
mean?
your kids though, like this is the type of things you should be learning in school, and maybe your kid can actually voice these things in school,
At the
right?
age
Like,
of 7,
you should
at the
teach your
age of
kids the
6,
things.
at
Like,
the age
for
of
instance, I
listen.
teach my kids, no matter how many times they tell you in school there's more than 2 genders, it's not real. That's not a real thing. That's a lie. Like I tell my kids that, and in
At-
school they try to teach this shit, and
At the age of
it's up
6,
to us
though.
to be involved. Yeah, I hold it solely responsible on the adults in the situation.
Right. So at the age of 6, my child is not going to understand, right? Certain things, right? So I make sure the teacher, the person that's
Well, the
responsible
thing
for
is, we
my
have to
child.
go higher than that, right? because the teacher
Yeah.
just gets a curriculum and teaches it. They don't actually have a say in how the
Yeah, they
curriculum
don't get to
goes.
just they don't get to teach whatever they want.
When you get to
Yeah, they don't teach what
university
to
level,
teach.
they have a
Yeah.
little bit more power here. But like in the younger ages where it's really important, yeah, these teachers are just given a curriculum and they teach what they're told to
And if
teach.
they don't, they get fired.
Listen, apples and oranges. Listen to what I'm saying. I know we're talking and saying about the teachers, but y'all know the bottom line is yes, you got to go to the top. So what I am saying is yes, you have to push for these things if these things are what you want. No, okay, I said the teacher, but when you drop your child off, you're not talking to the top. You're talking to the teacher.
No,
right?
I exactly, and I get what you're saying, but this also leads back to what I was saying earlier about I don't think some people should be teaching. There's a lot of fucking dumb people, especially since I've started streaming. I've met many people that I hope they're far away from teaching any kids anything, okay? Because like some people really think they have some like real grasp on reality, and they're the furthest thing from it. So there's some people where I think they should be
What, banned
held
from teaching their
against
own
them
kids?
against the law for them to teach their own kids. You should have to
Oh,
do like an
no.
actual, like for instance, in Canada, you actually don't need any type of degree to homeschool your children. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think
Oh.
that's a good idea whatsoever. Because
Oh,
then you're
so then you get
allowing
you
very
have the person.
uneducated people to teach their own children, and we're just going to be
That's
dumber
totally
and dumber.
wrong. That's totally wrong. Then you're saying what you're saying is that you need somebody who's indoctrinated by the system.
No,
until they're the only ones qualified to indoctrinate their own children.
Didn't say that whatsoever.
That's exactly what you're
straw man
saying.
of what I said. Nope.
No, that's if you're saying that they need to have this particular education, that's exactly what you're saying then.
Well, no, I
You're
said I
saying-
just want
you're
them to have
saying that-
some type of education to know that they're not completely fucking useless and shouldn't be teaching. Like for instance, are you good with things like trigonometry?
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay,
wait.
well, you're an outlier in this situation.
No,
but
yeah, I think maybe
most
referring to me,
people
like, yeah.
most people aren't good
Right.
with this.
Wait,
right?
you're going
Like,
you're going
These
to
are like
you're
a good
going
algebra
to
level,
listen.
right?
You're going too far. You guys are going too far into ahead of trigonometry, and we're talking about basic education for your child. We're not talking about trigonometry and algebra and shit like
Right.
that. We're talking
Yeah, why
about
are you
basic education.
yeah, but why aren't we talking about that in high
Because
school?
your child,
In high school,
because
you're taught
we're not-
trigonometry.
we're
Can you
talking
teach
about your
trigonometry?
child. We're not talking
Can
about
you
it. We're
te-
not talking.
Yeah, in
Alright.
high
We're not
school, you're
talking about a
still a
senior.
child. In
We're
high
not talking
school, you're
about a
still
senior. We're not talking
Alright.
about a senior.
I'm muting everybody real quick. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, I just wanted to kind of put a harness on this to get everyone wrapped up. I wanted to kind of summarize a few things what I'm catching here, but he's saying is that, and then just give me 1 second. I'll put on mute everyone. Hopefully we can help resume this conversation. You know, I'm trying to be fair to everyone, and but he. But at the same time, I'm going to be unfair because I just want to say one little word on it. It's just, he's making the point that we don't know how to teach our kids trigonometry, or see, I'm not even saying it right? Well, true. So at that point, he's got a point, but it also stacks on his point, which is that we all, or most of us went to high school and don't know trigonometry. So if it was working, right? No, hey, how'd you on me? Well, all right, that wasn't fair for me. Like, I'm not trying to snipe the conversation. I just wanted to kind of put a rein on it and throw that out there and see what you guys think.
You made a good point. You made a very good point. I don't know no damn trigonometry.
But we're talking about much earlier. We're talking about teaching the kids to be able to think for themselves and to learn basic skills that the public schools deliberately leaves out and tries to weed out of people.
Well, no, we're not talking about anything
like,
else.
You don't know
We're talking about
trigonometry, but can you run any type of construction business of your own? Would you be
These
able
are
to
things
write?
that you learn later in higher education.
Wait, no, stop. Would you be able to write up a blueprint of a building?
Speedy. We're talking
right?
speedy.
I could do that.
Right?
I could draw up a blueprint out of high school.
For the
What are you
buildings that
talking
you get
about?
to
These are
fucking
higher
sit in,
education. These are
right?
higher education. You're asking me if I know every
For
higher
the
education
buildings that you
subject?
get
No.
to sit in, my friend, the building you're sitting in right now, right? When the construction companies needed to use trigonometry to be able to do this properly, right? So
Those are
it's
higher
actually an
education.
important thing in life, isn't it?
It's a higher
Architects
education.
all use
We're
trigonometry
talking about our little kids.
that are going to grow into adults one day. Yes.
Yeah, and
we're
they're going to go to
talking about
higher
in high
education.
school.
So basically,
In
what
high
your position
school.
is if I don't know every different possible higher education thing through and through, then I'm not qualified to
No,
teach my young kids.
my point is that a lot of people have biases and think that trigonometry is just a useless thing that nobody should even give a fuck about. And if that's where people are thinking, I don't think they should teach their own children anything, because it's actually used in the real world. And if your child did decide that architecture seems like a good job, then they would need to know trigonometry.
No, not every kid needs to know trigonometry. A lot of people know from early on that they're not going to be proficient in those, and they have no interest and no proficiency in those type of things. So they go purposefully into some other type of living, whether it be plumbing or manual labor of whatever kind or whatever. Liberal arts.
Liberal arts.
I mean, I'm just saying it could be that instead, or it could be that they go to be a plumber, or it could be go to be or whatever. But you're talking about much later education. We're talking about our little kids.
Well, we were talking about high school, right? That's
No,
where trigonometry came from.
You started talking about trigonometry. We were talking about.
I know that.
Yeah, but we're talking. I'm not up here to give you a hard time, Speakeasy. Okay, we're just adults having a conversation. Okay, we're
Yeah.
going back and forth. That's okay, but I'm not trying to give you a hard time. We were talking about molding your child. We're not talking about higher education when your child is able to make their own decisions about what they want to do in life.
Yeah,
right?
but analyzing musical intervals, forensic scientists, medical imaging, electronic engineering, navigation, astronomy, surveying, construction, architecture, all these things use trigonometry. I think it's good to give kids a basis in trigonometry in case they want to venture into these fields.
Listen, I learned how to
we
do.
won't know if they're interested or even capable of doing these things unless
But
we
we
teach
gotta
them.
we gotta mold them first. We gotta mold them how to be responsible. Whatever, we gotta mold them first. We gotta teach them basic shit first.
Yeah, well,
before
let's
we
talk
even try
about
to
something
teach them.
basic. Phys ed. Let's talk about something basic. Phys ed. Do you think that with the obesity problem that's going on in America, that a lot of these parents are going to even be able to give their kids any type of physical education?
How about we start teaching each other to be
Wait,
healthy?
don't run away from it. Don't run away from it. Answer.
I'm not.
Do you think that the majority of Americans are going to be able to even keep up or teach their kids phys ed?
So, did you get the jab? I just asked it.
Did I what?
Did you get the jab?
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm asking a question.
Did you wipe
All
your
right, Vic,
ass
you
this
on?
morning? Like, what are we just asking useless questions right now?
It's relevant. I'd be interested in knowing too. Would you?
Question. Now you ain't gotta ask me if I wipe my ass. That's not a reasonable question.
Your question wasn't reasonable either. You're literally trying to violate HIPAA right now. You understand that?
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. All right. Well, you're literally.
Do you have
guys.
Do you have AIDS?
You're literally
Do you have
trying.
AIDS, Slushy?
All right, we're gonna rein this in. Sorry, I'm putting a ceasefire on this and muting everyone again real quick. I appreciate everyone's input. So I think I don't see. I think that there's an artificial disagreement here. I think we can all agree that we would love to increase our children's education, and if that includes higher levels of math, all the better, right? and we should be striving for even higher levels of math, and then inventing levels of math that we haven't even discovered yet. I think that's reasonable, that something we can all agree to, and I don't see any dispute with that. You know,
Right.
Yeah. So hopefully everyone can come back on and.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
No, I agree. I think the whole thing's a false argument, basically. I mean, that we're not even in disagreement.
Yeah, we weren't even on that that deep. We hadn't even gotten that deep. We were just talking about molding your children at first before we even let them out in the world, right? We mold them, we teach them, and if we want them to have higher learning, we guide them to, because they might not even want that. You know what I mean? That's what you might want as a parent, right? But they might not even want that once they get old enough to figure out where they're going or how they want to think. Because they might not even want to think like you. They might not want to spend money to go to college and be in debt. They might not want all of that.
Right.
I didn't go to college to be in debt, and I got skills. I mean, I got some skills, and I ain't go to school for them, right? I don't know trigonometry, whatever it is, and I don't know. Sometimes I don't even know basic math, right? But that's on me. That's not because my mother didn't teach me or my father didn't teach me or the public schools system didn't teach me, definitely didn't teach me, right? So I had to learn a lot of things on my own.
So Sly Shy, you ever heard the phrase "it starts in the home"?
Definitely, but in the 60s, it didn't start in the home. In the 60s is when the war ended and the government had another plan for us.
Yeah, but we're not in the 60s. This is
I know.
2025.
No shit, Jonesy.
So if you know that parents are the control over their children, you know that they are going to be, regardless of whether the government is teaching them this or that, you know that the parents are going to be the first ones to teach them anything at all. So it starts in the home. And in my opinion,
no, wait. I'm sorry to cut you off, because slave jobs want you to put your kids in daycare, right? Because you got to be to work. You got to make that money, pay them bills. So you got to they've got all these daycares every other corner now, every other block, every other damn door almost. You got a bunch of daycares because they want you to put your kids in daycare and take your ass to work and earn that money. So you pay your taxes so you can keep them riding your back.
So regardless of what they want you to do, and you've harped on me about, being responsible, being a man, things like that. You have to take control of your life, and with that comes the responsibility of taking the control of your children's lives.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Now hold on a second, though. I want to say one thing about all this is, like, people see, the thing is, we don't have a free market. We have some social programs. We have some restrictions on the free market and all this stuff. Once you start, it's just a fly in the ointment. Once you put a tariff on something, a tax on something, a law against some sort of commodity or whatever it is, where you mess with the free market or you mess with you add a social program, the whole stack of dominoes falls. You can't have one without like stacking them, because they affect each other so much. It affects everything so much. So you guys are calling that on one hand, you guys are like saying you're totally anti this one thing, but at the other thing, you're willing to one little social program. Then you have to realize that maybe this one little thing you have a problem with is a result of all of these other social programs or all of these other taxes or tariffs.
No, I understood. I understand that already.
Yeah. Now, I wasn't saying, homeschooling is beneficial and more beneficial in certain cases. But again, like Sly mentioned, with basic math, they struggle. Well, I don't think someone that struggles with basic math should be teaching anybody. Why do we want more people to grow up not knowing basic math? That doesn't make any sense.
Because we get help. We don't just try to do it.
How are you going to help? You haven't helped yourself learn it. How are you going to help someone else learn it? That doesn't make any sense.
Aren't there books? Is there libraries? Are there libraries? Are
maybe
there
you would consider.
libraries? Are there books? Are there libraries? Are there books? Are
This
there
is
other people?
libraries. Yes, there's
Whatever. Oh, now
libraries.
are you trying to insult me because of the way I pronounce, the way I talk? Come on,
Yes, I'm correcting your
speak
talk.
No,
easy. Come
okay.
here, being
No, you
Library.
don't
petty.
want any.
Oh
Okay,
You're being
God.
you
petty.
definitely don't
I
want any
gotta
insults.
go. I don't want to be petty. I
You
don't
don't.
want people being petty. I don't
Yeah,
need it.
yeah. No,
Speak
I
easy.
don't
I
find a
am a red,
correction an insult.
but
no.
speak easy. This is the way I talk. If you don't accept me, I gotta go. I don't want to be up here with people who don't accept people for who they are. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if I
No.
don't pronounce a word, the way you don't like it, that's the problem.
I
Because
Yeah.
you
corrected the
can't control,
pronunciation with my
No,
sentence.
please. Yeah,
you
because I
can't
feel
I
like.
didn't
control
even
people.
you're
You can't
making more
control
of a deal
people.
of it than I did.
You
I
can't
literally
control
just said word.
people. You
Okay,
can't
let's
control
move on.
people.
All
Thank
He
right.
you.
didn't. He's saying he
Yeah,
didn't mean it
I
that way.
just don't get the tone
Oh,
policing where I literally just said a word.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you
Well.
don't have to correct me. You don't have to
All
correct
right.
my words. You don't
Well,
really.
when I speak, I'm
All
gonna
right.
pronounce it correctly. Did you want me
Well,
to say
then,
All
library?
right.
but I said
Like you're
library.
All right. I'm
But
kind of gonna just kind of like mute everyone here for a second. I apologize it came to that. I really do apologize to everyone because I really don't want it to be like some sort of fight. Well, one of my rules that I put up, I'm not like I'm a strict rule person, but I really feel like it's a great rule. Rule number one should be no ad hominems. No ad hominem attacks. First ad hominem attack essentially is defaulting to the loser position. If and that's just my rule on the panel. I feel like for everyone, you can see it in my description. So I want everyone to kind of try to adhere to that idea that we're trying to keep it, everyone friendly, no ad hominems, everything logical.
I like
And
civil
that's being
clear.
conversation.
that's being
Can I
didn't
respond
use
to what?
any ad homs. I
I
didn't.
can't see his name, but can I respond to
Yeah,
what
you
he
did.
was saying?
I agree.
that's being irresponsible
Okay,
and adult.
here we go, Wasu. I'm going to get you up here. Please
Okay.
do.
So when you're talking about people needing to know trigonometry in order to be able to teach their kids, the people that know trigonometry, a lot of them cannot teach their kids art or teach this or that. So you're setting up a kind of a standard where basically you would almost be saying that in order for someone to homeschool their kids, they would have to be proficient in all of these different areas. And we already know that people aren't, and not everybody's going to gravitate towards those particular areas as they move through their education. What we're saying earlier is that when you have your younger child, you want them to mold them, as Sly is putting it. I would put it more like teach them to think for themselves, look for areas of genius that you can foster, or pay somebody else if you don't know that subject to, or pay or trade for, or whatever you need to do, send them off, whatever, to foster that genius in them that you recognize or whatever. But then, for me, by the time my kids were getting to be like 12 years old, yeah, even though I spent 9 years at university studying many different subjects, I would not be qualified to cover everything they need. So I would look for a good school that I felt like that they had a good curriculum of different subjects to teach that kid. Yes.
Can I ask the question? Can I ask the question?
That's all I had to say. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I ask the question?
Yeah. Yes.
So wait a minute. I'm sorry. I got to think of my question. I lost track because I asked that question. Wait a minute. I got to think of my question. It'll come back to me.
I would just say you listed off a bunch of reasons why we also need schools.
No, I think
Not-
when you first
You
started,
ever
you were making his point. He was saying that you were saying that you need to have all these different skills, and he was saying, yeah, that's why you need a dozen different teachers to teach a dozen different classes.
I got the question. Have you ever heard of?
Not your young kids, though.
I got the question. Have you ever heard of It Takes a Village? Have you guys ever heard of It Takes a Village?
Yeah, I've heard
Everyone's
many
heard
platitudes like this.
Okay, and I wanted to respond to that though.
So if I didn't have schools, right? Say if I didn't have schools in a certain amount of radius in my area, right? And I had a village of people and I was teaching my children, and I have a neighbor that knows this, and I have another neighbor that knows that, and I have another neighbor that knows this. But we get together and we teach our children.
Yeah,
Like,
you
we
know the
don't have
ending
to
of
get-
that saying, right?
What?
It takes a village, so pray you weren't born in a stupid village.
Oh,
Okay, so what? If you was born in a stupid village, then
and you
I was
grow up
when
a
you was
stupid
born,
person. That's what I'm trying
if
to say.
you
Right?
but if you was born, you wasn't born smart. When you was born, you wasn't born knowing everything. You wasn't
I
born knowing
believe we
anything.
weren't born smart, but we were definitely given a Lamborghini in here for the absorption of knowledge.
Okay, all right.
Not everybody, but yes, the majority. I would agree. Yep.
The biggest problem with what you're acting as a proponent for is basically that then you're going to have some kind of a setup where you've got people that are going around monitoring what the parents know before they're allowed to teach their children and forcing people to do things. I just don't think that that's right.
They
Why?
do that
What's
too.
wrong
They
with that?
have, they do
Okay,
that.
so hold on. I wanted to address that question real quick, if I could. And I don't mean to like put anyone on mute, but if I do one person, I kind of like just like to everyone to be fair and just to make sure. I just wanted to say one thing real quick about it is to address that point in particular that you made about okay, so they need all these teachers to teach all these criteria and all that stuff. And what I want to go with this is where do we what is our measure for success in society, right? So when we look into what we consider a specialist, usually we consider success in a degree of specialty, right? In a specialist is really where the pinnacle of success typically tends to lie in one form, in one of its forms, and then the money obviously being another big form. Now, if somebody can have a specialty in something or make money in something or both, they're typically considered to be somewhat successful as well. And so that kind of negates the idea that we need, and doesn't negate the idea, but it puts up slight defense against this idea that we need multiple, classes. We could, instead of just specializing in one, although you could make the argument that we do need these multiple classes to kind of like refine and understand the one holistically. But essentially where I'm going with this is, even if somebody just learned something really stupid, and if they made a lot of money on it, they didn't know anything else except how to make a bunch of money in a really stupid way, they would still be considered successful in our society.
Look at the internet.
I don't know how she knows how to unmute herself. I don't know how she does that, but
It's StreamYard. We can all unmute ourselves,
Yeah,
bro.
we can all unmute.
Oh,
Yeah.
see, I can never. Every time I try to unmute myself, it's always like the host has muted you.
It's supposed to be by respect, bro. And here's the thing. So I wanted to address kind of what you're saying, right? So
I apologize.
No, that's cool. Perfect timing.
my measure of success is real simple: peace. If you're at peace, then you're successful.
Well, this actually, Brick. This is kind of where I wanted to go, kind of with this question. What is, because someone, I think it's the gentleman here below me mentioned using force to tell people if they're allowed to do something or not is wrong, and I would just like you to explain to us what exactly is wrong with using force to not allow people to do things that are immoral or degenerate.
Well, first of all, morality. First of all, forcing your morality on somebody else is called terrorism. At the threat of violent action, that's what that is. That's the definition of terrorism.
Do you think rape is wrong?
Right, but when you're talking about violating someone else's rights, that's a different.
Should we not force grape? Should we not force the law against rape?
No, I'm absolutely for the rule of law as far as you cannot violate someone else's rights. I'm not for going into people's houses.
Imposing your morals on me, bro. You're just imposing your morals on me, bro.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
What if it's my morals? It's morally good to great people.
How can we have a back and forth? Speak easy. How can we have a back and forth if you don't let people talk? We can't have a back and forth. You cannot get an understanding from people if you don't let them answer the question. He was trying to answer it, okay? He's talking, he's explaining it very clearly to you. Let him talk.
Yeah.
Please.
Anyways, back to my question.
I'm coming from a basis of our natural rights, and that you are not allowed to violate someone else's. That's just I'm taking that for granted.
There is no natural rights.
There is. You don't cause loss, injury, or harm to other people. You
That's not a
don't cause.
natural right. That's the
That
right
is a
you were
natural.
given. No,
That's
no. That's
natural.
the right you were
That's
given by the
natural.
land you live on. What are you
No,
talking about?
that's natural.
Oh,
That's
really?
God.
If you lived in a
That's
Muslim country,
God.
would you be able to walk around in a bikini? Huh?
What are you talking about? People walk on the
Exactly
beach.
what I said is what I'm
People walk
talking
on the
about. If
beach
you
with their
lived in a
bikini.
Muslim country, just
People walk
please,
on their
you said,
beach.
just answer the
That's a
question.
Muslim
Please.
country.
The
What are you
government does
talking
not
about?
give us
In a
our
Muslim
rights.
country, would you be able to walk around in a bikini?
We're not living in another country.
I know we're
talking
not.
about.
You just proved my point. Your rights don't come from anywhere naturally. It's from the laws of the land you live on. That's
That's
it.
not an argument that you
It's a
just made. That is
concept
not an
we
argument
made
that
up.
you just
It's
made.
not real.
Did
You
you
did
see
not.
the freedom? Have you ever seen the freedom ride? I've seen almost 200 people ride in the street of Philadelphia butt ass naked. I've seen over 200 people ride in the
and you know
streets
what
of
would happen?
Philadelphia, be it
Sorry,
butt
man.
ass naked.
All right. All right. I just want to rein things in. I hate to do this, guys, but I just want to make sure we don't go off the rails and we're all talking over each other. And when I think of these good points, I kind of want to bring them up myself, and it's hard to as well. And it might not be fair, but what if, okay, we're talking about, when we're talking about this right, this natural right to, what I felt like was to preserve other human life. It was kind of the gist of what I was gathering. And I feel like that's all easy to say until you look at the larger world scale. Look at the world wars that have been going on since time immemorial, and tell me that it's not human instinct, or that it is human instinct to preserve life, or you know what I mean? How can you make that argument when you see all of these wars all over the world?
Well, that's not what I said. And also, it's a matter of, it doesn't matter what's happened in the past or what's going on in other places. Whether you believe that our rights come from the Creator or not, that is the system that we're living in. That's the law.
No,
Of the
God
system.
doesn't give you rights either. Nobody gives you rights. Rights aren't
That's
real.
what our
That's
system.
my
Our
point.
system is based on rights that come from the
You're not just
universe or
born
God.
with rights, bro. It's
Yes,
whatever
you are.
land you live on, right? The
And-
government of your land decides what rights you have. Okay.
No, not the government.
In
Not
Canada,
the government.
it's
The
not a right
government.
to own a gun. In America, it is a right to own a gun. In America, bitches can walk around half naked. In a Muslim country, they get fucking stoned to death for walking around half naked. Okay, your rights is just a concept made up and given to you by the land you were born in. That's it.
Well, that's not
So here's the thing.
It's
I
not
actually
natural.
knew
It wasn't God given. None of that.
I knew that this actual argument was going to come up eventually. I mean, it was only a matter of time. It only took 15, 20 minutes. I knew this argument was going to come up. Okay. Natural rights is a concept. Okay. And meaning it's a theory. Okay. Now we have imposed that within the social contract, the document called the Bill of Rights. And so because of that, and the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. And so that idea, we teach each other that these concepts are reality, because if we don't agree to that, then we're all just walking around like a bunch of moron Neanderthals, just saying, you only have a privilege if I say you have a privilege. But the problem with that specifically is right is might. So you have a right.
Might
I allow you to have that right.
Okay, did you hear what Brick just said, everyone? If you stand on that statement, then that is flipping your philosophy on your head. Exactly. Your only right is however much might you have. So if the military has the might to destroy you, then that's their right.
That's power.
You're saying
that's exactly
okay,
what
did
it
you-
is. So we the people own this country. We the people. That's why we still have a Second Amendment.
Okay, again, you can say this, but first off, America's a very new country. So if you're just talking in
250 years
very
is
modern
new?
terms compared to the history of the world.
250 years is not a
those
baby.
those rights are still not abide by. For instance, you're supposed to have the right to travel without being searched. Every fucking airport you go in, they're gonna search you. Okay,
So why don't the police break into your house?
Already are bent.
Why don't the police break into your
Yeah,
house
we
and
know
take
that.
all
That's
your
what we're.
shit?
Canada at
we're
one
here.
time also had the
Why
right to
don't the
own
police
guns.
break into your
Wait,
house and take all your
Brick,
stuff?
chill. I want to
Okay.
hear what you're saying, but I can't hear what you're saying when you say it at the same time as me, right? So in Canada, they used to be on the Constitution a right to own guns. That was taken away. Your rights aren't natural. This isn't something we all have. Look at the Papua New Guinea fucking cum warriors, okay? Little boys to have a right to passage are blowing old men. It's fucking disgusting, weird. And if they had natural rights, I don't think that shit would be going on. If it was
No,
just
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if
Can I
they
ask you?
violate natural rights in any place. That
Will I be able to
doesn't
get it?
invalidate
Will
those
I be
rights.
able to get? Excuse me. Will I be able to
Tell me
get
what a right
any
is.
time? Will I be able to get any time, just like these guys are? Will I be able to get any time to talk? Because I'm hearing a lot of
Oh,
man
instead
stuff.
of being a victim, just talk.
No. Stop. Speak easy. You're like really. I'm 62 years old, and you're really acting like a child to me right now.
Oh, the one that
Please.
says library. I'm the child. Okay.
Please, yeah, because you're being picky. You're
I
acting
thought
like a little.
I'm just
You're
gonna
acting like
say
a child.
that's
All
an
right,
ad
check
hoc.
this out, lawyer dog. I can't do this. I don't want to be up on a panel where I got to be arguing and picking with somebody want to act like a child. I cannot do it. So I mean, I appreciate you. If we can have a discussion, a good back and forth and understanding, come to some kind of understanding with each other. I can't do it. I shied away from this
Okay,
stuff.
then
I've been
just
in the
leave. All right.
yo,
Like,
I'm
holy,
talking.
you announce it
Yo,
for
dude,
it.
I'm talking. Dude, I'm talking. Please, you have some respect. Have some fucking respect.
This
You
women
need to-
battle, man. It's
Please just have some respect. I didn't come up here disrespecting anyone. I came up here thinking I was going to have an intelligent conversation with some gentlemen, not a bunch of kids. Now I understand what you're saying. Everything I'm hearing y'all say is about what somebody else does. I don't live on what somebody else does. I was born, I was taught to follow, I was led by people. Everything in my life was fucked up because I followed everybody else, right? Once I started thinking for myself and I stopped following Christianity, I stopped following church, I stopped following what people say, I stopped following politics, I stopped following all this shit, and I started thinking for myself, and I say, you know what? The best way to live is if I don't hurt people, if I don't hurt myself, if I don't, follow the law, right? No, cause no loss, injury, or harm to anyone. I'm living right. I don't have to follow rules to live right, to know to live right. I don't need nobody to tell me to live right, right? I don't need another man to tell me how to live, right? I already know it. It's in me. The Spirit of God. We're not talking about a man God. We're talking about the Spirit of God, right? When you start talking about getting into religion and different labels, Muslims, how Muslims live, how Christians live, how these people. No, how do you live? How do you think for yourself? How do you lead your own family? Those are the most important things, how to teach yourself, right? I can't depend on the government telling me how to live. They'll send me to war. I don't believe in war. I don't believe that you should be going somewhere else killing people. I don't believe in that, right? So I don't get involved in it. I don't travel. I don't have a passport. I don't travel because I don't want them up my ass in my business asking me questions where I'm going, where I'm coming from. No, none of your goddamn business. So I don't sign a contract. I don't go nowhere. Right? And if I want to go somewhere, I get on a bus. That's it. right? I keep shit simple in my life. I don't complicate it by getting involved with politics and man's law, man's rules, this, that, the other.
But you're
You know,
interrupting the men having a conversation on politics just to say that you don't get involved in politics.
come on, here you are
Typical
being
women,
petty.
man. It's
Can I
crazy.
fit? Can I
That's
fit? Can I?
wildly
Yo,
insane.
I'm
You
up here.
literally did all of that just to say
Can
you
we
don't
keep
get
it?
involved in
Did
politics.
you,
You
yo, did
literally
you, yo,
interrupted men speaking.
lawyer dog?
You could do
Lord,
that.
you hear what you're
Hold
saying? You're saying
Wild.
men. You're saying men. You're acting like a little fucking boy. You're saying men. I interrupted men. I'm up here on this panel. I was up here on this panel before you were, right? So what are you talking about? Men. I interrupted men. I'm interrupting human beings. We're up here supposed to be having a conversation, and you're steady trying to get up under my skin. Why? Is this some man thing? What are
All
you
right, let's all get.
doing?
Yeah, can we all not attack each other? Like that would be cool. Let's
Yeah,
not.
like there's no need.
All
I
right.
ain't do nothing wrong to you. I
So
don't even know
just
All
to
you.
be
right,
clear,
Rick.
I just want to ask
Redirect
you,
this
the host of the
conversation, please.
show,
I don't
are
even
you
know
saying
you.
that like you just don't
Can you
want
do that
nobody
for
to
us?
give any pushback, or what are you saying?
Be respectful when you get your pushback.
Well, no, just not like ad hom. Yeah, exactly. We don't want like ad hominem. See this? I'm calling it like steel.
What ad
I'm
homs
naming
have I
myself this
used?
thing. Like,
You're being an
well, just
asshole. Really, what you're doing. You're
and I'm
being an
Why?
asshole for no
Explain
reason.
it. How? I haven't called you any
I could.
names.
You
I didn't.
just sat up here and said I interrupted men talking about politics, and I
You
don't deal
did.
with politics. I
Okay, but
interrupted you
everything.
because I don't want to
That's
hear
not
that
an
shit.
ad hom.
I
That's
don't want
just
to
Okay, hold
hear
on.
stating
it.
facts.
I don't
Okay,
want
hold
to.
on a
I
second.
You
don't.
just
I
don't
want
like
to
that
talk.
I'm not like
Guys.
most men you come
I want
encounter
to
and you sit
listen.
for when you talk. That's your
Listen.
problem. This is what
Okay, I apologize, guys. I apologize to everyone for creating this type of scenario that was never meant to happen. I misspoke when I used the term ad hom. Yeah, and I just meant that what I wanted to do was help people build up a steel man of their argument. Help people understand their argument and be logical and try to work together to find the truth rather than try to win a debate or prove a point out of ego or anything like that. So if we can just kind of all chill out and just forget that we're not like trying to here to attack each other. In fact, I could debate the homeschool issue, and I would like to logically debate the homeschool issue if anyone actually would be interested in discussing homeschool as a real topic, for example.
that's what I originally started talking about, but we got here.
Yeah,
We were talking about molding children, and we got too far ahead of molding children.
Oh yeah. Oh, so one of the things I wanted to mention, which I felt like was like some sort of fact that was stated earlier that I felt like was sort of I wanted to challenge, was this idea that socialism is inherently wrong. Right now, I don't know enough about all of these different social systems, so to speak, to speak on them. But what I do know is that that our government has lied to us throughout history. They preach to us that capitalism is bad. They preach to us that socialism is bad. And whatever the government preaches usually tends to be a lie. So I feel like if they're preaching that socialism and capitalism is this big evil, that's something you want to look at as a possible solution to a big problem that they're creating,
So this is my view of that. It's very simple. All governments, if they're ran by men, I guarantee you they're bad. There's only one government that is good, and that is God's kingdom. However, we live here on this planet. We live on the earth, and we have to come to some sort of agreement so that we can deal with each other. And so that is a social contract. It's that simple. It is what it is.
Sorry, I'm not
I
good
behave. I be
but I wanted
respectful. I behave. I be respectful. I respect my brother and my sister. I don't do no harm. Like that's all I got to be concerned about. I don't have to go with the norm because it's normal. You know what I mean? Because people say, well, you have to go with the norm. No, I don't.
All right, and welcome to the panel, Sig. We'd love to hear from you. Good to see you, and let us know what inspired you to, call on in.
I saw like a link, and I was like, I should like click it, so I did.
All right, cool, man. Well,
Also,
nice to see you.
I drink a lot.
All right,
I seen you on the panel the other.
Look, check it out.
I seen you on a panel the other day.
Oh, he's drinking water. Oh, he's drinking water. All right.
It's good to see you,
Right
Sig.
there, still in frame. I appreciate it, dude. What's up, man? Thank you for fucking watching whatever stream that I was on. Appreciate it, man. Cheers, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. Yeah. So the idea of social, right? We are social creatures. This is just the reality of it, right? We're gonna socialize, right? And as we do these things that we do in life, I mean, we just come to some certain agreements, whether we write it down or whether we just simply verbalize it and we handshake or whatever. That's social. That's what it is. And
yeah,
so,
but then it gets to a point, Brick, where my community over here thinks it's okay to rob and steal. Your community over there says no, it's not okay to do this. Well, we need force. The only way to come to the conclusion and make sure the right thing is being done is force. This is how it's been since the beginning of time.
Yep. And so threat of force, right, is power, right? So that power, right? Now, it's been referenced many times, the 10th Amendment, right? The 10th Amendment is that structure of power. And so that 10th Amendment says that the people have power and the state also has power. Now, I've said it many times that I would take it all the way back to the 10th Amendment before the clauses so that only the people had power, which is right. That's my version of what rights are, is that only the people have rights, not the state.
Well, the best system we have is the American system for this to be even a possibility, right? But
this is a man's world.
Yeah, it is.
My mic was muted.
No, it's not.
It's an unfortunate reality, right?
No,
right.
I'm not having it. I'm not having it. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean that. My mic was muted. I was trying to give you a chance to speak. Sly, go ahead, please do.
This is not a man's world, right? This is our world. It's not just a man's world. It's our world, right? We got to work together. It's not about what you say. It's about what we say. We should be able to communicate and be functional together. We don't have that. We got people that want to rule, want to have control. You can't control everything and everybody.
Well, you're always gonna have that, yeah.
Sly, I want to ask you something, right? Because I hear you saying something that it's kind of repetitive. You say what we can't do, what we won't do, what we shouldn't do. I want to hear from you. What should we do? What can we do? What would we do?
You should know what to do. Don't cause loss, injury, or harm to everybody else.
Not the don't.
Okay, so Sly, by that logic, I just have a quick question for you, Sly. By that,
what do?
By that logic,
should know
Sly,
what. Let me answer him, please. You should already know what to do, right?
Okay.
You should already. It's in you. You don't need another force.
No,
you don't need another
did it again.
force.
Sly, I love you. I do.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you say you shouldn't. I hear you say don't.
Right.
You can't.
Right.
Don't use the can't and the don't. Use the do. What can you do? What will you
You
do?
should know that. I can't answer what
I'm
you
asking
should
you,
do.
Sly. You.
You see me?
Yeah, you.
Hold on.
You
No, I
see
can answer
me?
that. I want to answer that for you, Sly.
I stand up for myself. I don't let nobody tell me what I could do in my life.
Well,
I'm
but
gonna
the
answer.
problem with this logic, right? When you follow this logic of like we should just be able to do what makes us happy as long as it doesn't cause any injury or harm,
That's
then
God's
you'd have to
world.
tell
That's
me.
God's truth.
Yeah, I
That's God's
understand,
law.
Sly, but I would have to ask you then, what would be wrong with two brothers having a sexual relationship?
It's none of my fucking business.
So there's nothing wrong with
You
that?
think that
It's none of my business.
Hold on. So
They
you
have
think
to answer to God.
So you
They
would
have
be
to
okay
answer to.
with the
They
society
have
that
to
allows
answer to
this?
God.
All right,
They.
all right, Sly, I'm taking over this debate real quick because I am not pro. I muted everyone except me and this guy real quick because I want to just debate you on this subject real quick.
Yeah. So like the logic of like we can do anything as long as it doesn't harm someone else. I would have to ask you then why would you, if you are against it, why would you be against or sorry, for a society that would force this to stop?
So
You
yeah,
should
and
be for brothers being able to have love and relationships.
right, and I've heard people making the argument saying, "Well, no, like they shouldn't." What I would consider people who aren't representing the libertarian argument, right, making the agreement that you're saying, and I don't agree with that. I like I said, I'm not for. I mean, I'm straight. I've always been straight, and I kind of, I'm from the '90s, so I mean, I'm used to making fun of people that aren't straight. That's just how we grew up, and like, not a big deal to me. But I'm not going to send people with guns into people's house that are for doing something that doesn't affecting me like in any real criminal way, right? Sorry, somehow I think your mic cut out. Are you muted? Or is
I'm
that my
muted. Yeah,
phone?
my bad. I
Here.
must have hit something here. I if I interrupt, I'm just getting a clarifying question. But so are you like what you just said again? You wouldn't want to send anyone with guns to stop. So like you're saying you think we should just allow that to happen? No law against it. Just allow
Yeah, I don't see
brothers.
how
to
you
have
can equate. Right, I don't see how you can justify creating a law against something that like that. Like now, I can see if the state says we're not going to sanction that as far as like we see the definition of marriage as the union between a man and a woman, and that's always how it's been defined in law and in legal dictionary. And we're not going to redefine the legal definition of marriage to fit your idea of it. We're not going to recognize marriage as a union between man and man or anything like that. But what you do behind your closed doors, if there's not an injured party, and if it's it's not a full blanket statement though, but because then you can get into this other area
Yeah,
that
like
it's hard to talk about.
well,
About
like
youth and
if we follow this logic just a little further now, right? So you like let's get away from the brothers for a second and let's just say, grandma writes in her will that she wants to be slept with when she's dead. So she gives consent and, Johnny sleeps with grandma after she dies. Like how are you going to enforce any law to stop that? Or would you just say, well,
if she
it's behind closed doors. So
now you're even saying she gave consent. So that's taking it to the next step. That's even taking another step, which is
she gave consent.
Yeah, so if she gives consent, and he's consenting, then what is criminal about that? I would like to ask you because I don't see a crime in there. Where's the crime?
Well, we're talking about an ought, right? So the crime is necrophilia. You're not allowed to do that. But
okay.
So
that's the crime on the books, but there was crimes on the books that weren't actually
like even if it wasn't a crime, we're talking about ought it be a crime? So ought we allow people to have sex with dead bodies, or ought we stop this from happening by law, by force? And I sit on the side of yes. If we find out that there's a bunch of dead grandmas giving consent and they open up a store of a brothel of dead people, I would say yes, stop this with force.
Okay, but now what are you basing that on other than just an arbitrary idea that you decide that you don't like it?
Yeah, it would go with my worldview, my Christian ethics of the violation of a human being's body, and also the fact of how fucking disgusting
Let's just say that's a
I would
violation of the human. I don't know what the Bible says exactly about. I mean, I know the Bible very well, but as far as what you're talking about is the Bible being and that being a violation of the human body, it probably does. I think so explicitly.
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about sexual immoralities in there, right? And if it was like if it was a duty of ours to become one flesh with a dead body, I'm sure God would have given us that command instead
No,
of
no,
becoming
but now I
flesh
feel like you're
with
sort
a
of,
woman.
you know, but I feel like somehow this is, I don't know what the name of it would be, but you've taken us from now it's all the laws in the Bible must be followed. Is that what the trail of logic you're going with this?
I didn't say all the laws in the Bible would be followed. No, but I'm saying in my worldview, right? It's immoral, but in the worldview of we can do whatever we want as long as it doesn't hurt someone else, you can't say there's anything wrong with it. You'd have to say it's just neutral. Sleeping
Okay,
with dead bodies
and
is
here's why I
neutral.
say it is. Here's kind of why I think that it is neutral in a way, because if you can, so I'm a vegetarian, I don't eat meat. I think that eating meat's wrong, but people argue that eating meat is right, and I say, okay, well, if eating meat's okay, then you should be able to eat a human or a dog or a cat or whatever it is, in theory, if it was legal. Like, I'm not advocating for any of this, right? But I'm just saying in theory. And so I got trailed off trying to disclaimer myself here. I forgot where I was going with this. I mean, you were following me with it. Sorry.
No, like I said, I was just, again, when we go to the logic of I can do anything as long as it doesn't harm anyone else, you get down very dark paths of what you would allow people to do. And I would ask you what I don't think
Oh
you
yeah, that's
even
where I was going with this.
okay, go ahead.
Is you're saying, okay, yeah, no, thank you for reminding me, getting back on track. So I was going with this is you have autopsies, for example, which I think are a total blasphemy against the human body. That's a horrible thing to undergo for a body. And I don't know if you ever are aware, but yeah.
We use
And who's to say that
autopsies
should be-
for justice. Like there's definitely there's a moral reasoning for the autopsy in itself. There's justice.
So what if
right?
there
If
was
someone was
justification?
murdered, we use an
here's where I'm
autopsy
going
to
with this.
find out how they died.
Okay, so you're bringing up a point that where I'm going with this is everything black and white, or could somebody justify, like they often do in the name of science, using bodies in a certain way in the name of science, including experimentation on what happens if you try to, say, impregnate someone after more whatever.
Yeah, I get what you're trying
More
to
rigorous
say.
hidden or whatever the excuse they want to come up with to justify it, right?
Right, and this is why I said it's good to use force to in society and have laws that stop people or even punish people. Like, obviously no one's going to be stopped, no one's going to be deterred 100%. That's all laws are, is deterrence. So criminals are going to criminal, we know this, but we should use force to stabilize our societies. If we didn't, it would be chaotic, it would be anarchy.
Yeah, no, okay, so, and I'm agreeing with a lot of that, and I'll get everyone back up on the panel here. I didn't mean to kick everyone off, but I did want to note that anarchy in itself is sometimes I feel like we were supposed to be in anarchy in the sense that no one was supposed to be higher, right? No one was supposed to be higher than another man, that there was no hierarchy, and that we were all supposed to be upheld to the law equally, which now, unfortunately, we don't have anarchy, and so we have all these immunities, we have all these hierarchies in government.
I think the whole system from beginning is a hierarchy, right? God, man, woman, child. Like, this is how the system of Christianity is a hierarchy.
So, and according to the Bible, then God kind of bestowed the earth's leaders with their authority, right? And so it goes more like God, government, man.
Well, the thing is, we have free will, right? And God doesn't impose on our free will. So men are gonna do fucked up shit, right? We're all sinners. Some of us more than others.
I don't want to keep anyone for too long, but I could have a very, I appreciate. I could have an interesting
Say good argument, good argument.
conversation with
Yeah.
the longer.
So keyword where I heard Speakeasy saying was society, right? So society is social. That is what social means, right? So at some point, we as men come to some sort of social agreement, whether we write it down, shake hands or not. But because if we're God-fearing men, we recognize the higher power, right? We obey the laws that we know are of man's laws that make sense. But that doesn't mean that just because I obey man's laws that I'm going to go against God's law, which in theory, natural law is supposed to be kind of the same thing. So it's actually both at the same time. As a man who is a citizen of the United States and supposed to be a man of God, a God-fearing man, that idea, that concept of both being in play at the same time, it's tough. It's a balance. But I would
You're
like
a
to
man. You're
stay
not a
center of
citizen. You,
Slash
Britt
hold
Jones.
on, please.
I'm sorry.
Please. I would like to stay right of center. I know right of center. Hold on.
I got you.
Please.
I got you.
Because center is so hard to get to. And I don't want to be left. That's that wild place. If I'm going to stay anywhere, it's right of center. That way, I'd rather be in the place of frustration than to the place of disappointment. Disappointment will come, and if I stay in that place of disappointment, like I'll go off the rails. So I just want to stay in that place. If I can be centered, that'd be great. But I am not God. I'm just a man living in a shitty system.
It's like it's all you.
I understand and I respect that, but you're a man. You're not a. You don't. You're. No one owns you. Your state don't own you, right? You make your own decisions. You should know right from wrong, right? Now, if your grandmother told you that this is
And
what
I
she wants
object to that. By the way, the state clearly owns you. If you can't walk down the street naked and own a piece of property that you paid for without paying taxes on it, tell me what part of you they don't own.
I don't get involved in it. I can walk down the street naked if I want to.
Do you use dollar bills? Federal dollar bills.
And then they'll put you in jail. Force.
Did y'all hear me? Because can I please talk? Y'all won't let me talk. Y'all just keep talking over me. Let me talk. I just said you can Google it. 200 people naked rode down the street on bicycles and all of their wheelie things. No police, no nothing. They rode down the streets of Philadelphia in a group, naked, right? It was a freedom ride. If you
that's
believe
what happens when we tell everyone, just be
finish?
happy, do what you
Can I
want.
finish? Can I finish, please? Please, can I finish? Without you getting angry with me, what I say? I don't know what panels you be on if you always arguing with people. I don't like to argue.
All right, sorry. Go ahead.
I was literally just giving you input to what you were saying.
But
You have these very long
you gotta hear me.
pauses, you're very
But you gotta
long-winded,
hear
I
me.
was
But you
just
gotta
kidding.
hear me first. You gotta hear me first. You gotta hear me first, please. All right. So, like I said, if you don't own your own freedom, then you're letting man control you, right? These people didn't have no cop escort. They didn't have no cop escort, and they had no cop behind them. They didn't have no corporate signs or nothing. All they had was their bare bodies or whatever they had and their colors. That's all they had. Like, yo, so
I mean, I
don't
kind of
tell
see what
me.
you're saying, though. You're kind of strawmanning, in a way, the argument, because you're saying either A, if you have large numbers, you can maybe get away with something sometimes.
No, no,
Or
no, no,
B, it
no.
probably was sanctioned by the city, but we'll just say it wasn't.
No,
In that case,
no. It can't be freedom can't be sanctioned by anybody, y'all.
This is what happens when liberals are running the state and they allow you to express yourself and just do what makes you happy as long as you're not hurting anyone. And it results with a bunch of dudes running down the streets with their dicks out. You see? That's
Did you
why
say
it's a
dudes?
problem.
Wait,
That's,
did you just say
you are
dudes?
explaining
Did
why
you
it's a
just say
problem.
dudes?
Thank
Did
you.
you just say
Hold
dudes?
on.
Listen to you. Listen to you. You
I can
just
debate
said
you on this one
dudes.
too.
Let me finish. No, we having a back and forth. I'm not arguing, but you just said dudes with their dicks out. A bunch of dudes with their dicks out. I said it was people, over 200 people, and you just
Only
gaslighted and
dudes
said it
have
was a bunch of dudes.
only
Come
dudes
on,
have
man.
dicks.
No, yeah, but
No, but
why we had to go there though?
hold on. I want to know what's
You
wrong.
see that
Sorry, you
child
want me
sitting
to
right
blame
there?
the women too?
Do you
Sorry,
see
at
that
least you're
child
being
sitting right
fucking
there? Do you see
consistent.
that child sitting right there? Have some respect.
Whoops, I don't know if that accidentally happened.
Do you see a child sitting right there? Have some
There's
respect.
a child sitting right there,
He
man.
also got his headphones on and he was just talking about this topic. I don't think he's playing this for his
He
child.
didn't say nothing about. He didn't say
What's going
nothing
on?
about no. He didn't say nothing about all that though. He
What am
didn't
I
say
missing?
nothing. I just
Okay,
said that they were butt ass naked. That's all I said. Dang. But I'm just
so
saying, you gotta own your own freedom. You can't allow nobody else to control you. I don't allow nobody else to control
But
me,
you try to
sweetheart.
control me. You're trying to control how I've been
I'm
talking this whole
not.
time. You've been tone policing me this
I'm
whole
just
time.
see.
I
Listen to
can't do
you.
this if you're gonna
Listen
talk
to
like
you. You
this.
sound
Don't
like a little
interject. Like you're
kid.
trying to control
You
people
sound
as
like
you
a
say we
little
should be able to do what we want.
because you sound like a little kid.
Okay, and you sound like an old bitch. And what?
all right, guys.
Listen to
All right.
you.
I
Listen
gotta.
to you.
All right, guys. All right. Well, let's rein it in. So the thing is, I can't tell who's on even what side anymore. You know, I really can't. And you know, I feel like speakeasy is for sort of a social contract and having some regulations on freedoms in place of for security, which isn't a blanket statement bad thing or anything. That's just the reality of how society in the world works. And although you know, I feel like Speakeasy kind of was saying that he doesn't feel like somebody should just be able to literally be a human being and walk down the street unless they're, you know, covering their bodies. And I think that part of that is because of the society we're in, right? So like I heard a woman make the argument, well, don't breast turn men on, and I think that's an American thing. I think if you go to an Aboriginal society or like the Amazon, you know, like tribes or something like that, breasts aren't going to turn those men on because they just see them all the time. They're never covered up. All right, but I see that. I'll let you.
Oh, I was just saying, breastfeeding actually does the opposite to normal people. Like, there's some weird people that have these fetishes of breastfeeding, right? This is just like a weird fetish that happens. A lot of time it's because their brains have been rewired with porn. But like, breastfeeding actually does the opposite to a man's brain. It doesn't turn them on. It does the opposite. There's been studies on that. Yeah.
You know, breastfeeding was the first way
Yeah. So
children
that's what I
were
mean.
fed, right?
Pardon?
Breastfeeding was the first way children were fed, right? You know that,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, I'm not against women breastfeeding. Like, I don't think they should like pop their tit out and not have any type of covering. You know, it's inappropriate.
Well,
but I mean, if that's what they had to do to feed their child, I'm not gonna stop them.
Can you take your shirt off and show your chest?
Yeah, I'm a man though.
So what?
Yeah, men and women are different.
So what? You should be able to control your emotions. You should be able to control your emotions.
Sexual, right?
You should be able
And
to
I
control
said
your
simply that she
emotions.
shouldn't have her tits hanging out. I didn't say she
You
couldn't.
should be able to
breastfeed her child.
control your emotions.
You're like gaslighting.
You should be able to control your emotions, right? So if she breastfed and you got emotional about it, that's on you. That's not on her.
Yeah, you're arguing with a straw man.
I'm not arguing nothing. I'm just making a point.
You're not talking to me because I said nothing of the sorts.
You just said if she let me finish. No, lawyer dog. Come on now. Stop trying to cut me off every time I'm making a clear point. He just said when she breastfeeds, she has to cover up her boob, right? So I'm saying, why does she have to cover up her boob if you feel uncomfortable? That's your issue. That's not her issue. She should be able to feed her child comfortably the way she wants to.
Because
Because you're
are part of sexuality. Titties are part of sexuality.
But that's your problem, though.
No,
That's a societal thing.
It's everybody's
That's what I mean.
problem.
It's your problem. It's your problem, and then you just
It
lead
is
to
your problem. If you can't control your emotions, if you see somebody's breast and you can't control your
So
emotions,
if I see
that's
somebody,
your problem.
if I see somebody
well,
red rumming somebody else,
next time men are over talking you and you can't control your emotions, that's your
All right.
problem. Okay?
We don't want like this is
No,
ad hominem
guess
type
what?
thing.
I got a choice. I don't even have to be here.
hold on.
Yeah, it takes out the ad.
We all have this choice.
That's the choice. You know what I mean? I don't have to listen. I just try to get respect. That's all.
Yeah.
You got to give it.
All right. Here we go, guys. Back to the
haven't.
dungeon, guys. Come on. We need a little bit of cordial, discussion here. Not attacking one another would be like the only way to proceed. Once an attack is made, war is waged, and the entire discussion is ruined, And I'm trying to make the point here that in different cultures, like in Amazon, and I think you misheard my point. I think I was trying to say that they see breasts all the time because they don't cover their breasts as a part of their culture, and so therefore the breasts are exposed to them 24/7. They do not become aroused to them like we do. It's not a mysterious thing like it is for us. And oops, let me see here. Somehow, sorry, can you say that again? What was your response to that?
Oh, I was saying that's actually not true. What you're saying, they still view breasts as sexual in those tribes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's women from way back in the day, women with big breasts were looked at as a woman that is more fertile to feed your children. This is why we got turned on by this. It's a part of us.
Okay, and then
It's still your issue, though. It's still not our issue. It's your issue. That's something you have to control, not us.
I know. I want to walk down this path.
Okay, what?
I know Brick wants to talk.
I didn't even understand your argument.
Look, I want to question you more about this, but I got to let Rick talk, I guess, so that I don't talk over.
Okay.
But I do have more
So
questions.
this one is for Sly. If you see someone slapping a child, not your child, just another child, someone slaps a child, are you going to intervene?
Damn Skippy, I am.
But it's not your problem.
That's something different.
It's not your problem. You have been doing this the whole night.
Let's
It's
be
not
reasonable.
your problem.
Let's
It's
be
not even your
reasonable.
child. It's
Let's
not your
be
problem. You've been
reasonable.
doing this
You
all
just
night.
said.
Be a man. Be a
Let's
man.
be
Accept it.
reasonable. Let's be
You've been doing
reasonable.
it
My
all
mother
night. That is
abused
not
me.
Rick's just
My
following
mother
your
abused
logic.
me, and nobody intervened. My
Speakeasy's
mother
actually been
abused
trying
me.
to point it
My
out to you. I
mother
love you,
abused.
sister.
Are you going to let me talk? Are you
We're
going to let me
not.
talk? Or you going?
Yeah, but
Are you
like,
gonna let me
let's not
talk?
get into the personal thing. No one's
No,
saying
no,
anything personally to you, and
because
you're
he
abusing.
just said. He
I
just
know,
said.
but let's not
He
use
just
that as
said.
an argument.
No. Why not? Why not? Why not? I can defend myself. Why
Your
not?
problem.
No.
How is it your problem?
Listen, Jonesy, I was abused most of my childhood, right?
Okay.
And nobody intervened. You know why? Because it wasn't their problem. It's a child.
So that makes it right.
Listen, we're talking about a child. You're going to defend a child. If you
Why?
see a woman get raped,
Why?
she might not be your mother because you have that instinct of wanting to protect that child. We're not talking about sexual. We're talking about protection. We're not
But you
talking about
just said it
sexual.
wasn't your
We're talking
business.
about
I'm trying to
protection.
understand your
It's
point of
two
view.
different things. It's two different things.
Hold on before you.
All right, guys. The question is, Sly Shy, do you believe criminal law should be enacted at all against real criminals who commit real crimes against real people? That's the question.
Yes, if you hurt, if you cause loss, injury, or harm to anyone, yes, you should be whatever. That yes, that should happen to you. But if I'm just if I see somebody hurting a child, or if I see somebody trying to grape a female, or trying to do something to hurt somebody, yes, that's a natural feeling, a natural thing to go and protect that child, right? But we're talking about sex
Sex is
and
natural.
but come on, we're talking reasonable.
So what about all the
Reasonable.
children that are
We're
going to
talking
feed the woman's
reasonable.
breast?
Yeah.
If
We're
should
talking
that woman be able to
reasonable.
sit in a
The
school
ding
and
dong goes
We're
up.
breastfeed?
talking
Should that woman be
reasonable.
able to sit in a classroom
No.
full of children
Yes.
We're
and breastfeed?
talking reasonable. Would a
Yes,
woman
Sly,
sit
No,
can
in,
you
all
answer
would a
me?
woman sit
I
in the
want to show
classroom?
that.
Sly,
Would a
I
can you
woman
just
answer
sit in
that
the
Sly,
question?
classroom
Sly
naked?
Shy, maybe
Would
you
a
don't
Sly,
woman sit in
answer
the
the
understand
classroom
question.
anatomy.
Should a
naked?
woman be able to breastfeed in a school full of children? Should a woman be able to take her breasts out and feed her child in front of a school full of children?
There's Sly Shy. She's going down. Sly, I got you backstage for a second because I want to debate him on this point, on a lot, on an actual logical points on this. So, anyways, I think that women. Sorry, Sly. Look at her down there. Can you see her?
No,
Um,
I can't see your
oh,
back.
she's
but-
down there talking still. Hold on, Sly. Okay, I'm gonna get
Yeah,
you
I
back
would like
over
her to
here.
answer that question. Yeah.
I want to answer it too, and I want to be because I know if she answers it, we're all want to probably answer it, and we're all going to try to answer it at the same time, and then no one's going to get to answer it, and I think they're going to have a different answer than me, which I've noticed throughout this whole libertarian movement, right? That they misrepresent the libertarian movement. They'll say, no, a woman shouldn't be able to breastfeed in school, and you're going to say, well, then how is that libertarian? And I totally agree. I'm saying, what's wrong with a woman breastfeeding in school? Where did the body all of a sudden become this inherent sin where just
Well, again,
exposing
it comes down to the sexual lustfulness that the opposite sex is going to have, and especially trying to inspire this in young children, getting them to think about things they wouldn't have otherwise. This is all wrong on
okay
its
now
face. And
now
then and then we look at how our culture today is promoting OnlyFans and sexually explicit material on all the different social medias, and you see out in society younger and younger people are getting introduced to pornography,
see,
getting
I
pregnant.
think
This is resulting in bad outcomes.
see I think although I could make the argument that it's because you're not seeing the mother breastfeeding her child at school, because you're only seeing a breast, on a pornography website or whatever. That's what's creating the stigma. That's what's creating the problem. And
So
then
would you be okay with her just teaching shirtless?
So yeah, so I'm under the impression.
Yeah, like a high school class, phys ed,
Yeah.
maybe high school class of guys.
I have no shame with
Topless teacher, fake tits.
Now, you said you refer to the Bible sometimes, right? Occasionally, or I don't know what your stance is on the Bible.
Well,
exactly,
yeah.
but
Wait, just so I want to make sure I have your position clear. Would you be okay with
Yeah,
a woman teaching topless?
let me reinforce my position with my reasoning so that it doesn't sound as crazy as you might think it does, right? And I'm going to say that in Genesis, for example, God made Adam and Eve in God's image and what I would consider to be in all of their perfection. And they were not clothed in the Garden of Eden until they ate from the fruit of, the forbidden fruit, the fall of man. Then they put on their.
You just fucked your own argument.
How so?
What made them understand them being naked in public was a sin?
Well, that's why I said the forbidden
knowledge, right? They ate from the fruit, the tree of knowledge to understand the bad and good. Now they understand.
So,
there was no concept of bad and good, right? Being naked wasn't inherently bad in front of people for no reason, right? It wasn't. But we're here now. We have the knowledge. We are the fallen beings of people who fell, people who sinned, and we're a result of that. We're not the perfect model, Adam and Eve, right? That's why we know walking around naked in public is wrong.
Well,
That's
I
why
mean,
we know it's sinful. That's why we know the sexual immoralities.
okay, so we don't know that. I'm not agreeing that it is.
But
But you're
wait, that's the concept though in the story you just talked about.
question. Yeah, no, they're saying that now. Okay, yeah, you're saying that that's the concept that now we know that it's wrong. Well, so you're saying that Adam and Eve were sinning before they put on clothes? Was it wrong for them to walk around the garden naked? Brick Jones might seem he's shaking his head. Yes, I can't get him on the stage because I'll never understand what he's saying, and he could go off.
No. So no. The thing is, they didn't know, right? They didn't understand. They didn't have the knowledge of what the lustfulness of being naked in front of each other was. They were one flesh. They were the perfect human beings. They were one flesh,
Okay,
right?
that's where I'm
They
going.
didn't
They were the perfect
understand this
human beings.
concept, but then they went and got the knowledge of good and evil and realized, oh shit, we're doing something wrong, and they hid in their shame. That's
So, Sly, I'll get you back up here in a minute, but hold on a second. So they were all in their perfection, and they were originally in their
I'm still
nude.
I'm still here. I'm just turning my camera off to smoke quick.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, so they were like, sort of nude, so to speak, in their perfection as God, in God's image. Then the first symptom of sin was that they put their clothes on. So if they, without that
No.
sin,
No, so here I'll give you an example, right? We see today that a lot of these people who grow up and end up being pedos, they had this done to them as a child and was taught that this was not a violation. The adult with the child was not a violation. So when they grew up, they don't see it as a violation, right?
it's kind of
They
like
don't
the
see being naked as a violation because they don't understand that the concept of good and evil. Everything was just perfect.
Okay.
And then,
So
it
how
was actually a good story to teach you
you're
not to
getting me?
listen
You're
to
not
your
getting me though.
women.
Because who's it
All the
hurting?
men out there, I just have to
Bring my
give
point
that
up.
personal service announcement.
Hold on a
That is
second.
a good teaching story not to listen to your women because they will lead you to sin. All right.
Okay. So who is it hurting to see? You made this false, like to me, this meritless claim that being naked is inherently somehow evil, or at what point does it become evil? Right? You can be naked by yourself in your shower, but as soon as you step out of your
It's the
door,
inciting lustfulness and sexual immorality on others.
right?
It's
And so it
actually what you're
shouldn't be.
doing to other people. So like this is the sin. It's not you being naked. It's the sin of you
Well, I can tell you.
inciting a sexual
Okay.
lustfulness onto other people.
If I took your argument and tried to make it logical, then you could simply say that someone like me is probably not going to incite very many girls to lust. And if you want to take it to a funnier, farther joke, you could just say the most extreme, ugly person in the world is not going to incite anybody to lust.
Yeah, you're talking about adults that have the concept of sexual attraction and long-term decisions. What about kids?
No, so let's just say okay, so hold on a second. I just want to get with me on this. Can you agree that if the person wasn't inciting anyone to lust, then it's not wrong? That's what the claim you're making, it sounds to me like. As long as no lust is incited, no wrong is done.
So
And then with
I'll
that
answer
no,
your question, but let me follow up, okay? So you're asking me, am I saying that it's inherently wrong to be naked? Am I correct?
yeah, no, you've already established. Okay, no, wait, yes. Well, I do need to ask that because, like, right, when you're in the shower by yourself, it's obviously not inherently wrong to be naked, right? We know
Right.
you can. So it's not inherently wrong to be naked.
No.
So at what point does it become inherently wrong? And you said, well, once you instill lust in somebody. And then, so even if I'm not going to attack you on the is lust inherently evil just yet question, I'm going to say, okay, so if you're not instilling lust in somebody, then it's not evil.
Okay, so baked into that hypothetical, you're talking about a world where nakedness doesn't incite any lust.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would. Obviously, you're baking it into the hypothetical that's not a lustful thing. So I
Like a
can't.
very simple hypothetical. Like say you're like some old men out in the country club and you want to get a suntan around your crotch or something like that, and you sunbathing. I'm not into like this bathing with other dudes thing or whatever, but I'm just saying in a theory where there's some old golf dudes that want to sunbathe and no one's getting turned on by this. Is that still a sin? And
I'm not
rightful.
sure. I'm not sure what you're asking.
You're
Wait,
saying that should the police? You're saying the police should have the power to go put guns at people who are sunbathing naked outside and say you can't do that because you old
Yes.
men might turn each other on.
Well, again. It's not about only. Again, you forcing the world to see you naked is an issue. Okay,
It's not forced.
if some old man is sunbathing in his front lawn and he lives across from a fucking school, yes, I want the police to come with their guns
let's say it's
and
consent.
put that dude in jail.
What about like a nudist beach that has consent? There are nudist beaches in Florida where you can consent to go. You know, everyone's consented that this is a nudist beach.
Right.
Is it a
What
sin
about it?
there? And if it is a sin, then how come it's not being prosecuted as a crime? You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to attack you. I'm trying to.
Yeah, I think it's sexually immoral. Nude beaches are sexually immoral. I would just not have nude beaches.
Oh, okay, so I want to make sure they get back on track then. So you're just saying that it's just okay. So and then you want to legislate morality. Let's just say.
Well, that's what we do. That's what that's what we do with a lot of laws. What do you mean?
Well, isn't that kind of
They
like
steal the morals of Christians and put them into laws.
no? But isn't that why? Well, think about how they. All right. I'm gonna.
But no, I would like even if we're just not talking about like if we're just even talking about a consequentialism, nude beaches would it not only again the sexual immorality part of it, like promiscuity, we know that it has a huge detrimental on people's mental. Okay, we know this. There's plenty of studies to show this, and then the fact is, predators go where the prey is. So put a bunch of people naked at a beach. Where you think the predators are? That's where they are, taking photos and leaking that shit online. Now you got your JJ all over online. Your child may see this. How many children you think want to see their parents naked? Like, come on. How many different things are you affecting just because you wanted to have your dong out? It's wild.
At some point, you got to let me follow your argument. All right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so which is that you're saying, well, if we isolate these areas, we're going to create, wells of this thing because it's exotic at this point, and like I've been arguing, due to its exotic nature, is what's creating the stimulation around it, right? And but so I'm saying you're like saying, well, there's gun-free zones at school, and because there's gun-free zones at school. Those are hubs for shootings, so we should make everywhere gun-free zones so that there's no hubs for shootings. And I'm saying instead of making everywhere gun-free zones, right, don't make gun-free zones. So don't make a nudist beach, make everywhere free to be nude, and then you won't have this hub.
Okay, so then should children be able to walk around naked too?
I don't see what the crime is in any of for me personally as a human being. Like I see like animals don't there's no crime for an animal to walk around naked. Nobody,
That's not my question, dude.
Okay, so again,
yes or no, should kids be allowed to walk around naked?
I'm prefacing this with my philosophy behind it is that
but how about usually you give like a yes or no and then follow up on the why.
Yeah, the thing is, when it comes to these type of things, people instantly type to like I don't want to like strike somebody's terms of service. Like you already know where I'm going with this. I don't see what the crime is or what the harm is. If a 1-year-old baby, for example, is walking around, and I'm giving this as an example so we can take these baby steps. I don't think a baby, a 1-week-old baby, there's anything wrong with carrying a baby around naked, for example. If a 1-year-old baby is walking around naked in the grass or something like that, right? I don't see anything harm in that. And you can scale it up from there. At what point does it become harmful? I don't see the harm in somebody being naked. No, I don't see any harm in anyone being naked as long.
I see what you're doing here, but again, you're trying to look at what directly is the kid being naked how is it a crime, or how is it directly inherently immoral? That's not what we're talking about, right? We don't make every single law directly because it has a direct effect. So for instance, the reason you're not going to let kids a few reasons why you're not going to let kids walk around naked is, one, this is how you inspire a bunch of fucking people to normalize kids being naked, and then you give open reign to all the pedos that want to make sexually explicit pictures out of these. Then you
can I actually, in this case, Steelman the argument, and the question is, should we send our children off to a public school naked?
Okay, so again,
not even only that, like, should you walk around naked with your children in the mall? You and your child walking around naked. Have you ever had one of your kids run up to you and give you a hug and headbutt you straight in the fucking shit? And you're like, oh fuck, because they were just trying to give you a hug. Now think about that naked. Yeah, how smart is that, eh?
Reasonable.
This is insanity. This is insanity. How we're
hold on
talking
a second.
right now.
Can I please say something?
Yes, and then oh my gosh, yes, Sly.
Yes,
I want to
add in.
Hold on, Sly. Go ahead. I didn't mean to.
Reasonable people don't walk around naked, right? In as far as being social, we wouldn't walk around naked, right? On the beach, we might get comfortable. Places that we're allowed to, we might get comfortable. I wouldn't go to the school and sit in front of the class and breastfeed my child. That's not reasonable. So we're talking about reasonable and not reasonable.
But he knows that I agree. He knows that I'm not. Your idea of reasonable, Sly, and mine is obviously much different because I don't have these reasonable restrictions on it. I'm saying I think he's crazy for saying we should have people come with guns and force you to wear pants so that your son doesn't headbutt you in your nuts. No, that is not reasonable to me.
Total straw
That's
man.
what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. You're saying no.
Okay, I didn't feel it.
Lawyer dog, that's exactly what I'm saying. You know reasonable and you know not reasonable.
I asked a very good question. I felt speakeasy. I asked a very good question. Should we, as grown people, send our children to public schools completely naked?
And again, I'm saying if we normalize these things, just like if we
Yes or no?
if we normalize the Second Amendment,
yes or no?
You're trying to don't.
A reasonable parent wouldn't, Jonesy.
I'm not talking about reasonable. I'm talking
right. So if you believe a reasonable parent wouldn't do that, what are we gonna do with the Sly? Answer a question for one. Sly, answer a question. Think and answer one question. If a reasonable parent wouldn't fucking do that, what do you want to do about the unreasonable parents that would?
Okay, thank you. Now here's I want to. Okay. I apologize, but at some point I have to answer, and so we can stay on our logical train here, right? And I want to answer the questions because I have the answers to the questions you're asking me, right? And the reason I can't just say this is a yes or no answer, Brick, is because it's not. And even if it was, if you say it like that without laying the foundation, no one can understand it. So please just let me explain quickly the answer, which is, first of all, I mean, there was two questions posed, so now I got them mixed up. But one of them was, okay, should people be able to walk around even to a school naked or whatever? And the other one was, what should we do with the parents who choose to do these things, right? And these unreasonable things. Those are the two questions I wanted to address. If it was if it was normalized, just like the Second Amendment, people don't normally walk around with the Second Amendment. The armed fisherman gets pulled over all the time for going within his rights to carry the Second Amendment in places. But if everyone was carrying, here's where I'm going with it, right? How do you not see it? If everyone was carrying the Second Amendment the same as the armed fisherman was legally, they wouldn't be stopping him, and it wouldn't be this weird thing. I don't, and I'll get you guys back on here. I just wanted to answer your question so that you can understand my answer to it, so that I can answer it, so that you guys know I have an answer to it. If it was normalized, if everyone was nude, all of a sudden it wouldn't be this weird thing. You're saying people would take pictures and all this stuff. No one would be taking pictures because it would be so normal. Right now, because it's so abnormal, is why you have this underground market for it. Is a theory that I think I could propose. And my second one is you're saying, well, if parents are going to do these unreasonable things, what should we do? Well, I could make the argument as Sly Shy, and I think as Brick was already making the argument, is that no reasonable parent is actually sending their kids to public school in the first place. So if you want to make the argument that, and then she could say, well, if you're going to imprison people for sending their kids to schools nude, you might as well just imprison sending parents to send their kids to public schools at all, even with clothes on, because they're still unreasonable, right? So who's to decide and to dictate what is and is not reasonable?
So let me show you real quick. You've done this again. You did it earlier. You did it again. You just fucked yourself on that argument once again. Just so you know, you say, if we normalize something that is not now normalized, it will then be okay. Following that logic, if we normalize sleeping with children will be okay.
That's unreasonable.
Why that logic
That is
flawed, right?
unreasonable.
I didn't. Okay,
That
that's
is
not my.
Listen, lady.
unreasonable. We
Define
don't do
reasonable.
it.
Define
Oh my
reasonable.
fucking-
What reasonable mean, Sly? You're adding in fucking nothing to the conversation. What does reasonable mean? Go ahead.
You know what?
Define
all
it.
right. Okay. A reasonable person wouldn't go out and just grape somebody.
I don't want to know what
That's a
reasonable people do. I want to know what a reasonable person is.
Come on, man. I'm 62 years old. I ain't got time for all that bullshit you trying to kick. You was taught everything.
don't have time for logic,
You were
right?
taught. You were taught. Can I finish? Can I finish? You were taught.
No,
You
because,
were taught.
because you keep telling what it is not. You've been doing this.
What do you want me to do?
This is not.
What do you want me to
tell us
do?
what it
What
is not.
is reasonable?
Reasonable
What
is
is it?
reasonable is you don't know what the fuck reasonable means?
Yeah, what is it?
You don't know? Why I gotta educate you on what reasonable is?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you guys. The courts have a standard for reasonable.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. A reasonable person wouldn't get up here and just pull off their clothes and get butt naked. That's
What he
reasonable.
wouldn't do. What is reason? What is reason?
What would a reasonable
Oh my fucking God.
Not what is
What are
not
y'all
reason.
doing?
What is reason?
Reason. What do you mean? What is reason?
What is it?
What do you mean?
What is it?
It's funny
keep
how you're
using
saying,
words.
what do you mean, but you can't answer the question. You're acting
What
like
do
we're
you-
dumb
I'm
for
trying to
asking it, and you
understand,
can't
This
answer
is
it.
the problem.
Yo,
You
is
use
this
the
a
word,
trick
yet
fucking
you
question? Is
No,
this
you
a
guys
trick
didn't.
question?
It's a
You
very
don't
easy
know what
question.
reason is? You
Yeah, we
don't know
need to
what
know your
reasonable is?
definition of the word you keep using. Yes.
That's what you
important
want?
for
You want me to give
conversation.
you the definition?
Of the
You
word
want me
you're
to- is that
using,
what
your
you're asking me?
definition. Your
My
definition.
What are you guys getting?
You're
My
using the
definition.
word.
I'm gonna give it to
Guys.
you again. Let me give it to him again. My definition of reasoning is I wouldn't get on this panel and take off all my clothes and get butt naked. That's reasonable. That's a reasonable person. A reasonable person
She's giving an
wouldn't do it.
example. She's
unreasonable.
giving an example.
Okay, so
She's
that's how
giving an
you get
example.
it.
But
That's
I'm
how
not
you get
asking
it.
about
Okay.
a reasonable person.
Hold on. She's giving an example of something that's
That's how
reasonable.
you get it. That's reasonable.
Reason.
That's how
Not
you
reasonable
get it.
person.
Why
Not
is
reasonable
everyone?
person. What is
Hold on.
reason?
Hold on. Why is everyone attacking her? I don't understand why this
Nobody's
is becoming
attacking.
an attack.
She keeps coming in with this conversation about, well, that's not reasonable.
It's
And
not.
every time
It's
it's like,
not
well, okay.
reasonable. You
And
wouldn't go to
what is
school
the point of
naked.
saying
You
something is
wouldn't
not
send your child to
reasonable?
school
If every
naked. You
time,
wouldn't
if
send your
every
child to school
listen,
naked.
Guys.
You wouldn't go to work naked. You
listen.
wouldn't go to work
Come
killing
on, guys.
somebody. You
Bro,
wouldn't
I
go
can't-
stand
I
on a
can't tell
roof.
you.
That's
I can't
reasonable.
tell you. I can't
That's
tell you
reasonable.
because I have no idea
either,
what
but
she's
there's
saying.
people that
I love
murder,
her.
right? So
Me
you're
too.
just adding in, that's
Look,
not
you're right.
reasonable.
You hear,
That doesn't help.
you hear, lawyer
Adding
dog.
shit.
Lawyer dog, you're right. They just want to attack me because they don't like what I'm saying.
No, I
That's
just
what they
don't
are.
know what you're saying.
You don't have to. You don't really have to know what I'm saying, right? I know what I'm saying and I understand me, and that's okay. This is why I don't really like doing panels, especially with unreasonable people, right? They are unreasonable. They live on what they were taught. I live on I don't live on what I was taught no more. What I was taught was ass backwards, right? I just do the right thing. I don't hurt people. I don't harm people. I don't steal. I don't. A reasonable person wouldn't take a gun and go shoot up people. You know, that's reasonable. You know what I mean? Unreasonable people go take a gun and go shoot up people. Unreasonable people would go to school naked, knowing they shouldn't go to school naked. You know, so I don't understand how the frick y'all want me to explain reasonable and unreasonable, right? And those are my examples.
That was the most wild thing. I mean, like, I'm very. Do you know what she means by reasonable yet? Or
I know what reason means, but
wait, no, I understand reasonable and logically, right? Like, I understand reasonable. I have a definition for reasonable. I just needed to know hers. Because again, her logic is as long as you don't do anything to anyone, no one should stop you. Well, then the person who thinks it's reasonable to do the unreasonable shit, you shouldn't be able to stop them if it's not doing nothing to you. This is what I mean. They're like, she just.
Yeah, so my understanding, and this is just my understanding of what reason is, right? That's just basically living within the bounds or giving a boundary, basically upon your own knowledge. Boundary upon knowledge, right? Reason.
All right. I am late. I'm going to. A while back, I was on a dating show at Lemons. I'm doing that again.
What the fuck are we watching?
I have no idea. What the hell? Of course.
What the fuck were we watching? Steelman, you managed to find the 3 goofiest motherfuckers to get on a panel together I think I've ever seen.
What's up, Fed?
Fed.
I was calling you a Fed earlier.
Well, I mean, you get it from GS. It's cute.
No, we going there, huh? Shit.
It's good to see you, Flo, man. Sorry, I'm still learning the buttons here. Good to see you.
It's all right. Good to see you too.
Did you just start streaming?
Mm-hmm.
Steelman.
Yeah, see, I got you on the panel, and now I'm streaming.
Are you new to streaming or what?
He is. He's.
Oh, you know, yeah. I'm learning StreamYard pretty well. You know, I'm not.
He's doing all right. I will say that. I'll give it to him. He's doing all right for brandy new. And I don't do this.
Well, man, it's that
panel whore.
Actually,
you guys don't stop streaming and got naked kids since I got
They're
here.
a big inspiration to me, Flo.
What's that?
No, dude, it's not.
What are y'all talking about,
man? I mean, dude, I saw you doing it up the way you were. I was like, I think we should have the freedom to do what we want. I don't think being naked is an inherent sin, or there's anything inherently criminal about that. And they're kind of arguing that it is inherently criminal, and because it arouses people. Which I say, A, what if it didn't arouse some people, and B, why is arousing somebody a crime in the first place? Also, so
yeah, it's I mean, it's quite the cultural paradigm shift from what anybody here is used to, but there's like logic seems like it's on your side, right? If it wasn't a paradigm shift, would it be weird? Probably not.
Yeah, but then we can say this about anything. Again, if you just say, if we normalize said thing that is not normalized now, it will be okay and it wouldn't be weird. We could extend that to if we normalize sleeping with kids, it would be okay and it wouldn't be weird.
Nobody's extending it that far.
But why do we
saying,
think
that's what you have to do when we're making a logical argument. That's the point of those type of hypotheticals.
Look, the distinction is between sexualizing someone and just nakedness. Not all nakedness is always sexual, right?
Well,
yeah.
Wait, sorry.
Only sick people. Only sick people.
We had established that.
Sick people make
being
it.
naked isn't inherently evil.
Sick people make it that way. Sick people that think that way, make it that way. Normal people,
Again,
reasonable people don't think that way.
What's
So
reasonable
that's
mean
what I'm
again?
saying. Reasonable people,
What's reasonable
like
means? Why?
reasonable like me. I'm reasonable. I
Yeah,
don't think
reasonable
so.
like you. Nah,
Yeah,
I
like
don't want to
me.
be
Yeah.
reasonable.
Don't take too much turf with your claims.
Yo, why are y'all trying to insult me? Like, what is this? What is that? What?
What are you
Please
talking
explain
about?
that
You
to
like
me.
you literally
No,
called me
please
little
explain.
boy,
Please,
child, asshole. I
please.
didn't
Oh,
call you out
now
your
you
name except
holding.
one
Now
time when
you
you
holding a
when you said
grudge.
that.
Now you holding a grudge. Get over it.
I
What
am
is
curious.
it though?
What was the insult?
Like
What is?
you are
What
like the
is it?
weirdest. You go from professional
I'm
victim to
trying to
professional bully
understand
in
because
seconds.
I
It's
don't
crazy.
really like doing.
Everyone's attacking me. Stop bringing up that.
I didn't say nobody's. I didn't say everyone is attacking me. I didn't say that. I don't
Kind of, you
understand.
did. You kind of did.
You
I
literally just
kind of
did.
did. Did I say y'all
Sly
was
Shy,
attacking me?
you're a
Did I
grown up.
kind
You're
of?
fine.
Right. Let me talk then. Stop. Like, why are y'all
Go
trying to
ahead.
control
Go
me?
ahead. Sly Shy, what do you say?
You just asked the question, right? You said what's reasonable? I said
No, I
I'm
didn't.
reasonable. Who asked that question?
It doesn't matter who. You could just, you're reasonable. All right.
Thank you. That's all that matters.
Cool.
All right. Well, I'm gonna crash out and let you take over the flow show. Then Flo, thanks, and you can make my money.
I
So
am. I don't
everyone
even know
send-
where we're at. All right. Everybody
No,
start
I-
rabble, rabble, rabble.
Good Lord.
What?
No, but yeah. So I mean, I don't see how it's inherently criminal. And he's saying even if two dudes are, and again, I'm not everything to do with gay, but I'm just saying in theory, like if two old men who aren't arousing each other are in the back of a golf thing, suntan, and that cops with guns should come point guns at their heads and say, put something around your crotch because you might arouse each other.
The issue
you
would
know.
be like if you were gonna try to undo the closed paradigm that we live in, like the intermediate steps to get to where nakedness isn't automatically sexualized. And I don't know that I think that anybody. I mean, I wouldn't suggest like implementing those steps because you're gonna have a lot of weirdness to get there.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that. You know, you see the problem, which is like you said, the big paradigm shift, the big cultural conditioning, and that's
Yeah.
really all it is. You know, just like yeah, yeah.
Sometimes
Is
the
it-
status quo doesn't make sense, but it's too disruptive to change it.
Is it cultural or is it just
Like the amount of different things that you could even just logically go down and think of the sick shit people could do if it was just legal to let your children run around naked. Like you could have people,
Why
you
do
know, how
you
much
keep
easier it would
talking
be
about
for people to
kids?
sell
Why do
pictures
you
of their
keep
kids.
talking about
Sly,
kids,
please allow the man to
man?
speak.
So they just
Please.
sell
Talking
pictures of
about
those
kids.
kids
He
flying
keep talking about
across the
kids.
Sly,
He keep
shut
talking
the
about
fuck
kids.
up for a
Sly
minute.
Shy,
He
this
keep
is why
talking about
everybody
kids,
gangs up
man.
on you because
Keep
you won't
talking about
shut the
kids.
fuck
shut
up.
the
Oh,
fuck
shut up,
up.
Flow State. You keep talking about kids, man. Stop talking about baby. What is you?
Yeah, well,
What
guess
you got?
what? It's
Got a
important. It's
fixation on
important to
kids.
talk about the
You got
generations
some
that are going to be the
fixation.
adults
I
one
hear
day when
some
you're fucking
fixation
dust in
going
the
on.
ground.
I
Okay,
hear some
I want to
Sly
plant
Shy,
fixation.
can you
seeds for
shut your
trees that
I
I'll
fucking
hear.
never get
mouth?
to see the shade from. All right,
Flow
if you
State,
don't
you
care
know I
about
don't
other
fuck
people,
with you,
that's
so I
fine.
don't care what you
Step out
saying.
for a second, or just mute
Anyway,
the mic, man. You keep interrupting to
anyway,
add
I
nothing to
don't
the fucking
care. Y'all don't make
conversation.
no sense to
Like,
me. Y'all don't.
holy.
All of y'all are men, and y'all don't make no sense. And Lawyer Dog, I will not be back on your
Sly
panel.
Shy, why are you filibustering everybody?
Why,
All you do is
yo,
clog up the
Flow
conversation.
State, all you do is just clog up your own brain. Shut up. That's all you do. You clog up your own damn brain.
Will you
Shut
answer my
up.
question? I asked you a real question and you responded with some bullshit.
You know you can't fuck with me. Flow State, stop.
I
You
don't
know
fuck
that.
with you.
Right. That's the right. Stick to that,
I
please.
can fuck with you though.
Stick to that. No, we not. Stick to that.
Sly Shy, why don't you cam up?
Stick to that.
Come on, cam up for me.
How about this? Bye.
Where are you going?
All right. Well, that wasn't cool, Sly.
Phew. God does answer prayers. I tell you that.
Well,
come on back and.
I guess I could fuck with her after all.
I mean, I said it before. I love you, Sly. You having a
You're just
rough night.
retarded.
You got to get on and defend yourself.
She needs to hear this, Rick. Tell her she's retarded.
Well, you can't be speaking over people and expect that they're going to let you. They're going to speak over you. And I did allow you to talk over me. And it's because I care about you and I want you to be able to say your words. But at some point, you're going to have someone who's not going to just allow that to happen. And even I personally did it a few times. So I'd love to have a real conversation with you, but you got to be
Won't
able
happen.
to conversate.
Yeah, it won't happen.
About real issues. And these issues, right, you can't just say there's reasonable and there's unreasonable. There are nuances. People don't believe everything you
She's
believe.
literally like a spike strip to any thought process.
But there's not really a clear, right, cut definition for reasonable and unreasonable as the court.
Reasonable is simply being able to apply reason.
But what I mean is,
Right?
the courts,
then we'd have to get into the definition of what her reasoning is.
Well,
This is the problem with these types of conversations, especially the types of people that have them, is that they're talking about things they don't actually even understand. It's just like, I get icky about this, so this is why. Or it's like, oh, this makes me happy, so I think everybody should be able to get happy like this. Nobody actually logically thinks through why they actually have the foundation and thoughts they do. They just kind of copy off.
I want to challenge you on this
or
definition.
something that's popular at the time. A lot of people aren't their own people.
And I apologize for like continuously interrupting you if I did, but I wanted to challenge you on this definition of reasonable because although you might have expressed it right in a you know, like what sounds good, what the courts look at reasonable is different. Like to have malice or something like that, to be sued for like negligence. I mean, you have to. They look at what would a reasonable person do in a certain situation, you know, and and that's not always. Oh, did this person deduct logic and reasoning during this, you know, traumatic event that was going on that caused them to be negligent, that caused somebody else to be harmed, you know, like. There's not time for like a logical or debate that, or, you know, that someone can have. A lot of times no words are involved at all to determine whether or not someone was being reasonable, right? So like, to say that being reasonable is something that's so clear cut that what can this person follow a line of logical reasoning or not isn't how courts look at, was this person being reasonable when they, you know, did or didn't do this thing that caused this person harm. Sometimes it's very much more nuanced, right? And it takes a jury of peers, and not all of them will even agree on whether or not that person was reasonable or not. You know what I mean? So all I mean is to act like being reasonable or the word reasonable or reasonableness is clearly defined. I would argue that it's not.
Yeah, the fact. Wait,
Good.
I'm just gonna say. So again, reasonable simply is able to apply reason. When we talk about like reasoning, right? This is the action of using logic to get to your conclusion, right? And if you're talking to someone that can't simply apply the laws of logic to their reasoning, clearly they're unreasonable. And she literally proved how unreasonable she was simply by not being able to answer what is reasonable. When I ask what is something and you say it is not this, it is not that, it is not this, it is not that, you're not reasonable. Because you're telling me what it's not. I didn't ask that.
Okay,
you know, like saying like, what is a fire? And I say a fire is not a bus. Did I tell you what a fire is? No.
Okay, but let me take it with you to another step then. Like I think it's unreasonable to eat animals for pleasure, for example. But let's just say that somebody's. What if most people think it's unreasonable to eat cats and dogs, you know, and then
I'm going to go ahead and give you the definition. The real, like, so it's a thought concept of justification and understanding. That's what reason is. It's understanding and justification.
You can justify anything.
A thought concept.
According to you guys are saying, or him, Jones at this one, he's saying as long as you can justify it, the reasoning, then then it's
That's what
reasonable.
reasoning is. Yeah, that's literally
Reasonable
how we
and
create
reasoning
laws.
are different things. Reasoning's a noun. Reasonable is
Yeah, but yeah, it's the
it's an
base
adjective.
word for
Is it an
reasoning.
adjective?
Yeah.
You say how you just
But the-
said that though, Steelman. You're starting to see something here. Listen,
No,
look how
but
you just said that. You
so
can justify anything with logic,
you just
right?
made my argument. So you're saying that it's
No, no, no,
reasonable.
no, 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 no. You're not seeing that. You can justify anything with
That's why.
logic,
But when
right?
you take what
Morals
Sly's
are
saying,
important, right? Because if we just say find our own logical reasoning to things, you can justify
but
anything.
that's why lots of what Sly is saying is there's a difference between that and being a reasonable person in the eyes of a reasonable person.
And
right?
that's fine, but she should have defined it, because what she's doing is
God
she's
damn.
doing is saying that it's all unreasonable. That's reasonable.
Let's
That's
give you an
unreasonable.
example. So her example was you can't just get naked on the live stream on YouTube out of nowhere, right? And we know that that's unreasonable because it doesn't have any foundation. Now, if you were to lay the proper foundation, you could reasonably do that. But without the foundation, it's unreasonable.
So that's why we're having the conversation to understand what is reasonable.
You think
right?
that
So
you
when
understand more now than before you started talking about reasonable?
Bro, stop.
Yeah, I know.
Stop it.
We all know what reasonable means. The issue is
hopefully,
that
right?
it is subjective, right? It's not. You can't calibrate reasonable.
You can. I can. Each one of us can. They just might not align.
No, okay. Well,
I
you
can't
guys
stand you, Brick.
So, but see, because Rick's kind of right, but he's kind of wrong on this point. Is that how the courts view reasonable is they take all of our opinions and they say you guys agree on what's reasonable, and you tell us whether this person was or was not reasonable.
No, they don't.
Well, that's what they do in a jury trial when they're trying to decide, for example, a negligence case, and they're saying, did this person act reasonably or not? It's up to the jury to decide, and then we have to decide whether or not that person was reasonable, right?
And there's a
And
consensus, and a elected juror of the jurors comes forward with the decision. That's literally the social contract. Yeah.
And so that's why I'm saying that it's up to people like us to come together and decide what's reasonable. We might not always agree, but we come to a general consensus.
Well, the judge makes that decision in more cases than not.
I agree.
For instance, is this a reasonable search? Should it be admitted into evidence?
So yeah, and I totally get what you're talking about as far as like a bench trial and whatnot. But I'm saying in theory of law, reason is, and at the highest
How did
level
we get
of
to
it,
this?
reason would be defined by, it can be defined by a jury. Well, because
How did we get to
something
reasonable?
about, they're saying something about how, okay, because they're saying that it would be like unreasonable
So
for a
you
woman to say
said
be
the-
topless and breastfeeding in a school or something.
Yeah, but you
It's
also
the
had to
nudity
make
thing
the
at this point.
statement that anything, we should be able to do anything as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else.
Okay.
And
No,
I
hold on, I
started
didn't make
bringing
that
up
statement.
different things, right? And like you bring up nakedness, and is it inherently evil and this, and then that's why I brought up. So, are you saying we should just allow kids to walk around naked? Is that? And then you said that actually, if we normalized it, it would be okay.
What about naked? I'm sorry, not naked. What about causes harm or can reasonably be expected to cause harm? Like, I'm just
So,
playing. I don't even know
so
if I
I wanna
agree with
just-
that. I'm just playing with it.
No, you're bringing up a great point, and I'm not gonna sit here and
Like
say
drunk
that
driving.
Okay, so I want to touch on that like I did earlier, which is
This was
simple.
earlier, yes. So because I actually brought up that I have
Man,
two
let him go,
DWIs.
Brick. Let him go, Brick.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, okay, so I have a sister who thinks that pot's like the worst thing in the world, and that it's the devil's weed and all that stuff, and she doesn't think that you should be able to smoke weed and drive, just like she thinks you shouldn't be able to drink alcohol and drive. And so I saw, there's people who actually think this way. And I'm like, I don't want to be like that, because I know I've smoked pot my whole life and driven, and I've never had an issue, right? And so I know from firsthand gnosis that that's not a problem. And if there's a person who's drinking alcohol their whole life and they want to come and tell me that they don't have a problem drinking alcohol and they can drive, who am I to say, well, I can smoke pot and I can drive, but you can't drink alcohol and you can't drive because I don't like alcohol, but I like pot instead. So what I say goes, and I'm going to have the cops enforce what I like and fuck what you like. No, so I'm going to be like, I'm not going to be like my little sister. I'm going to say, look, if this guy can drive and he can drink, that's up to him. If I can smoke and I can drive, that's up to me. And who's to decide who? Nobody, right?
Now, I actually had an argument against it because I have experience.
And the cognitive disability you have when you're drunk compared to
I do not agree.
on
I
marijuana.
believe with 2 DWIs that I received an education because they stopped me. They stopped me, and now I've received an education
You're
that
one
I
of
did not
them.
have before. What do you mean one of them? Like, I literally
You're
have
one of those dudes at rehab who's like, if it weren't for the cops, I would have killed myself doing drugs.
Yeah. You know what? Sometimes
And you're the dude at the
know.
rehab that says, this doesn't suck. I want to do more drugs.
Right.
Well, no, so I'm on the end.
That does suck.
Yeah. I mean, there's a point in a young man's life or a young lady's life where they have to grow up, right? And some people don't have that opportunity at like 16, 17 years old, right? Sometimes they have to learn it later on because they're just in that situation. They reach 25 and of course there's jail, which is a punishment that you actually receive. There's rehab, right? They have programs.
It's
I mean,
silly
this
to
country
think
has
that
an
you would not have
abundance.
received repercussions had it not been for a cop stepping in, right? Like life would have got you one way or the other with that.
This is true. I could have been dead. Yeah.
Oh God, you are him.
Right. I could have been dead.
Yeah, because
right?
the more you would have not got caught doing it, the more you would have done it, the more you would have been accessing the level that you did it the first time and get even more drunk and driving and eventually lead to something worse. Yeah.
And God forbid I hurt somebody else in the process.
Or maybe you get tired of just wrecking cars into trees. Maybe your family and friends start to get tired of dealing with you. There's all sorts of ways that this could.
It's fortunate that sort of thing didn't happen.
Okay, but how many people
only that I got stopped?
This is the whole foundation of the marijuana laws throughout the last century, right? And all the people who served time in prison over joints is because people made these same arguments.
Here's a question for you. Here's a question for you. Are drugs poison?
That's a stupid question.
It's a simple question.
Yes.
Well, if we want to get into that, I can say you can go right down to the local store. I can literally take you to the drug store. You can look up drugstore near me and get. So, I don't believe that marijuana is a drug. I don't believe that magic mushrooms are drugs. But if you want to get into
they're mood altering, of course they're drugs. They're not addictive.
We can literally measure the shit that it does to us.
That doesn't make it a drug any more than food does. Is vitamin K or vitamin A a drug, right? So I'm saying pharmaceuticals.
I mean, I've never, had a cheeseburger
or medicine.
I said, is all the same shit I saw on shrooms. I'll tell you that.
Poison,
right? So how are you defining a drug?
That they are. Drugs
a drug is something that is not. I would say it's more than mood altering. It's awareness altering.
Okay, let's just go ahead and say. Okay, so to avoid this debate of what's a drug, then can we just say we'll just call them mind-altering substances, and avoid the whole drug debate?
Okay.
With that,
that's fine.
All right. All right. So
that's
mind-altering substances. All right. So what was the question about? Am I going to agree that all mind-altering substances are poisonous? No. Or bad for you?
No. See, and that's why I said go ahead and go with it because I knew that your argument would stop because now you've moved the goalpost, Steelman.
Okay, does it take a poison? I don't know what a poison is, but if a poison is inherently bad, then not all drugs are bad. Not all mind-altering substances are bad.
All right, I'm just gonna look up the definition of poison for you, so
if it has to, and that's why I'm saying.
Brick, just follow your terrible logic where you're taking it because you're going to say, well, then they shouldn't be legal, right?
A substance that is capable of causing the illness or death of a living organism when introduced and absorbed, right? It's capable of killing you, right? So if it's a drug, it can kill you, right?
Let's touch on that. How many? Well, no.
Poison.
Can marijuana kill people? No. Can psilocybin mushrooms kill people? No. These are safe.
Marijuana cannot
kill. I bet you could overdose on mushrooms if you tried.
Yeah. Okay. No. The
you definitely can overdose from mushrooms.
Even water can be poison.
let's empirically prove this point. Magic psilocybin mushrooms are impossible to eat a lethal dose on. You have to eat your body's weight in the mushroom, which would be impossible to do in order for it to be lethal. It's the most safe. It's
They're
safe
fungus.
as anything else.
They literally are fungus, bro.
That's fine.
So what?
If you're testing me on this, I will prove this empirically.
If you
I
eat too
can look
much
it up right now if you'd
fungus,
like.
you will die. Water can be poison.
This is not in question. If you
I
poisoning?
believe Steelman. I think that Steelman probably has researched this and knows what the fuck he's talking about.
Do you know what water poisoning is?
Brick.
Exactly. So now, if you want to argue that water is poisonous because of this, then that's where Brick is going with this. Water is now poisonous because mushrooms are poisonous.
Everything can be poison. Yes. And
so
the
then
fact
this is why it's a
that
stupid fucking question you asked, Brick. Why the fuck did you take us on this loop?
Drugs specifically are labeled as poison for a reason, because they are very much capable of causing either serious illness or even death. That is why
and that's why I'm telling you, if I were to be able to prove to you empirically,
alcohol is the absolute worst.
Okay, dude, okay, hold on. Let's back up here. If I can prove to you empirically that mushrooms have literally zero long-term negative health effects,
we can just accept it as true. Let's just accept
long-term...
it as true. Ignore Brick. Let's just accept it as true and move forward.
Exactly. You can't say that mushrooms have a negative.
Mushrooms have zero negative effects. That's bullshit.
They give you diarrhea.
I'm saying
I had a seizure on shrooms.
Yeah, you can also you can have seizures. You could be induced into a coma if you fucking eat enough of them. What are you talking about? Like,
Not to mention the
there's so
mental
many bad
illness.
things that can happen from shrooms.
This is a lie.
You could have a bad trip that you see everybody in your family as a fucking monster and just delete your whole family. Like, there's a bunch of bad shit that can happen.
No, I love this. Here we go. Let's hear all these lies that you just told. So you say that somebody can go into a coma on mushrooms?
Yep.
Let's verify that. Let's go ahead. Can you? I will happily look this up. I have never.
I had a seizure on them.
Sure. You want me to send you? You want me to send you the Alcohol and Drug Foundation.org website where they talk about overdose on magic mushrooms?
Please.
Yeah, sure.
I would.
Yeah,
I'm looking
I'll
this
do
up
that right now.
You can help me.
I'll
and
send
I'm not
you that
ignoring
link
the
right
seizure
now.
thing.
Yep, seizures, coma.
Yeah,
It's all there. Go ahead. Hit the link. You're muted. I don't know if you're trying to talk right now, but you're muted.
Can you overdose on mushrooms?
Can I hear him? Or can you guys hear him? I mean,
to have a bad reaction to mushrooms.
No,
especially
I
if you eat a
apologize. I was
lot.
trying to say
Magic
if you can prove
mushrooms.
to us-
Can you overdose on magic mushrooms?
Yes, it's possible
They've never
to have a
caused a
bad
coma.
reaction from eating too
No.
many magic
A bad
mushrooms.
reaction.
It's better to start with
She's
a
talking
small
about a bad
amount
trip.
and wait a few hours before eating more. In
Can-
any case,
I'll pull
it's
up chat
important to
research.
be extra careful and make
Can
sure
it
the
kill you?
mushrooms are safe.
I literally
Incredibly
said
rare
them.
to die from eating magic
The
mushrooms.
facts.
They're not typically considered physically dangerous, but there have been a few cases where people had severe reactions, especially if they combined them with other drugs or had underlying health conditions.
Yep. There it is.
So she's basically saying no, and she's trying to sugarcoat it with saying, "Well, somebody took mushrooms."
Well, I mean,
heroin and overdosed
I've had a
on it."
seizure on shrooms.
No,
and
it's
I was
not
mixing them, but-
basically saying no.
Okay.
That's not basically saying no. Okay,
There-
that's
no, okay,
saying
okay.
that is saying exactly what I said.
No,
that some
not at
people
all. Here.
can be
Okay.
they can be induced in psychosis. They can be put in. They can have seizures. People die from seizures.
Okay,
They can
no.
be induced into a coma. Like there's the panic and paranoia that comes with it. Could have a bad trip. See their family member as some monster that looks like from a movie that they seen or something, and kill their family member. Like there's so many bad things that can happen. To just say there's
Okay.
absolutely no negative effects for magic mushrooms is
No,
one of the
I'm
most
saying-
dumbest and
No,
irresponsible things
did
to
I
say
there
on
was
the
no
internet.
negative effects, or did I say? And again, I want to.
You literally said absolutely no negative effects.
No, I
That's
didn't
the
say
word you
absolutely.
use.
No.
You did
What I
say
was
that.
saying. No, what I was saying was absolutely no negative biological, physiological effects. And what I meant by that, thank you. I get what it sounded like. What I meant was, you can have a bad trip. I get all of that, but it's not going to harm your body.
And I'm telling you that that's not 100% of the time the case. I mean,
yeah.
I've only had one seizure in my fucking life. It was on shrooms. I was mixing it.
Wow.
But
drugs are bad, okay?
So what were you mixing it with?
I know
See, 'cause
somebody had to go to
that-
get they tried
again,
pumping their stomach and everything. This person was so fucked up
Alcohol.
on them.
But okay. Oh, you mixed it with alcohol, and it was just mushrooms and alcohol caused the seizure, huh?
Mushroom. I think that's all I had that night. I had quite a bit of alcohol.
Yeah. So that's the thing is like I think okay. I suppose if you mix substances, I suppose it could. You know, I don't know if it could have.
So like just a seizure. Let's just even even before we get to death, right? Just let's talk about a seizure for a second. Are you saying that's not a negative effect on your body?
I am saying kind of. No. I'm saying that under certain circumstances, like for example, say a peyote ritual or like what I would consider a deep magic mushroom ritual, where if you were by yourself in the right circumstances, there could be times where perhaps your body needs to go through some sort of thing that would resemble or even maybe be something like a seizure that's actually doing some sort of healing or your body somehow, and it might appear to and I know it sounds crazy, but think about this like during a shamanic ritual or something. Like a shaman might say prayers into a seizure to do some sort of what they would consider maybe.
Well, now you're moving the goalpost again.
I started
like
shaking.
Now you're saying,
I blacked out.
Magic mushrooms and a shamanic ritual. This
Okay.
is okay. Like,
see, I agree with you, Flo. I hear what you're saying. As a first-hand experience, this was not. You're saying that this was not some sort of.
And I get what you're saying. It's not very toxic, and I agree with that. But you're making too extreme of a claim.
You know, I mean, I'll concede that, like you said, under certain conditions, apparently with your firsthand knowledge, you say that it's caused. Well, you know, and if you mix it with something, like you said, I mean, even if that was a factor, that's still a factor. So I'll give you that. That apparently, not under all conditions, mushrooms are totally safe to eat. That
All right.
may
So where
be,
were we going
may
with
be
the
possible.
mushroom thing, though?
That I wouldn't consider them a toxic drug. That if you just ate mushrooms on a healthy diet, and you know, a lot of people like
Okay.
microdose and whatnot.
That's fine. It's relatively low on toxicity. I'll give you that. It's yeah, it's fairly safe. You could have a bad trip, but biologically, you're not going to get addicted. You're not likely to have any physical effects.
And
I've
would
done
you say
shrooms plenty of times. I only had one bad effect.
Yeah, and would you say the toxicity level could be something as low as like something that you would see in a Nutrigrain bar, or you know, GMO foods, or just very low toxicity?
No.
In that sense, where it's not necessarily a drug like.
I don't know why are we trying to calibrate this? Why can't we just move on wherever we're going?
Okay. Because I don't know if he was trying to make some point that they're inherently bad because they're toxic.
I don't know what point Brick is trying to make.
All right, let's hear it, Rick.
Brick, why did
floor is
you
yours,
ask
I
if
can
drugs
see.
are toxins?
well, he said poisonous, right? He asked if it was poisonous.
Poison.
Why did you ask that?
I was alluding to what we were actually talking about, which is DUIs, that sort of thing. We were on that subject, and the idea that there are some laws that do make sense, right? So we put those laws into place, and we have that social contract.
Not everyone's going to agree.
It's not a social contract. It's a social imposition. Contracts are two-way agreements.
Right, that's a fair point. Did you hear what he said? That makes sense to me.
Yeah. If you enter into a contract under duress or against your will, then it's not valid.
Anyway, yeah, so that social
I mean, you could consider it a birthright contract if you wanted to, in a way, and then you know your way out of the contract is leaving the country.
What is another example of a
That's
birthright
exactly what I
contract?
said.
No, I didn't say there's any other examples of it at all. But like the 14th Amendment, I believe it is. It's where like that's your birthright is what gives you citizenship, and the citizenship is the contract. Basically, I get what Brick is trying to say, where he compares it to a contract, but I also get what you're saying. It's you have it no matter what. You're not you didn't join in and say, yeah, I definitely want to be for all of this shit. Yeah, I do get it.
There's two things at play here, right? So there's the social contract, and then there's the other one, which I've claimed many, many times it's also at play, which is the natural law concept, right? And that you could call it God's law or whatever. God's laws.
There's no natural laws.
or whatever you want to call it. There's just
I'm
what
not
is.
with Brick on this part, guys. Just saying.
There's what is, right? There is what is, and then there's man's law, right? There's what we live in, which is reality, okay? And then there's man's law that we agree to or we don't agree to, and we self out. You know, that sort of concept. It's like either get on board or don't.
Brick. Okay. Were you making a point though? Or were you just explaining the taxonomy of Brick's worldview?
I wasn't explaining anything.
That's true.
No, I don't think you, I don't believe you understand what was happening here on the panel
Maybe
before
not.
you came up. Yeah, it's probably the fact. Because you
That
really
probably
didn't
is the
pay
fact.
attention. I know you just
All
came
right,
into like, the middle of the conversation.
go ahead and, you know, if you had,
and then
go ahead and keep
start trying to
everyone
poke
updated.
holes and that sort of thing.
Oh, it's not hard, but go ahead. I don't, yeah, you're correct. I don't know where we're going with it because I did not see what was going on before I got here.
So where we at, Steelman?
Oh, I was reading Wasamata's comment. He said he was shocked at some of the things that he's heard, and me say tonight, and I was wondering what he would be referring to, you know, because I think I make the claim for smaller government pretty much everywhere I go, the smallest government possible, while also adhering to common sense reality, you know. And so I don't know why everyone would have an argument with that. People say, oh, we need to have small government, this, that, and the other thing. Oh, but we need to enforce these stupid laws like a man can't sit in his backyard and suntan or whatever. It's like, oh, stupid. Like, what are we talking about, right? How can people be so blinded to these simple things, you know? Or, you know.
How am I supposed to
I don't
get
think
my
anybody
tank
said
tan?
anything about someone sitting in their backyard. Wait, what?
Well, it comes down to that. Yeah.
When you
no,
brought up the sun tanning man, I said yes. If he's sun tanning naked in his front yard and he lives across from the school, yes, I want the people.
But what
with
if
the
you're
guns
in,
to tell him to
you know,
put some fucking clothes on?
I'm
Yeah.
not trying to get into the details of it. What if you're in your backyard and say the school can see you from the backyard? It doesn't have to be the school or your neighbor, but we can just take it to the extreme and say the school, you're still in your own backyard and you can't do it
Again,
because
if you're most
Yeah, so
backyards
again.
aren't like facing schools like that, but sure. If we
But-
find a backyard that's facing
and
a
I'm not,
school,
and
yeah.
of course, I always got to bring in the children to read the extreme, but we can even do the extreme, you know. But I'm just saying
That's
that
important, though. Don't you think this is important? We are the ones who are making the future for them to live in and the laws that they're going to abide by, and we are what is teaches them, right? Like normalizing things now, it can be detrimental or save a savior later.
Yeah. I don't know, man. You know,
But I think
Like I
that
said, I'm trying to plant seeds for trees that I'll never see the shade for.
I think that Steelman has like some logic to his point though, because all laws or rules or whatever do basically spring out of the do no harm principle, right? It's kind of the cornerstone of.
Yeah. Like this is actually where we got to here, where I said when we do this, when we try to live by simply a no harm principle, we get to very fucked up places. Like right now, okay, everyone is allowed to just kill babies just because they want to, and they say it's not harmful, and it's actually less harm because, you know, bodily autonomy.
But
Yeah, no, that's definitely a violation of the no harm principle.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say.
But it's not in this world because they don't label because they don't label a unborn child.
But that's the
anything
argument you're
that gets
making.
harmed.
You're just redefining what is and isn't life. Where
No, I'm not.
Well, you're saying that you've
So
allowed
then we
them
all
to.
agree it's a violation of the no harm principle.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody here does.
Here, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so
if you guys are agreeing with that, sure, yeah.
Yeah. So is there a area where the no harm principle wouldn't apply?
I mean,
Yeah, that's why I tried to ask you guys, like, should we allow like brothers to have a relationship, or should we allow like people to fuck dead bodies as long as the person consented before they died?
Let's just I think we should stick with the siblings.
No harm.
First.
There are things that are so like, let's start with the easier one. It's like reckless behavior. If I go shoot a gun outside and spin in circles, I may not actually hit anybody, but I'm definitely doing something that could be expected to cause harm, right? So
okay, but now he's bringing up another thing that I can't believe that like this doesn't get crushed into like libertarian circles, because he brings up these easy ones that I think that a lot of people get lost in, which is like incest. I've heard this get brought up in other libertarian debates, and the libertarian will concede that incest should be illegal.
Specifically two brothers, though. Make sure you like it's specifically two brothers.
Yeah, why does it?
I think that'd be better than a brother and a sister, because you're not going to have a little baby coming.
Okay, yeah, so you can make that.
Like, so do you think like we should allow that?
Okay, so
I don't really want to get involved in that at all.
Well,
okay,
like, yeah,
go ahead, Steelman.
Okay, so to keep the argument there on point, whether it's a brother and sister, or brother and brother, or sister and sister, none of that really matters, right?
Well, the reason I say brother and brother, because it takes away your no harm principle. It takes away the fact that you'll be able to say, well, a brother and sister, incest causes deformities in children. Well, you can't say that because two brothers can't have children. Okay, so that's what
I would
I'm
almost
saying.
think I would rather say brother and sister, right?
I don't know why I can't ask you a hypothetical and you want to change my hypothetical.
No, okay, I'll stick with your
hypothetical. Stick
I was
with
trying
it.
to make it easier. Well, okay, let's just say that. Okay, we'll just do it. That God forbid it. Okay, I'm saying is that say there were two brothers in another house. And do you think that I need to be concerned about that and like go over there and be like, hey, somebody needs to go over there with a gun and break that up? I'd be like, no, I don't give a shit what those two are doing. You know what I'm saying? As long as I don't have to see it.
Yeah, I actually don't. I kind of agree. I don't think that the illegality of it has any effect on stopping it. I think that.
But he's saying, would you think it's okay to allocate tax dollars, and would you support saying we need to spend people with give somebody a gun?
And that's what I'm saying. No, I don't think that the laws do any benefit there, because how the fuck, like, people do whatever they want inside their own homes.
Okay, so should we allow like two 15-year-old brothers?
Well, hold on. I want to take that back and say, and just bring that back and say, but say he could figure out a way to control it. Say that if he could pass a law by a death penalty or whatever, he could monitor everybody, whatever it took, where he could enforce that law, would he have the right to? Would it be any of his business?
Well, does that come with monitoring everybody constantly?
But I'm saying, say there was no
That's
added,
already happening.
Say nobody gave up any more freedoms. All it was all of a sudden now the government says that these people aren't allowed to do that, and so they're not going to do that anymore, even if they wanted to.
If you don't have a law against it, then you're allowing them to get married. Okay, like there's a lot of things that it entails that
That's
you're
not necessarily true.
That's
That's not true.
together, right? What stops these brothers from applying to adopt a child now? Okay, like this is what I'm trying to ask you guys right now.
We're trying to have
just because one thing's true doesn't mean all those other things are also true. You can something can be not banned, right? You could have no laws against brothers, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they could get married. If they don't.
So you would have a law against them getting married?
No, so I can argue that point really well. Because I just did law classes. And
well, it's easy. Yes or no? Would you allow the brothers to get married?
That if you look up the historical definition of what marriage, it's impossible. If you look up the historical definition of what marriage is, legally speaking, it's always been the union between a man and a woman.
Why are they allowing gay marriages?
Because they are redefining the definition of marriage.
Engage with my hypothetical for a second. Would you allow two brothers to get married?
So you're saying, I'm saying, legally speaking, you couldn't. Would I redefine the definition to allow them to marry? No, that's not my place.
No, I wouldn't either, because that's a proactive acceptance of the situation.
Thank you. So you would not. You would have laws against brothers being together.
Again,
no.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
No laws.
You would have the guys with the gun come stop the two brothers from getting married.
You
would have those guys with the gun stop the two brothers from getting married.
No, I would stop. I would not allow them to get married though, so that it's not condoning it. But I don't think that there needs to be any reason to like go in and
so you would stop them by law, by force.
This is where
I don't know why you're not getting that. All our laws are just things implemented with force.
I know the answer to this question. You think you want?
No, it's not implementation with force. They have to come to you to get a license, to get a marriage license. All you do is
Right.
deny
So
request.
this is where
It's
the
not contact
Right.
force.
And the people that give out the marriage license aren't allowed to do it to brothers, right? Because if they do, guess what? The guys with the guns come and take away their license.
No,
and
if they
put them
do,
in
the
jail.
marriage contract is void and not recognized.
Yeah, it's actually where the concept of
Right. So you're still making
come
laws
in.
against the fucking relationship. I don't know why you like
Okay, can I answer your question then?
don't see that.
I'm
You
trying to
you
say,
guys are missing a concept.
Would you
You're
allow
completely
brothers to
missing one of the
adopt
concepts
children?
of the whole contract.
all right,
The,
Brick,
the
I'm sorry
idea
you wanted to say something.
the idea of rights, that part right there, like, so if you have a right to do something, that means that it won't be codified, right? So that means it's not law, right? So I have the right to go where I want to go. That is the right of assembly. I have a right to say what I want to say. There's no laws supposed to be against that. These ideas of rights, that's where you're missing, right? And the idea that all of a sudden I've got to write a law to make it all of a sudden now it can be lawful, right? No, I don't have to make it a law to say yes or no. I just say it's right. It's a different concept. Go ahead.
Well, okay, so speak easy. Here's the thing. Like I was saying, legally speaking, historically speaking, the legal definition of marriage has been the union between a man and a woman. So for you to say I'm not going to recognize the union between a man and a man is not you saying I'm going to make a law that outlaws the marriage between a union and a man. You're simply saying, especially as a state, you're saying we're not going to recognize the union between a man and a man as a legitimate marriage, and therefore we're not going to give out a marriage license, or we're not going to recognize the different things that marriage would have.
Right.
And in my opinion, marriage to the state between the state is a stupid thing in the first place. The state
Yeah,
shouldn't even
so
be.
you wouldn't offer those legal rights to two brothers that wanted to be married.
Those aren't legal rights because according to the law, only a
No,
man
that
and a
is
woman.
actually no. In
Wait,
certain
hold on.
states, that
You
is
just
the
made
legal
this up
right.
Wait,
because
what are you
they
talking
changed.
about? It's not the legal rights. What?
Just because, yes,
Yeah.
no. Legally speaking,
Go to Vegas.
It's not even a possibility. Technically speaking, marriage is between a man and a woman. You cannot marry a man and a man. That's
Go to Vegas.
literally impossible, factually speaking.
Go to Vegas. Trust me, bro.
No, that's why. That's why if the courts change the laws and say,
marry-
okay, but you guys are
probably
saying
marry
that,
a pig there, bro.
okay, Brick. If the courts change the laws to all of a sudden say that the word arms does not include weapons, then you're just going to say, okay, I guess now the law has changed. Now we don't have the right to have weapons because the courts
Yeah.
changed.
Well, that's
Okay,
where
so
power comes
just
in.
really quick, Steelman. You said you're
No.
American, right?
No, I'm not. I'm a United States citizen and a citizen of the state in which I reside.
Oh,
America is
please,
a continent.
Just come on. Just come
No,
on.
anyone that says they're American doesn't understand politics.
I'm an
All
American
right.
government.
So, well, okay, whatever. You were
American.
born in America, bro.
That's how I
Well, yeah. So
identify.
we're Mexicans. So we're
I
Puerto
identify
Rican.
with
Okay,
the
cool,
police
cool,
about
cool.
that.
You were born in the United States, right?
Oh, yeah. They say I was born within the territories of the United States, right?
Okay, sure. So, how many of those states recognize gay marriage?
I don't know what they do now because, like I said, because as Brick says, the black robe judges can just change the laws and make things constitutional.
Right.
They can give or take away rights whenever they
my
want.
point. So if you had control, Steelman, you're saying if it was my say, not even gay men would be able to get married.
But-
Hey,
but
I'm
I
on
have-
board.
if
Hey,
I was
wait,
the
wait, wait.
Supreme
I'm on
Court-
board with you. I'm on your side with this. Hold up. I'm on your side. I wouldn't allow it either. But we're talking about right now with how the law is and how they recognize marriages. They do recognize gay marriages. And I'm asking you, should they also include brother gay marriages?
Well, and I'm saying,
What if
like
we
you're
had,
saying,
if
you
you
make a
wanted
preg-
to keep it, if it's too hard for you to engage with that, okay. How
Well, you
about a
got to stop
brother and
talking to let him
sister,
answer the fucking question.
but and a sister that doesn't have a womb?
Okay, yeah. So the question is, see,
Mr.
it's what,
White Knight Flow State, he's a grown man. He could talk for himself.
Well, you got to let him talk.
Yeah, he could talk for himself.
You can't just keep talking and then claim yourself the winner because you don't stop making noise.
Yeah, I know. It's hard for you to keep up with debates, Flo. We all know this.
No, it's not. It's
hard.
the simplest, stupidest
I
tactic
watched
there
your
is.
debate the other day. Thank God you had
It's the
Jim Bob there
simplest,
because
stupidest
holy fuck,
tactic
you
there
made
is.
like two
I make
arguments.
noise, I
all
make
night.
noise, I make noise. It's a toddler
Thank
tactic.
God you had Jim
All right,
Bob. That
keep
was
us on.
Jim
All right,
Bob
don't
versus
let.
two. That
All
was
right,
a
man. I don't want to
pathetic
forget the point.
performance. Anyways,
All right.
back to the
Same-sex marriage
conversation.
is allowed in all 50 states.
All right.
Exactly.
I am going
all
to try
50 states
and District of Columbia.
Okay. All right. So here's what I want to say. See, so yeah, I'm meeting everybody to be equal here, and so I can answer the question. And now here it is that first of all, I love how Brick Jonesy loves to say, "Oh, Supreme Court law, case law now is all of a sudden supreme law of the land because the Supreme Court ruled that marriage is legal. Now all of a sudden it's a right. So it's okay that Supreme Courts can give rights when you
Never
decide."
said that.
Well, I'm sorry. It sounded like you were justifying that the Supreme Court has stated that it's all justified now in all 50 states or whatever, because the courts ruled that way. So the courts can easily give away our rights, and we can all celebrate and say, well, look, we have the right because the courts gave us our right. And then when they take away our right, we say, oh, no, we still have that right, even though the court. So we're arbitrarily picking and choosing the Supreme Court or the court's decisions. And that's obviously a fallacy right there. But let's just say we go along with this. That's why I'm saying this wasn't about the Supreme Court ruling. If you look at it, the definition of marriage historically, I had to read over their whole ruling. I had to do the whole thing on this. The Supreme Court literally had to change the definition of marriage. They're not giving or granting a right. And then you're going to say, okay, so should they give brothers the right to marriage?
The whole thing was, dude, like this is why your logic doesn't follow and you're confusing the shit out of me.
Okay, I'm almost to the answer here.
I
want to answer your question.
We should allow anyone to do anything as long as there's no harm.
Right.
And then when I say, should we allow two brothers to have a relationship and get married? You're saying, well, that doesn't fit the definition of marriage.
That's like you saying,
why does that matter if it's not harming you?
Let me bring up a great point. You're saying, so should we allow everyone to just have a mansion? Yeah, we should if they can afford to buy it. Yeah, we should allow everyone to get a marriage. So what I'm saying is we should allow everyone to get a marriage license who can get one. To get a marriage license, you have to be a man and a woman. And that's just how definition is. To get a mansion, you have to have money to buy it. That's just how the thing works. To drive, to drive down the street, you have to have a car. Like there's certain.
Steelman, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
I don't know where you're going with that. Like I'm not entitled to it, right?
I just want to know how you would feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning.
I don't know, man.
He's trying to dunk on you.
I don't get where. I mean, I don't
actually. It is actually kind of a meme, but it is still a good question to check if you're able to engage with a hypothetical. Because when I pose these hypotheticals to you, you seem to not be able to engage.
Oh, really? Does anyone else feel like I'm somehow dodging or misrepresenting anything?
I do actually.
One's in the chat. One's in the chat if he's been.
Yeah, I've actually heard him use this actual argument very many times, and yes, he is actually pointing out
which actual argument.
He is pointing out a flaw that you are not willing to engage in even one single hypothetical. I've seen it constantly.
What am I missing? Pose the question
directly. Because he asked you a simple yes or no question.
You don't think it's a hypothetical when he engages in what if we weren't all conditioned to wear clothes? That's a hypothetical right there.
Yeah, but he wouldn't answer it. He literally was dodging that one.
No, I'm not dodging any question. That's the whole point. I'm willing to put everything that I believe on the line and dissect every piece of it.
I know Flo only came in halfway through the arguments. This is the point, okay? Yes, he was asking you a lot of different hypotheticals, which is, part of debate and part of conversation as well.
I'm willing to debate hypotheticals.
Yes. So if you're willing to, right?
Of course I am.
A lot of hypotheticals are just simple yes or no's. And you seem to have a problem with answering simple yes or no.
I think a lot of
the reason these simple hypotheticals are yes and no's is because there's a reasoning behind his argument, and he's seeing where you can logic.
But he's setting us up. Do you think that brothers should be able to have the right to get married or not too? And I'm saying
reason. If you can find reason in simple concepts, then you can maybe find reason in larger concepts.
But do you see my reasoning? He's saying are you willing to? He's asking the wrong question. I
He's
don't
just
have.
checking your intelligence to see
that's
if
why
you're
I'm trying to-
reasonable.
Steelman, let me try this one more time.
Go ahead.
Right? You said anyone should be able to do whatever they want as
I didn't
long
say
as
this, but
they're
I'm
not
defending that.
harming someone else.
No, I
Right?
didn't say that, but I didn't say that, but I'm defending that stance I've been making a pretty good defense for that stance
Well,
up to
yeah,
this
that's
point.
what you said earlier, and that's the stance you're defending.
No, I'm not saying that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that anyone should be able to do anything that they want that doesn't harm anybody else. Like I believe in traffic laws and stuff like that. So I never made that argument to that extent. I'm saying though that there are certain things that just aren't hurting anybody at all, and they're not wrong at all, and that there's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. Like if I drive down the street at 100 miles an hour down a neighborhood, that is actually possibly dangerous. If my two neighbors are kissing each other and they're brother and sister, that's probably not posing any danger to me. So it's not, is somebody hurting each other or not, or was an actual injured party or not? There's no injured party if someone drives down my street at 100 miles an hour. There's no injured party if they don't hit anybody. But do I want that to be regulated? Yes.
Yeah, that's fair. So now you've posed that you actually do have certain what Speakeasy would call morality. Okay, that's
I'd
that
actually have to ask you then, what's your differentiation in the so
I would argue I have more.
I'm guessing by your definition, you wouldn't be okay with gay marriage either. So what would be your objection to a brother and sister? The sister has no womb, so she can't get pregnant. What would be your objection to them getting married?
And when you think about it, historically speaking, that's probably, again, I would have no objection to that. What would your objection be to that?
Ooh.
What would your objection be to that?
I'd say that it's sexually immoral and completely wrong.
Based on what empirical evidence? What is wrong about
and a
that?
good way to hell.
But
Okay.
not
It's a good way to hell?
Not
It's a
liking
good-
something and wanting to enforce its prohibition with violence are two different things, right? Spitting gum on the sidewalk ain't great. Don't think anybody needs to get.
What?
Are there any physical problems with that type of thing?
You literally added in nothing.
I want to no. He added in a great point, which is that you're bringing up this really arbitrary idea. You think it's just this bad thing to do. Well, there's nothing wrong.
Well,
with
no,
it.
no. Like so, again, I said it's sinful, and
well,
in
according to
your
what?
worldview, consequently, I could lead you down how it's completely going to lead to bad roads. But you
All right, first
have no objection to it.
First, because I want to go back to argue the point that you said it's sinful. Now, I would say that
Yeah.
according to the Bible, it's not only is it not sinful, but that they actually proved that it was something that the holiest man on the planet did. Because if you look during the flood, Noah, who was Noah, look at the story of Noah.
Yeah, he's got you with Noah.
Exactly. The one man that was saved from the flood was also got off and screwed his daughters.
Yeah. Do you think that was a good wait? Who?
Yep, Noah, the one holy man on all of earth.
No, his sons actually had wives.
What did he do when he got off the boat? He was naked in front of his daughters, which according to you would be a sin. And then he
What?
Let me look up this
Man, it's in the Bible.
Yeah, let me pull up.
I don't remember that part.
Yeah, so pull that scripture up for me, buddy. Go ahead.
All right, let's do it. Let's, it'll just, obviously I can't have it instantly. Give me a second, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, Noah's daughters actually fucked him while he was drunk.
I'm just, I don't have, I wasn't prepared to pull up a reference here.
Oh,
yet,
I'm
so.
sorry. It was Lot. Was it Lot? Someone in my chat is saying it's Lot, not Noah.
Oh, so you even got the person wrong? So not only do you have the person wrong, you don't even know the context of it.
all,
And the person,
I'm not Christian. I don't get my morals from the incest book.
Or not.
You get your
take
morals from
one
your...
scripture out of the Bible.
Hold on,
and
dude.
Gotcha.
Hold on a second.
Why don't you
Hold on.
know
He-
your
he-
own
he-
moral foundation as well as we do? We may have got the name wrong. You didn't know it
Flo,
existed.
Flo, you
motherfucker.
try so
Actually,
hard
I
to
did know
explain
exactly what story
Christianity.
you're talking
You
about.
don't know
I just
it.
wanted you to
You're
look
not
like
a
All right.
Christian.
All right. I'm just going to point out one real thing so we can shut this down real quick. He's saying you pulled out one little scripture and said, got you. dude, he pulled out one comment from his YouTube channel and you said got you. Let's just chill out on figure out what the true story is before we start defining what's fact and what's not. All right, let's get
What are
this
you
Noah
talking about?
story
He
up.
pulled out one comment, and I
And
said,
now all of a sudden you
gotcha.
believe that it's some other guy. We don't know. I still
It's
think
not
it could
I
have been Noah.
believe. I know exactly what story he's talking about because I've debated about this
But
before.
there's also
You
I'm
guys are
actually talking
are not don't have the context.
I'm
Do you
talking
tell
about
me
the
right
story
now,
of
was he
Noah. I'm
punished or
talking
not?
about Noah.
See,
The story I'm talking
okay,
about.
so show me where Noah slept with his kids. Go ahead.
All right,
Show
I'm
me it.
pulling it up here, and I'm pulling it up. And like I said, it might not be like he's saying. Maybe I'm mixing two stories because Noah was definitely naked and drunk in front of his kids. And I'm going to pull up and see if I can verify whether or not.
No, you're talking about someone else that was raped by their own daughters. Yeah.
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 Okay.
So
you think the
Noah-
Bible
one of
was
Noah's sons
condoning that
saw-
because of some fucking quoted
Bro,
scriptures?
Yeah, one of
This is
Noah's
low
sons
tier,
saw
buddy.
him
Low
naked,
tier.
but nobody that what you just said did not happen. So
the Bible condones sleeping with your kids, guys.
No,
This is the most wild shit I ever heard.
Okay. Do you know that the Bible condones slavery, for example?
No, it doesn't.
So don't tell me. Okay,
I'm a slave
how
to
many?
God.
It literally
No, it
tells you how to
doesn't.
treat.
And I'm gonna fuck you up on this
All right,
one too.
I got it here.
You ready?
It's Genesis
You ready?
19:30. Lot and his two daughters.
Yeah,
Right,
he's
so-
hey, Flow
Not
State,
Noah.
try to keep up. He said he's talking about Noah. Stupid.
No,
up,
see,
Flow
you're
State.
bad. See, you're trying to straw
Keep
man
up,
him.
Who are
Flow
you talking
State.
about?
No.
Keep up, Slow
Yeah.
State.
And it's
No.
it's
Who are
funny
you
because
talking
he was
about?
going
You
to try to
fake ass
he was-
Christian.
All right, I didn't mean to take everyone off because I appreciate it. I didn't mean to block anyone who didn't deserve it. I just wanted to say that we have one person in the back named James Livestock who's going to come on, but we can't have everyone talking over each other, so let's keep it respectful. And I did want to mention that Flow State, you bring up a good point. We're not trying to straw man my argument here, guys. We're trying to steel man it and then see if it has merit or not. So if he found another story and maybe I said this wrong guy's name, and that needs to be corrected, and I can concede to maybe I was talking about the wrong story, that's fine. But if my point was still valid, let's try to steel man that argument instead of trying to say, oh, well, you said the wrong guy's name, so therefore the whole story wasn't valid. Let's try to actually have a good faith discussion. What do you guys think? Welcome, Jimmy.
Hello, I didn't realize I was on yet because I had switched tabs, but I had to come up here after we said something about the Bible, man. It wasn't his. It was his sons that he was technically naked in front of, but
It
the
was just
problem
one,
was
though,
he was
right?
drunk.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he was in a drunken state. The one that had intimacy with their daughters, that was because his daughters got him drunk, and then they did that on their own thing. They were
Okay, so the daughter did sleep with Noah. Is that what you're saying? The Noah
No,
story?
not Noah. Not
Okay, well,
Noah. It
okay, so
wasn't
what's the
Noah.
story?
It was someone else in the Bible
It's
that
Lot.
happened
I
to.
put the verse. I
But
put the link in the back
the
chat.
daughters engaged in sexual activity with the father. The fathers did not engage in sexual activity with the
Oops,
daughters.
maybe on
The
the wrong
daughters
one.
got the dude drunk.
Mhm.
And no, Flo. I know what I'm talking about. So
Yeah, are you sure?
yes, I do because I
Yeah,
know
he
the
does.
Bible, Flo.
Flo, you do not.
I read the Bible, Brick. Did you read the Bible?
Bro, you're not a
Well,
Christian.
there's a
I don't. You don't have.
problem. You
I'm not
believe
a
the
Catholic
Bible,
either, but I
Flo.
can understand
You're
Catholic. You're
far
right.
from
Do
it.
you believe the
But you
Bible?
don't have to be a Christian to understand the Bible.
But you do
I
have to
could
be a
make the
Christian to
argument.
believe in it.
Yeah, that's what
You
I
have to
said.
be a
I
Christian
don't
to
believe in
in
it.
Oh
it.
my
Yeah.
God, Brick.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Bro, you're
That
gonna try to
or
explain a Christian
well, technically you
concept,
could also
and you don't believe in it.
Tanakh,
Brick, but I do believe in
Hold on a
thoughts,
second.
which is more than you do.
but
Sorry, I didn't mean to get him interrupting you, James. Taking low blows. Whoops, sorry. Taking low blows that were unnecessary. So please continue, James. If you can, if you're there.
But yeah, there was a case where there was like I didn't say what I was gonna say though, but there was a case where a dude got intimate with his daughters, but that was because his daughters got him drunk.
That's this
But
one.
other than that, Noah didn't do anything like that.
You're looking at it.
Noah
It's
got
Lot.
drunk after the flood, and then he was naked in front of his sons, and his sons covered him up, and then he cursed one of his sons, which if I remember correctly, it was Ham, If I
James,
remember
will you come
correctly.
back to the StreamYard tab and look at what's on screen?
What?
And now, did Lot have God's favor?
What does Lot have to do with Noah?
No, it's not. No,
We're
I
talking about
misspoke.
Noah. Now you're changing the
Didn't you?
subject to
No,
Lot.
I'm sorry if you misheard that. Yeah, no, we were talking about it. I was talking about like when Noah got naked off on the boat and was drunk, and then they covered his naked body. I was
He didn't
thinking
get
of that story.
naked on the boat. It was after.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
was
after the boat.
after the flood. He got drunk because he got drunk
Right.
off the He got drunk off the fruits that he made off the wine he made.
Yeah, so I was thinking of that story, but what I was really thinking of too, I guess, or mixing or is the story of Lot, where apparently there was incest within the Lot family, and now we're wondering, did God have favor over the Lot family, or were they considered
Was there incest
evil?
in the Lot family?
According to this
Come on,
scripture
man, you're
here.
supposed to know this shit.
Yeah, I
Wait a
thought you
minute.
were the
I
pro.
don't think it was. I forgot who the actual dude was that got
It's Lot. If you scroll
drunk
up on the screen, it's
by his
Lot.
daughters. I forgot the actual name.
Verse
of the dude.
30.
So yeah, but that was because his daughters got him drunk, though.
Right,
That's
right.
one.
But what about Abraham and Sarah? There's many examples of incest in the Bible, including
Abraham and
Abraham,
Sarah.
Jacob.
Abraham and Sarah. What do you mean, Abraham and Sarah?
Welcome
Abraham
to the
married
show.
his
Her
half.
and Abraham were not related. What are you
Welcome
talking
to the show,
Abraham
Sterling.
married his half sister Sarah, and then there's other examples like Jacob marries his two first cousins.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. First off, you're talking about like, wait a minute. If that was the case, because I don't remember him being
Well,
half
and see,
sisters with Sarah.
and I think when you think about it logically, of course, back in the day when you didn't have all these close people around each other and you had these small little towns or homes spread far away from each other, you think that it's going to be unnatural for families to interbreed with each other? I mean, clearly that's not something that's like against
Well, I don't
nature.
remember him being half sisters with Sarah, but even if you can say that he was half sisters with Sarah, they were not fully related. They only had the same father. But I don't think that.
Sorry
I
for
don't think
anyone.
he was half sisters.
So,
With Sarah.
so you can have sex or marry your cousin because you're not fully
Well, I'm
related.
not. Well, technically, far as
If it worked for Brick's
biblical law
parents,
is
it works for
concerned,
the rest of us, right?
There's no problem with marrying your cousin, but I don't think even a half sister you could marry biblically. But I don't see how Abraham could have done anything with his half sister because I don't think they were half sisters. And also at the time, this was before the law was given as well. Like actually in.
I don't know if anyone was following him. I apologize, man. I just wanted to welcome these people, Melanie and JO3 and everyone to the stage.
Yeah, I just want to come on and say that one, it wasn't Noah, and the first thing Noah did when he left the ark was sacrifice one of every clean animal. Yeah, and that's why in Turkey they believe that Göbekli Tepe was the ritual sacrifice area where he actually sacrificed one of every clean animal. But it was Lot, obviously, and the only reason that happened to Lot was because his daughters sinned by getting him drunk and trying to take advantage of him. That was the whole moral of that story, which is don't let your family.
Huh?
I'll let somebody else chat now, all right? Because I'm out and about, like, walking with her. You know what I mean?
Sorry.
All right, yeah,
Yeah,
thanks for
I had a
coming
bad
on. Oh
connection.
man, we missed the most important part of that story. Is all the point of that story was, and then you cut right out. But I think I can only hold this many people on because I don't have the premium, so I might set somebody back to let other people talk at times. So
Yeah, I thought it was just me. I didn't hear what that last person said.
Yeah, JO3, you got to repeat what you had said because that last part, nobody caught.
It was glitching.
The moral of that story, yeah, about Lot, yeah, what happened to Lot was because his daughters sinned and took advantage of him via alcohol. They had planned it, yeah. So the moral of that story is actually be careful of everyone, including your family, because they're just as bad as the boy downstairs, i.e., the DEVIL. You understand?
Wait a minute.
I
Did
don't
you say
think that that's the
Noah,
moral.
Joker? Did you say
Yeah.
Noah, Joker? It wasn't Noah that got.
No, it was Lot. It was Lot. What Noah did as soon as he left the ark was sacrifice one of every clean animal. religiously, right, for God. And that's why
Yeah, Noah
like,
did. Yeah, when he made
with
them
Pepe, they reckon that Göbekli Tepe in Turkey was the sacrifice altars. That's why that oldest thing that's been uncovered, yeah, has nothing but what's the animals carved on it. Yeah, Göbekli Tepe, Turkey. All right, and the Lot, it was Lot, but it was Lot's daughters that sinned, not Lot. They took advantage of them, pre-planned, bowed them through with alcohol. The moral of that story is be careful of everyone, including your own family members. That's the
What
moral of
about
that story. Yeah.
what about
If Noah sacrificed one of each animal, that at least the clean
Noah sacrificed one of every clean animal.
Yeah,
Once
I
the
want to. Can I finish? Okay, cool. Thanks. Then wouldn't there only be dirty animals left? Like, does that make every animal?
Because there was.
Is that why we don't
Hold
have
on.
unicorns?
Hold on.
So
hold on.
I want to hold on before we go too much further. I just want to say one thing before it goes too crazy. I know you guys came over probably from some other channels. Steelman, somebody I've known for quite a while, a little bit of time. If you guys want, I would really appreciate it. I know he would really appreciate it. Sub up, like, subscribe.
Yeah,
he's kind of new to the space, and so I appreciate you guys coming over. Thank you.
I already subbed. Thanks.
But talking to Mel though, responding to Mel's comment, there was 7 of every clean animal, Mel. So if Noah sacrificed only one of every clean animal, then there would still be 6 of them left. Well, technically it'd be 7 of the female because he would only sacrifice the male. The male is the one that I'm pretty sure is what's considered to be the sacrificial one in the law.
And they may have been
Well,
bringing.
technically, I guess you could say the law of his time because the written law was not even written until the 10 Commandments in Exodus chapter 20, as far as the one that was given to the Israelites. Because there was different covenants throughout the Bible. You have to discern that by reading the Bible.
Okay, I'm an idiot, so like I'm not making arguments. But out of like the millions of species that do exist, how many of those were considered clean animals?
Well, it would depend. It would depend on how exactly it was defined then. But if I'm assuming that clean animal would be defined according to how it was defined in Leviticus chapter 11, and also what was it, Deuteronomy chapter 14, I do believe as well, where God defines the clean animals.
If they're hooved, how many, like what their hooves are, their feet are, something like that.
Well, as far as the things like cows, like having the hoof, and then far as fowl, there's different ones depending on the different type of animal you're talking about. Like the fish has to have scales, like far as fish to be considered a clean animal, and also I forget exactly how they word it. Let me pull it up.
Whoa.
Yeah, because they consider
dolphins
like
are just like no good with dolphins. They're too dirty.
Dolphins are not clean animals according to the Bible because they don't have the scales.
I mean, they're pretty smart. Are we sure
It's not that they're too. It's not that I would say they are too dirty because they're not able to cleanse themselves like ones with scales. Because see, the scales we found out through science that these scales they tend to shed off the germs because the germs get like taken into the scale and the bacteria, and then when they descale over time, they actually
yeah, so do skin cells.
They get clean, they get cleaned and everything.
Okay.
By that way, we found
so
out.
those are the ones you eat or that you don't eat. I forgot.
The ones with the scales you're allowed to eat under Levitical law.
Okay, so let's get into
That's funny as fuck because like if you think about it, fish are definitely way more likely to have like a parasite than like a dolphin and a mammal.
But symbolism and all that. Wait a minute, you said they were more likely to have parasite, the scaled ones.
Well,
yeah,
I want to touch on the whole point of what we're talking about in this is that the man who was on here earlier who must have dropped he apparently felt that was not listening to him or dodging his point or something.
Are you talking about
he was right or something. Yeah, so he and I see I'm going to try and make his argument for him, which he could have helped make, which is that I think there are some passages maybe in like Leviticus. So I'm talking with ChatGPT, right, and it's saying that like it gives the example of Sarah and being there's certain incestual relationships within the earlier scriptures, but then as it moves on, then you get into Leviticus where then they outline saying like not to have incestual relationships, and then like you guys are saying though in Leviticus you can get in all these other rules too, which I'm not against all the rules of Leviticus, but what I am saying is that unless you're going to be like a whole like unless you're going to be pushing the doctrine of the religion completely, how can you say, well, the Bible says incest is wrong, therefore it's wrong, when doesn't the Bible say also that like we said, at times it's okay, and then in Leviticus unless you're going to follow every law of Leviticus, you can't cherry pick them. That's where I'm going.
Or the thing about mixing like linens and cloth, right? You can't mix linens and cloth.
But there's a thing. You have to understand the development of the scriptures, because first off, from a creation idea, we were created from one man, one woman.
You definitely weren't.
So where are they gonna get their people to create? Like if they're not, sort of like I guess we should
Who's that?
call.
Who's Adam's mama?
Well, Adam and Eve were created by God, though. It's not like, but I don't know. As far as I know, there's no biblical scripture that says God created other people outside of Adam and Eve, though.
Then
Can I just point out that
I don't
like
have
women?
no scripture.
Then who do their kids? Who do their kids marry?
I guess they
marry
marry
God.
as far as like brothers and sisters. I don't know though. Again, this is only strictly my opinion. This is not even
Incest,
necessarily
baby.
scripture for sure, because I don't know. I don't have as a deep of a knowledge as like people that have studied scripture all their lives, because I'm only 27, so I'm not like a complete 100% expert, but I do know a lot about
Well, why aren't
scripture.
you at the fucking monastery?
Why am I at the monastery?
Yeah,
I don't
man,
even.
you got to keep studying until you become atheist.
I want to point out though that like women were the first to bite out of the fruit of knowledge, and we seem to have kept that. It's called mitochondrial DNA.
Well, you're not. No offense, Mel, but you're not a woman. No.
Oh, you can't. Well, you're not an expert.
Well, I can tell biology. If you're originally a
You
dude,
can.
you're a
You
dude.
can tell biology.
Yeah, if you're a dude, you're a dude.
Which is a biological thing.
And so, what's the difference between sex and gender?
What was the point of bringing up the mitochondrial DNA, Melanie?
Oh, just that women are probably smarter.
Okay, so
because
feminism for the win.
All right, so I was just
I guess-
seeing if so James' resistance like it was actually kind of on point.
So we're all equally dumb here, is what he's saying, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I'm probably less likely
Nice
to
try,
be dumb.
Melanie.
Feminized brain.
You don't have more mitochondrial DNA than.
Well, no, we all have the
Nice
same amount
try.
of men and women have the same amount of mitochondrial DNA. You get it from your mothers. Dumbasses.
All right, so maybe you are smarter than us, and you're somehow. No, just kidding. It must be in your DNA. I'm just playing.
So really, James, one man and one woman. Hey, do you think that we'd be able to see that in like our genetics, since you're a biology expert?
Well, I mean, we can tell that humanity biologically is degrading, though. I mean, people have said that they can tell that.
That's not answering my question. My question was, we have the Human Genome Project. We can basically trace back everyone's lineage. Don't you think we'd be able to see Adam and Eve back there?
Well, you'd have to be able to trace the mitochondrial, but the problem is they
We
can't
do.
trace the mitochondrial no further back than Noah, apparently, according to some people. That's at least that's what they say at the Ark Encounter. I mean, I don't know. 'Cause
Yeah,
they
I've
have,
never
like,
seen
a
anything that
DNA
says that it ends at
testing
Noah.
area.
Yeah, no, that's literally only a religious belief. You only believe that if you believe in the Bible as literal.
And I wonder if they tracked you down. Like, how long ago was it? Do they have any idea?
I haven't looked into anything that they've come up with lately. It's been at least a good, I would say, 2 years since I looked at anything about far as the Ark Encounter. Maybe 2.5, because I don't keep up to date with what they're doing.
Did you say something about the Ark encounter? Like, are you talking about that Ark that you can go visit and tour?
Yeah, the one in Kentucky.
Right, right.
Kentucky.
Yeah, they
An
got
Ark in Kentucky.
They have a
They got an
rep.
arc. They got a model of the arc in Kentucky. It's called the Ark Encounter. It's by
Kent Hovind.
Ken Ham, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, they got a so-called
Under
replica of the-
Mosaic law and Christian teaching. So Christian teachings is tradition, right? That's not scriptural. Is Mosaic law in the Bible?
Well,
Don't try
depends
to
on what
look. I'm just trying to understand this, James. You don't need to fucking carry water for. I don't believe it, anyways. I'm just curious about it. Does anybody know if Mosaic law is biblical, or is it?
It's the law of Moses, right?
Well, the law, according to what they call it Christianity, it's the law given through Moses, and in fact, also the little hats would call it the law given through Moses as well. Like the idea of that Moses had a law given to him.
And it was, yeah.
I don't know if they
part of
call it exactly the Mosaic law.
The
because
Mosaic
they-
law, also known as the law of Moses, refers to the body of laws given by God to the Israelites through Moses. These laws are primarily found in the first 5 books of the Bible, known as the Pentateuch. The Mosaic law encompasses a wide range of commandments, statutes, and ordinances that govern the religious, moral, and social life of the Israelites. So yeah, it looks like it is biblical.
I like how that one passage is just
it is
like also
biblical.
like kill them, by the way. Just kill them if they do incest. The one above it.
So yeah, it's saying that would be, according to Leviticus, what could be a capital punishment or something.
So moral, so ethical. I love it. Just kidding.
I mean, you can love it like God loves, I don't know, the people that he drowned.
Well, and this was not for incest particularly. This death penalty was prescribed to if a son, screws his.
The next passage.
That's incest.
The next passage describes, I think, a man.
I guess it could be.
The next passage.
I guess father's wife could be like a stepmother as well.
That's what I was thinking when I said it. But yeah,
Okay,
it could be either way, I guess. Yeah.
And then the next one, if you have sex with your sister, what happens?
And then, like you said, that then you're to be removed from the people.
Fuck out of here.
And that includes it seems like half siblings too.
Well,
Because it says if it's your father's child or your mother's child.
Okay, now if you really want to get into it, you could make the argument that religion was, yes, created to control the masses, and that if you look at what the royalty literally, I'll ask ChatGPT, has royalty throughout all of history, inbred within the family. Yes, all royalty, one of the traits, they inbreed.
Right.
Yeah, I actually heard somebody make a really good case one time for how inbreeding was actually like a secret to success. I don't remember. It was a long time ago, and it was kind of creepy. I didn't enjoy listening to it, but like the logic was pretty good.
Yeah, fuck genetic diversity. How dare you adapt to?
I mean, you got to
changes
admit
of
they're still in
population.
power. Those inbred fuckers are still in power.
And when we look at animals, for example,
power begets power.
In animals, do we celebrate genetic diversity or do we celebrate purebred?
Well, that's in the things that we artificially select in like ecology. Now we celebrate genetic diversity. It's called biodiversity.
Whoa.
And so I think you'd have to really look into, and I've tried myself, and I haven't been able to find, like, they say, like, oh, because if you inbreed, then you're likely to have like certain recessive genes or whatever it is, or dominant genes that are like susceptible to certain
homozygous
diseases.
conditions.
Yeah, and it's like as long as you don't have some sort of like weird mutated disease that's being passed along in your lineage.
No, it doesn't need to be a mutation. It can be well established in the population, like the schizotypal gene.
Yeah, I probably misspoke when I said mutation. What I meant was that I think that it's sort of like this thing that's actually based on like flimsy science at best, where it's kind of just scrapped together to scare people out of it and just say, look, if you inbreed, you're going to have genetic mutations, and that's the end of it. When you really get down to looking at the science, is that really accurate? How accurate is that?
It's not flimsy at all. There's a few things that we already know of and more coming out all the time about homozygous conditions being a disease, and the heterozygous conditions where one of your parent either has dominant and the other has recessive, or just, you know, only one of your parents has a copy of the gene to begin with, and that allows it to be adaptive instead. Sickle cell anemia is another example, and we're probably going to find out a lot of diseases that seem to have untreatable origins. I'm thinking, well, there's just what's a good one, like Parkinson's and stuff like that. We're probably going to find like, okay, a lot of people carry the gene. Why do they carry the genes? Because it's an adaptation to something we have yet to uncover.
I mean, see, what I feel like though is if I take your logic to the extreme, I say, okay, we're going to eventually live into a world where there is no such thing as different races. You're saying, and you're actually arguing that that's ideal. You're actually arguing for the abolition of different races, which is almost, if you think about it, a racist theory in itself. You're kind of saying that, you know,
Right, but what would the genetic diversity among that single race be? It would be incredibly high relative to the races we have now. So you wouldn't see disease-borne or race-borne diseases in a
but would you
population.
see like certain specializations within different races, for example, you know, like, you know what I'm saying? Would we weed out certain things that could be considered strong genetic traits within people as well?
There's really no such thing. The things that are strongest are usually like the hardest to like mutate out of because they're part of like our fetal development. The Hox gene is a good example. You can still have mutations to that, but you're almost never going to be able to pass them on. So,
due to natural selection,
just not being able to reproduce if your Hox genes are mutated.
Oh, got it.
Not even infertility, just biologically impossible because
So you won't be
you're
able
so
to pass
deformed.
off your genes to a new generation, right?
Yeah. So like most of these strong things that you're talking about are the things that like without them, you know, they would just disappear on their own. Most bad mutations disappear on their own anyways.
Well, Melanie, we lost flow state.
Yeah, that's my goal in life. Losing flow state.
Yeah,
that allows me to call him slow state.
Yeah, that's funny.
I have a
Yeah.
question for you.
Right on.
You talk a big game about mushrooms and shamanism, but can you walk the walk? Because I'm going to put myself to the test on stream.
What do you mean? You're gonna eat mushrooms on stream? You're saying?
Well, I'm not saying I will or won't. But have you ever heard of Finnegan's Wake?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, it sounds familiar, but I don't know what it is exactly.
If you knew how fucking like psychedelic this book is, just in like the words alone, or like more like the made up words. I could give you an example. It's kind of like a weird retelling of Goldilocks and the Three Bears, but I think you have to be on mushrooms for it to like really make sense. That is my theory.
Oh yeah, totally, dude. I can totally believe that. It's probably true. You know.
So, but if that were the case, everyone on mushrooms would agree what it's about, I guess, right? Or
Well, I still think you'd have subjective experiences, but I feel like the part of your brain that's like, oh, that's not a real word, and then you focus on that instead of just like kind of letting the neurolinguistics flow. Because of like sensory gating and all these things that are inhibited by psychedelics, it might be easier to kind of grab the essence of what the writer meant rather than focusing word for word.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, when you're in those states, you can grasp, I mean, so much more, you know, like you're talking about that it's becomes this thing where it's almost hard to talk about, you know, right?
You can also go off a deep end in something that's totally not there. So it's good to have like a feeling of being grounded.
So would it help you understand a foreign language? Like if I went to another country that didn't speak English and you know what I mean? Like I took some shrooms, I might understand what they're saying.
No. I definitely think like what I'm talking about with Finnegan's Wake, he's still using English.
Although I would say that there is some sort of possibility in that. And in fact, that I don't mean to interrupt, but I know it sounds crazy, but that's what I'm saying. I think these things are so magical and so powerful enough. And this is what the speaking in tongues is in the Bible, you know, that no matter what language they were speaking in, or you could speak and they could hear you no matter what language they spoke. Like people think that speaking in tongues is speaking gibberish, but it's actually understanding somebody who doesn't speak your language when you're talking to them.
Yeah, speaking in other languages, yeah, I can totally agree with that.
Yeah, and I think mushrooms are the foundation of language. Like that's how we first started to speak, was through eating these mushrooms. And I think that, yeah, like you're saying, that it's possible. I wouldn't put it past somebody. I'm not saying that it's like a guaranteed thing, but I wouldn't put it past somebody that if they said they were on mushrooms, they could understand another language. You know, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh,
by
I would, because like our ability to understand language isn't just like deeply hardwired. It's something we develop as we grow.
I could go with you on that, but then I would say that languages are probably all linked, you know, have some sort of common linkality for the most part. Like, you know, you can practically read Spanish, for example, because it's so close to English. And then if you just,
I don't know. Have you ever heard of like someone from Scotland who's really like, I don't know if it's north or whatever, like where the dialect gets really harsh is like, I can't.
Like that's what I was gonna say. The farther you go back, like when you get farther enough back, you're gonna reach a language like like you said, these ones where they're not even resembling English, right? But at some, don't you think that there is some commonality that we're not picking up on? You know,
Oh, there's even neurolinguistic commonality, but here's the thing is like, so like with a noun, right? If let's say like all the words for cat have Germanic origins, there's maybe like a 25% chance that the word's going to be similar enough. But let's say like Latin got in there through some sort of like cultural thing. This actually happens a lot in Spanish, where like prudente instead of caution, it's like two totally different words, right? So like some of it's like intuitive, but I don't think it's objective is what I mean. And because again, going back to how we develop these things, we have like the framework for language in our brains that naturally develops, but what we actually put into the frame is what we actually learn to associate with like certain nouns, certain verbs. There's different rules across languages for how to conjugate verbs and stuff like that. Like I fucking flunked out of French the moment they tried to teach me that, because I may actually have a brain that's terrible for learning languages, according to one of my psychologists.
Prudente is prudent, right? I thought you said caution is cuidado.
Oh, you're right. Okay. Sorry, my Spanish teacher taught us though prudente is to be cautious.
Can I ask a question?
Grade 10 Spanish class for
Why
you.
are we listening to someone who doesn't understand the linguistic understanding of men versus women?
Because it's not just linguistic. There's a difference between sex and gender.
Yeah,
and it's 2025
you're
now.
playing linguistic games with the idea of men versus, and then we're going to hear you babble about.
You're the one
linguistic
doing the
ability.
narrative right now, right? Because you're trying to
No,
turn
sir,
being
sir,
trans, which is a
sir.
See, again, you're the one playing. You just did sir. It's a pronoun thing. That's a linguistic game.
Sir. We're listening.
You're looking for
to
connotations.
a lecture of we're listening to you pontificate.
I wasn't talking about
when you
gender,
don't know the difference between a man and a woman, and you play linguistic games to try to expand the definitions
and
to
you're
include
just getting
yourself.
triggered. And you're just getting
Not
triggered.
Man, sir, I'm not
Look,
triggered.
it's fine if you don't have anything to contribute to the discussion, but look at yourself.
Sir,
right
you
now.
don't
Look
have
how you're
anything to
acting.
contribute in life, sir.
Do you think
All
that
right,
this is mature adult behavior?
No, I am mature, sir.
I wish
you
you
ran
were.
for me on
I
every
wish you were
panel. You want to
mature.
continue running?
Oh, okay. No, I don't want to like do like attacks or like, and my whole thing is avoiding.
No,
that.
I'm just making the ironic
No, this is
identification
Imperious
that you have someone talking
living
about
his best
language who
life
doesn't know
here.
the difference between a man and a woman.
If we're being honest, Imperious living his best life is cyberbullying. He's not going to do much better than that. So let's just give him this.
My best
this is
life
all
is
he's
just
got.
knowing
This is
I'm
all
so
he's
much better than you are. That's all that matters.
You can't really blame the guy for not having much more potential.
You can't blame somebody who doesn't know the difference between man and woman and then pontificates about nonsense they don't understand.
Look,
So is that
if you
sort
want
of?
to know what you're talking about someday, then I'll gladly have a discussion with you.
Well,
about
do
it.
you know the difference between a man and a woman?
Nope.
Yeah. Okay, you just refer to gender, not biological sex.
No. What's the difference? No, gender conforms 99.8% of times to sex. So if you want to take
So
the
secondary
0.02
sexual
percentage,
characteristics.
if you want to take the 0.02 percentage and call them genetic freaks,
You're
we can
referring
do
to
that.
secondary
We
sexual
can call them.
character-
We can call them genetic
They're not
deformities.
freaks. The body is
No,
made to
they're
adapt.
called
The
genetic.
body
They're
is made
called
to respond to hormones.
They're called
See,
genetic deformities, just like red hair.
we're already at
They're
the
a
cutoff.
genetic deformity.
We're already
They're a
at the cut-
genetic deformity.
See, we're already at
They're
the
a
cutoff of
genetic
your biological.
deformity, correct?
Yeah, we're already at the cutoff of your biological
Sir,
information.
are they a genetic
No.
deformity or no?
No, trans people are not genetic deformity.
Yes,
we're already at the cutoff. We're
trans
already at
people
the
are mentally
cutoff
ill.
of your biological
No,
information.
trans people are mentally ill.
Hey,
That's
hold on a
completely
second.
separate
So
from
we're
if you're
already at the
born.
cutoff of your
If
biological
you're born,
information.
if you're born.
All right. hold on a second. There's too many people talking at once, man. You know, I think it's a fair discussion. If he's curious, if he's following you around, and obviously he's interested in this thing he has questions about, maybe you can help answer some of his questions. But we got to be rational. We got to do it in a way where, you know, where we can do it right. So let's try asking
Yeah, I
him questions.
apologize, brother. It's your show.
He doesn't want
I'm not
answers.
following
He
it
just wants to
around.
narrate over this.
I'm not following it around, sir. You'll know
It's a
who I
giant
am the longer you
filibuster.
stay on. Sir, you'll know the longer you are on YouTube who I am.
Yeah, you're a waste of space.
This thing, so, you know, this channel, this platform needs an enema, and this thing that's here
Graphic.
right now on this panel, it is just a representation of the insanity and the reflection of the insanity of the world we live in.
See, this is someone who needs to take mushrooms.
And sir, I don't need to numb myself. The world and my life
Not
is
what
so
mushrooms do.
fantastic.
Mushrooms
I don't
literally
need
do
to
the
take,
opposite of numbing
sir.
you.
I don't need to
It's
take
so funny.
narcotics. I don't need to take
It's not a
narcotics to make
narcotic.
my
You're an idiot.
sir. I don't need to take narcotics to make my life better. My life is fantastic. I have friends. I've been with beautiful women. I've traveled the world. I have a dual citizenship. I make great money. Why do I need to, you know, subvert myself and lower myself to your standards?
Oh, okay.
Can you
So
answer that? Can you answer me that?
No, I stepped away. I lost interest in what you were saying.
I know you've lost interest, but you can get off the show now.
no, I don't. You know, no attacking people. You know, that's not cool.
I'm not attacking. I'm just saying, get this thing out of here. Like it
No,
goes around all these panels. Look, and I give the Furby a
See
lot
how
of credit.
triggered he is?
No, I give the Furby credit
So
because you
triggered.
know, unlike a lot of the troons, the Furby doesn't actually call to silence people. So I give Furby the credit on that.
No, that's just you.
No, I will give Furby the credit on that. That it doesn't go around
Please
asking to
listen to the
silence.
No, actually, Steelman, listen to the hypocrite who says that I don't do that, but I should also get that punishment for apparently
No, I'm
not
not
conforming to his
saying to
worldview.
silence you. I'm just
Yeah,
just
you're
running
telling me,
you
you're
over.
saying to get me
No,
off. of
no,
the
I'm not.
panel.
Furby,
You're
don't
being a
be
little bitch.
disingenuous.
You're being a little
Don't be
crybaby right now,
disingenuous.
right?
We've had these
You're being a
arguments
little
on all over
crybaby
shows.
right now, right?
Don't
No,
be
let's be honest.
disingenuous.
You
Don't be
need to get the
disingenuous.
Furby off the panel. I'm too twigger. I need my safe
Yeah,
space.
get off the panel if you're going to be stupid.
Yeah, you need your little safe
So
space.
you've been
right
on
now,
here
don't
8
you?
hours.
You need a little safe
Like
space.
Flo,
It's okay, dude.
dude,
No,
Flo
if you
told
need
me
a
you've
safe
been on here
space,
for hours, dude. It's
just say
fine.
it with your chest, though. Say it. Be brave and say that you need a safe space right now.
Oh, this is
Sir,
probably just me who's been on, you know, and
Melanie
and
goes on, dude. The Furby goes on a lot of channels
okay,
and talks a lot
say
of
they
shit.
do. Let's just
So many
say, okay,
channels.
hold on. I want to hold on and stick to this all this argument because I really do think that Melanie kind of is pointing out that you're kind of making a weak argument in my opinion, which is you're saying that Melanie, you're wrong about this one subject, so therefore you're wrong about everything you say, and I'm saying that that's not necessarily inherently true. Just because they
No,
might have
I'm
a
not
misconception
extrapolating
about
that.
something.
You literally
No,
said we
Melanie's
shouldn't.
are wrong
You
about
literally said
arguments
people
because
shouldn't
of the
listen to
arguments
me because I'm
Melanie's presented
trans.
over the years.
You
Like
literally
that,
said people.
Melanie's not wrong. The
See, he
troon
just
is
doesn't.
not
He doesn't
wrong.
stop. You literally
The troon
said.
is not innately wrong.
See?
It's not innately wrong. It's wrong because of its arguments.
You literally said that people shouldn't listen to me because I'm trans. So yes, you did do
No,
that.
I said they shouldn't
have
listen
a
to you
shred
about
of self-awareness,
linguistics.
please. Just a shred.
I
Just a
said they
shred of
shouldn't listen to you
self-awareness.
about linguistics.
Yeah,
I
because you
said they
don't know
shouldn't listen to
the
you about
difference between
linguistics.
a man and a woman.
Yeah, because and then you
Because
reduce
if
what
you
I was
don't,
talking down to a
if you don't
linguistics thing.
know,
Yeah, I
if you
was talking.
don't
No,
know,
we're talking about linguistics. So I'm
Yeah,
identifying that.
being trans isn't just a linguistics thing.
No, but okay. So am I wrong to state that they shouldn't listen to you about linguistics?
Well, let me talk. Okay, I want to touch on this point with you real quick, Imperious, which is that I kind of touched on this linguistics thing a minute ago with the last caller, and he seemed to totally disagree with me. So I was saying that the courts.
Later.
I was
Sorry, I forgot to mute.
Oh no, that's cool. I was saying that the courts had changed the definition of marriage. That historically speaking, that marriage by legal definition was the union between a man and a woman. That the courts changed that definition, and now I was arguing that the courts are playing linguistic games, and and this guy who's, or you know, not this guy, but I'm saying the guy who was arguing with me was saying that, you know, now gay people have the right to be married because the court said they do, and I was saying that that's impossible because marriage is, unless you change the definition, right? And so I guess what I'm saying is there's a lot of people who are playing linguistic games, including the courts, For example, when they say, oh, the right to bear arms, but you don't have the right to have a fully automatic weapon. Let's take it there. Well, that's playing linguistic games, because the right to bear arms is the right to, historically speaking, was to own all the military grade weapons at the time when it was written. So we're taking this, playing linguistic games like the freedom of speech. Well, that's not an unbridled term, right? You're not allowed to use, vulgarity or whatever. You're not allowed to make true threats. Well, you're going to say, well, the courts are playing linguistic games. They're saying you have this right, but then they're saying you don't have these rights, or this means that, but then they're not applying it this way. And so what I'm saying is, I think you're being arbitrary in how you're applying your judgment. What do you think about that?
Rights are an abstract, correct? They don't exist. Correct?
Well, we can say
what doesn't exist?
Rights don't exist. They're an abstract, correct?
Do basic human needs not exist?
No, needs and rights are two separate questions.
But no, I'm asking, do basic human needs exist?
Yeah, there's the need for water,
So then
food.
rights address
No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't.
But rights address something people objectively need.
Rights. You're instilling. Okay.
Okay, again, let's try this again.
Moral and philosophy.
I know you fell off the rails. Let's just try this one more time. Let me just show you.
Sir, are you going to let me answer the question that the host
Let me just show you that what I said made sense. Sir, first of all, food is a basic need. Food is a basic need.
Wait, I think Melanie has a point. Can we listen to Melanie's point?
But sir, you asked me a question, sir.
No,
you want me to answer the question, or am I going to load up
asking you to follow along with my logic.
I mean, I can do that. I just need to write down.
I'm telling you what to do right now. Listen to me.
You got to moderate.
Yes,
well,
I'm telling you.
I don't even remember.
Food is a basic. Here,
your
I'll just say
question
it
was
for you.
talking about the court's jurisprudence, about what defines rights.
Okay. Let him answer, since I did ask him a direct question.
I work in the legal field, but I should probably know this. If you're talking, look at rights.
Be more specific. What's your actual job?
Yeah, I'm going to turn
it. Put one on backstage at a time.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm just going to let him. Since I asked him a question, I'm just going to let him answer it directly, real quick.
Yeah, it's very simple. Okay, interpretation of jurisprudence is completely different than the idea that you're trying to present. That language is changed. Language is not changed. Originalism in the legal sense is the paradigm to which you revert back to what the definitions and what the paradigm of the words meant at the time of the founding. Like when you talk about arms, for example, a lot of people nowadays don't consider arms to be body armor, but the founders did. Arms consisted of defensive capabilities as well as offensive. So you need to understand the breadth and scope of things that you're talking about before you just compartmentalize.
How is anything
basically just ignore the
because
concept of semantic
you want
change?
me to explain it to you?
Yeah, you don't think you answered the question.
Okay, for example, the right of when you define freedom of speech, okay, it doesn't just say a right. An abstract right doesn't just go unlimited, because when you have unlimited rights, you have no rights at all. So every right has a limit.
What about the one that says shall not be infringed? The right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Okay, shall not be infringed. Does that supersede the Constitution, wherein it states that, I believe the Fifth Amendment, or the 14th Amendment, due process under law? Do you understand why all these laws are done? It's called substantive due process.
So, like,
the reason these laws are interpreted. No, this is a paradigm completely. You're interpreting words through a scope. These are interpretations through ideology.
Are all laws moral?
No. There's
okay.
There's malice laws, and there's procedural laws. Like there's laws that we make because we think it's a moral turpitude. And then there's laws that we make because it's procedural. There's laws that we make because of bureaucracy, not malice per dictum. Like you understand that, like laws that say do not murder is a moral law, and that laws that say you can't have a barrel over 16 inches is a procedural law.
And
like
so
this is what I'm saying. You need to go. Well, if you want me to walk you through laws,
I don't need you to. I don't want you to. I know all about law.
That's only a law. That's only a law.
So don't bring up the fourth interpretation of jurisprudence when you're not understanding.
How am I not? What am I not understanding?
Time, place, and manner restrictions have always been there.
Okay, well then let's just go on a different one here and say the laws that have changed. For example, like when they said all men are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, when really they didn't mean all men, right? Because they had slaves.
Yeah, at that time, blacks weren't men.
Right. So what I mean is, who's playing word games here? I'm not playing word games.
That's not a word game. They did not consider at the time that was written black people to be men.
I mean, Aquarius was wrong the moment he said that words don't change over time. They definitely do. It's called semantic change.
No. You change them.
Okay, so let's just say we
words
change.
don't.
Oh, I choose to. Oh, I
expand them. Like when you said, no, we expand and we use linguistic tricks to expand definitions of words.
But let's just use
change linguistic tricks. For example, insurrection. We changed the definition
of what an
insurrection is.
That's cute. You're probably just mad about Jan 6. That's really
no. I'm
cute.
happy about it. I think we should do it again and burn the whole thing down.
Entire
it's the people's right to burn. It's the people's right to burn down Congress if they feel like it.
Entire languages change.
Can I just say I called it?
No, am I wrong? Am I wrong, Melanie? Is it not? Is the power not inherent with the people or no?
But you kind of are wrong, because if a small group of people decide they want to burn down a government building, does that?
Oh, you mean like the founding fathers?
Well, no, yeah, because what I'm saying is, and that's a perfect example. I'm not saying that a violent revolution was ever the right answer. You know,
it's always the right answer.
Well, no, look at Gandhi, for example.
Fuck Gandhi. What did he do? Nothing. And they have now they have two nations pointing nukes at each other.
How did he not accomplish the same thing?
Because Gandhi, like all Buddhists, like all Taoists, like all Shiite, like they have no moral epistemology.
In fact, I would say that they clearly have a higher moral, epistemology.
No, they just have directives. No, remember, their cycle of rebirth and their cycle of escaping suffering is eventually pure death.
No,
they are a cult of death worshippers, because to escape Buddhism, the ultimate escape is to escape suffering through actual eternal death.
Well, hold
that
on.
That is the fundamental structure of Buddhism, and that
I
is
just
why
want to
it's
stop. But see, you're going
That's
off
not
on
what Buddhism is at all.
Well, hold on. He's throwing a red herring out there. Don't get on Buddhism, because we can't say exactly what Gandhi did or didn't believe. What we can say is that what he did.
You can read his works.
But what I'm saying is that regardless, I don't even care if he was a damn Satanist. The point is that his works were showing you that he was on the moral high ground. He was willing to.
No, it wasn't. What is the paradigm that he's presenting, and why is it that violence is wrong?
If his moral epistemology is off, like where do you get yours from, and how's it right?
Well, exactly, and that's what I'm trying to say. You have to derive it from what is correct. He derived it from human interpretation of reincarnation, and the logical progression of Buddhism was that you must escape eternal suffering by eternal death and no longer existing. That is the eternal escape.
But what does that even have to do with
the ego?
What does that have to do with anything, really?
It has to do with the fact that unless you're deriving it from the eternal logos and actual truth, you're just deriving it from human ideology.
But let's
say you know what the eternal logos is.
Christ.
You met him?
Yeah, every day. He's with me every day.
He's trying to red herring us. He's trying to say that the forefathers were more righteous because they violently overthrew their rebellers than Gandhi, who passively overthrew his. And I'm saying, how
he didn't passively overthrow anything. He didn't passively overthrow anything.
Well, didn't he overthrow?
No. He traded one conflict for another.
Well, yeah. So did our forefathers.
He traded the conflict of the British with the conflict with the Pakis.
And our forefathers traded the conflict of the British with the conflict within each other. We can talk about
the war. Exactly. But the difference was there was longer peace between once the founders did it. There was a longer structure of a result.
And then what did more like longer?
There was 100 years of peace. The moment Gandhi died, the moment that they split, Pakistan and India started fighting, and it's been that way since.
Okay, but the moment that our forefathers
now they have nuclear weapons pointed at each other, correct?
But dude, you're missing the whole point. Is that even George Washington warned us of the two faction parties or the factions within government?
The parties have no problem. That's not. Do you think George Washington was not a supporter of violent insurrection if it occurred? What do you think the founders want? Do you understand that many of the founders wanted to write in the Constitution that every year there should be a complete revolution?
I think they were trying to make something that didn't need to be overthrown.
No. The founders were awesome. They were actual rebels. They actually believed that human beings should have violent rebel. What did they say? They said the tree of liberty must be quenched with the blood of patriots and tyrants.
Yeah, but you bring up my point, which is that they wanted a violent revolution every periodic, right? Because like you're saying is that they knew that this government that they created was going to
all
go to
governments innately.
Yeah, so people keep throwing these governments and having revolutions and then instilling another shitty government over and over again.
No, they said that you would violently overthrow the government and create a reflective government for that time, and then you'd violently overthrow it again and do the same cycle.
But wait, you're conservative. You want to go back into the past, not reflect.
Yeah, I do. That's what we did in the past.
But what I'm saying is, so every time they have a revolution, they have to have another one because every time they instill a government,
sure, eventually, yeah, why not?
And I'm not saying that that's necessarily wrong, but I'm
Why
saying that
why would that be wrong? You're weeding out the weakness and you're dissolving something that no longer works. Remember, democracy is a failed government because democracy is reflective. It's reactive. It's not proactive.
So even if you're going to
for
have
like an actual direct democracy,
but even if you're going to have a government revolution, why do you say that if it's not a violent revolution, that it's not as valid as a peaceful revolution?
Because nonviolent revolutions don't occur.
But didn't I give you an example with Gandhi?
Gandhi did the same people that Gandhi was against in his own country in India. The people that he was fighting against and saying, no, we shouldn't be doing it, are the ones that eventually took power in India. So again, all that bullshit meant
but the same people that we were fighting against in our violent revolution, the Brits ended up coming over and taking over the government.
Wait, when did they come over and take over?
Through the legal system, through passing all these.
Wait, hold on. No.
Through the lawyers, through the bar association.
The bar association is an accreditation standard.
What I'm saying is that clearly the lawyers took over the military.
No, the lawyers, yes, the lawyers. The founding fathers were lawyers. John Adams defended the freaking Boston, the Boston Massacre.
And the founding fathers were statesmen, right? They were like congressmen, senators, all of those things. And
not all of them, no.
Many of them were, including
George
George
Washington wasn't a statesman.
Yes, George Washington was like the senator of Louisiana, or not Louisiana.
No, sir.
Here, yes,
he was a general in the army. He fought in the French and Indian War and stuff. What are you talking about?
No, okay, let's look this up. Here, I don't want to search it without you.
And he was after the Continental Convention, I believe he was the president of the Continental Convention.
But he was okay. Here. Was Washington a?
We didn't have representatives in Congress or in Parliament. That was the whole issue.
He worked for the government.
No, we didn't have representation in Parliament.
No, what I'm saying is each state. What state? South Carolina. He was from South Carolina, right?
Yeah, but he was from Virginia.
Virginia. Yeah, so he was a statesman.
His love Virginia. What are you talking about? No.
So, okay, well, let's look it up right now. Like, I don't see why you're so.
There were no parliamentary representatives for the colonies. That was the issue.
But you don't think the colonies had statesmen representing them, or like had government officials?
No, we had governors here.
He wasn't
we had governors and we had bureaucracy from governors and stuff, but we didn't have like a congressional representation where we had our own like Congress that made our own laws separate. No, sir. There were governors here.
He was
the governor of Virginia, the governor of South Carolina, the governor of Georgia. Like they were governors, and there may have been appointments by governors. Like you're the sheriff, or I don't even remember what they called those. The magistrate of this district, sure. But there was no government representation like that. Like, oh, you had your parliamentary representation.
That's not true at all. It was actually the government of the colonies that got together and said, let's all.
There was not a government. They couldn't have had a government. There was only one government, Parliament. That was the entire issue about a revolution. When they did that and got together, that's when the king said, no, you guys are going to get your heads on a spit.
Okay, he was elected to the Virginia House of Burgesses.
The Burgesses, yes. That's a Virginia state house. That has nothing to do with government
Well, back then,
representation.
the states were the sovereign. There was no.
No,
federal
they're
government.
not sovereign. That was the.
But okay, no, they weren't until they exactly. So what happened was the states, though, they had their houses, right? So they weren't sovereign, but they were.
No, dude, they did those houses. What they did was they sent a letter asking the king, "Can we do this?" They had nothing. They were a
right, but they were statesmen.
No, they
statesmen.
weren't.
The House of
No, they
Burgesses.
weren't.
Then why were you think he was
Because
just?
it was like saying
was
you're
an
a
elected
school board.
official.
If you're on
He
the
was-
school board, are you a statesman?
Are you an elected member of the
Are
school
you
board?
if you're on the school board, are you a statesman?
I don't know.
Well, you work for the government.
No, you don't. You're a local magistrate.
That's not true. Yes, you do.
Not
If you work, if
he
you're
was not a
if
member
you're
of
on the school
parliament,
board,
sir.
no. If you're
He
on the
was
school
not
board,
a member of parliament.
no. Let's just get back to because I'm right on that. I can concede on
The
that. If you're a
House of
member,
Burgess is meant.
hold on. Are you going to gloss over that point because
nothing.
you? Why are you trying to?
It is not, he was not a statesman.
You're
because
literally just trying
only
to go
had
ahead
one
of things. Why
government.
are you going so far ahead? Why can't we come back and say, look, if you're on the school board and someone wants to take pictures of you and post articles about you,
You're not
you
a statesman.
I just don't
A
understand why it matters if
statesman
someone
has
is a statesman.
a
Like, who cares?
statesman has
So what?
specific definitions about dealing with other powers, foreign powers.
Even if he was or wasn't, so what? I'm missing a bigger point here.
No, a statesman has direct inference that you're dealing with other nations,
up a good
other
point,
powers.
Charlie.
A statesman, for example, the Secretary of State or the Senate.
Okay, I'm just going to mute him for a second because I think we're all he's drilling in his point, and I get what he's
I
trying
don't.
to pick it. Well, I don't really get it either. He's just trying to say that I'm saying it wrong because
No, he wasn't a statesman because there was no government other than parliament.
That's why he won't let me
What you're
clarify.
talking about right now is like a school board that the parliament didn't even know about. And once once the king
Bro,
found out about it,
you can't let people talk like on. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to tell you how to do your channel, but like, I mean, it's been like 95% that one dude.
No,
See what I was dealing with earlier?
Yeah. So I just wanted to come back up. I appreciate you letting me up earlier as well. Steelman, lawyer dog.
Yeah, well, I wanted to tell the guy real quick in his backstage. I'm not trying to put somebody back. I want everyone to be able to feel like they get to speak and say, and their points are being made. But at the same time, it has to be done where we can hear and we're not overriding everybody.
Yeah, but like I didn't want to come up here for too long. I mean, I just wanted to kind of point out that you've been going for like 8 hours. I don't want you to drain yourself. I consider you.
I'll get to bed here in a little bit, man. Thanks, dude.
Yeah. I mean,
make sure
I do care about you. Yeah. But great arguments all night long, and at some point I'm going to have to find a place where I don't know why I can't unblock you because I believe like that's the problem. Like I don't see your chats because I had you blocked and I've unhidden you, but I don't see your chats. I'm gonna have to do that somehow. I'll find you somewhere where it's probably at DLZ. I'll probably see it because I'm.
Can I ask a simple question? If the House of Burgess could not even petition Parliament, every action that they did had to be approved by a company, not Parliament. Are they a state? Do they remember a company?
Yeah, generally speaking, that is actually how it works. Companies, states, nations. This is actually how it works.
The answer to your question,
hold on. Slow down, Imperious. So that is generally how it works. So companies are formed the same way states are formed, the same way nations are formed. A group of people get together, make a quote unquote social contract, and then abide by those rules, bylaws, laws, however you want to call it. That is generally how it works. Yeah, it's called
I think you're not.
It's all the same. It's all the same legal jargon. We're gonna agree to this or we're gonna agree to that. And
you're very slow, sir. You're slow.
You are an idiot. You're a fucking retard. You're a moron. I've heard you.
Jamaica.
Oh goodness, boy, oh boy. What a mess.
I think you had a point that we were kind of getting into the weeds and we needed to like zoom out again, go back to the original argument.
Yeah, people said good arguments, and I haven't been here long. I'll grant you that, but I have no idea. Like,
Dude, you understand? Okay, let me ask you a question. If Congress passed a law, and
Dude, like he's
Energizer
trolling.
Bunny.
He's
Yeah,
trolling, bro.
he's the Energizer Bunny.
He's trolling. I mean, you see that, right? I mean, like, you see that, right? I mean, he's trolling.
This is what we call the filibuster. Every question is rhetorical.
From him, you mean?
Yeah.
Right. It goes from one to the next to the next. I'm like, wait, how is this connected? I'm so confused. Because he's a statesman, he's better than Gandhi. I don't get it, bro. But what you said, you go back to the original argument. What is that? I'd love to. What is
Oh,
it?
that we can have nonviolent revolutions.
Absolutely, there's examples of nonviolent revolutions. All you would have to do is Google it, and you would see that, whether it was, the Civil Rights Acts, the Civil Rights Movement led by Martin Luther King, or probably it does list Gandhi as well. Yeah, there's examples of it. Whether they suit his definition or not, I don't know. But it wouldn't be the first time that your word doesn't suit his definition, whether it's a man or a woman. So, you know what I mean? Like, but the bigger point is, okay, so what?
Also, anyone who's a traditionalist should recognize that, like, pretty much every election since the one that John Adams won has had a peaceful transition of power, and that tradition has been upheld up until like Donald Trump. So, like, something that's been going on for that long in America probably should be upheld. Just saying, it's part of.
Well, and I mean, I don't believe in the party system at all. I think it's totally controlled. I think this whole transition of power thing.
Money.
Yeah, I mean, I think I could, make the argument that it's all corrupt for big bankers, and if people could say that they've enslaved the entire population completely or whatever it is, I'm willing to walk with them all down that path. But with that said, like, I'm not buying that, like, the Democrats and the Republicans hate each other and that they want to stop each other. But I'm not even. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting.
I mean,
Democrats
many
cross
elections.
the aisle. Sorry, just to point out, the Democrats cross the aisle and try to get each other to vote on bills all the
has
time.
anyone heard of the Virginia Company of London?
Read the room,
No,
dude.
you guys are
Read
just
the
all
room.
abjectly stupid.
I try to give.
You're abjectly stupid.
Sorry, I don't know what to do, guys. I want everyone to feel like I don't want to silence somebody who wants to speak, but I want us to be able to talk to each other without yelling.
Well, then let me say what I got to say and answer the question.
Well, then let everybody talk as much as he has.
I will. I want anyone to answer this one question. Did the House of Burgess, everything they did, have to be ratified by a private company? And if so, does that reflect an actual government? Because that means that the private company owned the government.
Answer and ask the question if you want the
Okay, yeah.
answer.
No, let me summarize what
Like I
his
said,
question.
it's all rhetorical.
No, it's not. It's literally was have to happen. When the House of Burgess wanted to convene, they had to ask the Virginia company.
No,
Are you not? This is what I'm saying. You're stupid. You're stupid.
He doesn't realize he's proving my point.
Dude, ad hominems, man. You got to check out my descriptions. Nothing against me, but as soon as we start throwing insults, it literally breaks the discussion into worthless trash. There's no point in throwing an insult at somebody because it throws everything off. So please.
My bad. As worthless trash, I did not see that, and I will adhere to that now.
Oh, no. Yeah. Insults don't help. I wasn't calling anyone worthless trash. I was saying, insults take the
I'm a Furby. Do you know how many of us end up in the landfills and are still barely decaying in landfills right now?
But so his point was that House of Burgess or whatever it's called. I mean, probably not saying that right, and I'm an idiot for that, right? But whatever it is, if that doesn't amount to the highest level of a government, office or whatever, then I'm sorry if that's not really my point. My point is, even if that was like the lowest level with like very minimal power and all of that thing, my point is that
These were colonies. You didn't have a unified government yet.
yeah, so what they had was these like House of Burgess, which had some sort of state representation. The man was an elected official, so he was working for government. He probably was paid through taxes, even though maybe you can make the argument that back then they weren't paid a lot for taxes, but that's not, again, the point. The point was for what little government they had, that was considered a government position. He was in that House of Burgess government position, which was probably the highest government position that there was at the time. So that was kind of the point I'm making. Maybe it's not that he was the Senate.
No, it's that our middle managers, statesmen in a company, because that's what he was. You don't even understand what you're talking. This is what I'm saying. You have to be intelligent enough to even conceive and understand how power is enacted, how the levers of power are implemented. Like, this is what I'm saying. You guys, this is why the internet should be shut down and democracy is a failure.
Imperious. I have a question for you. Do you believe that you're smarter than everybody else on the planet?
I believe I'm smarter than the entire
Yeah, that's the
accumulated knowledge
problem.
of human
That's the
history. Yeah.
problem, right? So then, why would you even have a conversation with someone who
Because
you
I
clearly
believe in
don't believe that
Schadenfreude.
you're
I believe in
you believe
Schadenfreude.
this, right?
It amuses
You
me
ever
to
played
make
chess? You ever played
yes,
chess?
sir, I played chess my
Imperious,
entire life.
Imperious. Hello, Imperious. Hi. Have you ever
played
played
chess my whole life,
chess?
yeah.
Have you ever played chess?
Okay, guys, look, let's just say that whatever. Now, see, you guys have distracted us all again, and
There's no distraction. I'm still waiting for an answer. It's
of
a middle
course,
manager in a
you're gonna
company.
wait for an answer from someone who you
There's a
believe is
middle
dumber than
manager
you.
in a company, a
You're gonna
statesman.
wait for
Was America a
people
unified government
for
yet?
you who you don't even
Yeah, it
believe
was because
have
it was
any
under the crown.
intelligence. That's
That's
insanity.
not no. That's
It
not
was under
America.
the crown. Yeah,
See,
it had
the
it had to
House
go
In
of
through
America,
Burgess.
as we know it
Oh
today.
my
And here's the
God.
thing.
Steelman, are you in on this? Like, are you like, you like this, or are you in on this? Or?
Okay, don't need to put these guys back in.
This is easy work, bro. I'm famous, dude.
All right,
I'm just
Over
wondering, like,
hundreds of candidates. I'm famous, dude.
You're not.
you let
Infamous.
you let
He's been
this-
on more
you
panels
let
than
this-
I have. That's about all you can say.
you let that guy stay up here and distract the whole meaningful conversation on and on and on. You keep bringing him back and unmuting him and saying that you want everything to be equal, but it's clearly not. It hasn't been.
Okay, so because I feel like I don't know. Yeah, I feel like he keeps getting pulled away too. It's like because there's so many people on the too that like even if he tries to, he can't stay on point because there's so many people that for him he's like talking to everybody at different times and stuff. So
But like, you gotta view the word count, my guy. He had like
I just want to point
98.
out, he said America was a unified nation under the crown, which means we're talking about America before there was even the U.S. government established. And any role that you have
And
that's like
where is this going? Where
you're an actor that would have led to the unifying of the government would make you a statesman.
And who cares if he was a statesman or not? So what?
I want to point something out here.
We're so in the weeds, and Steelman, you got to understand when you're in the weeds, you're never like he's winning because he doesn't want you to be able to make your point.
Okay, here's my point then. Okay, this is right out of the Wikipedia. We've all been reading about the House of Burgess, and it says it became the House of Delegates in 1776, retaining its status as the lower house of the General Assembly, the legislative branch of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Through the General Assembly of House of Burgess, the Virginia House of Delegates is considered the oldest and continuous legislative body in the New World. So whether or not he wants, I'm trying to say is that yes, that was the oldest legislative body in the New World that George Washington was a member of in his state. To say that he had no political authority or that he wasn't in a political position, I'm arguing that that's not necessarily true based on what I just read.
All right. You think he was political position, the other guy doesn't. All right, boom. Boom, that's it.
Yeah.
Move on.
All right, let's move on from there. We can agree
It's
to
very
disagree on
simple.
all that.
When the British East Indies Company owned India, correct?
But let's just agree
Right.
that you.
Hold on. Did the British East Indies Company own India?
It doesn't matter. We're
Man,
talking
dude,
about
listen.
the United States.
Was the British East India
on.
Company a completely separate entity from the British?
There's called the
Hold on, I
Declaration
don't
of
mean-
Independence.
Sterling, help
We're
me out with this.
free.
I'm trying to concede to your point. Imperious. Let's just say that he was not in a political position. Now what? What
Yeah,
does that
we need
mean?
to zoom back out to can we have nonviolent revolution?
No, you can never have nonviolence. Violence is the authority into which all authority derives.
I kind of like the way it's running.
Violence is the authority to which all authority derives.
What's your problem?
If you don't
What's
have
your
violence,
problem
you don't
with the way
have
it's
authority.
running?
That's why
What's your
women have
problem?
no rights, because they have no violence.
What is so I can agree, right? Or I'm not saying I agree, but I can say I could see that that's a possibility. That
It's the only possibility. If there is a shatter point, a conflict, how is it resolved? Violence.
No, it's called civility.
No, it will always
Yes,
decay.
we have
It will always
civility.
decay to violence.
Bro, there's two systems at play here.
What do you think about Martin Luther King's civil rights movement?
Martin Luther King was killed, correct?
Yeah, but didn't he win
Violence,
his
so he was
cause?
ended.
So
And then
hold on
what
a
did
second.
people and how
Just
did
because
people
someone dies in war doesn't mean that.
Sir.
Hold on, I
hold
could make the argument against
Okay,
you.
sorry,
right?
my bad. Go ahead. It's your show.
Well, I was just saying, just because someone dies in war doesn't mean that all of a sudden, right?
It doesn't mean he was violent. They were violent against him.
He was violent, though. I mean, come on. Martin Luther King had some violent tendencies in his
No, but
past.
you're
He slept
but
with
you're
many
saying
women.
that,
Yeah,
He's
but he
not some
accomplished
innocent
so
guy.
much without violence.
well, now wait a second. He's saying that you lost
Are
the
you
war.
saying that there were not violent
It was because of
incursions
his
during the Civil
Wait a
nonviolence
Rights
that
Act?
second.
he
I want to stick.
accomplished so much.
I want to hold on to that point. Hold on a second. We're on this point that he made. He said, "Well, Martin Luther King died, so therefore he was wrong." And I'm saying you can have violent people who had people die in their violent crusade who won the war just like he did. Does that make them wrong because they died had casualties on
Martin
the
Luther King,
way?
did he achieve anything? I want you to
Yes.
take a no. Before you answer that, take
Civil
a
rights.
40,000. Hold on. Take a
Civil
40,000.
rights.
There are no civil rights.
The Civil Rights
I guess
Act.
the civil rights movement means nothing then.
Sir,
No,
sir,
no,
have
I'm
you?
talking.
I guess maybe you're not understanding like
words right.
jurisprudence, like
No,
the
no, no.
voting rights.
I'm
Sir,
talking about the Civil Rights Act that was passed.
yeah, the Civil Rights Act. The Civil Rights Act. Exactly.
Yeah, that was the
The Civil
late
Rights Act is a
1800s. Yep,
Mhm.
the
No.
late 1800s
There's
Civil
No,
Rights
no,
Act.
and
no,
again, you
like
have to do two things. You have to do two things.
not the late 1800s.
No, it was
No,
like
no.
Civil Rights Act.
late
When
1900s.
when did the civil rights
Late
come
1900s,
about?
1960s.
Yeah,
Oh,
1960.
really? Are you
Yes.
sure about
Yeah,
that?
that was the Civil Rights.
Yes.
I mean,
The
you
Civil
had
Rights Act of
antebellum South. You had the
1960.
antebellum South, but you did not have the conception of quote rights in the 1800s like you did in the 1900s.
Yeah, we're talking
No,
about
no. There was actually the concept of rights before that.
yeah, but
Like
we're
back
talking
Yeah,
in
there
about
was the Declaration of the Rights of Man. There's all kinds of
1780s.
ideas. The ideas
Jesus
of rights
Christ.
was for a long time, but that doesn't
Yeah.
mean that doesn't mean that the quote rights in the 65 or the 64 Civil Rights Act were enshrined in the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments back in the 1860s.
yeah, this is where
That's
we
the
get
difference.
our ability to sue police under the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Maybe I
Deprivation of rights under color of law, 18 USC.
Yeah, the Reconstruction era. What happened to that part?
Reconstruction was more lawless than you can imagine, sir. Why do you think they had to have the Union Army in the South to keep it
Let's stick on this point that Martin Luther King got the Civil Rights Act passed by passive means. Now, what do you say about that?
Yeah, getting legislation passed and actually being enacted and working are two different things. The Civil Rights Act, to me, I would argue this: the Civil Rights Act has led to the jurisprudence issues that we have today.
First of all, are you claiming that the courts never uphold the Civil Rights Act?
No, I'm claiming that the courts use this Civil Rights Act, the liberal ideologues on the
Well, you
court.
said it only
to
matters.
expand- No, to actually
You said it only
cause
matters
more
if they uphold it.
to
enforce it.
expand the Civil Rights Act to cause more friction. Like
I
Martin
don't
Luther
think
King
that's how it
about
works. I
Luther
think
King
they
thought the civil
expanded it.
rights. Martin Luther King never thought, okay, for example, that you could use the Civil Rights Act to have men in women's bathrooms.
No, that's the Human Rights Act.
No. That's a Civil Rights Act. Title 9, Title 10. These are all from the Civil Rights Act.
I might be thinking of Canada, actually, now that I think
Okay,
about it.
let's just say that they're abusing this.
No,
just
what
like
I'm
they did the
saying
Commerce Clause.
is, he may have envisioned something, but his revolution just led to more violence.
So when was the 14th
No, there's no
Amendment
violence
signed?
being caused in bathrooms by trans people, by the way.
When was the 14th Amendment signed? The civil rights.
No, the 14th Amendment was signed.
The ratification of the
Civil War.
14th Amendment, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
It's 1868.
Okay. Civil
Civil War.
rights. Yeah, civil
The
rights.
14th
But that
Amendment, you're
doesn't
saying,
enshrine-
deprive people of life, liberty, or property without due process of law and deny any persons within the jurisdiction equal protection. That was in 1868.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Jim Crow laws, Brick. I mean, you have the whole Jim Crow laws after the Civil Rights, after the 14th Amendment.
So the problem here is not so much that our rights weren't there; it's that the states weren't honoring our rights.
Well, no, and yes, I mean, you can say, just like I said, with
been the problem since the beginning. The 10th Amendment.
Yeah,
See
but
where
okay,
I'm
who's
at.
going to fight for those rights? I mean,
we
You had to define that blacks
We
and blacks are human beings before you could give them rights.
We do.
But
we the
but
people.
what I'm saying is like then they enshrined them into this act. For
Do
example.
you understand that an amendment, a constitutional amendment,
they're
it
not
supersedes-
violating our rights
it
right now.
supersedes an act. So you needed a constitutional amendment to
So just
keep it in
because
the.
this act is here from 1964, all of a sudden now they're not violating our rights? Oh no, they just pay you off if they violate
Does an
your
amendment
rights.
tell us about the precedent of a law? No,
Well,
right? You need
but
case
amendment's not a
studies to
law.
back
Amendment
it up.
tell us about the precedent of a law.
So when we put something into an actual law, that's saying that we no longer need precedent as well. We no longer
No,
need
it's
case
even
studies.
greater than Kirby. When you have an amendment, that is the pinnacle of jurisprudence. So it's bigger than that.
This is why individual states have their own
That,
gun
that
laws,
part I agree
despite the
with
Second
Imperius.
Amendment.
Yeah.
But no,
Yeah,
this
no,
is
the
this
rights,
is why
the
different
rights of the
states can have.
people come first and foremost. The Constitution, that is the supreme law of the land.
This is why you still need a federal mandate for something to be federally mandated.
Yeah, it's us, we the people. That's the federal mandate. Yeah,
Even if there's an amendment around it.
yeah, yeah. It's the 10th Amendment, minus the clauses.
No, the 10th Amendment just says everything
minus
not
the
specifically
clauses.
dictated to the federal government is
The
issued to the
powers
state.
are to us, we the people. That's
No,
what I'm
it's
saying.
not us.
Minus the clauses. If you take the clauses out, you don't have to
Yeah,
worry
and
about
and
state
what's one
or
of the
federal
major
being over the
clauses?
people. It's the
And
people.
what's one of the major clauses? The supremacy clause.
That's the problem. It's been
What
the
is
problem since the
You mean
beginning.
The actual foundational structure itself is the problem?
Yes.
Okay, so you agree with me. Violent revolution, right?
No, I would say that we can do it through a civil process.
The industrial.
Come to the dark side.
Set up a new government.
Three quarters of the states need to agree with it.
The Industrial Revolution.
No.
Hold on. I wanted to
revolution.
touch. I actually wanted to touch on this idea too because we had this guy. I had this guy come on yesterday and kind of I felt like almost set me up against violating terms of service because he was talking about how you needed to have a violent revolution, but he was like getting really detailed and like.
No, I'm not gonna. I don't support that. So
Yeah. So
right.
and so I don't want to go there, but he got me thinking about how I was going to argue against that point, and instead of just and I didn't get a chance to because of the terms of service stuff. You kind of had to get off. I felt like, but I was realizing, look, you can't really have a violent revolution because if you delete somebody, they just always can be replaced, and B, because there's so many compartments that there's so many people that it wouldn't be like you can't just say like doing one or two person or multiple people or whatever is really going to make some sort of major impact that's going to make changes for everyone. So and then right. So who are you going to how could you even have a violent revolution? And I'm not saying it's not possible, but I'm saying I can't even see how you could have a violent revolution and be successful at instilling a new government that worked better.
All I hear is like someone who hates the will of the people and hates democracy.
You'd have to know
you
how
need
you
someone like
define.
me. Like remember, I'm a divine right of king's mandate. Like remember, in all forms of civilization, it always reverts back to monarchy in the end.
So you also hate freedom. Oh, cool. You also hate freedom.
But freedom is not synonymous with good, though.
But those kings are us, we the people, right? So we the
No,
people.
but again, I don't trust the people. The people are retarded.
So
right, and so I go with that too. I'm agreeing
then
with
you're
that.
not going to work within the bounds of the like. So it's either work with us or don't work with us.
Well, hold on a second.
Y'all better hope Imperius is as smart as he thinks he is.
No, hold on. There's a third option. You understand the mustache man back in the day lost a violent revolution, the Potch. He tried to violently overthrow it and he lost and he got thrown in jail. A lot of them got killed.
Oh, exactly.
So what did he do? He used the structure itself and molded it to his own will.
Yes.
That's how you overthrow. You don't go and violently overthrow anything. No, you change the mechanisms of the structure itself to become a monarchy.
And I'm not so dumb, Imperius. You see.
So what's interesting about this? Can I just point something out? Is
work within
what's
the
interesting
system.
about this is you can have change from both of these in both directions. You can have change for good from within the system and change for bad from within the system. You have change for good through violent revolution. You can have change for bad with violent revolution. Now, it's the same as what you said with freedoms. Just because you have a revolution doesn't mean it's going to be good, especially if someone like you runs it in Pierce. I'm sorry, that sounds like an ad hom, but I really don't
No,
think
I get it. I
moving people
understand.
back
No,
into
true.
the past is going to help us out, considering it's the future and we have science backing up a lot of the shit.
Yeah, but then you got to question what is good. To me, control, order, structure is good.
Yeah, some
What is
type of
I
social
think
structure,
the greatest thing. Remember that old saying: men must be judged. Men must be governed. Sometimes unwisely, sometimes unjustly, but governed nonetheless.
But see, now
Men must be put under control. People must be put under control.
This is crazy. You were literally just fighting.
So whose
for,
control are you under?
Oh, I mean, the government itself's control. I mean, I'm under the control of God.
Hold on a second. Weren't you literally fighting for our forefathers' perspective, and then you're going to go on the same limb and say that this is exactly what the British were saying to the forefathers? We need we need control over you.
Yeah, that's not the issue. The issue is you're talking about the implementation of a government and depending or differentiating between a government itself. The founders just didn't want somebody ruling them a long way away. It doesn't mean they didn't want control. Remember, only white landowners with good status could vote.
All of a sudden, that government that we were a part of is wrong, and we were right for leaving them.
Well, it's right. It was wrong and right for many. They used, well, look, you could make the argument that the parliament and the king didn't represent and didn't acknowledge its biblical duties, and therefore they were justified in to remove them.
Yeah, actually, in the Declaration, they gave those reasons why
they
were breaking away.
Yeah.
So we've gotten a lot
mean,
better. It's better today than it was, 250 years ago. So, we just keep moving forward.
But
just because you're locked into a set of rules by your government doesn't make it morally just, is what I'm saying. And he seems
Darius conceded it might not be morally just. My problem with this, though, is that we can't really adapt, especially like if you get like an autocrat who just doesn't let anyone else take power, and they just demonstrate themselves to be like too greedy or selfish or bad at governing.
So
but
well,
this
yeah,
is exactly
Melanie,
and here, no, but just let me point one thing out. You called, I forget what it was, something a death cult. Like, to me, the death cult is expecting people to go to violent revolution, to civil war, just to fight for their rights or changes in laws, when you can do it so much more easily by voting and stuff like that.
Yeah, civility.
But voting innately is just trading off and taking some people's rights and giving it to others.
Okay, but
it depends how direct and representative that democracy really is.
I like the republic.
No, but that's what I'm saying. So why just not have anyone have any rights? You're under one single authority. Everyone's the same under an authority figure that treats it like a family.
That's not what's going to happen, though. That same authority figure. No, but here's the difference. Here's the difference, Imperius. I'm going to answer your question. I would love to answer his question, please. Imperius, the problem is that that same person could also just treat different people unfairly, Mustache Man. And at the same time, they have fewer checks and balances, like being voted out, keeping them from wanting to do anything to actually appease the public.
Should a person that lives
but on the democracy side, you have the issue of hold on. The issue with the democracy that we have now
should a person that lives in Washington, D.C. be free to leave their government? Are they not bound by their government because they don't have a United States senator? Isn't that taxation without representation? And are they therefore free, if you live in Washington, D.C., to disown your government? And because, like, when are you bound by this government? It's only when you agree with them, it seems like.
And it is true. Yes, that is actually very much true. And of course, when you turn 18, not when you're a child. You don't have a choice when you're a child.
All I'm saying about democracy is, look, you may have a king, but you know who the blame goes to. In democracy now, blame, responsibility, governance, civics is diffused into so many people. You don't know who to blame. There is no blame. It's just
that's an issue of scale. Like I would argue.
How can you have a king? How can you have a king in a democracy? You would be a monarch.
But that's my point. I'm
It
arguing.
doesn't matter if you can point blame when you can't actually hold anyone accountable.
No, but you can't. It's a lot easier to kill one man than it is to kill.
No, they're going to have
500.
an entire guard, like literally protecting them. You have to fight the
you have a
military.
king. Look at the Bible. The Bible discusses this. I think it's Psalm 66. It says
he just wants bloodshed.
All right, sorry, and I didn't mean to interrupt the Bible, and I'm probably evil for doing that and everything, but I just wanted to. Sorry, yeah, I totally lost my train of thought. Even I have so many I wanted to touch, and everyone probably has something that they want to say. So it's, do you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I kind of agree with what you were saying earlier. It's based off of do no harm. I think morality is relative. I think that, every country, every state has the ability to make their own laws, but that doesn't make them right, because we can point to laws that were not right. And I'm just struggling to follow this theme here, because he's bound now by his government, but those people weren't. but he's bound by them now because they represent him.
Oh yeah,
And,
so that is,
and
then
what if you made the case that because like someone's a woman, a female, that they're not represented in their government, so therefore what? They're not bound by it? Or
yeah,
if
or
you
you could
look,
say,
if you're a different color or race that's not in that member of parliament, are you bound by that? Do they still represent you? What if they do look like you, but they're not acting in your best interest? Are you still bound by them? It doesn't make any sense.
yeah, and we'll have him respond to this if he wants. But I was also going to mention that he was talking about like, well, you can't point to one person. And I was going to say, well, let's just say you could point to a person like a Supreme Court justice, for example, who
Right.
makes a ruling that you disagree with, and you feel like they made a ruling that now infringes upon people's rights. Is he advocating, and I'm not saying that he is, but in theory, like that someone just has the right, according to our forefathers, to just go and do something that's not passive, and I argue that that's not right, because who's to say, oh, just because this one judge, if every time somebody disagreed with a judge's opinion, they thought that that was the answer, then no
And
judge could ever make
go
an
ahead.
opinion.
And how could you be bound by the Bible and your government when they conflict in so many different ways? Which do you choose? The one you like? Because how can you be bound by both? For example, like if the Bible, for example, told you to stone a certain person when they did something and you're not doing that, why not? Because it's not, you're not following the law of Moses. You're following the law of your state, perhaps. So I don't get it.
Yeah, so if someone can address how they think that who's going to be the arbitrator of who decides who gets
It's
to live.
simple. It's simple. The church should always be the arbiter. But
Oh my gosh! So you're going to go back to having the Catholic
I
Church?
would say a republic, something
republics are,
something
no.
along the lines of what we have, where we all have like our right to
Why do
our
we
own
want a
type of
voice? I
belief
don't want
system, as long as we're not violating other people's rights.
Body autonomy. Yeah.
Look. Rights, harm. These are all paradigms that you have to define. Harm. One person's harm
and that's why
another
we do
person's
that.
gain.
It's exactly
You know
why
what
we
I'm
do
saying?
that. Yeah, you
Hey,
have
can
to
you harm
define.
someone by depriving them of their basic needs?
I mean, depending. I mean,
Yes, the answer is yes.
I don't know.
Red hot
Again,
poker up the butt sure ain't the way to do it.
No, but hold on. If you have an excess population and you deprive them of food so that they die, but the rest of the population lives, is that wrong?
Is torture a good way of punishment?
I don't know. Is pain
That's the way the church would handle it.
But that's what I'm saying. You're looking at it as the paradigm of a theological, philosophical, epistemological,
The church,
like
yeah, the
morality.
church.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
the
that's
church.
what I'm
That's the
saying.
way the church
You have to
handle it. They just
have that
torture you.
defined.
They
You got
torture
to
you
have
to
that
death.
defined.
They
They
drown
can define an
you. They
objective
hang
morality
you.
without religion.
It's not inherent. That's all I'm saying. It's
You
not
don't believe
inherent.
what they believe. They torture you. They hang you. That's what the
Should
church
you
does.
should you stone the unruly children?
But let's look down to the basics.
Yeah.
Yes,
I mean, yeah.
the basic
Wait,
issue.
but
Yes,
that,
the basic
but that's not
issue.
bound by your government.
Anything anybody or any human being or collective group of humans do is through justification. So let's say there's a group that
nothing
wants
to
to
justify
butcher.
torture.
Yes,
What's the
you can.
justification for stoning
Yes,
an
you
unruly
can.
child?
Yes, you can.
How are you going to? Okay, go ahead.
Justify.
Justify me some torture. Explain
Yeah,
to me why
don't
torture is
justify
good.
torture. If torturing one person saves the lives of 1,000, is that not justified?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay, so that's an absolute
So
sense.
then
I have
you
a
don't-
question for
So
Imperious.
then where? Why? What? So again, that's my point. Your
I have a question
morality
for
is being
Imperious that might bring us.
dictated to you by God, and not just that.
You put.
But
Please let me
torture
ask.
is acceptable in the Bible, sir.
You put the torture thing into my hand. You tell
acceptable
me
in the
I
Bible,
got to
sir.
torture
Before we get too
somebody
far off
to
track,
save
though.
1,000. I'm gonna put you down.
We were talking about who should rule, and my question for Imperious is: there are many Christian denominations out there. Which one gets to rule? Are there certain ones get to rule? Is there a group of them?
I would say that the one that God's given the most grace to, the one
What does that mean? How the fuck do we measure that? Do you have like that? Do you have that in a bottle?
Yeah, Rome.
You have God's grace in a bottle.
Other than Rome, what is collectively?
we're
Rome,
not- we're
Rome
not-
collectively
We're not
has
the United States anymore. We're
Rome
Rome
has
now.
collectively done more than every single Western nation combined.
Mussolini.
So why would Rome?
Rome
why-
fell.
Now we're Mussolini.
No.
right?
It has.
We
It
know
never
how good
fell.
that
Wait.
worked
Hold on. Rome never fell, sir. The
You don't remember Mussolini?
The Visigoths became Romans, sir, when they saw how beautiful
You know who
Rome was.
Mussolini was?
The fall of the Western Roman Empire.
Yeah, the fall of the empire, not Rome.
Yeah, you know who Mussolini
Split
was,
into
right?
tribe. Yeah, geographical, political
That's like
regions.
saying the
Rome
fall of the
never,
U.S.
and they
government
became
isn't the
Roman.
fall.
Why
That's
did
like
they,
saying the
sir?
fall of the U.S.
Sir,
government isn't the fall of America. You're so
yeah,
stupid.
it isn't,
Sorry,
sir.
that's
It wouldn't
so
be.
stupid to say
It
that.
wouldn't be. No, sir. Rome is greater than a place. It's an idea. Number one. Number two, the place of Rome
An
never
idea.
fell.
Rome is
It was God.
The place of Rome never fell, sir.
So neither did
Okay,
Egypt.
they did not
then.
burn Rome to the ground.
Neither
They
did
became Roman. But when the
Yeah.
Visigoths,
If anything,
Neither
Egypt,
did
the
got
Media.
Rome,
polytheistic state,
Yep,
is doing
neither
it
did the
better.
Byzantine
what did
Empire.
they do? What did they do when they
Sir,
got
what
to
about
Rome?
Egypt? Sir,
They
what about
did-
Egypt? They're a polytheistic state. Do
Egypt
they
Kinda
is
worship beasts
lasted
in the
longer
underground?
than Rome. Look
But
how long
Egypt's the
China's
Byzantine
around.
Empire.
The
That's the
dynasty.
But they're
Eastern Roman Empire.
But they're
And that
polytheistic.
lasted
So
another
shouldn't we have a
1,000 years.
They're polytheistic. Shouldn't we have a polytheistic government considering they were around like even
I
before
like
Christ?
the idea of allowing
No,
people to.
what does that have to do with Rome? But the Egyptians
What
didn't
does
do
Rome have
anything
to do with
compared to Rome.
America?
No,
Imperious.
because
I don't-
God grants
I don't
power.
believe-
God grants power and authority to
Imperious.
judge.
What is
Imperious.
Rome? What is Rome?
I don't
What is
believe-
Rome?
on the
What
the
does
Rome
Rome have
not
to do
falling
with
thing?
us?
That was funny. That was
I
funny.
don't
because
believe-
Rome
We
didn't
are
fall.
Rome. What was Washington
Imperious.
called? What was Washington?
Hey, Sterling, do you know what's going on in here?
Trolling? A bunch of trolling? All y'all are friends and trolling me? Is that what's up?
No, I don't know. I was wondering if are these people actually are you able to follow the conversation with everyone talking?
No, I've been telling you that for like 30 minutes, my guy. And I've been honestly questioning whether you're in on it because I'm wondering like what your motivations are. Like, do you really want a conversation? Because I don't understand how you think that's fruitful right there.
No, I'm just trying to at one point I want people to be able to speak their mind, but there's a fine line between.
Does that include me?
Yeah.
Okay. Then hey, the proof is in the pudding, my guy.
So so I
You
can't.
you say you want that, but that's not what we've seen tonight, my guy. I mean, I'm not trying to get you run your channel how you want to, but that's how you're saying you want it, and that ain't how
No.
it's going.
No,
so
please.
I mean, let's get real.
Do you have a question for anyone in particular? I can do a dual, put them on and have them hear your question. And
Not really, because like when I ask, like, how do you decipher between who you're bound by, your God or your government? What if they differ? He points to Rome, and then I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about. So I'm convinced that there are people in here who aren't really,
all right.
trying to have a what?
No, fair. I hear you what you're saying, and with that, so that's a good question for who would that be the best? Who would you ask?
It's not a question. It's not a question. It's a statement. That's what I see going on, and I observe it. I don't have to ask those people if that's what they're doing because I wouldn't expect a straight answer. I can base it off of what I've observed. I mean, you ask me. Do you have a question for me?
Well, no, I was just because you seem logical and you seem like you're not trying to overtalk everyone, and me too. But at the same point, there's a point where we can't really say anything, right? Unless we're over talking people, which we don't want to do. So we're not saying anything, and so I was
right,
curious.
which is not good for us. That's not equal for us, and you know what I mean. And I don't know. I'd love to talk. I mean, you can probably do it back and forth. Maybe you and me, you and some of them other people, but I don't know. There's some people up there that are just trolling you, man. They're trolling.
Yeah.
I don't know how long you been doing this. I just discovered
I'm
your
brand new. I'm brand new. At this. This is pretty much like one of my first. And I've done some panels and stuff, but this is definitely the longest I've gone and like the most people I've talked to at once. And like
you had like 400 and something subs for a new person. That's a lot.
Oh yeah, I did some like auditing videos, like shorts that I posted, like reposted, or like some of the audit. Yeah, so I've done some like auditing, like loss type.
Okay,
work.
okay. And how long have you known these other guys, or do you?
Not a lot. So I mean, I kind of know Brick Jones from the auditing community. I've known him for a while, as far as that goes, and done.
Yeah, he
some
seems cool.
And then Melanie, I met the other night in Flow Chat's kind of circles for about a week ago, and then Imperious King, I think this is the first time that I recall meeting with him.
Okay, I got you. And so on your channel, what would you typically like to talk about? Like what types of subjects?
Well, I started it because I was getting banned from people's channels for like, asking like provocative questions, I would call them. And I wanted people to have a platform where they weren't going to be banned for saying or their point of view in good faith, right?
What type of provocative things would you say that got you banned in the past?
Oh, just stupid things like, you know,
questions. Yeah.
Well, I
What kind
bring
of
up Brick. Brick is an example because he actually banned me from his page, like you mentioned for a minute, because I don't even remember what we were talking about. Like, I think he did an audit that, like, I disagreed with some of the technical legalities of what he was doing, whether or not they were legal and stuff like that. As far as like, you know, do you have the right to do this on this like private property or just, you know, stupid legality things, not like any philosophical debate. Yeah,
got you.
and I feel like I maybe because I wasn't going along with, you know, just going along with the consensus and questioning too much, that it sort of caused a problem. And Brick, if I'm wrong in that, you can tell me why you feel like you blocked me if you did for another
Yeah, I
reason.
don't mind telling you. So I did not block you because of your ideals. It was because it felt spammy, and I just didn't want that. And it was more for me, but also probably a little bit for your own benefit as well. And I didn't want to. Like, I don't want to ban people, right? There's two reasons that I would end up hiding or blocking people for. One is just insane insulting, like just on and on and on. I don't mind it a little bit, you know.
I try not to do any insults. I'm the type of person who says I will never ad hominem first. And once someone ad hominems though, then I'm like, oh, you want to ad hominem, you pierce that veil, right? So I
Why
would.
is that? Why is that okay though?
For me, why is it okay?
No, for someone who doesn't like to use ad hominems until someone else does, then it's okay. I mean, like,
No,
what
I'm
kind
saying I'm willing to get back on track, but I'm
Yeah,
saying
no,
as
he
soon
doesn't.
as
He doesn't like to use ad hominem, and I do know that, like, because he never does. He doesn't like to call people stupid and all of that. It adds nothing to the conversation. I absolutely agree with it. However, I've been roaming these panels for a little while, and I know how these people are. So I've kind of gotten into that mode where it's like, you know what? You want to go for it? Let's go for it. I'm not fixing to sit here and let you call me stupid, and I'm not going to call you a doofus and all this other stuff too, right? And I mean, now you've actually seen a couple of my videos. Now I'll cuss the police out. I mean, if I'm gonna cuss the police out, you you think you believe I'm not gonna cuss you out or something, right? So especially up here on the panel, but when it comes to the other reason, the only other reason is the spamminess, right? And with the all caps, and I was dealing with Tav and the stupidity of Ryder and all of that nonsense all the same time. You know, and it's just,
so
bro,
he's
it's not.
a long explanation. Basically, yeah, I don't, you know, we can have him
You
explain
get
it
it.
forever probably, but it wasn't just him, it was his friend, and then even Chili. I got on and Chili was premiering a video, and I think he was trying to play it off like he was live because I saw him, I was getting text like message, I was in there, he was messaging, and I was like,
Yeah.
but he wasn't in the video, you know, and I was like, are you live or is this premiere? And then he got all mad
Right.
and banned me for saying that. And I'm like, wow, you're going to ban me just for asking if this is live or if this is a premiere? I'm like, this censorship is getting out of control. And I want a place where people can come and talk. And just like this guy that's why I feel bad putting them in the back, because I want them to make their point. But when I'm having, and people, I want people, you know.
You shouldn't want them to make their point. You should want to give them a platform to make their point. And it's at a certain point when they haven't made it, like, why keep going with it? Like,
well, I don't want them to think I'm missing it, or like, oh, I could be like, I don't want to think like, oh, you've made your, like, I'm like, I want to keep giving them the opportunity. Like, maybe I'm missing your point. Maybe I'm not listening to your point. Maybe your point's being distracted. Let me make sure.
Or maybe they're trolling.
Well, here's another thing that because like I said, I've been going around these places and I know how it is, man. Panels can go for a very, 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 very long time because you are interested in the outcome. However, at some point you're gonna get tired. You're gonna start wearing yourself down, and that was why when I came up, that was like the first thing I said. And so at some point, even though you want this conversation to continue,
No, yeah, I'm gonna go to bed in here in like 20 minutes at the latest. But But
So
that's
make
kind
it-
of like red herring again, beside the point.
Yeah, no, it's not. It is literally because, and it's just my opinion, because when I first came up, it was actually just us. I had come up, right, and out of nowhere, right, it was just me, and I only intended it to be me. But then Speakeasy came on, and then some of his folks came on. And
Well,
some
he
other...
thought he got me on a lot of points too because we weren't able to.
And you guys see that I tried to make it on. I'm sorry it was too early. I had to wake up, but man, if he was on here, you guys would have seen some fireworks. Oh,
But I have thoroughly enjoyed the entire. Well, it's morning for me, and I love it, bro. You
night
keep
until you
doing
go
what
to
you're doing. You actually ran one of the best panels today that I've seen in a long time. You were controlling, which is important because it's your channel. One, you don't want people to TOS. You already kind of learned that lesson. And then number two is you want to have these constructive conversations, but allowing people to go on a little bit to kind of get the little banter in, and that's fine too. But you've done an awesome job. I'm not, yeah, it's keep up the good work. That's all I can really say,
Hey Steelman, regarding that link I posted, that's got a little story at the bottom. That's a Goldilocks and the Three Bears thing. It also has a video of someone kind of like reading it, or I guess performing it is a better way to put it.
Now,
You'll see how
once a
psychedelic it is.
polytaito, you may think that doesn't sound quite right, but believe me, once a polytaito it is. And in this case, it was Goldiloppers. Goldiloppers trittly how in the early mordy, and she fallollop down the steps. Oh, unfortunate for cracking of the eggers and the sheeps and the battery fall fallollop and graze the knee clappers.
I guess I should let you finish your introduction to this video because what are we going to experience here? What is this?
Oh, it's the trippy video.
Yeah, Stanley Unwin would like make up a lot of words in his book, and it like towards the end of his writings, which I think Finnegan's Wake was his last, it was, some say it's like nearly incomprehensible, others like dedicate their lives trying to like understand it word for word. And like I said, I think like to me it's just very psychedelic the way it sounds.
So she had a Vasalubrious, rub it on, and a quick Healy huff, and that was that. So off she went, and she would trittly how down the garbage path, and at the right-hand side goal, she passed a poop on. It was loads of humus heapy in the garbage, but never mind. She lost her whale. Now, this is a sadness, dear childers, because in the slight misty haze, which all forry, let me tell you, in the ephemeral forry, there's always a fairy control where the misty risey huff there, and so she was completely lost it. Oh, folly, folly. There was a cotty, so she went up, all ready with a basket, and picked up the butter and all that with a little bit of birch. She scrape it off and rub it in down her clothesy. Mum would be cross, but never mind. On the door,
I don't know what that
this
picture
little
was.
cotty had a jar on the door, so she went in. Nobody there. 3 baseload of porridge on the tabloid, all slightly steamy huff, and nobody out. She called it, anyone home?
They're making you listen to
Nobody.
straight gibberish.
Folly, folly.
What
And
in the
Devil
hell?
Hunger was with her,
No,
so
there like 2 things that are fine, and then like 5 words that are just nonsense.
Yeah,
No, it actually makes a lot of sense if you,
Yeah,
if
I mean,
you
I'm here
take it a bit more slowly.
together, like the imagery, but then you think about it, it's like, what the hell does this all mean? You know what I mean? That's
lyricizing. He's lyricizing.
I gotta hop off. I'm going to the gym, but good panel, everyone. I'll be back sometime.
Good to
And
see
it's, I heard it compared to people speaking in tongues, which is total bullshit. If people speaking in tongues were speaking in Italian, that would be a language. But there's
I smoke.
Yeah.
If that nigga talk is crazy, now it's fuck you penny or bullets start blazing. Since I was young, we invested in guns. Now we looking at the stars in the break. While I'm getting head by your thing, she like Poppy, I love how you think. She like Poppy, can't you nut? I'm like, baby, just wait.
Hey, I ain't gon' do the nigga shit cause I'm too good for future, huh? I ain't gon' fuck the nigga bitch cause I know she a eater, huh? Last time I wiped the bitch, she told the world I beat her, huh? But when they like low Kodak up, my nigga, I couldn't believe it, huh? Hello, shorty, on my word, I'm up with no poke, yo. Get him in the back, let him be a minute, said that I know, period. Remember when I had that poker, huh? Still looking over my shoulder, huh? Wasn't with a nigga, no Yoda, huh? Now me and a young nigga, who on me? We back like a nigga receiver. Shoot him in the stomach, them bullets he eating. I him in his top, then his brain start leaving. Shut the fuck up when the nigga start speaking. Take a nigga weight off like I'm doing lipo. Yeah, I'm a psycho, strapped like a Dyco. Put insurance on yourself, nigga, you a Geico. I ain't never wanna stab a nigga, you a typo. Been this steaming, this bitch is a beamer. Back in the kitchen like I was a needle. She want kids, so I'm gonna feed her. Her nigga got balls, so I had to beat him. Pretty Ricky, dizzy, but this shit can get up. Shoot a nigga in his face if he start moving.
Same shit. Rich on my time, we gon' spank him. I ain't your regular gang member. Everybody know I'm sanctioned. If I step on the island, we wildin' out. I ain't gon' stop till the gas is out. Free psych black, free gets out. My niggas raising the body count. We can get back. I ain't with the talk with a chit chat. If I step on the island, we wildin' out. If I back at the top, get back. Call track, this is Tom Brady. Niggas getting no brand cause they lazy. Tell lift. If that nigga talk is crazy. Now it's fuck you pay me. Or bullets start blazing. Since I was young, we invested in guns. Now we looking at the stars in the break. While I'm getting head by your thing. She like Poppy, I love how you think. She like Poppy, can you not? I'm like, baby, just wait.
Wait, Chanel on my feet, yeah, that's for my sneeze. I be fucking with the bees like Muhammad Ali. Nipple uppercut this thing. Got your bitch on the edge of her seat. She on the ecstasy, I'm on the beat. Swear the ecstasy, edge of my feet. I like repetitive beat. I like the way that she move on my feet. All of these bitches, they look good to me. But I'm for the same girl, cause I don't even cheat. That is in love, repetitive freak. I don't even look, no, I don't even see. I don't even peek. G5, repetitive G. I'm trying to get out of motherfucking.
I smoke.
Meet Jobber Copilot, your AI business coach, data